we know now at this point that he has still eluded capture. Still, no one knows where him, specifically Avery, and his treasure has gone.
So he was only a pirate for what, like 2, maybe 3 years?
Right. So this happened. He started pirating. He started being involved in the slave trade and privateering 1692, and this happened in 1695. So he makes
He comes
one
out
of
of
the
nowhere.
biggest stores, biggest scores
That's
ever.
insane.
But he was doing other stuff before that. He was he was pirating before he went after this big ship.
But like that's man.
If it wasn't for this, he would have been just another guy out there. Like no one would have known his name. Hello and welcome to The Mysterious Pals, a show about pals, mysteries, and history. And today, in our first episode, I'm joined by my co-host, Jordan.
Hello.
And my name is Chris. And we will be examining a famous pirate, one of the most famous pirates that you never heard of, someone that had such an impact on pirates, or the idea of what a pirate is, that to this day, media still kind of focuses on this idea of what a pirate is based on the story of Captain Henry Avery. Have you ever heard of pirate treasure?
Of course.
Have you ever found any pirate treasure? Oh yeah, the Goonies. Yes, the best part of pirate treasure.
Yeah, I think
the most important part.
Sure, I think the idea is, when you're a kid, like how cool would it be to stumble across a cove filled with riches in a chest?
Yes, I go to the beach often when I was a child, and I walked around to coves looking for treasure.
Like it made me want to have a metal detector.
I would love a metal detector.
Don't have one.
I have one, but I just feel like such a weirdo walking around in the beach.
Because it's always like an 80-year-old guy.
Yeah,
in like super short shorts, like Speedos.
I wish I had that type of
confidence
in myself, because I just was like, people just be like, what is this dude doing?
What is this dude doing? He's gonna find anything.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it is. You're like, come on, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
But it seems like a really fun pastime that I wish I had the confidence to, mess with. When I took my kids to the beach, my cousins, nephews, and to the beach one year, I thought it'd be really funny to like put change in the sand and give them my metal detector and be like, go find treasure. And then I forgot where I threw all the money. So they're just walking around the beach looking for stuff. And I was like, oh, next year I got to flag it down where I put it. Because they're like, whoa, they're running around with this metal detector. So in any case, we are going to be discussing Henry Avery. And as we get through this story and we discuss his kind of famous, one of the most famous pirate acts of piracy throughout history, it become clear on why the idea of what a pirate is kind of started with Henry Avery and the people in this time.
Oh, very cool.
So Henry Avery, he was a notorious English pirate, and he operated in the 17th century. He's referred to as the most successful pirates of the golden age of piracy. So he's one of the first ones that they say, this is the pirate that all the pirates are based on.
That's saying a lot, because there's a lot of very famous pirates like Blackbeard.
Yeah, Blackbeard is the one that always comes to mind. But
to say this guy's a king of pirates is pretty impressive.
Right. So his legacy is based on he only had a short run as pirate, which is what's great and about the stories. He raided a ship called the Ganges Sawai, and this raid was so big and so successful for him, and the fact that he just disappeared, and it led to this romanticizing culture of what piracy is and what pirates do, and this idea.
All right.
So from what we know, Henry Avery was born in Plymouth, England, or around Plymouth, England, sometimes between 1653 and 1659. So it seems that historians don't even know when this guy was born.
Okay.
It is generally in this time because, as we'll find out, we have some way to do some math based on some actual records that he eventually pops up into. So when you research him, some people say Avery, some people say Every, Every, or Avery. Some people say his name was John Avery, or John Avery.
I think like the fact that this only lends into the romanization of this guy, it would seem, since not much is known about him.
Yes.
Even like his own name.
He came from nothing.
Yeah.
And basically got away with everything.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Henry was in any case, Henry Avery was the name he used when he joined the Royal Navy. The reason why we know that around the time he was born and he was active and the records they actually have was him. There was concrete records of him being involved in the 9 Years' War in Europe.
Okay.
In 1689.
Okay.
Which was official records from the British Navy. That's the only reason they know. They can kind of figure out his age then, kind of figure out when he was born around and what age he would have entered and things like that. So if you watched or listened to our first episode, episode 0 actually, of why and when and how and why the purpose of this show in general, you'll know that Jordan has a background in history. So a lot of the historical information that we discuss, I will reference back to him because of his background in education and history. And so at this point, I want to know, Jordan, what do you know was going on in Europe at this time in this end of the 1600s, the 17th century, 18th century?
Colonialism is very big during this time. You have all these European powers, such as like France, England, Portugal, and Spain, are setting sail, going to these other territories, other countries, and setting up colonies. And in these colonies, they are getting all these new resources that are in turn providing them with an extreme amount of wealth. And there's also slave trade is very big right now. So these places, they're going to Africa, getting slaves, taking them to what is now the United States, South America, the Bahamas, and they're using them for their own means as far as
free labor.
Free labor, yeah. And in these places, you get like especially in the United States, you have cotton, tobacco, things that they couldn't really get in Europe. And by bringing them back, all these people are making tons of money off of this stuff, tons. And then you have places like in the Far East, such as India, where spices and tea they're gathering and bringing back to Europe, which again they can sell for much more money. And these big companies and like people are becoming extremely wealthy all this stuff, such as like the East India Trading Company,
which we'll talk about later.
Okay,
a big part of the story.
And also during this time, you have the 9 Years' War, which is basically all the European powers against France. France tried to they crossed the Rhineland in Germany, modern day Germany, which is a big part of the Holy Roman Empire, and that in order to like gain a little bit more land resources. So because of that, basically everyone goes against France and starts a war.
It's called the Grand Alliance, right?
Yeah, the Grand Alliance. Yeah. So 9 years this goes on for. So I'm guessing around this time they're in the thick of it right now.
Yep. Okay. It sounds like because they entered the 9 Years' War in 1689. England did. So this is whenever
1690s.
Yeah, this is whenever he was part of it.
Okay.
Or he got involved in the he enlisted in the Navy.
Sure. So at this point, everyone's just basically against France.
Okay.
Okay.
So during this time, the records suggest that he co-signed his pay to his family in Devon. So there's records that he had a family in Devon, wife, kids, maybe, or his parents, or something. Someone was back in England that he was sending his pay to his naval pay to.
Okay.
He was discharged from the Navy in 1691, and he became involved involved in the Atlantic slave trade at this time.
Okay.
Getting privateering, that type of thing, which we'll go over in a minute. He was employed by the royal governor of Bermuda, as you were talking about slave trade and what was going on in the other colonies, to transport Africans from West Africa to the Americas during this period. So 1693, Avery joined a venture to raid French trade in Spanish West Indies, set up by a British businessman and the King of Spain. I'm sorry. So King of Spain, British businessmen that were trying to get together to make money off of raiding and messing with French trade.
Okay.
So this goes into what privateering is, and what can you tell me about privateering?
Basically, I mean, short end of it, privateering is a almost legal piracy. So, say for example, in this case, England, they're at war with France, so they get some merchants, and they legally are allowed to go and be legal pirates almost. So, say they come across a French vessel, they're allowed to, by law of the British Empire, to board that, steal what they can, loot what they can for the British Crown. So it's almost a legal act of piracy.
Okay.
That's backed by a government.
So While France might go after him, England's not going to arrest him.
Yeah, they're not going to be arrested. They're not going to be hung because, at this time, piracy's, I wouldn't say rampant, but if you're a pirate, you're gonna die.
They call it the golden age of piracy.
Yeah, you're going to be hung. So, like, this is a legalization of piracy, basically.
During this time, for that venture, Avery took, because, I mean, at this time, the Navy, he discharged from the Navy. What are those naval men going to do during a time of war and things like that? There's, if you're transporting stuff, as we talked about being transported on, he's going to be involved in, because people are all fighting against each other. Pirates are involved. Like it's going to be just kind of what's going on in the Navy at this point, or around the Atlantic Ocean and
I imagine the world. Pirates are probably taking advantage of this war as well too, right?
It seems like
that'd be an opportune time for the pirates to come in and like, oh, this ship's wrecked over here. Let's go see what we can grab from it.
It seems like there's a lot of people turning to piracy because, as we'll find out, that there's a lot of people that were in the Navy and then all of a sudden the Navy didn't need people, so they were discharged. They got people they needed to make money somehow. So he joined this venture, which was, again, raiding French trade in the Spanish West Indies. He took the position as the first mate of the Charles, a ship called the Charles.
Is that after the King of Spain, probably?
I'd imagine.
Yeah. I think he's a king around this time, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, my background's on history. But the thing was that this venture wasn't very successful, and it led to months of these people on these boats doing nothing because there wasn't a lot of the French ships weren't showing up, or there weren't enough of them to make it actually to make money. It was kind of a failed venture.
Sure.
It'd be like starting a business and the business is not successful. So it was, kind of the thing where they were all sitting around and they were like, for months and months and months, they were like, well, when are we getting paid? How are we going to get paid? Are we even going to get paid? Or are we just going to get dumped off somewhere? What happens whenever the King of Spain wants his stuff back, his ships back? So in 1694, mutiny on the Charles II, which is another boat involved in this venture, led by Avery, or it led Avery to be elected captain of the ship. So in 1694, there's a mutiny on the Charles II, which is, again, not all of the ships. There was a mutiny on all of them. It was just this one ship and a few others. He became the captain. They renamed the ship the Fancy, which was a 46-gun vessel with around, at the time, he had 94 men. Okay. Again, the stories were like there's lots of ships involved, and also other ships in that fleet, this part of the venture, didn't like this idea, especially ones that were loyal to the Spanish crowd. They didn't like it, so they came after him, and eventually what happened was, the story was, he and his ship just escaped. They got away. There was a fight. Yes, it's called the Fancy. He renamed it the Fancy.
Very British.
If I was gonna have a boat, it'd be called the Fancy as well. Fancy too. The men renamed the ship Fancy, 46-gun vessel, 94 men. They headed for Cape Verde, which I believe is on the African coast. They were raiding ships for supplies and new crew. The ones of note were 2 Dutch ships that they raided and took all of their stuff, all their cargo, and some of their men. Apparently, the story also goes around that Avery was actually a really, not say a nice pirate, but he took your stuff, but he was like, hey, you can either join me or just go, and I won't kill you.
That's nice.
Whether that's true or not, yeah. Nice pirates are always the best pirates. So what he also did during this time was they took his ship, the Fancy that they stole, technically, and they cut away parts of the structure of the ship to make it faster. They wanted to make it a really fast ship so they can, again, catch, ships that are heavily weighed down with treasure.
Yeah, and outrun ships too, I'd imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get away. That's a good point. So throughout 1694 and 1695, Avery's crew raided ships and gathered supplies and men. So they were raiding different ships. There actually was stories about how he told and sent information, or he sent communications back to England and said, I won't raid British trade ships or ships from Britain, and then so that he wouldn't be chased by his country. But the other stories are that he definitely just said that so they wouldn't go after him. And again, like, you think about this, it's not like he's just like sending an email and being like, I'm not going to mess with you. This is like, it probably took months for them to actually get that information.
Sure, yeah.
And who talked to him and then survived? Like, obviously he was letting people just, hey, we're going to take your stuff, let you go on your way.
Yeah.
So again, he was making his way to the Indian Ocean during this time, stopping off along the coast of Madagascar and parts of Africa to resupply and hide out, spend probably the loot that they had, sell it, because during I guess around this area, especially areas like Madagascar, Africa, and there's different places where trade was definitely moving to I guess the East Indies,
Yeah.
and to Europe. There was a lot of little towns and kind of places popping up that him and his men could spend their money at, resupply, take off again.
Safe havens for them.
Yes.
Okay.
So at this time, by this point in the story, his crew was around 150 men, give or take. 1695, Avery set his sights, and there were stories of this. Every year there's this pilgrimage for the Grand Mughal Emperor and the Mughal Empire, and his fleet was making their annual pilgrimage to Mecca, and the emperor's fleet, was loaded with treasure and people, and it was a fleet of 25 ships. So who was the Mughal Empire? Mughal Empire of India, powerful, influential dynasty that ruled over vast parts of Indian subcontinent for many centuries. So in this time, Europe and this Mughal Empire, or this part of the world, with all the trade going on, the title or the name of a company called the East India Trading Company comes up a lot. Can you tell me anything about the East India Trading Company?
So the East India Trading Company, they started around the 1600s. By this time, they wouldn't have reached their height, but at their height, they ended up being one of the biggest corporations ever. They monopolized trade for the most part in the Indian Ocean with India. I think at one point their army was bigger than the actual British Empire. They were a British Rand company, obviously, but during this time and for the next 200 years, they had a big presence in India. They would with trade, mainly in spices, fibers, and tea. And I don't know.
So there was just a company that was huge in the trade.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. They became a monopoly almost. They ended up basically ruling that whole entire region as far as like trade was concerned.
I think it's crazy that you hear stories about this group, the East India Trading Company, and that they had their own army and they were involved in wars.
Yeah.
Which was amazing. And
yeah, they were one of the most successful businesses ever.
When people talk about the corporations of today, you look back at like that type of corporation that like had its own army. It was more powerful than most nations at the time. So there was this huge convoy of ships, this whole fleet of 25 ships making this annual pilgrimage, and they were loaded with the Aurangzeb emperor's treasure. And it was said that he was making £3 million a year easily, based on his income from however emperors make money.
Okay.
So you figure he was a pretty wealthy guy, especially if you imagine that he was involved with I'm sure he was getting, his kingdom was getting money from the East India Trading Company, and all this stuff was going on.
Scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of thing.
So Avery knew about these ships. There's stories going on these ships, and he knew where they were going to be and when. So he was able to get together 5 other pirate captains, 5 other pirate ships. And he was elected admiral of this pirate fleet, which is crazy that you see pirates in today's media and they're like really cutthroat and they're all like out for themselves and just want to, but being that these guys were all probably ex-Navy or some way involved with the standard kind of idea of what leadership is, and at its time, a captain on a ship, these 5 pirate ships banded together, obviously to make a ton of money.
Yeah.
And they elected a leader and things like that. So they met at the edge of the Red Sea, specifically, it says the Gulf of Aden, which is right off the coast of Somalia, to modern day Somalia, and they were getting ready to catch this fleet basically in the middle of the night or moving past. And all these 25 ships were not military ships. They were all these pilgrims returning home. Some of them were military because the emperor and his money, his treasure being transported, and then also military to protect the pilgrims. But it was 25 ships that were all different things. You wonder how like they figure out what ship to attack. Like obviously maybe the biggest one, but Avery set his sight on a ship, called the Ganji Sawai, which was what was known to be the loaded with treasure. And some people say that it was translated to Gunsway. Some people also, some research I did said that it was translated to the treasure ship or loaded with treasure. So it's really strange because there was some people say one thing, the Gunsway, some people exceeding treasure was the other other translation. So it's like, why would you name your ship that? If it was translates to exceeding treasure, why would you name it that? It's like obviously okay.
Like, attack us.
Yeah. So they set their sight on this ship, Ganji Sawai, and its escort ship, the Fatih Muhammad, was involved in this battle as well. So the Ganji Sawai is a large ship, like 80-gun ship, so double the amount of guns than just the Fancy at the time. It's a 46-gun ship. So they caught up with the pirate fleet, chased the Mughal fleet. They first caught up with the first engaged with the Fatih Muhammad. The Dolphin, one of the the ships that were with the 5 pirate ships were the Amity, the Portsmouth Adventure, the Dolphin, the Pearl, and Susanna. Those are the 5 pirate ships that were involved in this, plus the Fancy. So they all got together. They all were chasing this fleet, which was obviously running away. The Dolphin, which was too slow, so they burned it. They just got the other guys, put them on their ship, and they burned their ship down.
Right.
I don't know why they would do that. Maybe it was attacked. I'm not sure. In the research, I didn't find out exactly why they burned it. It just said they burned it.
Okay.
The Amity caught the Fatih Muhammad first, but their captain, Thomas II, who comes up in history and piracy, was killed. Well, not as popular and big as other pirates. Thomas II is a name that comes up in piracy. Fancy caught up with Fatih Muhammad and the other ships. They seized 50,000 pounds of gold and silver just from that one small ship.
Jeez.
And which would have been enough.
Yeah, that alone would have been enough.
Plenty for these guys to take off and disappear and be wealthy. But they wanted to, they wanted to get the big gun. So the big one, which was the Ganji Sawai. At this point, the Amity is gone. So there was 3 remaining pirate ships. They all went after the Ganji Sawai, which was captained by Captain Muhammad Abraham. He had 400. Not only did he have 80 guns on board, 80 cannons, he had 400 musket-armed guards, as well as 600 other passengers, other pilgrims. Not necessarily, they weren't military. They were just people. So the battle comes down to some very specific luck on the top part of Captain Avery. There was some really good research done by historians Douglas Burgess, Joel Baer, and Peter Earl, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering their names. And a lot of the information here about the battle comes from these guys and their research. When you're comparing the 2 ships, the Fancy had 46 guns with 100, some estimates 150 men in total. The Ganji Sawai had 80 guns, 400 armed musket men. So it seems like in this kind of battle, there was no chance of Avery to be successful. Knowing these numbers, what do you think? How could they ever possibly cover?
I mean, like they're outgunned.
Outnumbered, outgunned.
Yeah.
They have most people would say there's no way, especially at this time in history.
Yeah.
There's not the technology that we have now.
Sure. I would imagine they would have speed on their side.
Right. They are a fast ship.
Sure. But
and this ship, the Ganji Sawai, is loaded down with, some estimates were 600,000 tons, or 600,000 tons was the weight of the ship.
Okay.
But then there's also people that say that was mistranslation, that it was 600,000 pounds of treasure.
Okay.
So yeah. I don't know who to believe. But in any case, there's a lot of treasure in there. So what happened was, the Ganji Sawai, the Fancy pulls up by themselves. The other 2 ships haven't engaged. It's just the Fancy, 150 men. They pull up and they fire a shot, and it takes down the enemy's main mast, so the Ganji Sawai's main mast.
Oh, geez.
So they're dead in the water. They're not able to move.
Yeah.
Very lucky shot.
Holy cow.
Right. So then at that point, we're like, well, we have the Ganji Sawai's like, well, we have 400. You have 400 musket men shooting down these 150 pirates, which I'm sure people are getting knocked off every couple couple minutes. How are they going to board this treasure ship? And most people would just take the 50,000 pounds of treasure they already got and get the hell out of there. So battle's raging. Their soldiers are firing, using muskets to fire on the pirates that are trying to get aboard the Ganji Sawai to take it over. At that point in time, there's an explosion below deck. One of their cannons explodes. Not only does this kill a lot of people.
This is on the Ganji Sawai.
Ganji Sawai. Okay. Cannon explodes, kills a lot of people. Also, demoralizes a lot of the crew because the people, all of a sudden, chaos breaks out. Yeah. Chaos breaks out. Some soldiers are going down below to help. Some are still trying to fight off the pirates.
Put out fire.
There's a huge fire happened. So at this point, the pirates take advantage of the chaos. Joel Bayer explains how the Fancy raided the ship at this point because of the chaos. And it seems that like this miracle, this pirate god miracle, again, in two specific cases that led to the Fancy being able to successfully take over the ship was two, not mistakes, but like
a lucky shot
and an explosion.
Yeah.
Two very specific things. It wasn't even like they messed up. They just, two very specific things happened that led to them being boarded. During this time, the captain of the Ganji Sawai, Muhammad Ibrahim, was unable to get control of the troops because of the chaos. There's so much chaos going on. Every ship was, at this point, was still the only ship engaging with the ship, with the Ganji Sawai. So as this all happened, all this chaos taking forth, finally, one of the other pirate ships joins the fight. So remember, the Pearl joined the fight.
Okay, the Dolphin was the one that was set on fire?
Dolphin was destroyed.
Okay.
Amity lost its captain and was destroyed in the battle with the Fatih Muhammad. This leaves the Fancy, the Portsmouth Adventure, and the Pearl. So the Pearl engages, but the Portsmouth Adventure, which I don't know why they didn't engage. So I wonder if they even got treasure at that point. So if they didn't engage, they're not really doing anything. I don't know if they eventually do or what happens. But at that, I mean, why? Also, they're probably being smart. Like, why would we engage with this insane thing going on? Now? It's like as the chaos is still ensuing, how are you going to know? Like, oh, someone texts you and says, "Hey, come over, work for you." It's not happening. A lot of the research by Indian historians goes back to the captain of the Ganji Sawai. His leadership, they're critical of his leadership that led to this defeat. Because you figure 400 men versus 100, we'll say 150 at the most.
Sure.
Smaller ship, less guns. Yes, two big things happened that kind of led to this, but how can you say it was one person that did this? I don't know. So Kafi Khan, Muhammad Hasim Kafi Khan, again, I'm sorry for mispronunciations, a contemporary Indian historian who was in Surat at the time, wrote that Avery's men boarded the ship. Ganji Sawai captain ran below deck, where he armed slave girls and sent them to fight the pirates. So he kind of ran away. Now, this is, again, some people say this is true, and some like this is a historian.
Yeah.
He obviously he was doing this report after these events. So Kafi Khan account of the battle appeared in this multi-volume work, The History of India, as told by its own historians, places blame squarely on Captain Abraham and the failure in writing. This is what Muhammad Abraham said in this book.
Is he saying that it wasn't the fact that they got a lucky shot or that cannon blew up? It was the fact, like, they weren't actually good pirates, but it was the fact that, like, it was the captain's fault? Like, why?
It seems that they're kind of saying, well, and this time, this is
blame, I guess,
Indian historian at this time writing this report, writing this kind of history down. And it seems he's saying that there's no way that these guys could overcome our soldiers, things like that. It was because
an incompetent captain,
one guy screwed everything up.
Okay.
Not also, it seems like it was a lot of different things. Maybe it was this one guy. This History of India, told by its own historians, book, a multi-volume work by Kafi Khan. He quotes Captain Ibrahim saying, "Christians are not bold in the use of sword, and there were so many weapons on board the royal vessel that if the captain had made any resistance, they must have been defeated. In any case, after several hours of stubborn but leaderless resistance, the ship was surrendered." So it's saying that Kafi Khan says this talking about Muhammad Ibrahim. He does have Captain Ibrahim is also quoted in his report to, I guess, his report about the fight. So obviously he survived and returned to India.
Yeah.
He said many enemy were sent to hell, was his exact words that he gave in the reports. Avery's outnumbered crew may have suffered anywhere from several to over 100 casualties, although these figures are uncertain. So it's not really certain even how many people were lost. Again, I'm not sure if the Portsmouth Adventure ever actually engaged or if they just took off. In any case, the battle, this whole thing, resulted in an extraordinary amount of wealth for the pirates. So this group of pirates. Again, we don't know how many actually survived. His crew. It may have been like, 50 men may have run off with all this money, all this treasure.
And sorry, how much money was on this?
So estimates suggest that a loot amassed by Avery and his crew from the Ganges Sawat just alone was 600,000 pounds, which in today's money would be
like tens of millions of dollars.
Tens of millions of dollars. It included gold bars, silver bars, precious stones, jewels, silks, and other valuable commodities. Now, it's funny whenever people say, when we say treasure, we think of cash, money, gold, jewels. But back then, treasure was sugar, spices, silk. These type of things were treasure because as you said, during this time, the colonialism and trade, you could sell that stuff pretty
for a lot of money
in other countries.
Yeah.
So it's not like he just got it like this much money in cash. It wasn't just gold. Like there was gold, there was silver, there was jewels, silks, precious gemstones, and other commodities.
Okay. Yeah, usually you just think of like, gold coins.
Yeah.
Like when you think of like
just like a treasure chest.
Yeah.
600,000 pounds, which is tens of millions of dollars of stuff.
Jeez.
And would you rather have you think about today's world where the way our society is with would you rather have 60 barrels of oil? Or would you rather have gold? What is the value of those things?
And I think at least with like the like you said, there might be some silk or like spices, stuff like that you can sell easily, I would imagine, back then without people asking questions like, oh, how'd you come across this? Whereas like if there was
no paper trails back then.
Right, yeah. Or if you had like a Mughal coin, like how'd you get this?
Right.
Like
it's stamped with the Mughal Empire.
Yeah. Like how'd you come across this?
We'll go into like they found coins from this empire at the time, and like going back, the Mughal Empire collapsed around the 19th century, so they were still around for a while.
Okay.
So the outcome of this whole thing, this raid, it's not really known about where they went, although we will see they pop back up here and there. Some were captured because maybe they were in different parts of the world. How do you prove that they were part of that crew? How do you prove that, right? Unless you get an eyewitness that I saw that guy, but
there's no photographs or anything like that.
And also, they take off, and they take off and disappear. How long does like the empire, the emperor, Britain, like all these different countries find out what's going on?
Yeah, information is traveling probably pretty
very slow. It's how long does it take to sail from India to Britain? Because it's not like they're just emailing. So Avery disappears. Eventually, some of his crew is caught. We'll get into that. But this incident caused outrage and panic among European powers, trading companies, and Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire. The Emperor Aurangzeb, he was obviously extremely upset because you would think that this isn't just his treasure ship. Like this is not just like a trading ship. This is his treasure coming back from this trip. It's like
it's a holy thing. Yeah. Like that's a big slap in the face.
It's not even that it's just regular treasure.
Right. Yeah, you're not only taking my money, but you're like attacking my people, like doing a religious thing. That's a religious act.
Attacking like
God. It's kind of like you don't like do that.
Right. This is a very important treasure, sacred treasure. So he was obviously like, you need to fix this. He went to the European powers and the East India Trading Company and things like that. And why do you think why do you think the European powers and East India Trading Company, like these people they don't want to anger this emperor or the empire in general?
Right. I think totally 100% would be economic reasons. Like they have economic interests there, especially Britain with the East India Trading Company. Like they don't want, all their economic interest there is like as far as like trade and like trading of spices, teas, and stuff like that, and fabrics. Like if you piss this guy off, this emperor off, they're going to give you the boot out of your country. And that was such a big thing for Britain to have that area. Like that was their area alone. Like Dutch to Spain, the Portuguese, the French, they weren't trading in that area. Like singularly, it was the British Empire who were trading there. So if you piss this guy off, he can kick you out and give those rights to your enemies, like the French.
So yeah, I think
you're losing a lot of money. You're losing tons of money.
Even back all this time ago, trade is such a big thing in society during this time as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we do the same thing today in society. In the world, we see that in world politics.
Yeah.
We don't care about angering the Middle East countries, but
right.
we're not going to anger China or our big trading partners because that's how we make money. It's how they make money. It's important for that try to trade.
And also, like back then, like I said earlier, the colonialism, like it's a big competition. Like all these countries are competing with one another to get more resources.
Still today.
Yeah, like get bigger footholds in some of these other places. So like if they got kicked out, East India Trade Company, that's Britain's whole foothold in that area would be totally gone to go to one of their enemies.
Yeah, I think it's just super interesting how society our trade has always been a huge thing.
Like you'd like to think, Great Britain would be like, the British Empire, like, sorry, that shouldn't have happened. Like, you're sorry your people were murdered and possibly raped and on the way to pilgrimage. But realistically, they're just like,
we don't want to lose this business.
Yeah,
we don't want France.
Yeah, you're right.
So again, these crimes were considered unforgivable for the Muslim pilgrimage in India, and the emperor's treasure being stolen, sacred treasure. So the company, East India Trading Company, the other world powers at this time, they cooperated with the authorities from the Mughal Empire. They were doing what they could. They were involved and wanted to catch this stolen loot. Again, not to anger the emperor and get kicked out. There's stories about during this time, Mughal Empire, the emperor went and closed, Mughal Empire, sorry. Mughal Empire went and personally closed East India factories and arrested Englishmen throughout the country because they were so angry. It's almost like this kind of idea of we're going to arrest these guys to show that we are fighting back, or we're kind of fighting.
I would imagine Britain to do something about it.
Right.
By doing that.
Yeah, we're going to start hurting your economy. So in response to all this kind of pressure, the British Crown issued a royal proclamation offering a very big reward for Avery's capture and also the return of the treasure. It threatened severe punishment for anybody who provided aid or shelter to these pirates or these men. £500 bounty was put on his head, and it led to the idea of what we know as a global manhunt. It led to one of the first big international manhunts.
All right.
And his crew, they say about 130 men with all the people involved, all the crew from his ships involved. Because it wasn't just his fancy that took off with the treasure.
Yeah.
He had the other ships involved. And again, there wasn't real records of I didn't find records of what happened to the Portsmouth adventure that they engaged.
Yeah, I wonder how they divvied that all up.
So we know now at this point that he has still eluded capture. Still, no one knows where him, specifically Avery, and his treasure has gone.
So he was only a pirate for 2, maybe 3 years?
Right. So this happened. He started pirating. He started being involved in the slave trade and privateering 1692, and this happened in 1695. So he makes
he comes out of nowhere.
Biggest scores, biggest scores ever.
Insane.
But he was doing other stuff before that. He was he was pirating before he went after this big ship.
But that's man.
If it wasn't for this, he would have been just another guy out there. No one would have known his name. There were pirates that were captured from his crew. They say some in England, some other places in the world. I wonder if it was just they captured these guys that were said to be pirates. It's kind of like the witch trials, where they just saying this guy was on Avery's team or group. Let's and then they were just look, Emperor Aurangzeb, we found this guy. We're gonna murder him. Okay. We're gonna put him to death. Try him, put him to death because he was involved in that. I wonder if were these acts, these kind of in England it was said 24 men were caught, 6 convicted, and 5 put to death for the crimes. Were they just doing this to put on a show for the Mughals?
I mean, yeah. It's definitely possible for sure. Yeah, it showed good faith.
Hey, this
we're taking care of it. Please don't.
And we said today in modern society, this guy, this person got murdered. We're gonna get this guy because he was walking down the street at the same time.
I mean, but it also could like I'm trying to think if torching was a thing during this specific time, but like these guys could have been like you said, not even part of his crew, but they could have been other pirates just grabbed off the street. Eventually, if you're tortured enough, you're gonna say what you want them to hear. Yeah,
just to stop.
Right.
Yeah. So at this point, we get into like the mystery, the kind of idea of where is Henry. There is no concrete information about his later life after this time. He disappears. Obviously, back in this time, this creates this huge kind of firestorm of stories of this mythical pirate lord that disappeared, mythical pirate captain, this larger than life guy disappears.
Yeah, the one that got away.
And he's rich somewhere. And there's depict him as a cunning and loose figure, capturing and enjoying this, this kind of spoils of piracy. We see at this time also this rise of like people wanting to be pirates. Again, that's why they call him the king of pirates, because they see people hearing all these stories about Avery. This guy made a bunch of money, got away, and it looked so easy, and he did it so quickly.
Right.
Now all of a sudden, everybody wants to be a pirate.
Yeah, because I think this is...
It's kind of like the YouTube thing. Everyone wants to make a YouTube video now, a YouTube channel.
Here we are.
Yeah.
So is this 69? Is this the starting point of the golden age of pirates? I would imagine, because that's like he probably.
I'd imagine it's around what they say is, because I mean there was piracy going on.
Yeah.
This time, so this is when it was probably towards the beginning of it being a big thing. Because what did it go into the 1700s at some point? Like when can you consider that golden age? I'm not really sure.
I think it's like right around the 1700s. So like I would imagine he inspired a bunch of people to be like, yeah, why am I going to be in the Navy, or like.
I'd imagine if this story got around as much as they say it has, as big as it was in the world with all these people looking for him. I'd imagine it not only just people in England, but different parts, Dutch and French, all wanted to be going to piracy, which was what led to, probably led to what we know today as, the modern culture of pirates and movies, portrayals and movies and stories and stuff.
That makes sense. So,
common theories. Where did he go? The show's all about trying to see trying to answer these questions. We're obviously not going to answer them because we're just two guys talking, but
sitting in a basement.
Yeah. What is it? We're trying to, in this show, we always want to try to look at a question of the mystery and kind of give our own feedback on it.
So wait, it's not even, so he just disappears. It isn't even known. It's not known if he was ever really caught.
There's a lot of theories about it.
Okay.
People don't even know. It's crazy. Some of these things are just crazy. Like,
because most pirates in this time, they're caught, captured, and killed.
Right. Or
just die. Like,
while they're pirates, but they don't actually make any money off of it.
Yeah.
They just die.
He did this in
poor
3 years. That's insane.
There were stories about how he lost all his money, and we'll go into some of those. Like, he lost all his money and died poor. He went back to England and hid with a different name, and because I mean, obviously, who's going to know you at that point? Where they can't take a picture of you.
That's what always blows my mind about how, like you're saying, like how are some of these pirates caught? Like, there's no photography, nothing like that. There's like a crude drawing that they'll put on like a wanted poster kind of thing, but that could be anybody. So it always blows my mind that, like, back then, how are these people caught? How are pirates caught in the first place?
Yeah, because you just be like, hey, there's Avery right there.
Yeah,
and then he's caught.
Yeah,
and someone just writes it down, and that's what it comes record.
You can't prove that you're not because you don't have like ID, or there's no like fingerprinting or anything like back then. So it's
just like
it's weird
having your family identify you. At that point, you just identify as like, oh, that's him, and it's like the guy from the street.
It just seemed easy to disappear, but apparently for like a lot of these like pirates back then, they couldn't just disappear. They were caught, most of them.
Yeah. How could you prove? We talk about that. Future we could talk about like Crusades and Crusaders. Like, they go to the same thing. Like, how do they know if you're a Crusader or not? If you're a part of that group, kind of this idea of like the witch hunt, the witch trials.
Sure, yeah.
Witch trials. So kind of like there is no Facebook that says this is who you are. There's no DMV kind of like there's no national or state level or national kind of identification system,
right,
to say you are who you are. Other than, I mean, I'm sure there were records back then.
Yeah,
if we don't even know when he's born, how do they know what he looks like and who he is and where he's at?
Sure, yeah.
There is research. We're going to go into the common theories of where he went. So there's a research by Ursula Sims Williams on a blog. This author goes into in 2013, talks into his name in the 18th and 19th century. Britain was like kind of the poster child or the symbol of adventure in life and piracy in life. It's like the adventure of getting it rich and adventures on the high seas and things like that, kind of like thing we know in modern culture and media. There's fictional and semi-biographical accounts of his life that were published. Ballad of Long Ben and the King of Pirates by Daniel Defoe, which was one example. Captain John Avery, written by the pseudo-anonymous Adrian van Broek and published in 1709, which was another example. Said that Captain Avery received not only the Ganges Sawai treasure, but the Emperor Aurangzeb's granddaughter, and happened to be on board, and that they married and sailed to Madagascar, where they lived and established like this pirate mecca. This pirate, he became like a
utopia.
It's pirate utopia.
Okay.
Him and the granddaughter.
Dude's granddaughter.
Wow.
Now that's bold.
There's no record of her being on that ship though. Okay. So who knows? There's a website called the Way of Pirates. It goes into Avery disbanded said that after this he disbanded the fleet, and many of the pirates even on his flagship decided to retire. So they all retired, a lot of them. With the fancy and leftovers of his original crew, Henry sailed to the Caribbean. And there are some things, kind of there's a lot of there's some things that say this did happen, but again, New Providence in the Caribbean, he bribed the governor for protection, £7,000. He then tried to buy pardon from Governor William Beeston, but was not successful. That bounty for his head was well known. Eventually news, I guess, got to the other English colonies and around the world. And so it seems like he was offering more money to bribe people, but I guess because of the heat that's on him and stuff, if they find out that the governor has found out that be harboring this fugitive, then he's dead.
Yeah, you're right. The Caribbean, the Bahamas, that's kind of like also kind of like Madagascar, it's kind of like a safe haven for some of these pirates. But yeah, like you're saying though, that there's that much heat on them and that many people looking for them, that much pressure to find them. Yeah, they stay so long.
Right. And again, there's no specific record to show this. So there's also stories that after this he changed his name to Benjamin Bridgman, and the rest of his crew, and they got together and they sailed to Ireland. Whether that's true, I don't know where you'd even figure that out. I guess through research and people kind of pieced together, maybe that could have been him. This person, Benjamin Bridgman. He remained a subject of general conversation throughout Europe up through the 18th century. There was a lot of ridiculous stories that he married the daughter of the emperor and founded a new monarchy. But a lot of the stories, a lot of people, a lot of historians think that he just died, retired and died in London. Okay. He kind of hid out the streets of London, lost all his money somehow. There's stories about bad investments, and he just kind of just faded away.
Jeez.
Again, if he's in London, how would he not be found out? So,
like we were saying earlier, how does anyone even know who he is?
Right. I guess true. Like, if you're not in your hometown, and you're just hanging out in London,
a different name, and
cut your hair.
Yeah.
So there's this website called the Cornish Bird Blog. Says that he, on his way home to Devon, he was going to go there for safety because he thought that he'd be safe there, I guess. He made a stop on the Lizard Coast, and there's the Cornish Archive, Crenton Kernow, in Redruth, which I guess is in Cornwall, that holds in documents to say that his treasures are on the Lizard Coast. And not only that, they actually go into what's in his treasures and what was in the boxes that he buried. It was this manuscript and this information was translated many times, dictated different languages. It was I guess it's partially in French. Its only initials identify it as WK. So that's to be someone that had direct knowledge with what was going on with Avery and his team and this treasure.
There's a pirate. What was that one pirate? William Kidd?
I think he was. I don't know if he was around the same time, but maybe. I mean, this is so.
Wait, this place has this manuscript,
right? Okay. But it's the initials on the translated and dictated manuscript. It must have been copied a couple times. It was in French. WK was the one who translate it from French to English, I guess.
Okay.
So what it says specifically, on his return from India, this is a direct quote from the manuscript, Avery the pirate, either landed or was shipwrecked near the Lizard Coast, where he buried 3 chests or boxes full of treasure in the sands of the seashore. This document claims that the chests were buried beside Tres Pierres Griches, which I didn't take French. I'm sorry if I butchered that. 3 gray rocks is what it translates to.
Okay.
So however you say that in French, and I'm sorry to anybody who is listening that may speak French, and I'm sorry. I took Spanish in high school. Took 4 years of Spanish. I only passed one of them. Second language is not my thing. I really wish it was. It goes on to say that it is near where the corner of High Promontory juts out into the sea. He said the spring tides now come over the place. That it also has a list of what's in the chest. That it goes on to say that the first chest contains is made of wood. It's 2 feet long, 1 foot wide, which is not that big. In this chest were precious stones and bracelets, large rubies, sapphires, emeralds, topazes, and diamonds. The second chest, almost the same size as the first, made of wood, had 120 ingots of gold, 40 thick flat pieces of gold in large or round tobacco box with various characters of some on them, which I'm not sure what that means. 25 bars of gold, some of which were 4 to 5 inches long. Third chest had 300 pieces of 8, besides bullion, not weighed but crammed into pieces of brocades, I'm not sure what that. I guess it's so. I think bullion, or I'm sorry, 300 pieces, which I think is some kind of way of kind of nomenclature for money. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So those are the 3 chests, but there's no way to know if this is actually true, if it's actually buried in Cornwall. And you'd expect if someone found this, they would instantly go look for this place and still be looking for this place until they found it, because it sounds like too perfect.
Yeah.
Especially with all this time has passed.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
It says he buried it in Lizard Coast, then returned to Devon, which if you return, then why would you go back and get it if your ship did wreck? Okay. There's a British author, well-known British author, and pirate biographer Charles Johnson. His 1724 book, A General History of Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates.
He has like a biographical thing on a lot of these pirates, doesn't he? Isn't that what this book?
I think so. They say that this author was a pirate, and so he wrote this book, and because he knew these guys.
Okay.
But no one really knows if that's true. It says some people say that he's just Charles Johnson is a pen name for a London publisher, writer, publisher. He just wrote this to sell it, to try to go find the pirate treasures. Here's where they're located. Here's the stories of these amazing stories of these guys. He claims that it's from pirates living at the time. So he suggested that after attempting to sell diamonds, Avery died in poverty in Devon after being cheated out of his wealth by Bristol merchants. So it seems that this kind of story is kind of the one that a lot of people go to. Is like, oh, he actually just died poor because he got screwed out of a lot of business dealings with his treasure. People tried to get him to invest it in their companies or these different ventures, and then they were all bad, and basically were just swindling him out of his cash.
What a way to go. After all that, getting all that money, just die.
You would think,
poor.
like, if you did it so well the first time, you'd be like, well, I got to get back. I'm poor. I'm going to get back in the saddle and do it again. But maybe there was such heat on him, he couldn't do that.
Yeah, he's too hot.
It does. Again, this is kind of, no one really knows if this is true. There's no proof of this. Although people looking at this, historians that looked at this writings by Charles Johnson say that, like, if it's actually true and he was in this area and he was poor, he would have been found out. He would have been caught. I don't know if that's true, but many people think that, like, it's unlikely that this happened because he would have been caught because there's money, because other people would have known him. Yeah. These merchants, once they kind of took all of his money, they would have then went and turned him in to get more money.
More money, yeah.
There's other theories that he just kind of changed his name, settled in Devon, kind of lived a normal for the time life, not really being, spending money crazy, like, because to draw attention to himself. He was smart about it, maybe. And then he just died peacefully. And some say there's records that saying that he died in 1714. Again, who knows?
If that was the case, then, like, if he didn't spend all that money, where's the rest of this treasure?
Right. Again, but he did have. There's records of him having children and family back in Devon.
Oh, right.
There is a source of information called the history. This source of information comes from the history of and lives of all the most notorious pirates and their crews, which was published in London in 1732. Although it's considered that this book, this kind of this information, this source was really unreliable because it was.
This is the Charles Johnson one.
No, this is by I think Edwin Midwinter in 1732. It was published in London. And a lot of people think that that's just this publisher again took that Charles Johnson book and republished it with some changes.
Okay.
In October 1781, John Knill, the collector of customs at St. Ives of Cornwall, held a meeting with a supposed descendant of Avery who stated that his father had told him that Captain Avery, after wandering about in great poverty and distress, had died in Barnstaple, and was buried as a pauper. That's another common thing that like a lot of the research shows that, like that's like probably one of the most likely scenarios where he disappeared. Maybe he got screwed out of his money. Maybe all of his pirate pals screwed him over and took all the money.
Okay.
And then he woke up one day and he was like, "Oh crap, I have no money," and he just went back to Devon and died, poor. There were a lot of sightings throughout the obviously decades and centuries after his death, or decades of his life, and then going into after his death, supposed death. There's a lot of people coming and saying that we found him. This is him. There's a fictional memoir in 1709 which claimed Avery was the king ruling a pirate utopia in Madagascar. That's another one we hear a lot, although it seems this is more of just a romantic flavoring to the pirate lore. I think it's funny that you hear about these like pirate stories and everything, and you look like where they come from, but it's like, how many of these people, again, going back to business rules all, the mighty money that rules the world, everybody wants to make money.
Yeah.
And were there just like these guys that own ships and were like, hey, there's a pirate treasure there. Why don't you buy my ship? And then here's this, like, I found this book, like here's this book about these pirates and all these amazing things. I'm like, oh, I have a treasure map here. I also have a ship for you and I have a crew for you. You want to pay, like those kind of things were probably happening, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Just like they happen today in many different ways.
Sure.
So there's really all these stories that we have, the popular accounts, there really are no reliable information about Henry Avery or his activities after June 1696, 1695, that era. So after he took on the Ganges Sawai, there is no record of anything after that. That's reliable.
Incredible. Yeah.
No one knows where he went. No one knows where his treasure went. There are one other example of something that I thought was really interesting. There were in America at this time, the colonies in America, there were people that were arrested as part of his crew, tried, I guess they were never really formally charged or never charged. I think 7 was a number, that there was a record of 7 of his crew being charged in the American colonies.
Okay.
There's also been there's been information that in the New England area of the United States, people finding coins from the empire, the Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire.
This is recently
in recent history. So that people throughout recent history, they've been finding these coins that saying like, oh, this is from that treasure. Who knows? I don't think anybody can directly relate it to that. And then how did it get here?
Yeah.
That type of thing. It could have been many different ways. Like we always hear about these, like, oh, I found this one coin on the beach. How did it get here? That type of thing. But there have been many that they've say have been found. In any case, at this point, there's no reliable evidence that Henry Avery and his treasure has actually been found, been spent, what happened to him. There's no way that anybody knows for a fact what happened. With all that being said, this story finally comes to an end of our first mystery in our show. Where, I'm going to open this up to you, Jordan. Where do you think the treasure is? What do you think happened to Avery? What do you think about what happened and where it went? What happened to him, his crew, whatever?
I think the Hollywood, solution to this was that he, formed that utopia, lived out his days in like a pirate, haven. Uh, I doubt that something like that happened, especially with the granddaughter of the Mughal emperor.
Right.
It'd be really kind of like, obviously, he was a pirate, did some slave trading, and his crew possibly raped, people on the Gunji Sawai. So not necessarily sad, but it would be kind of sad to think that he's, after doing all that biggest feat in pirate history,
So biggest day,
yeah,
known as a pirate king, the king of
so
pirates.
yeah, king of pirates, to like die in poverty, would be kind of a bummer.
The Hollywood bummer. I mean, it would be a pretty the ending of most people's stories is type of stuff.
Right.
The ending of like real life is, we all just die.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Some of us
But
have
die
less
like,
money than when we did.
Yeah, but die like penniless, like, I don't know, that's.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible though. Like you said, he could have made some bad investments, or got swindled out of his money, and just died a pauper. But it'd be cool to think that he just disappeared and like lived out his days somewhere. Not necessarily like, a lavish lifestyle, but like he did have a family back home apparently, right? Though.
Yeah. I mean, but you gotta came pick them up. There's no, there's no records of his. I didn't find in my research there was no records of his family.
I think it's definitely possible, like
that he even had a family.
Yeah. I think it's definitely might be possible that he is. he might have just like on his journey of escaping arrest and death, that possibly his ship might went under and he might have just died at sea.
Maybe it didn't survive, like the damage done to it. I mean, I guess did they ever find the Fancy? With the Fancy, they said that everything he just appeared with his crew.
Yeah.
Was the ship ever found?
I would imagine though, like, well, would he need to like switch ships? Because like, is the ship can be that identifiable? He could just like, I mean, he probably has pirate flag up, but he could have easily just taken that down and put up like, English, a British, Empire flag, or a French flag to like. Are people really gonna recognize his ship? But or if that's possible, he could have just ditched it and hopped on another ship.
So I just looked this up, and the Fancy, it's rumored. This is from Wikipedia. I'm going to look at the primary source of information, though. King of Pirates, 2008 by E.T. Fox, King of the Pirates, Swashbuckling Life of Henry Avery, says the reference to this is that he gave his ship, the Fancy, to the governor of Nassau as a bribe.
Yeah.
There's it also goes on to say there's supporting documentary evidence that Fancy ran aground in New Providence, and Governor Trott had guns and everything of value stripped from the ship. So it seems that there's evidence that the ship was found, or that it was out there, that people have it. It also goes into this article, this information that he returned to Britain aboard a ship called the Seaflower and disappeared. It disappeared into maybe even Ireland. So it seems that there are records of the ship, or there's at least some type of record that the ship was sold or given and then just destroyed or stripped for value.
I feel like it'd be easy as a person to disappear, but with all that wealth he had with him, like say, I think we were saying this earlier, say he had a coin from the Mughal Empire, and he tries to get rid of that or use it. There's questions going to arise from that, like, how'd you come across this?
Yeah. He needs to what do you call it? Need to clean.
You got to fence it, launder it.
Yeah, launder it.
So that could be troublesome. But if you do, like you're saying, there might have been just like fabrics on there, spices and things like that. That you could easily ditch and make a profit off of. But the money, the coins, or like bars and stuff like that might be a little bit harder to sell off.
Yeah, I imagine the
she
bars
making
were
found.
stamped or
Yeah.
or labeled, especially being a sacred treasure that's so important. It had to have some
Yeah.
type of record of it or some type of way of identifying it.
I mean, it's also possible too. Like he could have like I mean, probably not likely, but he could just have this wealth with him, not even want to sell
And
any of it.
spend it.
Yeah.
Because he's not like he's buying an iPhone every other day.
Right.
Like he's not. There's nothing out there really to buy except
Yeah.
food.
Like he could just look upon him like, look what I've done.
Yeah. But then where is it?
Well, that's true too. Yeah.
Did
That's yeah.
I mean, he could have just melted it all down.
Yeah.
He could have bribed someone to melt everything down, a blacksmith or something to bribe it, to melt it down and relabel it. I mean, that's the other option.
Yeah.
It's not traceable when it comes to like precious metals. If it's other stuff, he could.
Like gemstones, he could just sell off,
Right.
stuff like that.
It's not like they're labeled or any way. You
Yeah.
know? Or he can have them cut down to different sizes, and then labeled, broken up. I think one of the interesting things about we see in history is the longer something goes on, the bigger the story gets. The more Hollywood will say gets it. The bigger the
more myth, romanticization of it,
legend,
yeah.
right? And it's possible that he got pushed overboard. It's possible he just changed his name and moved somewhere else. If you're smart, you're going to disappear to some place in like Africa or Madagascar or something like that and just live out your life peacefully. But it's probably hard living back then. It's not like you're going to, again, if you're living in Africa or something like that, you're going to be noticed as a wealthy Englishman coming in here and building some. So it's
having all this money.
Right. So maybe that's not the way he went. I think they just disappeared. He went somewhere. It's always it's always the most likely scenario is the one that sounds the most likely. Like I've heard detectives say that, like, most likely one is the one that's the most boring and most likely actually happened. The story when it comes to crimes. But
yeah.
He probably went back to England in Devon, lived out his life with a bunch of money. Somehow he had to launder it. Maybe he did make bad investments by trying to get other criminals or other people to launder it for him.
Yeah.
And they just stole it from him.
Sure.
Like, oh yeah, we'll take these bars and melt them down for you for half the profit. And he's like, well, what else am I gonna do?
I didn't know their options. Yeah.
We'll take these diamonds and we're gonna do this investment. So it sounds like the most boring is what probably happened. But again, why wouldn't he just go back out there again and do it again? Other than he has a lot of heat on him.
Yeah. I mean, and it certainly seems like he got very lucky the first time.
Right. And
you do really want to roll that dice again and be like, I got away scotch free from this, but
who's also going to be the one that I think anybody would want to turn him in and be like, at this time, it's not like he can call the police like on the phone and say, hey, someone's trying to, guys find out who he is. They go in and say, give me your treasure. I'm going to turn you in. And rather than die, he's just going to give away his street. Go take it. Go for it.
What's he going to do?
He's hiding. It's not like he has protection, I imagine. I mean, unless maybe he is paying someone to help. But I don't know.
Did you say they found coins from the Mughal Empire on the eastern seaboard?
There is a story about a treasure hunter, a person that has found different parts. So in Cornwall,
the metal detector he was using.
In Cornwall, parts of England, they found. I know they did find gold coins in New England, part of America, United States. I think there was also stories about coins being found or something being found in Cornwall or in that part of the world. It seems that like
I mean, I don't know how likely it would be that would be the coins he stole from his Blizen's treasure, but they could possibly mean that he might have shipwrecked.
Yeah.
And just died out at sea somewhere.
I think he was smart to just disappear. The smartest thing he had done is just stay disappeared like he did. But the war was crazy at this time, especially there's no one's. It's not like detectives are out there trying to solve a crime. They're for the most part when it comes to like this pirate disappeared and I took all his cash. Like, how do they know? It's just, hey, we showed up. This boat showed up and these guys had all this cash. Again, they had to probably launder it because it does probably has some kind of markings that it was. Yeah. But there are stories about, and there's also records of people that were saying that were from his crew being tried in the American colonies for being part of that crew. So there are, maybe they did have some of that money that was lost. It's interesting. I think the most likely scenario, he took his treasure. Maybe he went to the Bahamas, tried to hide out some places, got kicked out, got on another ship. Maybe eventually just went back to Devon and just died poor or died alone. Maybe, maybe the governor of Bahamas, wherever he was, said, "Give me all your treasure, and I won't have you killed." It's really there's no way to know exactly what happened. It's not like those guys are especially governors, those people at that time that have power. They're gonna ever say what they did to him if he didn't show up.
Yeah.
And pirate code, the other pirates that get caught aren't gonna say. I'd imagine they're not gonna open their mouths. And he's never been found, so it's a mystery. Will we ever find that treasure? Think, or any way? When we look at modern treasure shipwrecks from these wooden ships.
Yeah.
It's just a pile of. Usually, it's just a pile of stone from the ballast of the ship. So the wood all rots away, and usually, it's anything that's metal is covered by barnacles or covered by the sea life
for hundreds of years. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they do find. When you see like a shipwreck, they did find from the Golden Age piracy or during this time, during the colonialism and everything going on. It's usually covered with stuff, and they bring up this. You're like, oh, they found a cannon. You look at it, you're like, it looks like a bunch of sea crap. Like it doesn't. And then they clean it up, and then you're like, oh, there's a cannon under there. So if these coins are under the water, they're probably gone.
Or they wash up on shore.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Or they're. How did they get there?
Buried. Yeah. Oh man, it's just weird that like he disappeared and his treasure disappeared, like both.
Yeah, it's not like they have.
Like it's not like he was caught.
And then
I'll never tell you where my treasure is.
Well, if you have his treasure, you're not gonna.
Sure. Yeah.
You never say anything. So I think in general, we all wish to find pirate treasure.
Yeah. It's like the Goonies.
Yeah. Again, going back to the living your life as the Goonies. And I think the one thing to remember is stories, legends throughout history, these kind of romanticized versions of it are really just that, they're romanticized. Most pirates did not make it rich.
No.
During the people this time. There's probably so much we don't even know about people at this time, pirates during this time. Like these, if you look at a map, it's really interesting. If you look at a map of the different pirates that were engaged or involved in piracy along the American coast during the Golden Age of piracy, there's like tons of names in the years they were active. And it's just this, I've seen it recently, on Google or something, and it was just this like pirate poster treasure map, like kind of map, and it had like these times and all. There's just tons of different like well-known pirates. It wasn't even the guys that were not very good at it, or wasn't like didn't market themselves right, or whatever you say. It's just like there's probably tons of other ones that were just running around trying to make it big, and most of them probably died. Their ship got destroyed. What about the pirates that like went after a simple Dutch merchant ship and got killed? You never get hear about those guys.
No.
So there's probably a lot going on, but we hear about this one guy because this one pirate he made such a splash, and he probably encouraged all those other guys to go to piracies. The story of like unimaginable wealth getting away. We don't even know how much he made off, but estimates could be 150 guys getting away with 600 pounds, English pounds of
600,000.
600,000. Sorry, 600,000. It's a lot. Plus the 50,000 tons or pounds, 50,000 pounds, English pounds from the Fatih Muhammad added that in. So 650,000 possible English pounds of wealth at this time, which is tens of millions of dollars today.
Yeah.
Well, should we call it there?
I think that's it.
We're not going to solve this mystery sitting in my basement, but
I don't think we'll solve a lot of mysteries, but
yes,
it's still cool to talk about them.
That is the first episode done. If you're interested in anything dealing with Henry Avery, some of the resources that we used were a really awesome book, recent book, Enemy of All Mankind, True Story of Piracy, Power, and History's First Global Manhunt by Stephen Johnson. Awesome book. There's a lot of amazing articles. Christopher Minster on thoughtco.com. Some information I used from there for our research. Medium article by Karthik Nambi about the first international manhunts. And again, countless other blogs. I'll put all of our information in the show notes on our website, which we're working on, and as well as other things, logos. First episode, we're still kind of getting things together. Please go back and listen to. Please go listen to. If you're wondering why we're doing this, who we are, if we're actually worth listening to, do we have any idea what the hell we're doing? Please listen to our episode 0 episode where we talk about why we're doing the show, who we are, and what the purpose of what we hope to get out of it or hope to do with it.
Well, we hope you get out of it.
Well, we hope we just listen to it, which would be very nice. Again, my name is Chris. This is Jordan. You've been listening to Mysterious Pals, and we hope to see you soon with the next episode, which we haven't decided on yet.
No, it's a mystery.
It's a mystery. The next episode is a mystery. It's a great closing line. Thank you all, and hope to see you soon.
Realizes she's being duped, becomes aggravated, annoyed by this man, picks up the bottle, throws it at the ground, and he either creates this massive boulder or just lodges a boulder that then rolls to the black sorcerer, crushes him to death.
So she created the boulder, or his magic created the boulder?
So either the fact that when she threw the potion at him, when the potion shattered on the ground, either created this massive boulder, or it hit a boulder that dislodged it, which proceeded to roll towards him.
Okay.
So it crushed him to death. But apparently before it crushed him to death, he put a curse on the town.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it checks out.
Yeah. So before he dies, I curse this town. And apparently
Before I die, I'm going to curse this town. Yeah.
Yeah. As is, this boulder's crushing him, I guess.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mysterious Pals Show, a show about pals, history, and mysteries. My name is Chris, and I'm joined here by my best pal, Jordan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Great. I'm happy to be here. I can't wait to see what you have today. And on that subject, today is going to be a Jordan episode. He's going to be presenting a mystery to us. And what do you have for us today?
Today we're going to be talking about Bhangarh Fort. It's a fort in northern India. We're going to ask what happened to this fort.
What happened at Bhangarh Fort?
Yes.
Okay. Bhangarh Fort, northern India.
Yeah, near the border of Pakistan.
And what, I guess you're going to tell me what kind of time period are we talking about here? When was this?
So I came across this after we did our first episode, which you all should check out, that Chris led about Henry Avery, the famous pirate. I was doing some research afterwards. I didn't know too much about this region, the subcontinent of India during this time. So I was looking up some stuff about the Mughal Empire, and I came across this abandoned fort. And no one knows what happened to the people. No one knows what happened to the fort. So I thought that was kind of fascinating.
Mughal, not Mogul.
Mughal, yeah.
Okay.
Did I say Mogul?
No, I got it. Okay. I said it the last episode the whole entire time.
It's hard, man. It's a different language.
Mughal.
It's fine.
Mughal.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there was a fort there that was pretty, that was flourishing during this time. It's pretty neat. But what happened was people just disappeared and the fort kind of fell apart. So there's always mystery around what happened to this particular site.
So what type of fort are we talking about?
This fort was built for Madho Singh. He's the second son of Bhagwan Das. He was a ruler of Amber, which is kind of modern day Rajasthan.
So Amber was like the kingdom.
Yeah. Well, so during this time, the Mughal Empire is basically controlling all of India. But even though they're Muslim, they kind of let people who were already there, they were Hindu, other little, I don't want to say fiefdoms, but they kind of let them do their own thing as long as they paid homage to this Muslim emperor. So the Muslim empire kind of let the Hindus keep doing what they're doing as long as they kind of work some kind of thing out where you help me out, I'll help you out kind of thing. So they're kind of left for the most part to their own devices. But so this was a primarily Hindu site where a lot of temples were built for Hindu gods and goddesses. At this particular site, there were homes. There's a lot of entertainment here. It wasn't just like a particular fort that you would picture like in the Middle Ages, where it's just like we're fortified, we're locked in. But there's an actual town in this area.
Yeah, I always feel like when you talk about like castles and forts, especially from the medieval times and that era, they're always like, you think it's always this like, the Lord of the Rings style, like giant spires and stuff. And like, and then you really actually look at like what actual forts look like. They were, or these castles, what they called them, and forts at this time, it was kind of like really kind of boring.
Sparse,
and
boring. Yeah.
And because it was needed for one specific reason. Also, technology wasn't there to build these giant things.
Yeah. And this was like mostly stone and brick, but they did have a lot of nice amenities. Like they did have people living there at that site around like 1720-ish. They probably had about close to 10,000 people living there. So it wasn't just the soldiers, posting up there. They had all these people had really nice homes. There was markets for like trade and all that stuff. They had like entertainment district kind of thing.
What year was this?
So it was built. Started being built around 1573. So the last quarter of the 16th century. And, but unfortunately, right around the 1700s, people just disappeared. And there's all speculation about what happened to these people and what happened to this fort and the town that was in it.
Okay. So
that's the mystery.
How many people are we talking? A town's worth?
About 10,000 people.
Okay.
So it wasn't.
So we're not talking like 100 people.
No. Yeah. It wasn't just like a Roanoke kind of thing. But it was like a thriving town. So it wasn't just militarized, but there were actual people living there, living their daily lives, usually in peace. But it was also a fort, so it was used for war and battles and stuff like that. So it was pretty heavily fortified. Apparently,
you mentioned Roanoke, and it's funny. I was just there this past summer, and you're like thinking,
right. Yeah.
You're thinking that it's like this crazy. You're like, oh, Roanoke's going to be something there, and it's just like massive, some trees.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, this is where they were. You're just like, what? Like they built some stuff afterwards. You can have parties and stuff there, but it's just a pile of trees or like a circling of trees. And you're like, this is where we think they were. This is where the words were, the inscription they found or whatever.
Tree, yeah.
And so it was like super. It was kind of you always expect that, especially with like. You talk about like Fort Necessity, like that fort from it is just like a bunch of trees.
Yeah, you get up in your mind, like after hearing about this stuff so much, you're like, oh man, this is a huge, elaborate, massive, sprawling thing.
We see movies like Game of Thrones,
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, the high fantasy stuff. It kind of gets hyped up in your mind. Your imagination kind of runs wild. But this, I mean, from what I understand, from what I saw, this looks pretty close to some of that stuff. It was a pretty big area. I couldn't even find the exact measurements, so I had to go on like Google Earth to like kind of look at it. But it was like very impressive. They have 3 different walls of fortifications just to get into the town, like the town center. But they had a palace there, multiple temples, all kinds of houses, all kinds of buildings, markets. They had a jail for when they captured like people they're at war with. They had housing for horses and war elephants. So it was nothing like scoff at. It was impressive.
So this is in northern India.
Yeah, near so this is part of the Rajasthan state of India. So India's kind of broken up into states. And that state's borders kind of like northwestern India. It borders Pakistan.
Okay. And Pakistan at this time was not really a country?
It was, at this time, Pakistan was, not a country. Pakistan didn't become a country until after World War II, when this whole big migration that the British Empire divvied up the land between Muslims and Hindus. This horrible thing happened.
Okay. So who were there? I mean, I don't know if you talk about this. I'm sorry for jumping ahead. Who were they like at war with, or?
So this would have been, since this is a Mughal-ran empire, it was mostly consolidated. Like it was mostly this time of peace at the beginning of this whole thing. When the Muslims came in, they're like, okay, we respect your religion. You just need to kind of acknowledge that we are running this land. Okay. So there kind of was a period of peace. But in due time, which we kind of found out later on when we were doing the Henry Avery thing, it didn't really didn't last that long. So we have this massive fort, kind of geography and layout. It's near a very mountainous kind of forested area. It sat at a valley. So even on one side of this, a bunch of trees, forest, not flat. It's next to I hope I say this right, Avery hill range that's kind of set in like a valley of that. It's secluded. So from a militaristic standpoint, that's probably a good idea, because even at the time, there wasn't much around there. There would have been other forts. Usually people who are also like kind of the same, I wouldn't say what the right word for that would be, but like the same mindset that you're not going to be warring with these people. It's kind of a peaceful thing. Right. I'm sure there were skirmishes, and I'll mention them a little bit later, that some things did happen, possibly.
And you said it's in a valley?
Close to a valley, yeah. So you have a big hill range, and right at the base of it is this fort.
Okay.
And then beyond there, it's pretty much flat.
Okay.
So it kind of gives you an advantage. Atop throughout this fort, there are lookout points, so they could see like who's coming, but I doubt they would really have to worry about people coming
over the hill.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You'd more or less be looking down on the town folk to see what they're doing, or to see if anyone's coming in from the distance.
Okay.
Because you have a pretty good lookout advantage because you're kind of sitting up there. So yes, it is secluded, so that could be a good thing, because you could see if people are coming or not. You kind of control your own stuff there. Modern day, there's a tiger sanctuary nearby.
Now there is.
Now there is, yeah. Okay. Yeah. There wasn't back then, I don't believe. So there are 3 successive fortifications and 5 massive gates. I think there's only 4 points of entry into this fort. So eventually, at some point around the 1700s, this fort was abandoned. By all means, it's considered a very flourishing.
What was the date again? I'm sorry.
Around the 1700s.
Okay.
So I think it was around the early 18th century, so early 1700s. But at some point, this fort was just totally abandoned. People were gone. A lot of it was at some point destroyed. There are still some of the temples are still erect there, but there's a lot of debris. But people are just totally gone. So the question is, what happened to these people? And there's a lot of lore surrounding that. A lot of it involves curses.
So in the 1700s on until modern day, they still don't have no idea what happened.
Not really, no. No, there's a lot of urban legends, because again, even today there's not much around there. So there's a lot of urban legends about locals who live somewhat close to the area. Like, this place is pretty. I think the closest place is like 20 miles away. So people that usually are probably living on this area are just kind of like local farmers, or just something along those lines. So there's not much around there. So to go in some of the lore, there's 2 popular reasons for why the fort was abandoned and what happened to these people. And the rationality might not be there, but I think they're interesting because some of it deals with culture, possibly religion. So I think it's interesting to look at this stuff, because it kind of like shows what the mindset is maybe of people back then, or even today. So one of the most popular reasons is that prior to construction of the fort, before they even decided to build a fort, there was a hermit, someone called a sadhu, and a sadhu is basically like a monk.
Okay.
So they spend their whole lives removed from society, and their whole idea is to remove themselves from material possessions, wants, and needs in order to attain enlightenment. And then in regards to this, is to be the Hindu religion. So we kind of have, like, in the West, we have kind of the same thing. Monks, they live alone, and like they don't, no material possessions, no, sex or anything like that. So this guy was living here. His name is Balu Nath, and he was living there, and he'd go there to meditate. And he was asked apparently by the people trying to build the fort, like, "Hey, do you mind if you build it?" He's like, "Yeah, that's fine, as long as you don't build anything higher than my house. Everything, as long as nothing casts a shadow on my house." Why that is, I do not know. But it's said that he said, proclaim this, like, you do this, but just don't cast anything that will cast a shadow, or build anything that casts a shadow over my house.
So this guy was a monk, hermit that lived there.
Yeah.
He's like,
Sadhu.
you can build whatever you want.
Yeah.
And it's not like he owned the land. He just was near. He just lived around there.
No, but the thing is, though, too, like, these are people who are fairly highly revered. Like, it's to slight them, it'd be kind of like, slighting your own religion, because these are people who are Hindus,
religious kind of leaders.
Yeah. So the people that were living here and trying to build this fort in town here, like, they weren't necessarily a different religion. Like, they understood that this gentleman was a very devout, holy man. But
So these guys just show up and said, we're going to build a fort?
We want to build a fort here.
And they're from?
They're from this region.
Okay.
And actually, the ruler of this region, he's building it for his son. I think what I mentioned earlier. But this ruler, his sister was actually one of the consorts of Akbar. Did we talk about Akbar last time?
No.
So
Aurangzeb was the
Aurangzeb. Yeah, Aurangzeb was kind of one of the last Muslim emperors. Because what happened was originally when this all started, when the Muslims came in, they kind of had this agreement with the Hindus, like, we're taking everything over, but we'll kind of leave you alone as long as you recognize that we, rule this country. So there's some things that were going on, like for example, in this case, the Hindu leader in this particular area, this state, married off his sister to Akbar. And Akbar had multiple wives. By doing this, when you kind of do something like this, you're strengthening your bonds. Like, I'll give you my sister. You kind of let me do my own thing over here, and then you produce a son. And actually, that his sister's son ended up being the next ruler of the Mughal Empire. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but it's kind of a common thing. Akbar's son is the nephew of this current ruler of
Okay.
But he's building this temple for his other son, who's not, who's still practicing Hindu and who's kind of through a different wife. But it's kind of, you see this during the Middle Ages, like it's happened a lot of times with France and in England, like which caused marriages of succession in both areas. Like, in order to improve relations, or in order, like, hey, we'll stop this war, we want to have these good relations. You can have my sister. You marry her. She'll produce male offspring for you. We'll keep things civil, and then down the line, and years, maybe a century later, you have these wars for succession because, like, who actually rules these things? Who actually has rights to these thrones?
Yeah, I think
I just thought it was interesting because it kind of happens. Like, I don't say it happened in this case, but I didn't realize this stuff was kind of happening everywhere.
I was just recently listening and watching something about the Rasputin, and they go into the Romanov family, and Alexei Romanov.
Yeah,
he married Queen Elizabeth's daughter or something. Like it's a British
Victoria. Yeah.
Her daughter or someone moved to marry into the Romanov Empire.
Yeah.
And then everything happened. And that was like the Rasputin story and everything. But it's like really crazy how like person from Britain came over. Although they seemed that the story was they like truly loved each other, but like that was like a big deal of like, we can. British rule in one of the most, at the time, one of the most powerful empires.
Sure.
The Russian Empire in was it 1900s?
Yeah.
Or late 1800s.
So
like just marrying off people here and there to get like in charge of
favor, or like just improve relations and stuff like that. So I know, I thought it was kind of cool. Like I knew that this was happening in the world, but I thought it was kind of interesting that like it wasn't just an isolated kind of thing. I would say so. The fort's abandoned. What happened? People are gone. It was a little bit's in ruin. So we have Balu Nath, who is the hermit sadhu who's living there. So what happens is they say, screw it, we're going to build this anyways. And they're building all these structures that end up casting a shadow over his home.
And this is a theory.
Okay. Yes.
This guy wasn't around. He's like, that's what they did that. Okay.
I don't know if the Balu Nath's an actual real person, but it said, according to lore, or maybe urban legend or myth, that he was. So they offended this monk, or this sadhu, and by doing so, he put a curse on the whole town. And what ended up happening was, modern day now, where the fort now, there's no roofs on any of these buildings. And it's said that every time they try to build a roof on any of this stuff, it just crumbles and falls apart.
Okay.
So they're saying this decay or the inability to build anything since this curse happened is one of the downfalls of why these structures aren't up anymore, why the town couldn't survive.
Well, there's some structures that are just,
there are parts
missing.
Sure. Right. So some of the temples, they still have these pristine roofs, but like a lot of the houses, just like the roofs fall apart. The markets kind of like you can't. A lot of the locals are just like, we tried to build a roof, this falls apart.
Okay. Do you know what they used for building materials back then?
Stone and brick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for roofs?
Same thing, I would imagine, yeah. So it could be a matter of weight distribution. I don't know. But at one point, some of these other buildings worked. They had roofs on them.
Right.
It's a curse.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha. Especially, this, I don't know if this part of India, we hear about this part of the world has big monsoons and I don't know if it's northern India. I'm not sure what the location is, but like, is that, you can always think about like natural disasters.
Oh, no, of course. That. Absolutely. Yeah. So a lot of locals are like, this town's cursed. Ever since he cursed this town, we can't build anything. We can't keep anything like up and erect. So everything just kind of collapsed. So the second curse of why this fort and town didn't survive.
Second curse or second theory?
Second curse. There's two curses.
Okay.
Of why this town didn't survive. They're apparently like these are very like well known like reasons why this place didn't survive. Princess Ratnavati, said to be like this beautiful young woman who all these men were like in love with and like were pursuing her because she's a princess. So you had all these young men that were suitors trying to get her hand in marriage. She's a princess and she's beautiful. Apparently there was this is where it kind of gets, a little out there. There's a sorcerer of black magic who fell in love with her.
Okay.
Again, she's a very beautiful woman.
Jafar from Aladdin.
Yeah, so he's like, you will be mine. He created a love potion. And this is where things kind of get a little like iffy. Like at some point, she came in possession of this love potion. It was said that she was at a market looking for perfumes or like oils to like, for scent, perfume. But it's said that somehow she got a hold of this potion thinking it was like a perfume or oil. But somehow she knew, whether she was told by a maiden of hers or that she was familiar with, the black arts, that she knew this was, treachery. This wasn't real. So she comes across this potion, realizes it's not like what she's looking for. Like it's not one of these oils, realizes she's being duped, becomes aggravated, annoyed by this man, picks up the bottle, throws it at the ground, and he either creates this massive boulder or just lodges a boulder that then rolls to the black sorcerer, crushes him to death.
So she created the boulder or his magic created the boulder?
So either the fact that when she threw the potion at him, when the potion like shattered on the ground, either created this massive boulder or it hit a boulder that dislodged it, which proceeded to roll towards him.
Okay.
So it crushed him to death. But apparently before it crushed him to death, he put a curse on the town.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it checks out.
Yeah. So before he dies, like, I curse this town. And apparently,
before I die, I'm going to curse this town. Yeah.
As is, this boulder's crushing him, I guess. Apparently, though, within a year, there was a fort nearby, not too far from here. It's either said that there were Mughals themselves, because again, this might be the time when the Mughals and Hindus weren't getting along too well, or just another fort, don't really understand why, came in and apparently almost annihilated this whole town.
Is this a second theory?
This is part of the theory of the second curse of what happened to these people.
Okay.
So this horde comes in from a separate fort or a Mughal empire, because they could have been at this time like not on good terms, comes in and completely wipes out all the town, including this princess.
Okay, back to the princess.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's said that this town, a lot of town folk, and the princess herself are in a perpetual state of limbo and just curse this town. They walk around as ghosts and stuff like that. Because
the sorcerer cursed her in
the town.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's also said that the sorcerer apparently...
I mean, it's so complicated, it has to be true. There's so much...
But also apparently the sorcerer, it's reported that people see his ghost and that he won't lift the curse until the princess comes back.
Okay.
So either way, people think this town is cursed.
Right.
And the fort's cursed. So that's two of the possible reasons: lore, urban legends, myths, the mystery of why this town is vacant, fell to rubble.
Those are two stories that's out there.
Yes.
And okay. I always love a good curse because it really handles everything pretty
Yeah.
succinctly.
Yeah. But it's, I mean, like, I don't necessarily believe in curses, but I think there's something that could be.
You can't prove they're not real.
Right. There's also something to be said about, like, say someone believes this, someone else might start like believing it, or like a predetermined kind of thing. Like, that might not necessarily be cursed, but like you start believing it so much that like maybe other people start believing it so much that
Especially
like,
during that
we're
time.
doomed.
Yeah.
We're doomed. So like we're doomed to fail. It's, what's that term where like you think something bad's going to happen, that you kind of do it yourself that something bad does happen.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that's
just,
the exact term.
right. Yeah. It
sounds,
might necessarily be a curse, but like people start believing that, you get that kind of group mentality.
you can bring it upon yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, though, like I had a hard time finding to see if this is actually what happened when these people, like, so say these people actually did come in and slaughter the whole town and fort, the people that were living there. It's possible that could have happened, but it's also possible that it wasn't because of a curse. It just was bad relations.
Yeah, and you figure something like that, if it was this other place, this other group coming in,
Yeah.
they'd probably want to make record of that, saying like we took them down.
You would think.
Or they would take over the fort.
Right, you would think. But there's not. I could not find any writing about this actual event happening. Aside, like, it's all, it seems kind of hearsay. And I don't just.
And it seems like a small thing in history, like, but where 10,000, you said almost 10,000 people lived, and then they all got wiped out. It seems like there should have been record of this because there's 10,000 people involved.
Yeah, I think it was like anywhere from like 10,000 to 15,000 people were living there at one point. So it seems it's not just like a Roanoke thing where people just, what was it, 100 people, if that, just disappeared. Like,
yeah, it wasn't very many.
This is like a self-sustaining kind of big deal.
In future episodes, I hope to talk about Roanoke.
We definitely will.
We'll get more details on that. But this is a small area, and there's tons of stories like this around the world.
Sure.
But a lot that you don't hear about. That's why I like looking into these little things. Like,
that's why I thought it was interesting. One, because I wanted to look more into the Mughal Empire, but two is like, I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean that no one else has, but I just thought it was very interesting. It's considered one of the most haunted sites in all of India.
Really?
And the world.
Okay.
So I was like, there's got to be something here, something to this.
And you don't hear about it.
No. So I think this might be because the Archaeological Survey of India, this is a government ran institution.
So this is your theory? This is what?
This is okay. So this is not a theory. This is something that's actually like real right now. So it's something called the Archaeological Survey of India. This is a government ran institution.
Okay.
They prohibit entry to the site of the fort in this town from dusk till dawn. They put up signs everywhere, so you can't go in, because, So I saw that, right? Like, why would they prohibit that? Originally, I was like, well, maybe it's because for safety reasons, as in like, there might be some fallen debris. Right. It's night out. They're next to a tiger sanctuary.
And
wild
when you
animals.
say that, kid, all of the kids around the area are going to want to go there.
Yeah, which apparently happened. Or are they doing this because it's possible that there might be something to this? They might actually believe this. And another thing,
parks around state parks and
sure.
national parks are closed dusk to dawn.
Unless you have special bears, stuff like that. So it's not like that, but like, it's kind of like that. But apparently, no foreigner is allowed to go in there. Only Indian citizens can go in there. Now, you can like say me wanted to go, we'd have to get special permission from the government.
And
to go
I'm sure
here.
you'd have to be some kind of researcher or have university
documentarian and stuff like that.
You can't just be like, I want to go there.
Yeah.
It's just you got to go there for some kind of educational purpose.
So the BBC was actually able to go there and film something there as like a documentary. So I actually talked to like specialists and people that actually work these grounds, to kind of like get some factual information about it.
Is there any records of any type of archaeological activity there? Is there like research there?
Oh yeah, they're still
trying to determine that.
Trying to determine, yes. So we'll go in a little bit like, so now we're kind of dealing with, the supernatural, stuff like that. But we will be going into like possible, like more, maybe, again, I don't want to dismiss any of this stuff, but possible more logical, rational things of what happened here.
Non-supernatural.
Yeah. So that stuff, the curse and all that stuff happened, 1,300 years ago, but things are still happening there now, which I think is one of the reasons why the government was like, yeah, no one coming in after night. So I'm going to go with a couple things here I thought was kind of interesting. Again, this is kind of urban legends, locals talking about stuff. And like we've all heard urban legends. But the locals and visitors do actually get to go there. They talk about when they go in, they'll get that like feeling of like nausea or paranoia or an actual illness when they go in there. So again, this could be just they already know about the area.
Yeah, self-fulfilling
kind of thing, right?
If that's the right word, I'm
sure.
Free to correct us in the comments or whatever.
Also, locals and visitors talk about seeing or hearing lots of strange things coming from the area. They'll sometimes hear music playing on the site, like within the grounds. They might hear like dancing, like large groups dancing. There's a story of 3 men going into the fort at night. One of them supposedly fell down a well. He didn't die in the well, but his 2 friends found him, grabbed him. Were on the way to take him to the hospital, but they died in a car wreck on the way to the hospital.
So, okay, when was this?
This is like recently.
Okay, so
like in the past, times. Like modern. Okay. Yeah, this is all modern times. How they knew these guys were in there, how they knew they were coming. Like, people say these guys actually did die. This happened. They died in a car wreck to the hospital.
Cursed.
How would you know that though? How would you know that they were there in the first place?
Yeah.
Right.
Who? Yes.
So it's one of those like
they're coming from the direction of that town,
right?
So this is what happened.
Who knows? Right? Apparently they died in like some freak auto accident, like trying to go to the hospital. Okay. But how would they know? How would anyone outside that car? Because they're all had passed, unfortunately. But how would anyone know they were there? They're going to the hospital. Again, these are all stories, local stories that people talk about.
And could these be those stories of like? This is a story they tell their teenagers so they don't go driving around there.
100%.
We tell little kids so they don't go run around there.
Like what's the one with the kids are at like Makeout Point? They have a hook on the on the car.
So they won't go to Makeout Point.
Yeah, don't have unprotected sex, kids. So then there's another urban legend where a group of small boys apparently bribed a guard to let them go in the fort, but he said don't go in at night. You don't want to go at night. What do? Tell a kid they can't do something. They do it anyway. So they went in at night. And keep in mind, some of the houses that are still there, they're all boarded up. Doors, windows are barred. So apparently they went in at night. They were walking around one of the streets, and they looked into a house through a barred window and saw a lone kid just sitting there by himself, which they thought was a ghost.
Okay, little kid sitting in, okay.
Yeah, which would be creepy. I would be terrified. If I, saw this and this, of course, if this actually happened, I'd be terrified too,
Well, yeah. I mean, anywhere you go to any abandoned thing and you see another person is terrible. And then
plus in your head, you're like working things up in your head too. Like,
oh yeah. You hear things. It's really just the wind, like that type of story. Like, well, it's always, and you see those like different shows about ghost hunting and stuff. And it's like, is it the wind or is it someone talking? It's like, well,
yeah.
Who can say?
Okay, like, my spectrometer is going off the charts.
Yeah.
It means something's here. And people have gone there. Like, most of them aren't Western people. Most are, like I said, because a lot of foreigners aren't allowed to go here. But they have, like, there are people that go there and will do, like, stay there overnight and, like, record things. And some people claim they see some stuff or hear some stuff. Or other people are just like, no. But again, so this is kind of a secluded area. And again, like, it's by tiger sanctuary. There are monkeys that come through there. So, like, who knows what you're hearing?
I mean, we do know how far the closest town is.
So apparently there's like a resort that's, when I was looking on Google Earth, there's a resort that's not too far away, but it is a significant amount of distance away.
And so the resort has to have people that work at it. So that means there has to be a town pretty close as well.
Yeah. I mean, the town is the resort's in this town. It didn't look very big, but aside from that, like there's not much around there. And again, they might have done this when they built this fort, that sole purpose of being secluded. Because if they saw someone coming, they like knew that might mean we're going to war, we're going to battle.
Right.
So I mean, who knows? So again, this goes back to why the Archaeological Survey of India don't want people going in and out of there.
They don't get sued.
They don't they don't want to get sued. Yeah, because like you don't know if people are going to go in and like vandalize this place, try and steal something. I don't know how much like artifacts are still there, but who knows what they'd be going in there. So I don't know if it's like safety reasons or just more or less preserving the site for more archaeological like digging and like understanding what happened, like you were trying to say earlier.
I think when it comes to a lot of this type of stuff, there's a lot of awesome urban exploring channels out there. One that comes to mind is Shay. Another one on the along the beaten path or on the beaten path, unbeaten path.
Are they like exploring abandoned
stuff?
Okay.
Right? And there was one of them, I believe it was Shay or Shot. I'm not sure. He awesome. He goes on us crazy trips to like sometimes by himself, sometimes with people, where he'll just go to Chernobyl and like sneak in and then stay there for a couple of days and sneak out and like they show you like how you would do it, and it's insane.
Yeah.
But one of the things he makes reference to, and I'm sorry if I'm misquoting him or if it's another channel, because you do that, fall into that YouTube hole. Keep watching stuff.
And they just 4 in the morning. Like, I gotta get up.
I gotta go to work in like an hour. He says that like some reason like Europe and European countries have like really and some I think specifically they mentioned might have been The Proper People. That's another amazing channel.
Okay.
Just check out. Like American laws on trespassing are so extreme.
Oh, yeah.
But like other places in the world they're not.
So is it more or less just kind of like you're at your own risk when you do something like this? Like
I think
something happens to you, you're on your own?
Because I think that if you fall down a hole or something, then they're gonna have to pay to get you out. They're gonna have to
Yeah.
But like even if you just get caught, it's not as bad.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that.
In other places, because and this goes back to like reference in the video where they were alluding to was, and sorry for misquoting, that everybody in America, like everybody's scared of getting sued.
Yeah.
So if you fall in some place, because of the way our laws set up,
the drug ads we have.
Yeah, like if you fall in a hole in an abandoned building in America, then you're probably going to sue the owner of the building instead of being like cops are not like, they're going to be like, no, just shut up. And the just even if you go to trial, the judge will be like, why the hell were you in there? But they still use chance that the owner could get sued. So it's like a lot of things like that, like in European countries, I've heard, again, strictly anecdotal evidence based on YouTube videos.
This guy went to Chernobyl?
Oh yeah, you should check him out. He's awesome. Yeah, sometimes he'll just like, he usually does a lot of train hopping, which is insane. Okay. There's another one in Vagabond, which I'm really into right now. He's a guy from Russia, and he just like goes into the northern parts of Siberia and stuff himself. Oh, man. And he just rides trains and jumps trains, and he hitchhikes. Awesome. But Shay does a lot of like train hopping. Okay. Where I'm going to go through Croatia from one end to the other. Yeah. Just hop. It's insane.
Plus, I think with something like this, that's supposed to be considered like one of the most haunted places in the world, or at least, in India. And India, it's saying a lot because like they have a very, very rich history. I would imagine there's people who want to do the same thing.
Oh yeah, imagine.
These kids really did do that. Like, that's a clout kind of thing. Put on TikTok.
Yeah, like I'm sure there's tons of videos or maybe there's not any videos of people exploring this place.
There's quite a few people doing it, and they all like they bring like their equipment and stuff like that. But I don't know what. Yeah, at least in India, I don't know what the repercussions would be for these people who do this.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like,
there's a lot of like people like, again, going back to these channels. Some of them will like go into like a, because of World War II, a lot of underground bunkers and stuff. Yeah. They'll break into them and they'll like command centers and stuff, and they'll just like film it, then they'll stay there for the night, then they'll wake up and like, the hell, like it's just insane, like staying in an abandoned bunker, in the middle of it would be awesome. Yeah. But
so yeah, when I was kind of going through some of the stuff, like I thought it was before, like I remember I went to Monsville prison in West Virginia, and you do like during like Halloween. And they kind of like turn all the lights off and lock you in like a cell. Yeah. And I was like, man, my mind's kind of like running wild right now. Because I'm sure, tons of people have died there with horrible things that happen. So I'm like, kind of like, when you're in the instances where
your brain starts messing with your brain. Yeah.
So who knows? I mean, this could never be, I don't know if this could be something like this be proven, but like, who knows what if any of this stuff actually happened, at least with these people going in their modern time, checking this place out. Who knows if they actually saw something? There's a thing of their imagination, or it's just like you were saying earlier. This could be a story that parents
Keep
tell their kids
out,
get out of
cautionary
there.
tale.
Yeah. So those are kind of like the supernatural explanations for why this place failed. But I feel like there could be some logical things of why these people just disappeared. Why this small town of fort, not small, but this fort could have collapsed.
So is this theories or is this your idea?
These are kind of things things I could think of, like what happened in the past with other.
So this is what you think happened.
Yes.
Possibly.
I'm gonna rattle some things. Tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Because just from studying history, there's certain things that can happen that can cause something like this logically of why a town would just be abandoned and why people would just leave it all of a sudden. War, battle could be a threat. Possibly the fact that one of the instances after that one curse of the princess, after the black sorcerer died he said, you're going to
curse
your curse.
Yeah.
And then a year later, all these people came in and murdered everybody. Again, like I was saying earlier, that might not be because of the curse, but it just happened that these people came in, they're having issues with people, and they all actually died. Or it could be some other outside force of people coming in and taking this place out. Because eventually, in time, the Mughals and the Hindus were getting along very well, so this could very well be a matter of religious conflict, regional conflict, economic conflict, or just trying to gain possession of this fort.
But no one was there to take possession of it.
Right, that's a thing. So that's why I was like, maybe that's not the case, because if they wanted the fort, they would have stayed there.
The fort, and it would have prospered.
Sure. So that's why I was like, that's usually a likely thing. We went to battle, we're going to take your fort, because who would want a fort? It seems like it's in a pretty good spot. So I was like, maybe that's not what happened. Plague, illness, an outbreak, something like that is always a possibility.
Would there be records of that at this time? Would there be a bunch of bodies?
Right.
Would these people show up and be like, holy crap, everybody's dead.
Yeah, everybody's dead. I thought the same thing. Again, there's wildlife there. Not saying, all these people would be dragged away by tigers or anything like that. But sometimes when a plague happens, if someone gets it, as these start to spread, everyone leaves. But again,
that makes sense.
Would there be records of that though?
Right.
I feel like there would be. Or there would be
because they escaped and then
there might
they
be
ran to the next town and said, hey.
There might be this mass migration of all these thousands of people being like, hey, there's a plague going on over here. We need help.
Yeah.
Lack or loss of resources. So again, they're in pretty secluded area. Water might have become an issue. I know there were springs around there, but there could have been droughts that happening during this time. If you don't have water, that's obviously a big issue. Now there's natural springs there's water there now that a lot of the wildlife use, like monkeys and some animals get there at night and use it. But it was said at the time maybe there was a drought going on in this part of India. If that's the case, then that'd be a reason for everyone to leave. It's happened before. So those are some of my theories of what happened to the people themselves during that time, during when supposedly these curses happen. But what happens to the people that supposedly go in there and disappear? So the locals saying people go in at night and disappear and never come out again.
I think I always like those stories because it's that guy just went and disappeared.
Yeah.
And then I buried him in my backyard. It's one of those, it's like back in when they say, there's statistics about murder rates and stuff like that in different times in history. And it's you're walking, you go to even in America, let's say it's 1900s, and you're like, hey, we're going to that family that lived up there in that house, they're gone. What happened to them? And this guy's like, they sold me the house and they left, man. And meanwhile,
they left all their stuff.
Yeah. Meanwhile, buried. And even then, you didn't really have a lot of stuff. But that type of thing is always crazy because they just left.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where they went. They just said that they didn't care and they left.
Right.
They sold me their house and they took off. Those kind of things are crazy. and they happen there, and even more so in like unrecorded history, or like in this time, even 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Right.
People just appear.
And I was curious too, because like people were, like I was reading some of the stuff that said the locals think about, there's no one really around there unless these people are just like kind of hermits themselves, like living off the land. So I thought it was kind of like locals say these kids went in there and then just disappeared.
Or they're just saying that to keep people out.
And I think generally that's what's happening is there's these urban legends that are going on. But at the same time, though, again, I keep saying this, but there is a tiger sanctuary that has borders with and people are saying they're hearing these noises and like, the monkeys that live there, tigers, apparently, I think panthers or jaguars get in there too. Like at night, this is when they're out doing their thing.
And this is like a sanctuary, as in like and they're just free to roam around.
Yeah. So
it's a protected area that's for these animals.
I'm sorry, I forgot the name is the name is the Sariska Reserve that now borders that area. I'm assuming it's enclosed, so people like poachers and stuff can't go in there. But I'd imagine these animals are able to get out somehow.
Yeah, and maybe it's not enclosed, but it's a heavily forested area, so maybe that's like the natural. They're just it's more of a protected area that they're not allowed to develop.
Right. Yeah. I think that's probably the case. Yeah. So if that's the case, then these animals can come and go as they please. In the sanctuary, there was now water, like shallow water sitting there. They might come and go for a drink. See some dumb hop in there and
there's still stuff there to this day, like still buildings generally
ruins. There's structures. There's still structures here. Again, a lot of them don't have roofs, maybe because of this curse, or maybe just poor building.
Either built out of leaves and the leaves,
But it was like their building style was pretty advanced back then because it was based off of a town in Delhi, India, like the style. So like some of these pictures that I was looking at was like very, very like impressive. It's not just like, huts or shacks, but like they're built up.
Stone and
like some of them are like mansions for like single families. So like it's not, it's not like poorly built or like structures they're trying to build.
It seems like for the time, it's more advanced.
Yes, it was very advanced. Yeah.
In that they were built to last because they weren't like moving around.
Right.
They weren't in the nomadic tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. This is supposed to meant to be like a town that would last, and the structure is supposed to last too. So that's what I thought was kind of interesting as far as what happened and why some of this stuff has fallen apart. Most of it, from what I understand, is kind of in ruins. So I don't know if that's just like something that happened naturally over time, weather. But I don't think this area is prone to like, since it does border Pakistan, and it's not on like the bay. It's like northwest, so they're not getting monsoons. I don't believe. So I feel like these structures should be holding up. But again, it's also been 300 something years now since everyone disappeared.
So people go in here in modern times, or what they say is modern times, and they're disappearing.
Yeah.
No records of where they went.
No.
Okay. And we still have no records of where the people that built the town went.
Nope.
The 10,000.
They apparently just disappeared.
So what do you think happened? What is your theory? If you had to guess.
Man,
our show about trying to answer that question.
Yeah.
What do you?
I feel like often we're not going to be able to answer anything, but
we're never going to be able to answer anything.
Yeah. But we'll give like our educated guess.
Sure, that's what we'll call it.
I remember, man.
Let me.
I don't think. I personally don't believe in curses. So I don't think that's why this place was abandoned.
That's like the first thing. That's the last time someone says that, and then they're like,
"Then I die on the way home."
But it's some very tragic.
And I don't want to just like, I'm not crapping anyone's beliefs, but I do think there's usually a logical reason. It's usually, I think you said this the last episode. There's usually like the
most boring reason is
the actual reason.
Yeah.
So I think. And I remember seeing this on, I think, the BBC thing I watched. The one archaeologist said, like, he believed that there's a water drought during this time. And that happens, like, if you can't get water, you can't stay there because there's a secluded area.
Yeah.
And apparently there's not a lot of water around there. Apparently, it's a few streams. If that dries up, like you got to go. You can't grow anything.
And they never came back.
Never came back.
But if they leave, wouldn't they tell someone?
That's with all my theories I came up with. I don't understand.
Yeah. Or there's no recording of what happened.
At least Roanoke, again, we'll hope to God we go into this. There was a note left,
Yeah.
But
even you think about...
There's nothing.
If you think about Inca and those...
Yeah.
In South America and Yucatan Peninsula, like those... what was the big one down there? Sorry. Mayan,
yeah.
And most archaeologists, or the story seems to be, and whether this is true or not, is they kind of just spread out and kind of became the modern people of that area.
Yeah.
They just left those places that were the Mayan ruins. They just left and integrated in other parts because of weather systems changing.
Dispersion. Yeah. But there's apparently nothing.
No record of where they went. At least with Mayan civilizations, it seems that there's records of them moving, from what I understand.
So I wonder if, I don't know, like, is it a newer endeavor that they're trying to figure out what's going on there? Like, I wonder if that might be the case, or there is a general fear to go into this place. You think as an archaeologist, you really want it, like, this would have been like picked over by them.
Yeah.
Just to see what happened out of curiosity, because that's their job. Like, what happened to these people. But would there be an actual fear, maybe based in,
religious beliefs,
Hinduism, or actual curses? Again, that's why I don't want to like crap on the idea of a curse, but could that be why this place might have been picked over to figure out what the hell happened to these people? I don't know.
And it's the people that do go missing. It's like kind of like the Tutankhamun's curse.
Yeah.
Like that happened. That they have a general understanding of what happened with what that actually means.
Right.
Being that the backstory of what happened there and what became known as Tutankhamun's curse. Scientists had understood it to be this, but like you still have this curse that lives on of like, what is the curse? And you open his tomb and you die. Was it bacteria? Something that killed the people that opened it was actually a bacterial thing or something with going on in that area.
And stuff like that is only going to build up over time.
It's like
it's only going to be more speculated upon. The myths can be more built upon. The fear might rise and something like that, like for people wanting to do that. But that there was a general concern for that with Tutankhamun's, site.
Still to this day, they talk about that more than actually what happened.
Yeah.
It's well known because it's more interesting.
Yeah. What do you when you think like something like this happens? What do you generally think is the cause of it
throughout history?
Overall, like general, not in this specific case. You can give me your thought on that, but overall, what do you think are one of the bigger factors for why
resources
something happens?
Another place that comes to mind is like what's that place in the Amazon, Fordlandia, the city that Ford built to harvest rubber trees.
Oh, okay.
And then someone invented synthetic rubber and crap. And they built like one time like the water tower in the town, which is still, I just read an article about it recently. It's still a town. There's still people that live there. And the water tower was the tallest thing in the Amazon at that time.
Oh, wow.
And like it's still there and people still live there. And they're just left with this town that was built and people moved there and like tons of money was spent. And synthetic rubber was invented not too long after. And they're like, well,
see you later.
Yeah. So like they'll just abandon the place. So there's like mansions and it's like big, for the executives and stuff like that. And we see that in coal mining towns.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You see the same thing.
Yeah.
We come in for the work. We see it all over the nation.
Yeah.
And another great YouTube channel. Ghost Town Living.
Yep.
A guy just bought a ghost town. He lives there.
That's crazy.
And he's turning it. It's amazing. He goes into these mines it's crazy. It's insane. And it's just like so much stuff, so much money was spent, so much time was spent just to abandon it.
But you're absolutely right. There's a big history of that all over the world of this happening. We're like, oh, we have this thing. We're to build here. We need whatever resources here. Something better comes along. Leave it.
Yeah.
We're done.
I mean, I'd love to think that it was a curse of a boulder rolling over some guy.
Yeah. I mean, that's much more fun.
Yeah. But
wizard dying.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Because he's scorned.
I think from your story that I've never heard before, it seems like it was a resource thing. More unrealistic, an invading army, that type of thing. I think an invading army makes a lot of sense too. They come in, they wipe everybody out, maybe for religious reasons.
Sure.
Wipe out. But then they would want to promote that. They want to talk about that, and they would use the fort for their own. Yeah. They would take everything out.
Yeah, because
was there still stuff left?
Victory. The victor goes to spoils.
Yeah.
And the victor writes history. So why wouldn't they take advantage of that? That's what I thought was kind of odd.
And why wouldn't they? And if it was a religious thing, why wouldn't they topple the temple?
Sure.
What resources makes a lot of sense. Plague. I don't really think that makes a lot of sense because I'm sure there'll be records of bodies being found. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
It depends who kind of, is there any record of who kind of stumbled upon
who comes across that? Hey, not that I saw. Yeah.
Or who comes across it and been like, hey, where'd all these people go? Like, who asked that question first?
Right.
What happened in this town?
So, I mean, someone had to come across this, right? Like,
or was it just like they all kind of moved to this other town and they all kind of like, oh yeah, they're all kind of like, oh yeah, this something crazy happened up there, but it's really like his grandfather moved down to this town because there's water here.
Right.
Was this other town just all the people from that town, just like what happened in Mayan civilizations? Did they just move to the resort and we're like, oh, resort's here, cool. Like, oh, we don't want to live there, man.
I'm pretty sure the closest place is now like a town, but it's now a resort. Yeah, and I think it was like, I was looking at Google Earth, it was a significant amount. So
they built these guys come in, they build a fort. A king gives it to us. It's for his second son. Yeah. Okay, so he builds a fort, which means it has some kind of significance. Which means
it has a palace, it has all these temples, has a market, entertainment area.
Is there any story what happened to him?
Oh,
what happens with him and his family, his lineage? Does he go on to rule anything? Does he die in battle? Does he move to Delhi or something because he gets a job or he gets in charge of something else? So I think if you follow that lineage of like what happened, okay, where did he go? Did he just leave? And what happened with, okay, then if he leaves, was everybody else like, no one's in control now? Who's in charge?
Yeah.
Was it like, all the leaders are leaving, we better get the hell out of here, something's going down?
Right. So it's eventually, like, I don't know how Mealy was after this, I can't remember, but this area that I believe they're in ends up becoming Jaipur. Jaipur, yeah. So
is that one of this is the story about the Royal Detective. Oh, what the hell? Mira, the Royal Detective, this cartoon on
who?
Disney. Mira, the Royal Detective, this Disney cartoon my daughter watches. It's about this Royal Detective in Jaipur.
Okay.
Jaipur, India.
Yeah, that's like so.
Oh, I wonder if it's the same place.
So so I do know.
I can't tell you I know what happened because the Royal Detective, right? She finds out there's all this stuff going on, and she helps the Queen Shanti is her name, and so Queen Shanti hires this little girl to be the Royal Detective for the whole town, and that's probably why the town went to hell because they hired a little girl to be a detective and solve. But also, the sheriff is a cow. Obviously, important.
Sacred.
But the cow handles business.
All right.
He just says, he takes everybody to jail. It's usually the same two jackasses that are like, they dress up, they put mustaches on one episode. Like it's
can't tell who you are now.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. It's a great. The music in that show is awesome. I can tell you that. I love how that culture has like their media is always like more dancing and songs and stuff.
Bolly.
It's just an awesome, it's an awesome concept. They're like that kind of like history or that kind of the way they handle their media is awesome.
Okay,
and that's comes through in the show. You should watch it. Everybody should watch it.
Is this something you watch? On your own?
I mean, I have to watch it. I watched every episode like 40 times.
Why?
Because she watches it nonstop. I mean, like she used to, not recently, but
she's over it now.
Well, every new season's like new, a new thing. But like Queen Shanti.
Oh, sorry, I don't.
Jaipur.
I might have missed you saying you watch it with your daughter. I was like, so you're just watching this on your own?
No.
I think I missed the part where you watch it with your daughter. I was like, so you just watch this show on your own? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was really interested in learning the history of India through a cartoon show.
There you go, man. Learning is learning. So yeah, I do know at some point
So it's now known as
Jaipur, yeah.
Okay, and
It's still in the state of Rajasthan, but the area that this is in eventually did change over. Like the rulers that were in this particular area, I can't remember the name of them. Very sorry, but like they eventually like fall out of power, and it eventually turns into Jaipur.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what happened to Madho Singh, the one this fort's built for, but I'd be curious to know that. Should look into that.
Well, so I think I would love to know more about this. This seemingly, like, it seems like you say a fort and then it's actually a whole town and things like that. So that's really interesting. And actually that there is no record of what happened. And
right.
Again, what I think, obviously the most boring thing, resources.
Yeah.
And you believe...
I believe the same thing. Yeah. It's fun to look at, like the supernatural or like these fun urban legends or myths or curses. Like that's a fun thing to look at. But I think again, it goes down to kind of the most...
People got to eat. People got to drink.
Right. The most obvious answer. Not all the time, but...
So does that wrap up our story of the...
Bangor Fort.
Bangor Fort. What happened to Bangor Fort?
What happened to these people?
Yes.
What happened to the roofs?
The roofs.
What about the poor wizard who the princess did not love?
And it's really, I think there's another story of this where that's like, it's told from his perspective, where he's like the one, it's like we're like looking at him as like, oh, that poor guy.
Poor guy.
So I want to say thank you, Jordan, for bringing us to my attention. And
yeah, I just thought it was something different, something I never heard of. And it kind of got on this when I was researching stuff from the last episode. So I don't know, I think it's kind of a neat thing we're doing here.
Yep. And please bear with us with the logo. We're still working out that, only being our second episode. Please go back and listen to the first episode on Henry Avery, or Where is Henry Avery's Treasure, where we discuss that. The episode 0, which we posted about ourselves, who we are, why we're doing this,
yep.
The who, what, why, when, and how, and all that type of stuff. We do have social media accounts at this point. If you're listening to us, like if you listen to this thing,
oh yeah, this will all be done already.
Yeah, we have them set up as far as like we're still working out logo, website, all that type of stuff. So by the time you actually hear this, that stuff will kind of be figured out and be done. Please check the notes, the show notes. I'm checking the podcast feed or anything like that to find the links to those things. Like all of our social media accounts, our website, and that about wraps up this episode. So I want to say thank you again to Jordan for being here, my best pal and your best pal now. And we will be back soon with another episode. Please, if you have ideas for episodes, please reach out, email us, comment on our videos, anything you can do to connect with us. And we would love to hear about more. I would love to hear about more like
we want some feedback too.
Yes, obviously, but also mysteries that are not really known. This one was an awesome one because it's not really known. So the common mysteries that everybody knows about, we're trying to not do those as much, but we really want to dig into the more unknown, more local mysteries, especially in other parts of the world. Like we said at the end of episode 1. Different parts of the world are really interesting.
Yeah.
China, India, these parts of the world are giant areas.
Global.
Lots of interesting stories that all have their own mysteries and are really interesting to discuss. So that's about it. We hope to see you soon, and thank you for watching us. This has been the Mysterious Pals Show, and we will see you again soon.
Stay mysterious.
kind of wrinkle to this, and it's called the Amber Room Curse, which is, I think, is not really like a mystery of where it went, but it's like there's always been this like kind of thing around searching for the Amber Room.
Curses are cool.
That people, a lot
It's
of people
like the tombs in Egypt.
Yeah, but that people die when they look for it.
Okay.
Like a Russian soldier died in a car accident after he talked to a journalist about the Amber Room. Amber Room hunter, who's a former German soldier who was murdered in a Bavarian forest when he was looking for the Amber, leading up to clues to get to the Amber Room or something like that. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Mysterious Pal Show. My name is Chris, and I am joined, as always, by my best pal and your best pal, Jordan.
Hey,
Jordan,
pal.
how are you doing?
Good, pal. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing great. How was your week?
It's all right.
Good.
How about you?
Well, I'll tell you what. I did something this week. I started to watch a show because everybody's like, you have to watch this channel. It's great.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll try it out because it's not my thing.
But when people start doing it, it puts the bar so high.
Yeah,
that
but I think
feel like you're automatically be like somewhat disappointed.
This show's like universally known as like one of the best ever made.
Okay.
So I started watching the first season of Breaking Bad.
Oh.
I'm not really into like the crime genre, drugs stuff. Like,
Okay.
not really my thing. Just personal reasons. So I'm in the first season. Towards the end, I'm almost through the first season.
All right.
It's not bad. I don't know if I would have liked it as much, as people are claiming that's the best thing ever made, which is fine. I think everybody should like their own stuff, whatever, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm interested to see where it goes because it seems like they're writing a check here in the first season that how do they go further? It's kind of like, it's one of those shows that should have been made. I don't know. Is it one of those shows that should have been like 2 seasons and done, 3 seasons done?
I think, what is it, like 5, 6
No clue.
seasons?
No clue.
It is a good show. But I think the problem with that is that you waited so long to start watching it.
Yeah, they're using flip phones and stuff. So that's why I was like trying to be like, keep in mind that.
Yeah, it gets to the point where like with something like that, if you wait so long to watch it, and you keep hearing about how good it is and how it's like considered one of like the best shows of all time, or like crime shows, stuff like that. Like, I feel like you're ultimately like going to be disappointed.
I think
just because there's so much hype around it.
Right.
Like
I don't think I'm disappointed.
Have you still haven't seen Unbreakable?
No.
There's a point of contention between you and a friend of ours.
Yes, I know. So I think it is so far good.
Okay.
It's still not my thing. I'm not really into what they're talking about, the subject matter.
Yeah.
Bryan Cranston, a public a national treasure, I would say.
Yes.
For many reasons. And this is just another reason why.
Malcolm Middle's dad.
Yeah, that's exactly the first reason. Number 1. Number 2, yes, he's a phenomenal actor.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm looking forward to getting to the second season. See what they do. It's building. I can see writing's good. Still not my thing.
I think clearly they did something right though. The fact that they did a spinoff that has been hugely successful too, with Better Call Saul.
Yeah,
which I haven't watched yet.
So I don't even think they've introduced Saul yet. Maybe they have.
Okay.
But I think in general, it's not too bad. Not too bad.
Mostly through the first season?
Most of the way through. I'm at towards the end of the first season, I believe. So, I would say that it's The Americans, which I watched again recently.
Man.
My yearly watch of The Americans. Great show.
You turned me on to that, man. My partner and her and I binge watched the crap out of that show. Because I remember we were like, dude, you have to watch this. You have to watch this. You have to watch this. Finally, we sat down and watched it. I think we started watching it during the final season. So by the time we got to the final season, like it was already done. But so good.
Yeah. There's a lot of shows like that. They're just like, I love them. I watch them a couple times a year. Not a couple times. I watched like the Dark on Netflix. One of my favorite shows ever. My favorite show ever, Mr. Robot. Still one of the best shows ever made.
Watch that.
One of the best shows ever made. Last season's not too great, but the entire show is amazing. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that type of stuff. Hopefully, we have something more interesting to talk about. Not more interesting than Breaking Bad, I would say to most people. If I say that, we're going to get some comments about I suck.
How dare you?
Yeah. Whatever. So I want to first ask you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Have you ever been gifted a room?
Gifted a room?
Did someone ever say, here's a room? That it's not only that They built it for you. They designed it for you, and they said, "Here's a room."
Is that like? No, never
Okay.
gift room.
Have you ever
How
you ever had a room stolen from you?
No.
Okay.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No.
So
I did share a room once. That was terrible
yeah,
with my older brother. That was
well, of course
for years. But
yeah, it's
how do you gift someone a room?
great question. We're gonna hopefully talk a little bit about that.
All right.
We're gonna be asking the question today:
Gift a room.
where did the Nazis hide the Amber Room?
Oh, okay.
Do you know what the Amber Room is?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know much about it, but I know of it.
You know of it.
Yes. Yeah.
That it was a room
Yeah.
and it was stolen.
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to take a turn into World War II, which is filled with tons of mysteries, tons of different stories. Obviously, big turning point in the world on many different things. I love the history of the World War II. I love the things that came after it as far as like history goes. Again, very interested in Cold War Russia as like a thing.
Yeah.
As what was going on in the world at the time and how they did stuff is really interesting. Like I always try to get as much information about that as I can because I think it's so interesting.
I mean, the Nazis in general, like it's kind of weird how terrible of a group of people they were, but like people are so fascinated by them.
Yeah, it's because of what happened in the world at that time.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to be talking about the Amber Room and what happened, where it was, what happened to it, and what could have happened to it. Obviously, it's a mystery, still something that hasn't been found. It was originally created in the early 18th century in Prussia by a German sculptor and a Danish amber artist. It was made, they estimate, from about 6 tons of amber.
6 tons.
6 tons it took to make the room.
Oh my goodness.
Now remember, this room was
Amber.
stolen.
Holy cow.
Still has never been found. They say that it is 590 square feet in size. So quite big.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth, they would say, I'm not sure if this is just because of the cost of amber or if it's like the historical context. I believe it probably doesn't go into the historical context, that it's worth about $500 million today. And if you were to build this today,
$500 million.
$500 million.
Oh my goodness. Is there dinosaur DNA in that? Jurassic Park.
Yes. That'd be awesome if they all had mosquitoes in them, every piece of amber. And this was like, if you've ever seen pictures of it, it's all like sculpted amber, like, worked amber. It wasn't just like blobs of amber they just kind of threw on a wall.
Which is crazy. I feel like amber isn't really delicate.
I would think yes. So the Amber Room was intended in 1701 for the Charlottenburg Palace in Berlin, Prussia.
Okay.
But it was eventually installed at the Berlin City Palace when it was completed in 1707. It was then gifted from King Frederick William I of Prussia to Peter the Great of Russia in 1716.
Well, that's interesting. Because so you said what was the date on this? Like when they gifted?
1716.
1716. So there was a massive war going on for like 20 years. This might be the latter half at this point, where Russia was at war with Sweden. Sweden was trying to move in more into like Central Europe. What ends up happening at the end of this war is Sweden loses and Russia claims a big swath of European land, which ends up resulting in them starting the Russian Empire. Sorry, what was the year again on this?
1716 is when they gifted it.
1716. So Prussia wasn't part of this war yet.
Well, what is Prussia?
Man.
Like, it's not like today I'm going to take a trip
Yeah,
to Prussia.
that's what's crazy. Prussia's not even a thing anymore. It's nothing. Like it was.
Which
like,
is insane that countries just kind of go away.
It's disappeared, which is really crazy to think because they were.
In today's world, we don't see this.
Right, yeah. They're an incredibly powerful country, massive army. They lasted for about, 400 years. They lasted up until the end of World War II. 1947, they got dissolved.
Oh, so about 40. They were dissolved after World War II.
Following World War II, Prussia's basically Germany.
Oh, okay.
What's ended up happening is during World War II, Prussia kind of gets dissolved into Germany itself. Germany kind of takes over like Prussia's army and all that stuff. Prussia's located in Germany, but it was its own thing. So
was Germany a thing whenever Prussia was around?
Yes and no. They go through a period where like you have Prussia, I think the Holy Roman Empire, which is also kind of Germany. Holy Roman Empire falls apart. You have Germany and then Prussia. They're kind of separate things because Prussia held power at one point in Poland, mostly Germany, and Poland, a little bit of Russia. Really weird. You have this whole weird like timeline of what happens to Prussia, but it's just saying the fact that they're this massive power, massive war machine. So by them having good relations with Russia, that helped Russia end up winning this war against Sweden. So the Russian Empire lasted until about 1917. So they were around for almost 200 years. And then the Bolshevik Revolution happened, which ended up causing the fall of the Russian Empire because the working class kind of basically took over.
And that was their move into...
So it went from Russian Empire starting once they won this war against Sweden with Prussia's help. Mainly, I think they won because Prussia joined this war. Lasted for about 200 years until near the end of World War I. Russia falls apart. The empire falls apart because this big revolution was going on with the Bolsheviks, communism, Marxism, and then they end up
eventually getting the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
Okay.
they killed off the last of the czars. And
Okay,
emperors.
right.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Yes, I was recently listening to something about the
Yeah,
czars.
sorry, I went down a rabbit hole there.
Yeah, it's okay. That's what this entire show is a rabbit hole. So again, going back, the Amber Room was a gift from King Frederick William I of Prussia to Peter the Great of Russia in 1716, symbolizing the strong relationship,
Unity,
alliance.
Yeah. Sure.
So the Amber Room was installed at that point in the Catherine Palace, which is located near St. Petersburg, Russia.
So it's moved multiple times at this point? Is this the third time it's moved, or?
So it was intended to be put in the Charlottenburg Palace in Berlin, Prussia.
Okay, Prussia, okay.
But eventually it was installed in the Berlin City Palace
Gotcha.
when it was completed. So it took 6 years to be built. Then they installed it in this Berlin City Palace. Then when they gave it over, it was moved to the Catherine Palace, located in near St. Petersburg, which was the summer residency of the royal family.
Right.
The Nazis, at the time that we're talking to, so 1716, Russia has it. We go up to the World War II.
Yes.
The Nazis were plundering art as they were going. They're going through Europe. They're just kicking ass and just taking everything they can at the same time, kind of behind the scenes. The army's running through. Everybody in the background is just kind of following everything up and stealing everything they can. People stuff, obviously, and doing what they did with the Jewish people.
Yeah.
And kind of just
stealing anything of value.
I think the craziest thing about that, one thing that's really interesting about the obviously there's the intricacies of World War II is vast, but I think it boils down to when you watch these documentaries and you read about the stuff is Europe wasn't ready for a war the way that they were fighting. We talked about this before.
Yeah.
Nazis just kind of were just so fast, and so they were just doing this new type of warfare that was just so quick, and just they had mechanical units, and they
Blitzkrieg.
they were just doing so, and so everybody wasn't powerful enough. They just weren't prepared at all.
Which is crazy because 20 years earlier they lost World War I.
Yeah.
You'd think that they wouldn't be that well organized
or have the materials,
that industrialized. So in a matter of 20 years, they became this massive machine of war.
So this plundering, which a name that gets thrown around associated with this kind of act of plundering all this art and everything, and it was a lot of art. Not only just art from museums, we're talking about art from people's home, art collectors, rich people at the time. Their town gets blown up. Nazis come in, they take all their stuff. Whoever it is, all the art and stuff that's just around that you would see in palaces in the actual city center, or in the collective art of the city. People that have jewels and everything in their house, those people.
So this is World War II. Nazis come into Soviet Russia, Soviet Union.
At this point, yes.
Yeah.
But in the backstory is the big guy that we're talking about here that's doing a lot of this, kind of in charge of a lot, is Hermann Goering.
Okay. Ooh,
he
all right.
himself took many pieces of art and kind of and artifacts and everything to decorate his many houses throughout Europe. It was this almost kind of an argument between him and Hitler. Apparently, from the stories about him and Hitler, they wanted this. Hitler wanted art because he wanted to build his own art museum back in his hometown in Austria.
Okay.
And Goering was kind of taking stuff on the back end and putting it in his houses. So there was I guess when they would go to his house, Hitler would be like, what is this piece here? You know,
Why
I
is
can
it-
imagine him.
why do
just
you
like,
have this?
Why do you have this?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, famous painting. I
Yeah.
want it back. And so
Well, it's interesting because like eventually, well, at some point during the whole Third Reich thing, Goering was supposed to be Hitler's successor.
yes,
Like he made like a basic kind of made a will, like something happens to me, you'll continue on this Third Reich that we got going here. Didn't work out for him very well.
thankfully.
Yeah. Either of them.
In May 1945, American soldiers discovered this whole train full of art treasures, which is a small part of the looted treasures.
Mm.
And this kind of led off this whole thing of how, of what actually was going on. And this is obviously, this is May 1945. So 1945. So this is after the fall of Hitler. This is after the fall of the Nazis. So we're kind of fast forwarding right through the war and going. So Nazis are ransacking Europe,
Yeah.
taking everything they can, and they're putting it in their own museums. They're putting it in their own houses. They have all this art and all these artifacts from all these different countries. You know, as we talked about, the vast history of Europe, all that stuff that was in those areas.
Yeah.
That they just took it all. People's treasure, people's jewelry.
Yeah.
I mean, when they put these the Jewish people on trains,
Heirlooms too. Like this is
Yeah.
probably stuff that's been passed down from generation to generation. Like, oh, this is your grandmother's, necklace or
Yeah, you
your
always
father's
hear-
pocket watch or something like that. Like,
you always hear the stories about like someone smuggled a ring out of in a dog or something. Like they swallowed the rings and they escaped. and
Right.
they, that type of thing. Once the American soldiers discovered this train full of treasures, they kind of begin to realizing that like there's a lot more here we're not seeing. That like this is just this art thing, this artifacts and treasures. They just took it all. They're
So-
kind of seeing the value of like or the kind of range of all this stuff happening.
Okay.
And it's kind of, you ever seen the movie Monuments Men?
sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is a lot of what we're talking about here. These American experts and other nations begin to search for these treasures. They find and record 5 million items, of which 4 million were stolen or extorted from their owners. So 5 million individual pieces of art, artifacts, jewelry, gold
Mhm.
that were taken from the people that the Nazis blew through their towns.
And 4 million of that was stolen.
4 million of it was
Out
stolen.
of
So
the
I don't know what the other 1 million was. Was it
Yeah.
like, oh, they bought it? I mean, who knows? Some of these items have been still haven't been found today, including the Amber Room, which is why we're talking about it.
Mhm.
Gold was also taken from basically every bank they came across or evacuated from the end of the war. So as they were starting to then retreat from these towns, they were just stealing everything, like all the gold from their banks. And
Okay.
so they're kind of just taking anything they can get their hands
And
on
they're
that's
using
worth anything.
and they're
just-
using trains to like transport all this stuff.
We'll get into the treasure trains,
Okay,
but yes.
okay.
So the first kind of one of the first discoveries that kind of realized something was actually going on when it comes to art and artifacts was this train that these American soldiers found that was full of treasures and everything from different museums and stuff,
Okay.
different parts of Europe. Gold was found all over Europe after the war. It was stored in mines, lakes, farmhouses, and anywhere they could find a hole, especially when they were retreating. They really grabbed anything of value, and then gold and stuff like that. The precious metals, they were melting down into bars.
Yeah.
So they were finding trainfuls or minefuls of bars, like lakes. They would find, I think there was a story about a lake that just had they just like dumped a bunch of gold in,
Jeez.
gold bars in, or like, and so eventually they found it
Yeah.
and was like, whoa, look at all this stuff here. And I guess since they melted everything down, it's nearly impossible to actually know what was
Sure. Yeah.
what
Yeah.
was in there, unless people tell them, hey, my gold ring was in there, whatever. It was being shipped back to Germany too. So British author Ian Sayer, who was one of the resources we used for this episode, he is a author that kind of looked into this for years, for a lot of time. And he wrote a book called Nazi Gold. He found Nazi gold stored in a safety deposit box in Munich.
Okay.
He reported the findings to the U.S. State Department, and it took them 13 years to go in and find it. So not only were these things being stolen and put on trains, especially a lot of the art and artifacts like swords, like from Alexander the Great and stuff like that type of thing,
Mhm.
they were then taking gold and money and were putting it into banks. And there's a lot of kind of like people going back and forth and saying like these banks have been holding gold. Like the author of this book, Nazi Gold, saying like there's gold and he even explains like there's gold in these banks all over Europe that's just like in a safety deposit box from the Nazis. And people are still to this day finding out like they're not going to be able to go in and just take it out.
Yeah, right.
But like they're finding out what's actually going on to like not only return it to the owners or to the country of origin, but like the Nazis.
So the Nazis,
Europe almost was like kind of allowing it almost, or like kind of the banking industry was kind of like helping them in some ways.
Right.
I know it's not as cut and dry as that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these banks didn't really have a choice.
Right. And who knows, like they don't know what's in it.
So, do you think like the Nazis are doing this because they saw like the end was near and they're like, kind of like preparing, like individual people were like preparing?
Probably
like,
soldiers.
Yeah.
Like, we're hiding stuff. Like I stole 2 bars, ran away, threw it in a bank, safety deposit box. Especially in Munich,
right.
You know, so it's not like they're like allowing the Nazis to. This is like their home country, so they're allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
It's not like they're like a bank that they kind of ran through and they're like, "Hey, can you hang on this for me?" Right? It's not like a Polish bank or something.
Yeah.
There was a train full of treasures from Hungarian Jews that was also discovered or found. It was seized in 1945 by the U.S. Army in Austria. They seized the train carrying 52 boxes of gold and diamonds, 1,560 boxes of silver, gold and cash reserves from a bank, paintings from like important art and stuff from the Hungarian region, which a large part of that treasure disappeared after it was seized by the U.S. Army. This is like one thing that happened where the U.S. Army found this. There's records of it finding this train, and then all of a sudden, it disappears. It took 60 years for the U.S. government to reach a settlement with Hungary to repay back the country for what was taken.
Holy cow.
And obviously, the Hungarian Jews that were on this train, or that was part of this region and all this kind of thing that happened to them. So it was seized, U.S. Army, and that stuff kind of disappeared too, which is kind of strange. There's a lot of this going on. Stuff. So again, gold was found all over Europe. And if we go and look throughout history about like make movies about this, there's plenty of books about this. If you look at like what Ian Sayre says, he says, you know, there was a lot of gold and stuff taken, but it's not hidden somewhere. It's like it is hidden somewhere, but it's very small portions that are hidden in banks and stuff like that. It's like it's not that it's like buried underground.
Yeah.
So when you talk about like there's that story from the 2015 where they found the Nazi treasure train.
Oh yeah.
And it was in, I think, Poland.
Okay. And
they looked at like GPS and they did all this stuff. And then a professor came in and he did all this research and used all these, it was a geologist, I believe, that came in and like looked at what the treasure finders or the treasure hunters found. What they used ground penetrating radar. And they looked at the ground penetrating radar and said, look, this looks like a train because it's right near train tracks. It looks like the train could have went into this hillside. Then they blew up both sides of the hill. And then there's like stories from that era, from the 40s, where you have people that lived in the town as small children. They said, oh, I remember. There's specifically one guy who said he was out one night and he saw this happen where these Nazis were on this train and they kind of drove it into this tunnel. And then he says, you know, that could have been where they blew it up and kind of closed it in. There was a lot of things being put underground whenever the Allies were coming in. Whenever you had the Russians and the Allies kind of converging, they started burying stuff. They started moving underground with a lot of their kind of manufacturing process of manufacturing bombs and planes and stuff. They found tons of these underground manufacturing facilities throughout Europe. Okay. That kind of housed this stuff. So they're like, it's totally possible. There's still people out there searching for this type of stuff. There's plenty of examples. Out there. Yeah. But is it in all one cache? That's what Ian Sayre says it's not. It's spread throughout.
That'd be the smart thing to do to spread it around,
Or that one soldier put it in his safety deposit box, another soldier, and they're too scared to go back and get it because they're or they're dead.
Right.
And their family doesn't even know about it. So we're gonna back to the amber room. So in June 1941, Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union during World War II. The Soviets removed the art treasures from the castle, Catherine Palace, when the invasion started, but the amber room was too difficult to move because it was a room. It was 560 square feet.
Move a room?
590 square feet, sorry. So what they did was, in this haste to get all the art and everything, the treasures out of this castle, they disguised the wall with paper wallpaper they disguised the room with paper wallpaper, but as the Nazis came in and started looting everything, they found it very easily, obviously.
Yeah. Behind this paper wall.
Yeah, especially we don't know how good the paper was.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, wallpaper today kind of sucks, but
yeah. So
the Amber Room, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so they hid behind wallpaper. All right.
Yes, they hid it in the castle. There was not enough time to move it, disassemble, because they had to take it apart and try to pack it up and move it. The Nazis found it out pretty easily. It was obviously an invaluable treasure. It was a huge part of the kind of the Russian Empire, history, and obviously they wanted to destroy. One of the things they wanted to do is destroy the history, so they can control the history, control the story.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why they're the whole Nazi agenda was to eradicate people that they saw were lesser than,
which was most people apparently.
Yeah. The Germans were here, then you have Slavics and down and down. So the idea of totally eradicating any.
Well, that's what invading armies do.
Yeah.
Any throughout history.
Sure. Yeah. Any existing people, in order to move on from in order for them to move on and build a society of their own in that country that they're at war with or trying to take over. The idea is you want to eradicate any.
Yeah, throughout history, we see lots of this happening where they go in. Invading armies always destroy the art because that's records of the people that live there.
Yeah.
Their history, they destroy that because then you have no way of saying that they're not the bad guys because you have no other way of knowing the story.
Right.
So the Germans come in, they find it, they know how important it was. They want it. Obviously, they want to take it back to Germany. They dismantle the Amber Room.
Didn't they get some of the amber from Germany? Is that right? At some point,
you mean as far as in present day?
When I remember hearing at some point when they were building or doing originally building the room, because it was modern day Prussia, right? Mm-hmm. So wouldn't some of that amber have come from Germany? Maybe they were thinking
this is ours.
This is really ours. Yeah. This thing happened 250 years ago. This is actually
I guess since it was in Prussia originally, Berlin City.
Yeah, this is our amber.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can use whatever they,
right.
whatever they want.
Whatever excuse
say.
they want. Yeah.
So the Germans dismantled the Amber Room 1941 under the pretense of protecting it from potential damage during the war. It was said that it took only 2 days for the Nazi experts to remove the panels. So they obviously had a lot more manpower, not threatened by an invading force, just disassembling this room. They probably had unlimited amount of every soldier in the area to be help me with this.
So when they did that invasion in 1941, they had, I think, 10 million Nazi soldiers going into Russia.
Okay. So
or in the Soviet Union. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, so they took it all apart, obviously, in 2 days. I believe, when you talk about the people leaving, it wasn't the soldiers in Russia that were really doing this to protect the room. They were not the ones that were gathering everything up. It was these people that worked at this palace that were in charge, hey, these kind of servants or these people that worked there that were the ones that were in charge of getting everything together. So they're not a military force. They're not able to say as a military force, you're doing this. There's no orders. Yeah. So they're not able to say there's probably only a couple of them gathering all this stuff.
I imagine they didn't have much time to do that to begin with. Yeah.
So it's understandable.
Wallpaper.
Yeah. So they carefully packed up the amber panels and transported them to Königsberg, which was East Prussia, but is now Kaliningrad, Russia, where they planned to reconstruct the room as a war trophy. It was stored in Königsberg Castle. So in January 1945, Königsberg was the front lines between it was on the front lines. It was being bombed by the RAF Air Force and the fast-moving Red Army with their powerful artillery. So they were right coming through. This was the front line at this point in January 1945. It is known that the Nazis did load up all their valuable cargo at this point as they were retreating, as we talked about before. They were shipping everything back west to Germany. And the Red Army captured Königsberg in April of 1945. So January, they were on the front lines, and they were captured in April. But the Amber Room was nowhere to be found. I imagine the Russians knew about what was going on with the Amber Room. I imagine while it probably wasn't, it was probably not talked about as like doing this as a specific reason why we're going here, or they may not even known it was there.
Okay.
But they probably knew that like this is a national treasure for us. So they probably weren't. They were probably looking out for it, or maybe they had people involved that were. But in any case, in 1945, the Amber Room was said to be still stored in the castle at Königsberg. But armies invade, the Russians invade. The Amber Room is nowhere to be found. Now, how they knew it was supposed to be there or whatever, maybe there's some POWs.
Yeah.
How do they know it was there? Whatever. In any case, the RAF did bomb the crap out of the castle in this area. Artillery, it was a war zone.
Yeah.
At this point, we know it's gone. Still hasn't been found. And we're going to go over some of the theories of what happened to the kind of common theories that people believe is what's going, or what happened to the Amber Room. First theory, that it was on the evacuation ship Wilhelm Gustave, which is a ship. It was packed. Some people believe it was packed aboard this evacuation ship in January 30th, 1945. The ship was sunk by a Soviet submarine in the Baltic Sea.
I think like 9,000 people died on that. It was one of the biggest like single like ship deaths or something like that. The amount of people that died on a single ship, yeah. I think it was like 9,000 people or something like that.
So salvage attempts in the 1950s turned up nothing. However, it wasn't known if they couldn't find anything or didn't have the proper gear.
Okay.
So 1950s, we still today can barely get down to the bottom of the ocean in some cases. And this is the Baltic Sea. I know it's not like the middle. It's not like a trench or like one of the deepest parts of the ocean, but 1950s, they're looking for this, and they go check this ship for this Amber Room, which I'd imagine at this point is probably not destroyed completely. If it's at the bottom of the ocean, it's probably still there, or at least remnants of it are there.
Something
would be there. The Amber would still be there.
Yeah.
So it wasn't on it, supposedly. Whether they didn't actually, I mean, there's not like they have robots at this time. I believe they wouldn't have like unmanned submersibles going down there like we have now.
Or even like the gear we have now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like those kind of cartoonish guys with the big metal thing, and there's a guy up top like pumping it. I don't know what they use at this point, but there was no.
Plus, it's a sea, so very deep.
Yes, very deep. The Nazi in charge of this of Königsberg was Erich Koch. He abandoned his post when the Red Army invaded Königsberg, but he was captured in Hamburg in 1949. He died in 1986 in prison, but never said what happened to the Amber Room. And I'm sure at some point they asked him.
I would imagine.
Whether he knew or not, he never answered the question of where it was. He never was able to say anything, or he never told them if he did. He died. At that point, no one knew where it was. Obviously, I would imagine many people would ask him.
You would think, yeah.
Whether he knew or not, it wasn't known. The next theory, which is also the most popular, was it never made it out of Königsberg Castle. Since the RAF pounded the castle, the Air Force pounded the castle, and then the Red Army came in and smashed the crap out of the city with artillery. And so they came in, there's a battle raging, plus their artillery, plus the RAF. Like, there's so much explosions and damage going on that who knows whether they knew it was there or not. I imagine if they wouldn't be destroying it if they knew it was there, or they thought it was there, or could have been there, since it's such like a national treasure.
Yeah. That's war. So you might not be really worried about something like that.
Soviet investigators say that it was destroyed by fires during these battles. That's what the Soviet investigators say. Although alternatives to this theory is that part of the Amber Room was found safe in the basement of the castle. However, it was used as Cold War propaganda tool to blame the West for its destruction. They were blaming the RAF Air Force.
Oh, geez. All right.
The Soviets banned anyone from entering the castle and then had it leveled to ruins, completely leveled in 1968. So the castle was still there, but the ruins of the castle were still there to 1968.
Yeah.
And they destroyed it, so there was no evidence. If it was there, there's no evidence.
It's such a weird thing because, like, through the course of World War II, we became allies with the Soviet Union, right? And it's interesting that, like, during the Cold War, they're like, "Oh, it's the West. The West destroyed our thing."
They're using it propaganda.
Yeah.
So maybe they did
find
find
it,
it,
but like 20, like not even 20 years, like how things just kind of flip-flop like that.
Or would they have admitted it from then to now? Obviously not now in our current history what's going on with Russia, but like
right.
10 years ago.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Like World War II, or for the most part, we're allies. We're part of against the Axis power, but then Cold War happens
and stuff.
Cold War happens and like enemies.
Yes.
That's how quickly stuff like that happens, and like that the propaganda then becomes a machine during the Cold War.
Everything becomes a tool to use against the others. Yes,
yeah.
to convince people. Another alternative or another theory is that a salt mine or lake in Germany, that it's in the salt mine or a lake in Germany. In 1997, a set of 4 amber stones were discovered in the possession of a Nazi soldier who helped pack up the amber room in 1941. So he said he helped pack up the amber room. I don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's true. Obviously, he could have been lying. But he had 4 amber stones that he had on him. But I guess they had to figure out for this theory they had to be able to prove that it was from the amber room, or it wouldn't have been news, or it wouldn't have been part of a theory.
Okay.
So
he was a Nazi. So what would
he said in 1987? He said he helped pack up the amber room, and he had 4 amber stones.
What would push him to admit that, though?
Right. Maybe he was on his deathbed.
Yeah.
Maybe he was kind of death, or his family found it. Or yeah. But in any case, 1997, a set of 4 amber stones were discovered in the possession of a Nazi soldier who helped pack up the amber room.
Wow.
Maybe I don't remember if the story was his family found them, maybe after he died, that type of thing.
All right, yeah.
But in any case, they have the stones because these stones were then added to the original, to the new amber room that is currently in Russia.
Okay,
they rebuilt it.
Yeah, all right.
So they added those stones to it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So obviously they proved that it was from there, but this guy said he helped pack it up in 1991, which would have been whenever the original packing. So he got those when he originally packed it up. Another theory was the theory of the Nazi treasure trains. Again, we talked earlier about these American soldiers that found a train full of treasure.
It was a very real thing. That was a thing, the Nazi treasure trains, yeah.
Yeah. The amber room could have been put on another train and transported somewhere. It could have been, again, stories about it driven into a tunnel, then a tunnel destroyed on both sides, like in Poland.
Mm-hmm.
In 2015, like we talked about this recently. In 2015, 2 guys in Southwest Poland, a town called Valzek, said they found the treasure, as I mentioned earlier, and that it was underneath the ground in this treasure train that was buried.
Okay.
However, there was nothing there. I think I want to say that if you go and look for this, like look this up, like they recently opened up like a tunnel that was there they said was dug by the Nazis. There's other things in the area, and it's kind of like a tourist attraction now. I want to say that.
Oh, wow. All right.
From the satellite images, if you look this up, from the satellite image, it does look like a rail line could have went into this hillside. Like there's not currently a rail line there, but it looked like it could have at one point. The way you see how the rails, because there's rails right next to it.
Yeah.
And it could have been just like a spur that came off there. But why were they using trains like this? And I think this is another part of the Nazi kind of war machine that was really interesting, was they had a fleet of armored trains.
Yeah.
And because Hitler led his war machine
by a train.
Because he wanted to be at the front line.
Yep.
And it was this kind of war, it's kind of this idea of how war is fought, that he needs to be near his soldiers, his frontline soldiers, to tell them what to do. Treasure hunters in 2015 thought they discovered the German armored train, which was used to patrol rail lines. Some of these trains are still missing to this day, though. So some of these like trains, these armored trains they used, that they were like basically tanks.
Yeah.
They used to protect Hitler and to move around and to patrol these train lines, these kind of like supply lines and stuff. They have found some, but they still haven't found all of them. So there's still some out there missing. Whether they just kind of like got trashed in Germany and they kind of got, covered up real quick or scrapped before anybody really knew what happened to them.
Yeah. That could, yeah.
Another
missing trains could hold a lot of gold, or an amber room maybe.
Right. Or it's still buried somewhere.
Yeah.
Another speculation is that parts of it was smuggled out of Germany at the end of the world, possibly end up in private collections or museums. So they said it could be parts of it. So it's not even like the whole room. Like they could have cut it up into pieces or broke it apart into pieces, and those pieces could be now in private collections. Whether that's true, who knows? Again,
I mean, I definitely see that being a possibility, though. You get some rich people who are like, oh, I have this memorabilia from World War II.
Yes. I think there's a lot of rich people out there with a lot of money.
Yeah.
Especially rich people that probably idolize the Nazis and people that hated the Nazis.
Yeah.
I know Nazi memorabilia or Nazi.
It's insane how much that shit goes for.
But it's also, I know some collectors that are like very big, rich collectors, very big collecting of tons of different types of art. And it's like the one thing they will not touch is anything Nazi related. Because it's such a thing to it that like you're kind of idolizing or like dropping. So like there are a lot of people out there that are like, hell no.
Yeah.
But there are some people that do buy it. And then the last theory that I've found is some believe the Amber Room might still be hidden in Russia, possibly buried, possibly hidden away so that it can prevent capture by invading forces in the future. There's theories that it was never
found by the Nazis.
It was never found by the Nazis. That was like a decoy. That they took a decoy. There's people out there that say that they took a decoy.
Okay.
The Russians may have been too embarrassed, or the Nazis may have been too embarrassed to say that it was a decoy, that it wasn't real, and so they just kind of destroyed the evidence, and that's why no one's ever heard of it. But also, I think by now, the Russians would have been like, the Amber Room's still here, and it's been remade. You can go there now in Russia, not right now, but in current history. But it is. You can look up pictures of it. They rebuilt it from scratch. All new amber, they say, except for those 4 pieces that were found have been added to that piece, to that area. And it's recreated, and it's in the same place.
So like that summer home?
Yes, in the Charlotte.
Okay.
Yes, Charlotte Castle.
Thank you.
So on the, we'll say the mysteriosity scale of mysteriousness, how... And I'm going to say 2 things. We're going to ask 2 questions. Okay. How likely are any of these to being, if you go real to completely bullcrap, what is the most likely? And maybe I should ask, first, what do you think happened to it?
All right. So I'm looking at the same document. I'm trying to scroll to find the theories that you came up with.
Yep.
I did, like, the first thing that popped out at me when you're going through them was that former Nazi soldier had 4 pieces of amber that it was known that they came from the Amber Room. Is that right?
Yes. Because they returned it to the Amber Room when they dedicated the place, or the new Amber Room, because it has been rebuilt. It is there. And
he claimed that he was part of the group that
boxed it all up.
Wow. I mean, that says a lot.
He helped pack up the Amber Room in 1941. Okay. So he was in the palace where it was housed, and he was the one who packed it up. Or he was part of that team. So
that would lead to 2 possible things. Either they actually did get the Amber Room and it's just lost or was broken apart and divvied up amongst people, or the possibility that what they got was a decoy,
which was unlikely.
Right.
Because why would you? I mean, although if you look at like for instance, the Declaration of Independence, I think is a complete copy that's on display in the Capitol in Washington, D.C.
But if it wasn't,
that might be just that movie National Treasure, which is awesome, which is shown between me and another teacher, which I am a teacher in high school. We show National Treasure and National Treasure 2 as before Christmas break and summer break every year, and it's every class watches it. And then we only have it. We show it in a way that they only can watch the first 3/4 of the movie, and they never see the last quarter of the movie.
Really? Why?
Just to mess with them. So the other teacher does the second one, I do the first one. So then they're always like, we never see the end. And then at the end of the year, we watch just the first 3/4 again.
Oh, that's amazing.
So yeah, I do a lot of dumb crap.
But if it was a decoy that this Nazi soldier was part of packing up,
right,
that the Russians got a hold of again, why would they then display that part of the decoy in their new Amber Room?
Right. That is the big question. Those theories aren't connected.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, wouldn't there be some kind of like science that could be done to determine if that was part of the actual like dating?
Well, obviously I think they did date it, and
okay.
so like they did make it a big deal that.
So it actually was part of the actual Amber Room. Is
Yes.
what they're saying. Okay.
That it was definitely part of the Amber Room.
Is it possible they're just saying that?
Maybe as like a good like. It's a mystery. It's always possible.
Sure. Yeah.
Everything's possible.
Yeah.
And I like it. And again,
so I would also say maybe it is a possibility though, not saying that
there's another kind of wrinkle to this, and it's called the Amber Room curse, which is I think is not really like a mystery of where it went, but it's like people. There's always been this like kind of thing around searching for the Amber Room.
Curses are cool.
That people, a lot
it's
of people
like the tombs in Egypt.
Yeah, but that people die when they look for it.
Okay,
like a Russian soldier died in a car accident after he talked to a journalist about the Amber Room. Amber Room hunter, who's a former German soldier, who was murdered in a Bavarian forest when he was looking for the Amber, leading up to clues to get to the Amber Room or something like that.
Wow. Okay, I will say this. So I would imagine by this point, maybe the Soviet Union was aware that, Germany's coming. Obviously, they had I think 10 million people, but they probably might have been aware also that they were going through and looting, as most, invading countries do when they invade a country. They steal, they plunder. So it's possible that the Soviet Union might have been aware, obviously Germany's here. They may be taking stuff from us. They may be taking treasures from us, that they could have done a old switcheroo, made a decoy, and possibly the Amber Room is secure somewhere else.
But why would they have not brought it out? Because
But I mean, what would be the? Why? I mean, why necessarily would they want to say that we still have the Amber Room? Like, what's the benefit of that?
I guess just to be like, we beat the Nazis. Because there's those stories about
we fooled the Nazis, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I mean, sure, it would have came out a long time ago.
Right.
Like right after the war, they'd be like, no, we were kidding. It's because that's a big punch in the gut to the Nazis being like, haha, we fooled you.
Yeah. Not that we beat you, but yeah, we fooled you.
Telling the people, like, it's a good story to tell their people, the people of Russia, like, look, they couldn't even defeat us, not on the battlefield, but we outsmarted them in every way.
Yeah.
And we saved our national treasure.
Sure.
Because I'd imagine that, like, that's kind of the reason why I think it's not hidden in Russia somewhere is because I think it's such a national pride type of thing that, like, this is our thing that the Nazis, the terrible thing, took from us.
Mm-hmm.
And that if we had it hidden the whole time, it's kind of a punch in the face of the people of Russia, I believe.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, they weren't really that powerful. Look, we beat them. Like, I think it's more harmful to the propaganda. It's better for the propaganda of how great the Soviet Union is if they just said we really were better than the Nazis.
All right, so say the Nazis did get hold of this, but they stashed it somewhere. During the fall of the Soviet Union, borders changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, so other countries that were part of the Soviet Union declared independence. Kind of like, I don't know if you heard, like, once the Soviet Union fell, like all these nuclear warheads, it just kind of disappeared.
Yes.
Unaccounted for.
Yes.
Maybe the Amber Room is one of these new, like these, not new, but like at the time, once the Soviet Union fell, maybe the Amber Room was discovered by a former Soviet Union state that's now independent and like, well, this is ours now.
That would,
or just as
why wouldn't they flaunt it at?
Well, I mean, you want to
what's
go
the point
against Russia?
Yeah, you're right. But like, why wouldn't they be like, haha, look what we have?
Yeah.
I'm sure Ukraine, if the Ukraine had it, they'd be like, haha, look at this.
That's definitely true now.
Right at this point in history, like they would have been like,
now, yeah,
they'd have been like, ha, look, you can't even get this from us. They would probably had it. Zelensky would have been sitting in it talking to the world with it in the background if he had it.
Yeah, but maybe like Belarus or something like that. Or Belarus like might have like some farmer might have stumbled upon it, like, oh, this is mine now.
Yeah,
off of one of the train tracks or something like that.
Would you break it up and just sell the amber, or would it be more valuable? Because it says,
I mean, obviously,
$500 million of amber.
That's right. That's a lot of money.
You probably break that up and sell it off.
Yeah, which might explain why some rich people across the world might have parts of this.
Right, and why this? But if a soldier had it, is it possible that a soldier one soldier had it, maybe they just went in there and broke it up into pieces and took it.
Yeah.
Maybe it never made it out of the castle.
Yeah.
And they all just like, and that's a theory that's,
it's like a nest
I don't
egg.
think as interesting or as popular because, and why I didn't include it was some people just believe that the Nazis broke it up into pieces.
Yeah.
I think the most common
definitely
theory,
possible. Yeah.
For me, the most common theory is the theory that I think is the most interesting is that it still exists. I think the most reasonable answer is that it was probably blown up in Königsberg Castle.
Right.
And it was destroyed with all
force.
the... Yeah, it was just destroyed.
But
There's people that say that the Nazi soldiers broke it up into little pieces. They all had some pieces. They took it back and they sold it or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's spread throughout the world.
Well, I mean, what do you think?
I think that it was probably blown up.
Yeah.
In the castle. Not as interesting.
I mean, a lot of things were.
Right.
During like these bombardments, like a lot of birth records were lost because at the time churches held a lot of these birth records for things and valuables and stuff like that. So like, it's war, things get blown up.
Right.
So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, and I think the most unlikely is that it was on a ship that was, we talked about.
Yeah.
The ship, and I don't think it was on there because I think at this point they would have found it. There would have been reason to go and look for it again.
Yeah.
Again.
Now with all the technology we have now, yeah.
Right. But like I said, the most popular theory is one I agree with, that it was destroyed in the castle.
Okay.
I'd like to think that it's somewhere in a salt mine in Germany somewhere, or in the bottom of a lake,
right,
waiting to be discovered. But I think for the most part, or that's on a treasure train buried under a mountain somewhere, which would be awesome.
Which would be really cool.
But there's so many examples of these. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of groups out there that are like investigating a lot of these kind of factories and stuff that are hidden underground, like. These kind of, if you look at like all the different factories and things that kind of popped up in 44 and 43 when the Nazis knew things were starting to, the Air Force was starting to get beat down. It could be someone they discover it in one of these tunnels.
Yeah. I would imagine too, like if the Nazi soldiers like did come upon it and like they were charged with, removing it, shipping it, its amber was going to be very fragile, right? So it'd probably broken up. I could see them being like, oh, we'll just take a couple pieces for ourselves and in case this war goes south.
What if like
we need something to fall back upon and sell this stuff off for, our families?
What if like, I think this is like there's a movie out there where this scene of like two guys like holding a piece up and they're like, oh, and then it just like falls over. It falls over and crashes and they're like, grab or shizer.
Yeah.
And then they like take off running.
Yeah.
It's kind of like something that probably be in like a
National Lampoon movie.
Yeah, something like that. Or what's the other British guy?
Mr. Bean.
That's a great Mr. Bean scene. Mr. Bean goes to the Nazis, yeah. Takes on
like
the
a Mel
Nazis.
Brooks movie, probably.
Yes. So I mean, a History of the World Part 2, Part 1. Yeah, I think that's probably, that would be a funny thing, but I think it's also more than likely been destroyed.
And I think we said this in 2 other episodes, but it's the least, would you say like the least fascinating reason is?
I think I messed that up last episode. It's what the detective said in the piece of media that I was watching was the most likely scenario is 95% of the time what actually happened. He was specifically talking about murders or crimes, but it's like most likely it's what happened. The most likely scenario is what happened because it's the most likely. It's the most common thing that could have happened. What was the most likely thing in this case? It got bombed by the military. Got destroyed by. Maybe it was on a train and they destroyed the train and a fire destroyed. Like there's no remnants of it.
Could have been
nothing left.
One of the armored trains though, but
They're just sitting out there somewhere. There you have it. Another mystery that we cannot solve, not possible to solve for us. It's 2 guys sitting in a basement. 2 pals sitting in a basement.
Without the means to do so.
So that's the end of our mysterious look into the Amber Room, where the Amber Room went, and where it will be someday possibly pop up again, where it could possibly pop up again someday. In any case, we will be back again next week with another mysterious episode.
Oh, wait, maybe Hitler has it with him in Argentina.
I can't wait to talk about Hitler in his house in Argentina that we found. But in any case, at this episode, we will see you again for another mysterious tale. Jordan, what's going to be the next episode?
You want to talk about this now?
I don't know. Is it a mystery?
Yeah, of course it is. We'll be going over, I'm not going to say what it's about, but
It's a mystery.
it's a mystery, conspiracy,
Stay mysterious.
murder, suicide,
Murder, suicide.
or assassination.
So at this point, we are still working on getting our website up, all this stuff. If you're listening to this in the far future, which who knows, we may have a website at this point. Please check the show notes. The logo, the YouTube channel, the podcast feeds. If you're listening to us in one of those or seeing this in one of those places, obviously you know that it's already up and ready and running. And we are still expanding and figuring out what we want to do with media and that type of thing, with social media and where we want to go with these in the future. We don't have a logo yet. We're working on it. We hope you tune into the next episode of the Mysterious Pals Show. Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And we will see you next time.
Goodbye, pal.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome to another episode of the Mysterious Pals Show, a show about mystery, history, and two pals hanging out in my basement. My name is Chris, and I'm here with my best pal and your best pal, Jordan. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Great. You know, last episode we talked about my
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Yeah. I'm so I was towards the end of the first season, and now I'm into the beginning of the third season, and second season, third season seemed pretty good.
Okay.
Seems like the first season was a little ramp up, but I think it's getting, it's hitting that like, okay, now we're getting to a lot of stuff going on, kind of bigger scope of the show, and more, the character of Walter White gets kind of more complicated. And
okay. I'm trying to remember what happens in start of season 3.
A lot of stuff with Jesse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, he's fine.
Yeah.
I think he is kind of a whiny baby a lot of times.
Yeah, but it's understandable.
Yeah,
especially,
it seems it's his relationship with his parents, I think, is kind of realistic, in the way that they kind of portray that. But I think in general, I think he's a whiny little baby.
Yeah, and it definitely gets ramped up later on.
And Walter seems like a little baby too.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he's dying.
I mean,
we all are, I guess.
He's at the tail end of that. I mean, I believe.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I think. I mean, he obviously, if there's 5 seasons, he doesn't die. Maybe he does at the end. I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Right. Yeah, we won't go there.
Anyway, it's still, just living up to its. I think it is deserving of the praise that it gets. Because if I say that I don't really like it, then probably the internet will burn my house down.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it gets better, and I'm excited to get through that journey together with myself.
Definitely one of those shows that you can't say anything bad about without feeling the wrath of the internet.
Yeah. So,
but it's good. It's good. It's all justified.
Yes. In any case, this episode today, episode 4, is an episode where Jordan is going to be presenting a mystery to us. And Jordan, please tell me what we're going to be talking about today.
The mystery this week is why my father won't hug me.
Listen, I know your dad. He hugs you. He's a nice guy. He's a pinnacle of dads.
Yeah, old Jambone.
Yeah.
No, so that this topic we're going to be dealing, the mystery is assassination or suicide.
Assassination or suicide.
Yes, nothing to do with my father. He's a lovely man.
Lovely.
I'm just trying to make light of
most beautiful man.
Trying to make light of this because we're going down a road we haven't really gone down before. This is deep conspiracy theory type of stuff. It gets pretty heavy. So we're going to be dealing with a few decades. Cold War era.
Cold War.
Kind of starts out in. So we're dealing with, during this time, a lot of people, there's that doom of imminent nuclear war. Everyone's on edge. The global powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, are lobbying for power in all the different other countries that have since been liberated, or these new countries that came after World War II. They're kind of all jockeying to have their own political influence in these countries. So you have like kind of democracy versus communism. Yeah, not communism, communism. So this particular instance
communism will get you too.
Yeah, this particular instance in the world deals with Nicaragua. Around 1979, there was a revolution where a group called the Sandinistas took power, and they were mostly considered left. So they kind of aligned politically with communism. And they took power. They needed some kind of help, aid to sustain their power, to stay in power. So rather than looking to the West, the United States, they looked to the East, as in the Soviet Union and Cuba. This kind of freaked out the U.S. government at the time because, again, this is the Cold War. Nicaragua's, South America. They're thinking if it goes as Nicaragua, communism kind of slowly move up to Mexico,
so
possibly the United States, and what's going to happen to the U.S. government because of that,
So we're talking about a country in North and South America.
Yes.
In what year was this?
1979.
1979.
This carries over through the 80s.
And this group, this political group trying to take power.
Sandinistas, yeah.
When is the Cuban Missile Crisis? Is that in the 80s?
61.
Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay, JFK.
Yeah. So when this first started, it was Jimmy Carter was president, but most of this takes place during Reagan's.
So this is, after the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, so we'll go into a little bit. So
obviously people are freaked out.
Yeah, there's a very like-minded thing going on here. So what ends up happening is the United States doesn't directly get involved, but they're like, we can't have communism coming this close to our southern borders.
America's pretty good at doing that, like being like, we don't want
there's walls
behind,
But usually what happens with communism, they kind of saw this in Cuba when Cuba became, during the revolution when Castro took over, what ended up happening, a lot of the goods and a lot of industry that we had in Cuba was nationalized. So the Cubans took it over. They made it their own, kind of kicked everyone out. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's a bad thing. So the fear now, because Cuba is only 90 miles wide off the coast of Florida. So the fear now is that Cuba's already there. They've been around like 50s, 60s with Castro. The fear now is that, it's in South America as well. Like we're being surrounded by all sides from communism.
And it wasn't like it wasn't like these groups weren't in all the countries, every country.
No.
Groups that wanted to go more communist.
Sure.
But it's just
that's what worked for them at the time.
The power.
Yeah.
Now this one group is coming into power.
Sure. And a lot of these countries are new. A lot of them are still trying to figure stuff out, just like the United States did. Like, we don't know what the best way to go is. And then influences by, either the United States or Soviet Union. They can pull you like, hey, be this, have these relations with us.
Or
we'll give you relations, we'll give you aid, we'll give you tanks, guns, we'll import stuff to you. So because of this, American government, this is going in the Reagan administration, they're kind of spooked. They're like, because again, we have national interests there, economic interests there. They're worried that these Sandinistas will then nationalize the industry we have down there, which I think ended up happening. Fortunately for the Americans, there was a group called the Contras. Not like the video game.
Great game. Great Nintendo
Although
game.
I think the last level of that is called Sandinista, even though it's like deals like aliens and stuff like that. But anyways, so the Contras weren't one sole group. They were like a federation, a combination of multiple groups who all had the idea of overthrowing the current Sandinista government. They were more right-wing, which politically would align with the United States government. By this being the case of the Contras, the United States could still have an in protecting their economic interests.
So it's the Sandinistas versus the Contras.
Yes, yeah. Sandinistas left-wing, more communist, socialist. Contras more right-wing, more democratic. Kind of, they align better with the United States ideals than obviously the communists do. So by that being the case, like, we'll help these people out. Well, we didn't do it indirectly. We more or less just kind of give them, supply them with weapons. I don't know much about tanks, but we'd give them weapons and train, I would train some of these people. So this is not conspiracy theory right now. This factually happened.
Right.
It's things we've done before. So just like the Cuban, not Cuban Missile Crisis, but the Bay of Pigs. We tried to help overthrow Castro, and it in a blunder. We did it before with the Afghans against the Soviet Union. We supplied them with tanks, jets, rockets, all that good stuff. Obviously didn't work out very well for us in the long run, but this is not something new that the United States decided to do. Like,
or Russia.
Yeah. I mean, this has been going on, not just the United States or, Soviet Union. This is something that's always gone on, like clandestine, not necessarily clandestine, but like,
I'm sure France
protecting your own interests.
And,
Yes. This is nothing new. So this is not part of the conspiracy theory. And again, we're dealing with the Soviet Union. Like, remember all those movies you'd grow up, you'd see, like, the enemy was always the Soviet Union, Rocky.
Yeah.
Like Red Dawn. They're all like, so
do you
this
think,
is, again,
do you
this
think
is
with the current history that we're going to go back to that? Like, it's like there was, in the early 2000s, it was always terrorists from.
Yeah. Or cyber warfare and stuff like that. Oh, yeah.
And then it was China.
Yeah.
And now China started watching movies. So now it's like, we can't have China anymore.
Even,
North Korea.
Did you see the new Top Gun movie?
No, but is that terrorists?
No, but it's definitely a country that's probably Russia, but they couldn't say that
because no one will watch it in Russia.
Maybe China too. Yeah. So again, we're still in the thick of the Cold War right now. Nuclear war is imminent, so it's a chess game, a long-term chess game going on right now. So the United States is very interested in what would happen in Nicaragua.
Could you imagine being your job is like, all right, Bill, here's what you're gonna do for the next few weeks. You're gonna figure out how we can, help out the Contras. Like someone's job right now in the American military and other militaries around, the West is how can we screw over Russia and help Ukraine?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
What can we do? And then like someone's job, like there's people sitting in a room, like not right now, but it's sitting in a room like days and days and days being like, okay, what are we gonna do with this? How can we do this? Here's a map. What can we do here, here, and here? Yeah. What kind of weapons can they use here? Like, there's a lot of jobs out there. There's a lot of people that do a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's crazy it's crazy we have so many people that work as engineers for roller coasters.
Well, sure. Yeah.
It's crazy the kind of where those people probably be used to like get clean water for, but there's no money in that.
But I couldn't imagine living this time because like the unknowing and just like the again, there's no actual war happening. They had some incidents, but like the imminent threat of nuclear war or all the secrecy and the spying and like maybe it's because all the spy movies I watched growing up. Yeah. But like, I don't know. It just seems.
I think for
terrifying.
There was an article, and this is a little off topic, but on topic, but jumping ahead. There was an article that was written by a spy from the Soviet Union that was, it's kind of around the time they found that the Americans, that show, and like that girl who was a Russian spy that moved to America, that was based on this girl or this woman at the time. And there was an article written by another guy who was an actual spy too. And he was like, they kind of just dropped us off and they said, good luck. And, the way he didn't really divulge like how they communicate and stuff, but like there was tons of people that were from Russia.
Oh, moles, yeah.
That were just living here trying to like do a little bit like in this industry. And we obviously, it's not just one side. Like we do that same thing too.
Yeah, yeah.
Every country seems to do it in one way or another.
Yeah, it's always gone on.
It's always gone on.
Spying,
that whole, yes.
Like, there's that show Washington Spies. That was on like History Channel, I think it was called.
Okay.
During the Revolutionary War.
Oh, Turn was another. It was like the show about it.
I think that might be it.
Yeah, Washington Spies. Yeah, that was on AMC.
I don't know. I just find that stuff fascinating. I'd be terrible at it. I'd be dead. Okay, so we're dealing with the 80s. But unfortunately, in 1985, Congress passes something called the Boland Amendment that doesn't allow the United States to give aid anymore to the Contras in Nicaragua. Maybe they're worried about it being coming out of Vietnam kind of war.
Oh, there's all that specter.
These times have changed since World War II going into this point. Like, and I'll go into that a little bit. So this amendment gets passed. We can't help the Contras anymore. Reagan's cabinet finds a loophole in something called the Iran-Contra affair. Have you ever heard of this?
Yes. I have it was in a Family Guy episode, I believe. Okay. And just, from not paying attention to history class in high school or not, listening to history teachers nowadays, it's always a big thing in modern history, this kind of thing. It kind of is always the conspiracy theory people, like that group. Yeah. Love this as one of like, look, they did this. Why can't they? Why wouldn't they be doing this? Like as like a doorway to like these other theories and how you can make things seem true, which obviously I have no idea what the hell's going on. But it is always used. The Iran-Contra Yeah. What's it called? Affair.
So I remember like
that and Watergate are like the two like.
Yeah. I remember there was also the Iran hostage crisis that happened, but that was a few years before this. But again, we're dealing with terrorism and hostage situations. So Iran at this time is at war with Iraq. It's Iraq invaded Iran because they're worried about Iran, who is Shiite. Iraq was Sunni. Anyways, they're at war. But there was a trade embargo on Iran. Like no one could give them weapons or anything like that because of what happened. I think mostly because of the previous hostage situation. But again, going back to the Boland Amendment, people in Reagan's cabinet found a way, like a loophole. So they were like, "Hey, we're going to supply weapons to Iran."
Again, lawyer sat down and was like, "Look, we can do it for this." Like
exactly what happened.
Yeah,
and a lot of these people have been getting in trouble. Reagan didn't. Everyone said he didn't have knowledge of this, but there were people in his cabinet. So like, "Hey, we'll give you weapons if you release these hostages," because the people we had sorry, I didn't explain this earlier. They're hostages that were in Lebanon. Now I know it's a different country than Iran because it's called Iran-Contra affair, but Lebanon and Iran were very close because they're sect of Islam. The hostages, in the long run, the hostages didn't get released, but the money we got from Iran, the Reagan administration, people in his cabinet found a way to use that money to send to the Contras in Nicaragua.
Just send them money?
Yeah.
Oh, like
to send the money to help further,
not like weapons, but just cash.
To purchase weapons.
Okay.
And so there's a term for it. I can't remember what it is. So they found this loophole basically. They took money that they sent to they got from the Iranian government to release these citizens. That money was secretly used then, like this wasn't known to the general public, secretly used then to keep funding the Contras in Nicaragua. So they found a loophole. So it turns out like that loophole is probably not necessarily a loophole, but they did something illegal.
Okay.
But then this gets found out, everything blows up, and they keep trying to find ways to get money to these Contras.
So they're just trying. The government, basically, this administration is trying to fund the Contras any way they can to overthrow or to stop the Sandinistas.
Yes, because again, the Cold War they were so fearful of communism spreading in the United States, or possibly being outpowered by the USSR, because when they get to say Cuba, the Cuban Missile Crisis, there's these satellite photos taken, or satellite plane photos taken of possible missiles being placed there. So this is all within range of the United States. So it's kind of terrifying.
Or it sounded terrifying to the people of America.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And I'm sure at the other end, the Russian people were also terrified of America having missiles. Like, so
we're doing the power circle thing too. Like
they're doing the same thing we're doing.
Yeah. We're doing the same thing they're doing. Yeah. So sorry. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't want to make it seem like this one-sided thing.
I mean, for us as growing up in America, it is one-sided.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're taught. But it's always, I like to hear the stories about we hear the stories in American history classes about the World War II, and it's about when America entered and what was going on before, mostly from what the British and the French were doing against Hitler.
Yeah. But
then you have you listen to someone from Russia and they talk about what they learned about the World War II and how Russia basically saved the day, which
they kind of did.
I mean, but if you look at it, if you zoom out and look at everybody came together as a world to fight back.
It was a united effort. Yeah.
And also Germany was falling. Like Germany didn't just spread themselves way too thin.
Well, they decided to invade Russia, which you should never do because no one ever wins that. Like Napoleon. So this gets found out, but we're still somehow supporting these Contras. No one knows how this is where are we getting this money from? Congress says we can't do this anymore. We try to do this the Reagan administration trying to do this backwards thing of taking money from this exchange with the Iranians for hostages, for giving them guns. And then we don't know. People are like, where's this money coming from? So people start saying maybe drug trafficking is happening because they start seeing in California, primarily Los Angeles, that crack cocaine is becoming a thing.
Man, we're checking all the boxes here.
Yeah, so it's kind of again, that whole thing with the Iran-Contra controversy, that's 100% factual. That happened. Now we're going back again into conspiracy theory kind of thing.
Okay, so
there are rumblings that people are like, well, where's this money coming from? If we're not allowed to help them, how are we still helping them?
Right.
Again, the CIA was told they can't do this anymore. They were training these people. They weren't directly involved, but they were training the Contras. So several investigative journalists start looking into this, these rumors that possibly the CIA is being involved in drug trafficking to fund the selling of drugs in the United States, or allowing the selling of drugs in the United States by South Americans, possibly Nicaraguans, in order to fund their own fight against the Sandinistas. Thank you.
So it's conspiracy theory that we're on a conspiracy side when we say
we're getting into that
drug trafficking.
Yeah, we're getting that right now. Now, yes, there was glimmers of crack cocaine becoming an issue or being around in this time, like as a new thing in the United States. Again, we're in the 80s. We all know what ended up happening with that, like it ended up becoming like an epidemic. But now we're getting conspiracy theory because people are like, well, how's this being funded? So people start asking questions like, maybe there's drug trafficking going on. So there were some investigative reporters who looked into this, didn't really find anything, but there was enough national interest in this that the United States Senate was like, maybe we should investigate this. So their own U.S. government was just like, let's look into this. So for 3 years, they did find out that Nicaraguans were doing some kind of drug trafficking in the United States. The CIA knew about it, but weren't directly involved.
Okay.
So again, that is factual.
Partially true. So it's like conspiracy theory, but that's
so
easy to connect.
Yeah, right. Like they probably, they knew it was happening, but they weren't facilitating it.
Okay.
They might have had other things worried about, on their plate as far as like, again, the Cold War, national security, and all that stuff.
So the drug trafficking is happening,
but they're not
directly
involved. And that was kind of the end of it. And then you have along in 1996. So this is since 89, 96. Several years later, you have this investigative journalist come along. He's like, no, there's more to this story. Enter Gary Webb.
So it's story of the Iran Contra.
No, there's more the story of the drug trafficking.
Okay.
Like there's possible
of how they were funding this
possible actual CIA involvement, not just knowing of it happening, but allowing it to happen, possibly facilitating it.
Okay.
Because prior to that, the U.S. government, other investigators, like, no, there's nothing there. They know it's happening, but they're not actually doing anything about it. So a gentleman named Gary Webb comes along. He's an investigative journalist. He's been around for several years, bouncing around the United States, doing small town pieces about earthquakes and stuff like that. But he won awards for his investigative journalism, so he's, I wouldn't say necessarily well established, but he seems legit. He gets hired. So
he's not just some guy that
schmuck, he's
not
some internet guy, like it's just like,
or he's not some like just small town guy that just all of a sudden got this like.
He was a small town, but he made it. He paid his dues. Like
right.
he knew what he was doing. So he gets hired by the San Jose Mercury News. It's in California, for people who don't live in the United States. In 1996, he wrote a series of articles called Dark Alliance. At this time, internet was starting to take off. So the San Jose Mercury News, they posted not only in the paper, but they posted online. So this is kind of one of like the early instances of the internet being used for information through like a news website. Again, they're not big like the Washington Post or anything like that, but it's kind of a smaller paper. Like, hey, we're gonna put some graphics on the screen. We have audio files of testimonies. You can read the article there. So it's kind of a new thing. So this caught on.
The internet?
Well, yeah, obviously
the internet caught on. Whoa.
obviously the internet caught on, for better or for worse. But something this big and then something this damning.
So this story kind of went viral.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Before there was viral.
Before the social media kind of thing started, this was a website, a newspaper website, or a news website.
So he would write. He wrote several articles in a series called Dark Alliance, which eventually published into a book later on down the road. But he kind of corroborated the idea that the CIA knew something was going on. Not only that, but they actually were facilitating all of this. So he had people's names.
Facilitating the selling of drugs.
Yes.
Okay.
He had people's names, people that were already known to be, or were eventually known to be big-time drug dealers and drug traffickers. And that possibly they were on the CIA's payroll.
Okay.
So he's saying the CIA not only knew about this stuff, but was allowing it to happen. Not only allowing it to happen, but also making it happen.
Facilitating.
Helping these people, like financially. And so
they were like laundering money the opposite way. They were dirtying that money up. Griming it up.
So he named a couple people. One guy's name was the Freeway Ricky Ross.
Yes. Freeway
Ricky Ross. He's out of L.A. He became this guy.
If I have another kid, Freeway is his first name.
I don't know if you ever heard of the rapper named Rick Ross. He named himself after this guy.
Oh, really?
Because like for a while, like long time rappers were like, "Oh, I'm a drug dealer," like for
so this is like this is like
he's super well. This guy was super well known in the Los Angeles scene, and apparently he went on for years and years and years without getting caught. He was one of the biggest sellers of drugs, of crack or cocaine or crack cocaine, depending on I guess how it's made or distributed. In Los Angeles, like one of the people ever. Like he was notorious, but he kept doing this for years and like he never got caught. So people were like, how's this dude not getting caught? Like, is he being protected? So he actually did end up eventually getting caught, and he kind of turned an informant.
So they were using him.
So they're using him, yeah. But a lot of people were like, well, wait, why, how would this guy keep getting away with this stuff? Keep evading the police for like, I think it was almost a decade. Like, and he's that well known if he doesn't have someone helping him out.
Yeah, it seems like the bigger your operation gets, one, they probably know about it anyway in most cases, especially in this time.
Sure.
Two, I mean, how can it get that big unless you have some type, you're doing something, I would imagine.
Right. So you have the Freeway Ricky Ross. Rick Ross.
Yep.
But he's in LA. So where's he getting the drugs from then? So this guy was 100% real person, 100% influential in the whole crack cocaine selling in the 1980s, early 90s. But how's he getting the drugs?
Was this in the article?
This is real life. Like this dude actually like did this stuff. But was
all this broken in the article?
This, I believe it was, yeah.
Okay.
But then there's two other gentlemen. So he's.
So what I'm saying is like the early internet had Freeway Ricky Ross on this news website.
No, this guy was already known, I think, before this. But I think what might have been known, at least to the American public, were these two other gentlemen who were Nicaraguan refugees who left during the Sandinista takeover. They supported the Contras, but they were essentially drug traffickers and drug runners. When
did the Contra thing end?
And so the Sandinistas lost power in 1996, 97. So they were only around, I think they're only mostly around for 20 years.
Okay. So the Contras lost their whole thing with the Sandinistas, and the Sandinistas were in power?
So yes, Sandinistas were in power, I think until like 1990. So yeah, I think overall, so the Contras lost. There was a ceasefire that took place because Russia, eventually Soviet Union and the United States just completely backed off. But the Sandinistas ended up being voted out around like 1990. So the Contras didn't lose, but they did. Like,
was it kind of the same thing as happened with like the fall of the Soviet Union?
Yeah,
or in the same time.
Yeah.
So maybe there was like, oh crap, we don't have no one to help us now.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
It's more complicated, obviously. I'm trying to simplify.
Yeah. So I mean, the Contras lost, but I think what ended up happening was because a Democratic vote happened. So in the long game, they won, I guess you can say.
Gotcha. So these two guys
from
Nicaragua.
Freeway Ricky Ross, and then you have two guys from Nicaragua. They were supporters. They were refugees. They came to the United States. But they're supporters of the Contras. But they learned how to. They were farm. One of them was a farmer. But they also, in time, they learned how to grow and sell crack cocaine. So they are the ones. Again, this is true. They did take part into smuggling crack cocaine in the United States. But again, this is when you get on the conspiracy theory side. Gary Webb is saying that the United States allowed this to happen.
So
these guys are three real guys. They did big time smugglers and drug traffickers and pushers of drugs. But Gary Webb is saying the CIA knew about this, and not only that, but like helped them do this. So this comes out again. This is on the internet, so that like it's hitting a new audience and it's catching on quick. So more people than not are like seeing news because of the internet, right?
The information age is born.
Yeah.
With Gary Webb. His name's Gary. So that
There you go.
Gary Webb in the internet.
Yeah.
This is
huge.
so
Yeah.
maybe we
I
just
didn't
broke
think about
another
that.
conspiracy thing. So it's not. It
Mystery
wasn't
solved, baby.
Gary Webb was the CIA.
Right. Yeah. Ooh. Oh.
Come on, Gary Webb.
So he
It's
even,
right there.
Yeah. He even said like by this since this technology happened, since what we did at the Mercury News, they made them a bigger player compared to like the Wall Street Journal or like Washington Post, New York Post, LA Times. Like it made a more even playing field. Like not only that, but like they're more successful because, at least at this moment, because they weren't really doing that stuff yet, or didn't have that hot of a story yet to put online.
It's not like they're selling.
Because this is in Silicon Valley.
Right.
So they're right there when all this stuff is happening, so they could take advantage of that. It's in San Jose.
So they're not
The forefront of this stuff.
The internet's taken off, but they're starting to sell more.
Yeah.
More well known.
Getting more clicks,
Yeah.
more views, because they have all this stuff really available because they're right there in Silicon Valley. So more people are seeing this, and so eventually, again, this is '96. The crack epidemic started in the '80s. So you have all these low income areas, people and communities who have just been devastated by this, and they're reading this stuff and they're like, oh wait, this is pretty damning evidence against the U.S. government. If this is true, and a lot of them like believe that to be the case. And it's kind of understandable just because throughout history, again, not necessarily in the United States, but throughout history, there's always somebody or groups of people who don't necessarily trust their own government, right? It's not
For good or bad.
Yeah, for good or bad. But particularly in the 60s, in the United States, a lot of people it was like the treatment of minorities, the assassination of Martin Luther King and JFK, the Vietnam War, the Watergate scandal, the government covering up things and stuff like that. Like people are starting to distrust the government. It seems like
More than
ever, especially now with like television. They're seeing firsthand what like some of these wars are like, or what these protests are like, or sit-ins are like, and what happens to these people.
So I mean, this is like the rise of social media. Like we still see this today.
Yeah.
We see social media. Everybody can be a reporter now. Everybody can see and say anything and put the information out there. And we see how too much information could actually be detrimental when it comes, especially with conspiracy theories, because now anybody
can write
say
about anything. Yeah.
But this is obviously a newspaper.
Yeah. And the investigative journalists are the ones who are like figuring this stuff out, like the Watergate scandal and all that stuff. So like it seems like the faith in, again, we had to live there at this point, but the faith in media is more so than the faith in the government. So it's kind of understandable to have that line of thinking that like maybe the United States government is responsible for this horrible thing that happened to us, in these communities, since bad things have happened to them in the past. So the theory of the United States government being responsible for this crack cocaine epidemic, you can see why some people might think this way just because of what happened to them in the past, when they saw it going on in the world, or what happened in their very own communities. So it's not necessarily unreasonable for some people to think this way. But then some people kind of took it as the U.S. government was doing it intentionally to destroy these communities. As in, like, wipe them out, get rid of them, like, because they're, like, these poor communities and stuff like that. So, again, that kind of goes even further in conspiracy theory. I'm not disagreeing with that, because that whole crack epidemic was terrible. So this comes out, people start thinking this way. Big publications like LA Times, New York Post, Washington Post, they start looking at these reports and start finding certain inconsistencies. Such as and they're like deep diving.
Inconsistencies in Gary Webb's story?
In his story, in his Dark Alliance.
So it wasn't in the story in general, it was Gary Webb stories.
Gary Webb stories, yeah. Like they looked in the past and they didn't really find much to see a correlation between the United States government and drug trafficking in the United States. So after he says this, big time newspapers start looking into it. And this kind of gets where it gets a little weird. So either they're doing this for due diligence or to like get the right story out there, or they're personally attacking him. So Gary Webb thinks they're personally attacking me. He thinks that they are stooges for the United States government. The United States government is making them do this kind of type of thing. Because one of them had like 17 people investigating like his whole story.
Just this one guy.
Just one guy in like his book. And I guess some of the people thought that they were like told to personally attack and like discredit this guy. So again, this is kind of hearsay, he said, she said kind of stuff. But
of course, he would feel that way. And
yeah, you feel like attacked, like you felt like you did honest work. So for a minute there, his newspaper was kind of backing him up. And like all this criticism is coming from these bigger newspaper publications, because the San Jose Mercury was not that big, but these big time news publications have been around for a long time. They're saying like, there might be something here, that there might be some poor reporting or inconsistencies, or this isn't checking out. So for a minute there, Mercury's backing him up, and then they kind of do their own investigation and see that, again, there are some inconsistencies with like timelines and certain testimonies. Again, these testimonies you can hear on their website, but eventually they start kind of taking this stuff down. They start kind of distancing themselves from them, thinking that, there might not be totally 100% factual. And so it kind of rubs him the wrong way. He resigns, eventually publishes these stories into a book, redoes some of them, like not necessarily redoes, but like puts more information in to give it more of like credibility.
Yep.
People look at,
especially it's hard to, like newspapers, magazines, like they have editors to cut stuff out.
Sure, yeah,
to make this story not only sell,
right,
but interesting, makes sense. It's back. I mean, it seems like if he's able to add the stuff back in, maybe it would have been helpful there in the first place.
Yeah. And I get like, a lot of times with like just media in general, like it's the flashy stuff that sells.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'd say this is certainly flashy.
Look at the story of Randall Randolph Hearst and Pulitzer and what they were doing. I mean, all he did was make some bold letters to sell more papers than the other guy. I think Hearst was out in California, and Pulitzer was in New York.
Oh yeah.
And then their battle was all about. There's a great documentary about this, but like Hearst just like, hey, we're gonna make really big letters on the front, and then people were like, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's all he did was make titles and stuff. It was like, so it was more. People accused him of being salacious or whatever you would say in that. I don't know if that's the correct word, but saying that, and we see this today. We see it with every single time it rains. We're like, oh my God, the biggest storm ever.
Yeah. And
then you don't even know if you're supposed to run or not.
Yeah.
Which is what drives me nuts. For better or worse, I mean, news is very important. We need the news.
Sure.
But sometimes some ways it could
teeter one way or the other,
right? Just to get views, because they're kind of. They're in battles right now on the internet. I mean, the internet news on the internet is. I mean, what happened in Canada recently?
Oh right, yeah.
Where Facebook can't. I don't think Facebook can't put news up there anymore unless they pay.
Okay, yeah.
There's all these different. So there's who knows how it's going out, but like the internet way of like people aren't buying newspapers anymore. How do these companies make money?
Okay.
And if you go to any newspaper, especially the big ones, you have to pay for either all the stuff is gated, and that's always been
there's like subscription,
lots of subscriptions for like the news that like might actually be helpful, which drives me nuts. Like you can go to any like small time 2-bit news operation and you can read any article for free because there's 1,000 ads, but all the information might be that might not be the right information. Most of it's probably written by AI nowadays. And then you go to like Washington Post or you go to like New York Times. It's like read. It seems like every time I click on an article, it's like
3 articles this month.
Like
2.
Well, not even that. It's like I always are out of articles. I was like, I never go to this website. How am I out of articles already? So it's like
they're also trying to survive though too.
That's what I'm trying to say is like, but the stuff that you actually probably need to know that was important to like learn, and you can actually solve some of these conspiracy theory problems running amok on the internet.
Yeah.
Try to figure out a way to get those people paid, to get those companies some money.
Yeah. It's tough. So
it's a business, but we have no idea what's going on. I'm not saying I'm a businessman.
So Mercury News ends up publishing a retraction because I think they're getting pressure because they're a small town, not
pressure from their
from their like their peers.
People give them money. And,
Yeah.
and they're probably their parent company.
Sure. And then the LA Times, New York Times, Washington Post are saying, hey, there's some things in here that aren't really totally accurate, or might be kind of a little loose with the facts kind of thing. So there's a divide that happens between Webb and the Mercury News. He ends up resigning. He publishes a book in 1998. Again, showing some new findings, but again, that gets picked apart. So what's happening is in
But he has to sell books. So.
Yeah. But he ends up not really no one wants to hire him anymore at this point, because he just keeps going on and on. He keeps getting dragged out. He keeps saying stuff back, defending himself, which he should. If he stands by his work, he should stand by it. I'm glad he did, because he's proud of it. But eventually he can't get work anymore in the newspaper. I forget what he ends up doing. So this is kind of where it gets a little bit even more dark.
I like you preface the dark with a little chuckle. Darkness.
Because now that we're dark enough with this. So yeah, can't get any work anymore.
It's been so bright so far.
Gets into a depression. And in 2004, discovered that he committed suicide. So I came across, the whole way I came across this was I was on the internet. It's probably on Reddit. There's probably some meme saying Gary Webb was this guy. He
is the internet.
Yeah.
Gary Webb.
He created the internet, for one, and then two.
Bill Gates, Gary Webb. You ever seen him in the same place? Nope.
And two, he created that. Two, he came across the drug trafficking and CIA was involved with, caused a crack epidemic. And he was, his death was murdered as suicide, even though he was shot twice. I was like, okay, well, that's a lot. That's saying a lot right there. So I'm going to look into this some more, because I'd never heard of this guy before.
Shot twice in a suicide.
Yeah. He shot himself twice in a suicide.
It's probably shot from the back of his head.
And I was like, I never heard of this guy. So I want to look this up, because I'm, interested in it. But I was like, what got me most was how did he shoot himself twice in a suicide? Because I looked in it, he shot himself twice in the head. It was a .38 caliber revolver. I'm not sure. Is that a lower caliber gun?
No.
But I feel like either way, you put a gun to your head, you can't shoot yourself twice and kill yourself and not kill yourself the first time.
Especially if you're shooting him in the head. I mean,
yeah. So I was like, okay, maybe there is something here. Did this guy really, that's where I want to grow in all this. Did this guy really stumble across something with the CIA? Was he, did he know too much and the CIA was done dealing with him and trying to suppress him from keep telling his story? Were these big newspapers really part of the CIA cover up of this thing?
So the mystery is, did he kill himself or did he commit suicide?
Well, that's the same thing. Did he kill himself or commit suicide?
I stand by that.
So
did he kill himself?
So that's kind of a twofold thing, because obviously, we did the CIA thing, that there's a little bit of mystery conspiracy there. But the big mystery though, is did he commit suicide, or
did he kill himself,
or was he murdered or assassinated?
Okay.
And I think, and I'll go over to kind of what
the theories,
what was left behind and how he left a note. But I think in order to believe that he was assassinated, you need to believe that the CIA did in fact take this big of a part into the drug trafficking and was the facilitator of the crack epidemic that happened in the United States
to fund this.
Yeah, otherwise, why would he be?
There's this 20. We're going from 79 to 2004.
Yeah, there's
or until he writes first article, which was in 98,
96.
Yeah. So you have how many years? 17 years.
Yeah, 18 years. And it goes on for more years after that, because he's kind of defending himself and publishes a book in 98, coming up with more findings. He's still defending himself. People are constantly asking questions about this, about the book, and people are, at his death, a lot of people were saying he's a martyr, but a lot of people were saying not so he's a fraud, but he was discredited and kind of was living in shame. So, but I think, but in order to think that he was assassinated, you have to pair that with the fact, or believe in the fact, that the CIA did in fact do all these things that he claimed they did.
So, assassination and murder are two different instances of what could have happened. Two different,
or assassination or suicide.
Suicide, assassination, or murder.
Yeah. So I'm saying, I would say you would have to agree that in order to be assassinated, the CIA stuff had to have happened that he claims, or he did commit suicide because no one believed him, even though the stuff did happen, or he just committed suicide because he felt disgraced or depressed about everything that transpired after that, being discredited and like no one wanted to hire him, kind of being like, I wouldn't say pariah, but
I mean, mental health wasn't a very focus of anybody at this time.
No,
so.
yeah, that I didn't think about. That's definitely true. So I'll just say that because I think that's kind of important things to think about when you're trying to think one versus the other. So he kills himself supposedly 2004. He had sent 4 suicide letters to families.
Okay. 4 suicides to family, yep. 2 family members.
They were typed up. Taped a note to his front door saying, "Please do not enter. Call 911 for assistance. Thank you."
These are all printed. They weren't. They were. He isn't handwritten.
So the suicide letters were definitely printed. I'm not sure about the note on the door.
Okay.
I guess they were in the process of moving, and so a lot of his stuff was packed up. Some things that like awards he had were packed up.
Was he?
He had his ID out next to him, his social security card.
Was he married or anything?
He was married. Yeah, he married, had kids. He left his motorcycle key for his son. No, I'm guessing obviously no one was home when this happened, but they were in the process of moving. And I think he was hoping that like in the suicide or in the murder attempt that like the mover, I think that they're supposed to be moving the next day or something like that. And they would find the note on the door and be like, telling movers don't come in, or a neighbor or his wife or kid, just call the police. But yeah, so he had stuff packed away, obviously because they're moving, but his ID next to him, social security card. I think he had like his will or something saying he wanted to be cremated. Sent these letters to his family members, put a note on the door, and there was a .38 caliber revolver next to him. So it gets posted that he had died by 2 gunshots at the time of his death in 2004. But they didn't say, I don't believe they said it was a suicide. Or when things got like printed online or in papers.
It was reported that,
or they did, but they said there was 2 shots, and people were like, "Well, how's that?" I think that's what it was. Yeah, it was reported that he was committed suicide by 2 shots to the head, and people were just like, "Well, how the hell is that possible?" So the coroner got all these calls like flooded in, like, "How's this possible? How's this possible? How do you not kill yourself on the first shot?" But I guess it's it is possible. There's a very small window, like percentage of that happening, but according to the coroner's report, though.
I mean, you could definitely get shot in the head. I mean, it's definitely happened.
It's happened.
He
Yeah,
could have
but
missed.
it's such a but there were 2 wounds.
Especially point blank. I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I know someone that has been shot in the head before, and the bullet's still lodged in his face.
Oh my God!
So this is someone from high school.
It's still lodged in his face.
I mean, I saw him years later, and it was like something we talked about how it.
Damn.
Yeah. So.
Jeez.
I can't even remember how it happened. I'm sure it was something terrible, but that type of thing is possible.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was point blank.
Right. Yeah. Imagine if you don't hit a certain.
Right. It could have ricocheted off a skull. Who knows?
Right. So the coroner's office getting all these like calls and like questions like, how is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? Again, because people were, keep in mind, people were at this time, even before he passed, people thought everything he was saying, a lot of people thought what he was saying was true, and they see that he died by suicide by 2 shots, and like that can't be possible. So the coroner comes out and says that like when he pulled the trigger, the bullet sliced. So he put it to his right side of his head. He pulled the trigger, the bullet sliced down through his face, exiting through his left cheek.
Okay.
So that's could be one reason. That's not going to kill you.
It's a very lucky bullet.
A non-fatal wound.
Yeah.
And again, he pulled the trigger again. The second shot, coroners believe nicked an artery and just bled out. So then I was like, okay, maybe, it is possible to, I guess, not kill yourself with the first bullet to the head. But it's like I said, to this day, a lot of people think he is a martyr. Other people say he was a good reporter, but he was kind of loose with the facts. And that he just kind of eventually became depressed from not being able to get work, from his reputation being kind of smudged or dragged through the mud by some of his peers, and he thought maybe the government was trying to do the same thing with him.
So his article specifically talked about how the government was involved in drug trafficking and the epidemic, the drug epidemic in America.
Yeah.
In that they facilitated, helped all of this to fund
the Contras. Yeah.
And that even after the Contras lost, it still went on.
Yes, the Contras lost.
Or like this whole thing, obviously in the 80s and stuff like that. So this was all going on in that it still was allowed to happen.
Yeah.
So he digs all this up, is loose with the facts maybe, kills himself, or is murdered, either way. Theories that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
He was killed or he committed suicide.
Yeah.
There's no in between. Or in general.
Yeah. Then that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you believe that he was killed, you'd almost kind of have to believe that there was something going on with the CIA.
Yes.
Or, so the people I mentioned earlier, the 3 guys that he supposedly talked to or knew about that were part of this drug ring outside the CIA, they all claim that, well, their lawyers, at least Free Ray Ricky, lawyers claim that like he had nothing to do with any of that stuff. Ricky
he was just by the books.
Yeah.
By the books, drug trafficking.
Your friendly neighborhood crack dealer, yeah. I think that's what I think that's what it was like. Apparently, like, that's another thing. People are like, did he actually talk to any of these guys?
I mean, he's not going to lie. Come on.
But
He's
like,
not going to lie to reporters.
Like and Rick Ross was, I think at this time in the 90s, he was already in prison.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's why people are like, did you actually talk to him, or who'd you talk to? Did you talk to the lawyer? And like, is the lawyer actually
did he lie to his lawyer?
Yeah. Is the lawyer actually going to admit this, like say this to you? Because by doing so, you can hurt his, his defendant, person he's lawyering for, because this guy's already in prison. Let's not add more time onto his sentence.
Right. Don't incriminate himself.
Yeah. By having to admit this. So, I mean, that's a possibility too, but yeah, so he was in prison. He's out now. And then the 2 other guys are both in prison now, I believe, in Nicaragua, because they eventually were caught.
Trafficking.
Yeah. I think one did like 20 years. He might be out now, but yeah, they were all caught. And again, these are all real people. They did these things. That's not like this.
They definitely sold crack, but who knows the reason for it?
Right.
Well,
the 2 Nicaraguans, they were doing it to support the Contras. So the only real thing here is what I feel like what Gary Webb is saying is that the CIA
was involved
in it.
So that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
CIA is either involved or not involved in this trafficking and distribution and things like that.
Or maybe, I just now thought of this, maybe, he's throwing out some names out there. Maybe these people are like, this dude needs to shut up. Not the CIA, but like maybe one of these drug cartels. I'm like, this guy needs to shut up.
Yeah. I mean, you figure at this point in time, in the 90s, though, I mean,
yeah,
I'm sure people report on drug stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I was thinking it's crazy. There's like documentaries about like the drug cartels and stuff like that. And you're just like, what are these guys doing? Like these reporters are going down there and talking to like,
yeah, it's insane. Because the amount of power these guys had, especially in South America, like,
and you're going to allow them to write a story. Yeah.
Like the government was afraid of these people, and they're like, I'm going to go down there and talk to these people.
So if you think of, for me, I'm thinking about the death, like the scene, the scene of the crime, like where he died, or the scene. He has a note, right, sent out.
4 notes sent out to family members.
His last will, or his that was laying next to him or something. Yeah. So he had all this preparation.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
You could say, well,
it seems very, very methodical. Like he
had something on the door.
Yeah.
One, his wife would probably, his family would be the first to say if that's him or not. Like, oh, that's definitely what he would do.
Yeah.
Or he's not that. He's so absent-minded. Like he would never think of doing these things. It's like the CIA that would do this will be like, that's the CIA I think is out there. Like the CIA that would like plant all this stuff, the movie CIA.
That's what I thought too. I was like, well,
they're
that's
the
something
ones
they
that would plant
totally
this,
do. Yeah.
It's like,
but that's based on like movies and
But we don't know,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
so we don't know. It could be that's exactly what
Yeah.
happened. They killed him. The drug trafficking, the drug side of it, that seems too methodical for.
Let's say if there's like a drug cartel, they just be like, just shoot him and like leave.
Yeah, because no one's gonna find them anyway.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
him killing himself is also believed. So you have like this someone at the mental health disorder, mental health thing, depression that no one really understands or knows about at this point. Like they understand, but they don't really. It's not really a focus. Like it's almost. And we know, growing up in this time, it's that type of mental health stuff is like frowned upon. It's like you're supposed to be hidden. It's not supposed to be talked about in open.
Shove it down and way down.
Get on with it.
Do drugs.
Self-medicate. Yeah. But it seems like the cool CIA that would do something like that methodical, that clear, in a house they're moving out of. Yeah. Like they're starting over a new house, like perfect timing. Yeah. The note on the door. Was there his fingerprints on? I mean, if it was the CIA and they did this, they probably would put his fingerprints on it. That type of like, copied his fingerprints type of thing. Like,
oh right, yeah. I don't know about the fingerprint stuff, but I do know like his wife does believe that he actually did commit suicide.
Okay, and that makes it. She would know. Yeah,
like she'd been saying like he's been like kind of off for a while and seemed kind of depressed and.
But it could be that thing that we saw, that was reported on the. Was it Operation Blue Book or one of no? It was not Operation Blue Book. The one that was about using mind control. The CIA using mind control.
The KMFDM thing or whatever that was. They were using like hallucinogens for like testing mind control or
and so that guy, the person that they were doing that to, that eventually died or jumped out a window or whatever he did, whatever that story was, which we may cover someday.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
They were just playing a mind game with that guy. Yeah. And they were messing with him to a point where he just thought he was. Right. Like they were just like if you listen to like the actual story, the books and stuff that written about it, and from my remembering different stories I've heard about, it's like that guy was just, they were just screwing with him.
I'm glad you brought that. Yeah. Cause this is like, this things that they've done. Like this is not all around.
They could have made him depressed.
Yeah. This is not all around of like, they've done studies, scientific studies to see like, how long a person do without like water and stuff like that, like torturing and stuff like that, like mind control, like drugs and stuff like that. So it's like it's not all around possibility to think if this was in fact true that they would go this far to like shut him up. Right. Yeah,
it's crazy that they would think. It's a great story because it could go. Like I think it's equally right. The common part, like. His wife obviously be the best judge to say if it was yes or no. But it's just so perfect of how it ended as far as like how everything was set up that it could be either or. Yeah. Like they could have been drugging him and he could have been depressed because of the drugs they were giving him or like something like it could have been something like that. Or like they were messing with him so bad that he was getting depressed because he couldn't get them off his back. Right. He stumbled upon something. They just were like, "You need to do this for us." And he just dragged him down.
And there's the thing, like he generally did believe that like these larger newspapers, like the LA Times, New York Post, and the other ones were actually in the pocket
of the CIA.
Like they kind of had their best interests in mind rather than actually reporting the news, like and the facts and stuff like that. So like that was in his head since they started attacking him. Could that have been a ploy on their part too? Like, who the hell knows?
Right. They, again, the CIA dumping, doing, like, feeding information in the, not necessarily to the detriment of or not necessarily to, like these.
Credibility of.
Right. Of the reporters. They could have been just reporting on what they were being told by the people that are supposed to know. Yeah. But also, so I think it's an awesome way of, an awesome story, an awesome way of looking at like a story from like, it could have been either or. And that's what's great. Yeah. It's not great. I mean, obviously a guy died. Right. Because his life was ruined. His family suffered.
But like I was saying, as soon as I saw that meme, I was like, oh, this kind of like I was saying, like who doesn't die from 2 shots to the head, like and trying to commit suicide, like, and he knew that drug epidemic was a big thing. I've known the CIA to do like some clandestine or questionable things in the past, like you were talking about the drug experiment, but like, I was like, okay, maybe this could be a thing. And then I started looking in and I was like, well, if you have these major news publications are kind of like, this guy, he's kind of be loose with some of these facts. His timelines aren't really lining up, and some of the facts out there aren't as damaging as he thinks they are. And then like he was depressed. His wife said he was depressed, and it's kind of like I kept going this back and forth of just like what did happen?
Right. And there's no one really, I mean, other than his wife, no one knows for sure.
Other than him. But we're not
exactly because he's dead.
Yeah.
But like we don't know. And even the story about if they were helping, the CIA was actually funding this. We don't know that story now too. That's another mystery about it.
Right.
So it's like two things have been kind of still left unanswered.
Yes.
All right. Well,
there you have it.
There you have it, everybody. Jordan.
Sorry to bring everyone down.
Yeah, I mean, this story had it all. It had drugs, assassinations, murder, suicide,
espionage.
flipping or toppling governments and the Soviet Union.
Proxy wars, Cold War. Yeah.
You got
really it all.
Got what you paid for this one. So that is it for this episode. Thank you, Jordan, again for bringing it to us. We will be back with another episode.
Also this. Chris did that. Great
so
job.
We got,
Great
so
job.
yes, a little couple housekeeping things. We are in the process of getting things together. If you, by watching these shows or listening to them, watching them first, if you're watching on YouTube, you see that we have a new logo. If on our podcast feeds, you just see it. We have a logo. Actually, you're seeing the logos or you're seeing a logo because we're not putting any episodes out until we have a logo officially. So the beginning of the video would have the logo. It would be in all of our social media and stuff like that.
Yeah, check it out. It looks like we're sitting in a celestial hot tub, just
hanging
about
out.
The universe of mysteries, like we're out in space in a hot tub.
So we also have an introduction. We have music now. For the most, I think you probably heard that as well. You would have heard that. Though that information of the artist stuff is going to be in the show notes, and we will start mentioning that in the next episode once we have that all. We're recording when we actually have that deal in place. But that is the end of our show for this week. And again, Jordan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, everybody out there, follow us on social media. I think we probably have those up as well. Website, check the show notes by this point. Well, it's not up yet because we're waiting for a logo and waiting for all this stuff to come into place. By the time you hear this, it will definitely be available and it will be in the show notes. Anything else, Jordan?
Yep. Just burp. That's all I got.
Just a burp. That's all we got.
And for those of you who've been like sticking with us these past, like listening to these episodes or watching them, we appreciate it because we don't know.
No one maybe listens to us at all. It's probably just us talking to ourselves again.
But if you did, thank you. Appreciate it. Pass it along.
Yes, share the words. Rate us, review us, whatever the people in social media these days say. All the YouTube kids and things like that. And next week, we will have another episode. I believe I'm up this time.
Do you know what you're gonna do?
It's a mystery.
Yep. Perfect. All right,
everybody. As we say, or might say, or probably have said at the end of every episode,
stay mysterious.
Stay mystery.
Stay mystery.
All right. Thank you again. Good night. Then in the early 19th century, writer and traveler Alexandre Dumas visited... Dumas?
Is that like the guy that wrote Three Musketeers? Yeah, Alexander Dumas. Yeah. Wrote Three Musketeers. All right.
I don't know who that is. Three Musketeers what? Is
yeah,
it like, it's like the
candy bar.
It's like the Mouseketeers?
Yeah.
Is that the candy bar guy?
It's the candy bar guy. Sure is.
Mickey Mouse and the candy bar guy? All right. Hello, greetings, and hello, everybody. Welcome to the Mysterious Pals Show. My name is Chris, and I'm looking Jordan directly in the eyes right now.
I'm not blinking.
I just want to say thank you to all of our travelers, listeners, everybody that's here with us today. But I also want to say thank you to Jordan for being here today. Jordan, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Great. I'm happy to be here.
Me too.
And I would like to say that I finished Breaking Bad.
The whole series?
Yeah. Since the last time we spoke. I liked season 4.
You're on season 2 or 3 last time?
3. I was beginning of 3.
Oh my goodness.
I got
five seasons.
I don't got a lot going on. I don't really like season 5 as much. I like season 4. Season 4 was really good. I think the show was the best.
Season 5 is the last one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Season 4 was really good. It ended real well, but then they go into season 4, but it just wasn't for me. Season 5 wasn't for me.
Did you? All right. Oh man, so many questions. Okay, so did you like the ending, the way it ended?
Yeah. I mean, it was
guns
fine.
a-blazing. Jesse drives off.
Yeah, and I guess there's a movie.
Sorry, spoilers.
I guess there's a movie, right?
Yeah, the movie's pretty. I mean, it's fine.
I mean, I think that was of the enemies. That group was the worst. Like, it seems like that was like, hey, we're just gonna throw these guys. We have no one else for them to be the ultimate enemies.
Yeah, because the one guy, Gus, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he's great. The way the whole thing of that played out,
fantastic.
And then they threw another season in there.
There's one. He's a famous actor now, but kind of got a start in the show. Can't remember what his actual name is. I think his name is Jesse in real life. He ends up killing that kid. I think it's like season 4 or season 3.
Yes, season 5.
That's season 5
on the dirt bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so like, yeah,
dude.
All right. So yeah, we're over. We're done. I finally made it through. I got that. The social stamp of like, okay, you watched the show, so now it's like if you haven't watched The Sopranos, which I haven't.
You should watch it, man.
I don't know. That seems like a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot.
And I just don't really care.
Okay.
That's kind of stuff's not for me.
All right.
Mafia stuff, I don't really care.
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't really care.
But knowing of the topic, you gave me kind of an outline of the topic today. There's a show you should watch, but go ahead and start.
I'm sure there's, yeah. Okay. So, off the top also, we know there was sound echoing issues, reverb issues in the first. We know we're working out stuff. We're learning.
We're still learning. Yeah.
I couldn't get rid of them. So if you've made it this far and didn't hate me for the reverb and echoes that we had just between the mics, we had some issues with how we mix things. Hopefully this episode will be taken care of, or maybe not. But also, it's just how it goes. Yeah. Sorry.
We're still learning.
We're still learning. We'll figure it out. I was unable to take it out of the first couple episodes. So moving on to this show, what I want to ask first before we begin is I want to know, and before you answer, I'm going to tell you just to give you a minute to think, I'm going to tell you my scenario.
Okay.
And I want to know, when you die, what do you want to happen to your body? And this goes in, I'm going somewhere with this, just follow along. So what I want to do, now there's two things I want, there's two scenarios. One, if I make it to the point where we become like robots, I want to be a 7-foot robot.
7 feet.
Just ripped, 7 foot, 8 foot tall.
Why that tall?
I'm a robot. And I want to be the first one in line when they start putting brains in the robots. I want to live forever. Like, I want to be here forever.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't want to be the first one in line, though.
No, I want to be just whatever. If someone, they figured it out, maybe second, whatever. But like, I want to be just ripped, like,
jacked.
I want 5 arms. I want 4 in the front, 1 in the back to flick you off when I run past you at full speed. Like Duncan, whatever.
Yeah.
But so that's like my primary. That's like what I'm hoping for.
Man,
no, science fiction will tell me that's going to happen. Real life, the way science works and stuff, we probably won't get there. I'll probably just be like, I'll die, and then they'll be like, oh, we can put people's brains and bodies in robots now. And I'm like, son of a bitch, and I'll be gone.
Yeah, but you're like a Roomba.
Yeah, that's what the level I'll get.
Because by the time civilization gets at the point, we'll probably be long gone. If we ever get to that point.
That's what sucks.
Yeah.
If they could like freeze me or something, which if you ever hear the stories about that, but did you ever hear the stories about like there's actual people being frozen, and it's like these companies go out of business and they like don't know what to do with the bodies.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do with those bodies?
That's the problem. It's like this, there's like a lot of articles on it. It was like a big thing a couple years ago. But anyway, the other number 2, since I want to be like here forever and I want to be a burden to anybody and everybody, I want to be. I don't want to be like in the ground. I don't want to be like Vikings shot arrows out. I want to be.
That'd be a cool way to go. The
whatever.
Power, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
But you need someone.
Then I'm gone. But I want to be here forever.
Yeah.
And I want to be remembered. So I want to be stuffed. And like I want to be in my kids, my grandkids. I want to be in their bathroom holding toilet paper. I want to go like this. I want to stuff me standing up like this.
Okay.
Toilet paper roll. Okay. Look you right in the eye when you're pooping. And I just want to be like this for the rest of their lives. Like, oh, Pappy's looking at me again. The dumbest look I could find, and just like that. And then my hand will, I don't know if my hand will move, but like eventually I'm gonna break.
But they could be a source of comfort. Like, hey, you got this. I know you're not feeling too great.
So like this, I'm like toilet paper right here, then thumbs up. Yeah,
because you would know.
Yeah, I mean, just it's gonna be as an adult, I can't wait.
Me and your wife talked about this before. I don't know how this started, but like we were saying how fun it'd be at my funeral. The casket would be raised and it would almost be like an animatronic where I would just like give people like weird hugs.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I thought that's what we're doing anyway.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's right. It's in our wills, yes.
Yeah. But maybe that's like you get stuffed and you're on the other side of the room and you just hug.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like or
or
you're stuffed into a mattress and like everyone just sleeps on you for the rest of your life. Like grind you up and put you in mattresses. Because there's that thing where you can pay to be in a tree where they put you in a tree.
So, yeah.
But what happens whenever like a storm knocks you down?
Yeah.
Then you're pissed.
But like, you're going back to the ground, back to the earth. I understand the appeal of that.
I want to be stuffed and just standing there.
Yes. Yeah.
Eventually they'll throw me away. If someone like
in time,
three generations from now, they'll be like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
Just throw him in the garbage.
Or when someone buys your house and there's this dude just standing there.
You're saying they won't even take me with it?
No. Like he's stuck to the floor.
So hopefully they'll find this recording someday and it'll be like, oh, there he is.
Yeah, there's Peepaw.
Yeah. So okay, now that's mine. What's yours? Besides the animatronic thing, that's your funeral. What's going to happen to your body?
So originally I was like, I want to be buried. Then I was like, no, maybe I should just be cremated. But then organ donor, I feel like would be the right, but
they still got to do something with your body.
Yeah.
Then if I just stuff you and stick in my passenger seat and I just drive around with you for the rest of my life,
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You start stinking.
Put right next to your door pretzels in your truck. Yeah, that'd be great.
I do love some door pretzels.
Little salt.
You're holding the dipping sauce. Yeah. Okay, so the reason why I'm bringing this up, and hopefully this all comes true, probably. We're going to be talking about a guy who they say, story is, he was buried under rivers with a bunch of gold.
Okay.
And they stopped some rivers.
Gold, all right.
I don't know if these are streams or actual rivers, but they blocked some rivers. They dug a big pit. They put him in there with his gold, and they let the water flow back over, and they killed all the slaves. That's a story that's being told. That's like the main story about this guy.
So the slaves are the one that built?
Yeah, all the people that dug it, they killed all those guys. So that no one could ever tell anybody where it is.
Okay, I've heard stuff like that before. Wasn't that kind of thing with Genghis Khan?
Yes, that's another story. So another thing of Genghis Khan. So this guy, his name is King Alaric.
All right, yeah, okay.
So King Alaric, and if you don't know, he's a Visigoth king.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be looking at the story of King Alaric and what happened to him, where he's buried, and where his gold is, his treasures. Okay. Now, we don't know if he was buried with treasures, but we want to know where his body is. He could have been. I'm sure he was probably buried with treasures.
Yeah.
Especially when you hear the story about.
I mean, most people. I think a lot of people at that time were buried with a treasure.
You're a king.
Like, take it to the afterlife. Yeah.
Not me. I'm just be standing in front of the toilet, looking at my grandkids.
You got this. Potty training. That'd be perfect for potty training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make like move and stuff, or like a thing that flashes on my face, like.
Proud of you.
Okay. So we're gonna be talking about King Alaric and his treasures and where he's buried, specifically where he's buried.
Okay.
So the story of King Alaric starts during the Roman Empire, specifically towards the end of the Western Roman Empire.
Okay.
So we're talking a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna ask you questions about Rome, obviously, so be prepared. But we know that the fall of Rome is considered some major event. So like when I talk about this stuff. Again, I'm not a historian, and I know Rome has been done to death by everybody in the world.
Yeah.
There's so much research done about it. There's so many amazing historians and amazing people that talk about Rome and are so much better than I, or have so much more information, or just, the experts.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. But what I found interesting about this is the idea of there's this king that no one ever heard of, more than likely. It's not well known for the most part, unless you're a history guy.
Yeah.
Who...
Yeah, because I don't know much about this guy. Was a big character in the fall of the Western Roman Empire. He was a big reason why the empire started to crumble. He was one of the first to invade it, foreign power to invade it. Okay. What time frame? Like what do you like?
So we're talking in the 300 to 400s, late 300s, early 400s.
Very close to the fall of Rome itself. Okay, all right.
So the fall of Rome obviously was big in European history, human history. It was a big deal. And it's crazy because like you think at this point, couldn't they figured everything out? But obviously they haven't.
Yeah.
Because they're always digging up stuff in Europe.
Stuff.
Yeah, from Roman times. Of roads. I always thought it was great whenever interesting how they found like, concrete. Like concrete, the idea of where concrete came from.
Or even
they started using it so long ago.
Yeah.
But it's such a simple idea, and then it gets lost for a while.
Sure.
The other thing we have to remember is the Roman Empire was known for persecuting Christians.
Yeah.
And then Constantine, the
Constantine
idea
was emperor.
The Emperor Constantine changed the entire empire to a Christian empire.
Yeah,
right?
that was a very massive shift in not only like within the world itself, like because they were, they're Romans, so they believe in like Mars and Jupiter.
They're
polytheists.
Yeah.
So like prior to him converting, they were persecuted.
It was the religion of the poor.
Yes.
And so they were persecuted.
Yeah.
And this kind of change really was a drastic move for an emperor in this time period to change everything so much.
It's a huge shift in how
especially after so much time. This time it was like 800 years.
Yeah. Like this is a huge shift in in the world. Him converting Christianity, I think he was going into battle. Said the story goes, the legend goes, he had a dream. And he saw the cross in the sky, and he was like, "Oh, this must mean something. This must mean my victory is coming." So then he ended up, I think, converting on his deathbed. But yeah, there's a very, very big shift
for
everybody,
the empire. And he also did another thing.
Like in hindsight, like the ramifications of that is massive.
He also did another thing was he moved the center in this. Please correct me because again, there's so much information. This is like this story got so complicated.
There's also a lot of stuff going back and forth between the East and the West.
So he supposedly moved the center, the capital of the Roman Empire, from Rome or from Western Roman Empire to the Eastern Empire in Constantinople.
So
Byzantine.
Yes. So the Roman Empire got so big at one point. An emperor called Diocletian was like, "There's no way one sole emperor can rule over all this." So his idea was to create a tetrarchy. So there'd be an emperor in the West, in Rome, emperor in the East, which would be Byzantium, and it'd be becoming Constantinople, named after Constantine. And each of them had an emperor underneath them. So those two main emperors are called Augustus or Augusti. I don't know the plural. And one's under them would be called Caesars. So there are 4 people ruling.
Okay.
This is Diocletian's idea. And again, in hindsight, this is probably a terrible idea to do this. I understand why he did it because the Roman Empire was so huge.
Big.
He couldn't do it on his own.
It's not like they can email like, "Hey, don't stop doing that."
Yeah.
Here's some rules.
But in hindsight, by the fact that you're creating these 2 separate empires, time is going to change. Rulers are going to change because the Constantinople lasts until 1453. That's 1,000 years from the time, at least from the time that, over 1,000 years from the time that Diocletian decided to do this. These people are becoming more integrated in their own society, especially out in the East. They're like,
so naturally,
it's more Greek, like, and it's you got a lot of Islamic influences that are coming through. So like in time, over 1,000 years, these people are going to change. They're going to have to start knowing their identities. Not really going to, at least on the East, they're not going to really see themselves as Romans anymore. They see themselves more Greeks or Byzantines.
That's what's crazy about this whole thing is like when people say Constantinople, it's in modern day Turkey.
It's Istanbul.
Yeah. So Middle East, like it's considered the Middle East.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's considered as Islamic.
Yeah. But even if you go to like Hagia Sophia, which is like this massive like church at one point, now it's an Islamic temple. You can see for the architecture and the art, you can see Islamic influences on that when it was built. So like it's clearly over time, like these people are going to separate and they're going to start finding their own identities and things are going to change, which end up causing like a rift between the two.
In any case, a lot was going on. It was very complicated.
Yeah.
The break, the split, the multiple empires.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they even consider themselves 2 empires, but one.
Yeah.
They still consider themselves the Roman Empire.
Yeah, as soon as Diocletian died, like kind of hit the fan as far as like how they're going to interact with each other, how they're going to cooperate with each other, how coexist with each other. because these like Rome and Constantinople, I think, are like 1,000 miles apart.
Yeah.
So it's like that distance alone is going to cause issues within the Empire of Rome.
And it's almost like when you start learning, like start reading about all this stuff and you start learning about it, you understand like, oh, this was like destined to fail because there was so much
that's
going
what I'm saying.
on.
In hindsight, like it's
There's
like
so
how...
many, and it's so good. And it sounded like at this point, it was so not like good in it.
Necessary because we're so big. We need to, yeah.
Everybody wanted to come in and get it.
Yeah.
And we see that even themselves, it's crazy because the East and West were at war and allied at different times. And it seems like year to year it changed.
Sure. And I think one of the reasons why Constantine decided to move the capital is because because they kept pushing the borders northward towards like what would now be considered like Germany and those other European countries. They're also pushing these Germanic tribes out, and they're going to, eventually, like, that's enough. Yeah. And so,
push back.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're going to begin the story is about this time where the Germanic tribes were invading the Roman Empire off and on from 238.
Okay.
And in the late 4th century, the Huns began to invade the lands of the Germanic tribes and push many of them to the Roman Empire. So you're starting to like squish them together.
Yeah.
And so that's why you had the Goths start getting more involved with this, with the Romans and what was going on. So in 376, the Huns forced many of the Therving Goths, there's a lot of names here, the Therving Goths to seek refuge in the Eastern Roman Empire.
Okay.
So the Huns pushed them down. Soon after, starvation, high taxes, and hatred from the Roman population and governmental corruption turned the Goths against the empire. So it seems that the Goths were welcomed in some cases, and then it started to both of them started being real, like there was friction between them.
Sure.
For various reasons.
Yeah.
But peace was established in 382 when the new Eastern Emperor Theodosius the first signed the treaty with the Thervings.
Okay.
And then they became known as the Visigoths.
Okay.
Which, if you're going to name an indie punk band a name, the Visigoths got to be that name.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
There's definitely some out there, but that's a rad name.
Yeah.
However, this treaty subjected them or made them subjects of the Roman Empire. So they became...
They incorporated them.
Right. But then also,
some of the benefits.
You're also going to do stuff for us.
Yeah.
So they were a lot of the northern part of what they call the diocese, I believe is what they called it. And while the land remained under Roman sovereignty, the kind of like Goths or the Visigoths were in charge of policing it or like in control of it.
All right.
They were expected to provide military service, basically protect us against the Huns, and we'll let you live.
They'd probably be the first line of defense too. Like we're throwing you guys out there.
So the Huns are going to
get your Romans out there.
We're just going to let you stay there to be the buffer.
Yeah.
So at this time, King Alaric was the subject of our discussion here. Not much is really known about him before he became king. He was part of the Germanic tribes. There was a leader at the time, a Visigoth leader named Fritigern. He died in 382. And a Gothic chieftain at the time named Alaric was declared king by a group of Visigoths.
Okay.
So he was a Gothic chieftain. And then Visigoths were like, hey, man, we want you to be our king.
The thing that happened a lot back then, like as far as succession, there wasn't necessarily a hereditary thing. It was more like whoever the general of the army is, they become the new ruler.
Right.
Which happened in Rome too sometimes. Not all the time, but it happened in Rome as well. Like
it seems like a lot happened.
Yeah, yeah.
So King Alaric is crowned as the king of the Visigoths. He then leads an invasion to Eastern Roman territory outside of the Goths' designated lands. So he starts rebelling against the Romans. He was defeated by Theodosius and his general Flavius.
Okay.
And I don't know how to say his last name, but Stilicho?
I think Flavius ended up being one of the...
So I'm going to just say Flavius because he comes up a lot.
Okay.
Him and Alaric are they interlock with their stories are like intertwined. So they're like, it's like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. Like these guys just go back and forth.
Destined.
Yeah. So the Visigoths were defeated. King Alaric's attacks were defeated by Flavius in 392, but he forced Alaric and the Visigoths back into like servitude.
Okay.
So they were rebelling against them. He said, no, we're going to put you down and then we're going to put you back in to protect us from the Huns. And you're still in charge of this. So at that point, King Alaric then, I guess he needs some like military victories. So he goes off and he has his first real military victories. Big ones were in 395 AD, where he sacks the ports of Athens and Sparta both in Greece.
Oh, geez. All right.
So he goes after those in 395. I don't know what's going on in Greece at this time.
Well, Byzantium was originally settled by Greeks,
which is like two different parts of the world. Like it's crazy that like, when you think about like that's what I was trying to bring up before. When you think about Constantinople, you think of it like Istanbul, Middle East, and then actually it was these Greek guys came over. Yeah.
So imagine this might be rubbing the
Easterns, right? That's when you say that the Byzantium.
Yeah, that might be rubbing those people the wrong way if he's doing this to the.
But if it's after he's in servitude of the Eastern Empire at this point.
Oh, right.
So why is he going after these guys? Why is he going after Greece? While the sacking of Athens and Greece was in 395, but the year before that, he led a force of Visigoths as part of Theodosius' army against the Western Empire.
So is he just playing everyone against each other, or like just out for himself?
Because he got put into servitude by Theodosius and Flavius.
Right.
He goes and fights in 394. He goes after the Western Empire. Half his army gets wiped out, and then he goes to Greece in 395. Sacks the ports. I'm guessing because he was just trying to get people, supplies. After getting destroyed in 394. So it's called the Battle of Frigidus. Half the Visigoths died fighting the Western Roman Empire or army. Theodosius won the battle, and Alaric was given a title for his bravery. The tensions between these two, the Goths and the Romans, it seemed like that these tensions were still rising, and it seemed like the Romans were actively trying to weaken the Visigoths by just starting wars or putting them in the front lines of all the wars. Just to try to get rid of them.
Kill them off.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're like using them as two, like we'll also make them weaker by killing them
they're also kind of helping us at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
So Alaric was enraged that he wasn't granted high office because he was promised that
he's being
every
used.
time. Yeah. So every time he used these victories or part of these battles that helped lead or in large part helped lead to these victories, he was not given the imperial stature that he was looking for. So as King Alaric was fighting for both, he was fighting for the Eastern Empire and fighting against them every once in a while. Like it just kind of bounced back and forth. The Western Empire started noticing his power, and they started fearing the Visigoths. So they got so much so scared of them that in 402 they moved their capital from Rome to a place that is more defensible called Ravenna. Okay. Which I guess is northeastern Italy. Okay. So up in the mountains. That same year, King Alaric invaded Italy, but was turned back by Flavius again, who was now working for the Western Empire. So he goes from the Eastern Empire, he's in charge of the Western Empire. Okay. He repels Alaric again. Jeez. He then utilizes Alaric in wars with the Eastern Empire. So he then pushes him back again, says, "You're still in servitude of Rome." Then he uses them to fight the Eastern Empire.
It was like a soap opera.
And it was so hard to get this all straight, like reading all these different articles and everything. Yeah. And this is why when you look up stuff about King Alaric, it's just so straightforward. Like he did this, this, and this. Yeah. But then if you go and try to learn about what actually happened, it's so insane because people are just fighting back and forth. And that's why I say these guys are so entwined because Flavius keeps on using Alaric to do all this stuff, promising him to be a leader or giving him a station. Yeah. And he just keeps on. Eventually, it gets to the point where he just keeps on saying, "We're going to do it. Go fight this war. Right. Go fight the Eastern."
Alaric doesn't get anything out of it.
No. 408. And so in 408, Flavius reconciled with the Eastern Empire. Again, back and forth. The Visigoths under Alaric had lost their value to Flavius. So he helped fight the Eastern Empire. Helped protect the Eastern Empire. Helped fight the Western Empire. Helped then protect the Western Empire against the Eastern Empire. And he was then finally screwed whenever Flavius reconciled with the Eastern Empire. And for the love of God, this may be all wrong, but it seemed multiple sources that pointed me this way. And I'll list all the sources in the show notes, and I'll mention them at the end. So 408, he reconciles with Flavius reconciles with the Eastern Empire. Visigoths are then put back on the back burner again. They're treated as nothing more than northern Germanic tribes, barbarians, which guess I never learned this in school, but barbarian means people that aren't Greek, apparently. Okay, yeah. That's where it comes from.
They called everyone barbarians.
Yeah. So this other guy, Olympius, he's an official, a Palatine official, an enemy of Flavius, spread false rumors about Flavius, that he was trying to get his son to rise at the seat in the Eastern Empire.
Okay, so when you said Flavius, I'm pretty sure Flavius. So I don't remember. It's a tetrarchy. I know we're going through jumps in time, so like Diocletian's dead. I think Constantine's dead at this point too. But the tetrarchy, I don't know if it's still in play right now, but there was an emperor in the west, emperor in the east, and each under them had like a sub-emperor. I think Flavius was one of those sub-emperors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he
went from east to west, and then
yes, and then he also tried. So they say that there was this meeting between once they kind of mended ties again in 408. He was supposed to go to Eastern Empire to like talk.
Okay.
And I guess because he didn't want to send Olympius, he wanted to go himself. He thought Olympius was trying to screw him or something. So then he said that Flavius was trying to put his son in, because I guess this time there's a guy named Honorius.
Okay.
Was another emperor.
Okay.
He was his son, like I guess it was his kid. He was he was put into control of the Eastern Empire. And I guess they were trying to say that Flavius was trying to install his son as the leader of that side.
And again, because like right around like when you think of like leaders in succession, it's usually hereditary.
Yeah.
Based off of like what they did with the monarchs in England and France and Germany and all that stuff. But all the time, like I was saying, like it's not necessarily the son becomes emperor. It's usually like my adoptive son or like my nephew.
Yeah.
Or a lot of times it's just a general. So it's kind of like interesting that like people are like, wait, what are you trying to do with your son now? You're trying to put him in power now?
So people might be saying like, at this point, why the hell are we talking about this? Where's the body under the river?
Where's the gold?
I swear it's going somewhere. We're almost there. So Olympius.
But this is fascinating though.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to include this in the story, because it was so crazy all the stuff was going on. Right. It was basically and it was a short amount of time. We're not talking about hundreds of years. We're talking about like 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
So in 408, Olympius convinces the Eastern Empire and the Western that Flavius is a traitor. Okay. They put him to death. They execute him and his son.
And his son. Ooh.
And then
all right,
Olympius is extremely against the barbarians. He is known.
He wants to build a wall.
He's anti-Germanic and obsessed with purging any supporters of Flavius. And he's also very against the Germanic people. So he starts murdering anybody that was a Goth, anybody in that Germanic background. He starts killing all the people in Rome, like in the city, murdering them. So thousands of them fled to find Alaric and be like, you got to find out what's going on over there.
That's the thing. Like he wasn't necessarily like, it's not like it's just some guy on his own. It's like, I'm going to decide to do this. Like people had that like idea of like, why are these foreigners, why are we letting these barbarians in our country?
So he's just playing the game. And I guess at some point,
but like I'm not saying he's right around. I'm just saying like that he wasn't a lone person. Like we got to kill all these,
Yeah. So he was just,
he knew his audience.
Right. I'm sure, like we've said before, as these Germanic people were getting pushed by the Huns, they were taken over, they were being moved. It's kind of like this the same old story of human history.
Sure.
Alaric was at this point saw these people, the Germanic tribes, these people who were escaping, coming to find him, joining his ranks. They're telling him what's going on. He's like, oh crap, we better take care of this. So he's then declared an enemy of the emperor. King Alaric is like, first, he's supposed to be given a station. He's supposed to be given like
he's promised
an imperial position. He's supposed to be given like all the stuff that goes along with that.
He was duped.
Be known as a Roman, general. And then all of a sudden, this guy just says, nah. Kills the guy, his friend. Well,
at this point, they're just giving him more motivation.
Yeah, it's kind of like a movie.
Yeah, they're giving him the motivation, like, I'm going to come after you guys, especially since like he got all his new troops, I would imagine, because of these people that are pushed out of Rome.
So he's declared an enemy, and he's denied the legitimacy that he wanted. And he also can't collect taxes on behalf of the Roman Empire to use for his people, to use to feed people, for himself. So that just makes him angry.
Yeah.
So he was granted all that under Flavius, but it's gone now because he's considered an enemy. So he leads a force of 30,000 men.
Is dead.
Yeah.
The guy promises.
Yes. He leads 30,000 men. Many of them are motivated to go back and revenge their family, to revenge their people.
Yeah.
And they march toward Western Roman Empire of Rome, or Western Roman Empire in Rome, which obviously was moved to this point to Ravenna. So in 408, he invaded and laid siege to Rome. It also says in the kind of research about this, there's one main guy, which I'll mention later, who kind of was like the main person for this whole story. A lot of what was going on in the Roman Empire at the time, he's kind of like known to be the one who wrote it all down.
Okay.
So
it's crazy how much has happened
just in like,
in the span of like
a couple years.
Yeah.
So 408, he goes in, he simply walks into the city because, again, everybody's kind of spread out.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably, Flavius gets killed. A lot of his soldiers are probably like, I'm not fighting for this guy. And so all this stuff's going on. It's crazy. He just basically walks through the country and goes right and sacks Rome. But he likes Rome. He loves the Roman Empire. So he's not going to destroy anything. He just wants
what he's owed.
His money.
Yeah.
He wants food for his people. He wants like something to help him build an empire of his own, or build a kingdom.
Yeah.
So the Roman Senate agreed to give the Goths 5,000 pounds of gold, 30 pounds of silver, 30,000 pounds of 4,000 silken tunics, 3,000 hides dyed with scarlet, 3,000 pounds of pepper, and to release all of the Gothic slaves. So while they released the slaves, which made his ranks grow to 40,000 men now, most of them enslaved people that wanted to fight back. He says, fine, okay, I don't want to destroy anything. Great, give me what I'm owed, I'll leave. He goes back,
which seems reasonable.
Yeah, but he doesn't get it. They don't give him anything. They end up not giving him what he's owed. They didn't bring it to him. They also don't really allow him to collect taxes or anything like that. He can't do anything. He's kind of hand-tied. So in 410, he comes back again to liberate more. He's kind of, at this time, he's like, you screw me twice now, majorly.
Yeah.
And this is it. I'm mad. So he comes back. He ransacks the city for 3 days in August. They didn't pay him, obviously, from the first siege. There was another siege. I believe the story of another siege in 409, but I'm not sure what that one's about.
Okay.
But this one's the big one. This is the one that, this would be the first time in 800 years Rome had fell to a foreign enemy. The last time it was sacked like this was 390 BC, with the Gauls falling the victory against the Romans. Yeah. So this is in 800 years Rome hasn't fallen like this and been sacked, where like he's in control of the entire city. And the only reason why they survived, he didn't burn it all down, is because he left.
Okay.
Like he was like, I don't want to kill everybody. Like I'm just want what I'm owed.
What I'm owed, yeah.
And you didn't give it to me the first time. This is what you get. I'm trying to teach you a lesson. But they're all in Ravenna, the Western Empire. Right. And who knows if the Eastern and Western are in battle again. Yeah. So his next plan is to invade Africa in order to control Roman trade and grain. So he heads down the boot of Italy to head towards the Mediterranean to start stopping the grain shipments from Africa. Because he's like, now I'm in charge.
That's smart, yeah. Hit him where it hurts.
However, 410.
It's crazy.
Be on his way to block the shipments, right at the tip of the shoe, of the boot of the country.
Yeah.
He dies from malaria. They say it's malaria. Some kind of sickness kills him. Many historians gone back, biologists, other people go back and look what was going on. They figure he's from northern. He's not really around the southern, like
the
way that the climate's different. Yeah. And so he may have contracted malaria, which is the common theory, is he got malaria and he died. Dead. Whenever he's like on the roll, like he's like, we're in charge now. Yeah. And if he would have kept going, who knows what happened?
Probably came from a landlocked country too. Yes, who knows what he's coming across.
Visigoths elect his brother, Atulf, his brother-in-law, as their new king. The Visigoths move north. They head back. They establish Visigothic kingdom of Gaul in 418. They would go on to help the Roman Empire against Attila the Hun in 451. So they actually, I guess, well, obviously they have to, because Attila the Hun probably did.
Yeah, he was decimated everything.
So
they didn't have a choice.
There was a historian, Halsall, in 2007. This is from his research. He said, the importance of Alaric cannot be overestimated. He desired and obtained a Roman command, even though he was a barbarian. The problem was, his misfortune was, he was caught as a cog, or like a bargaining chip between East and West empires. He was like, I'm sure there's many other armies, people going through this, but he was like a really well-known, powerful guy that was getting tossed between these empires, the parts of the empire, as kind of like a toy. Like he was protecting the East, he was fighting against the East, he was protecting the West, he's fighting against the West. he's taking over. He's allowing them to leave, and he's
It
leaving
seems like
their cities.
he's just trying to survive, and like his people are just trying to survive. Like what's best for my people is like, okay, I'll allow this. Like Byzantine ally with them this time. Okay, maybe the best for my people is ally with the Roman side, like the Rome Western side.
Right.
And it seems he keeps getting duped and promised things, and
He's just using.
he's been being manipulated.
So there's a historian. Let's go on to this mystery now. So the historian named Jordanes, I believe his name is.
It's not me.
Yeah, Jordanes. He's the one who wrote about the Goths in the 6th century. He's kind of one of the historians that's like kind of
Specializes in it.
He's one of the ones that specializes. Excuse me. His records show that what he wrote was that he was buried along with the looted treasure in a tomb at the confluence of the Bucento and Carthus rivers. This is what he said exactly in his writing. Turning from its course, the river Bucentus, near the city of Coscienza?
Italy.
Yes. They led the band of captives into the midst of the bed to dig out a place for his grave, writes Jordanus.
So not far from where he supposedly died.
Supposedly.
I mean, something in Italy. Yeah. Okay.
And this is from his book, The Origin and Deeds of the Goths. So this is a book written by the 6th century guy. In the depths of the pit, they buried Alaric together with many treasures, and then turned the waters back into their channel, and that none might ever know the place. They put to death all the diggers, which is so soldiers and stuff. So they only killed the slaves, basically.
Which bad because I keep feeling bad. I just know the story about like the Visigoths and how, especially Alaric, how he got a raw deal, and all this was like, oh, they had slaves too.
Yeah,
like,
I mean. It seems like you can't go in the history of humanity and not. It all ends
horrible,
back to slavery.
Yeah,
it's like that's just
horrible,
kind of
horrible. Yeah,
it's almost like humanity has lots of problems on the inside.
Yeah. So they buried him with his treasure.
Yes,
but they stopped.
They'd say they stopped these two rivers.
They built like a dam,
the confluence of these rivers.
So they're gonna they
redirect
him and then like let the water come back in. Okay.
So they buried them under the rivers.
Okay.
They say that this is like a part of a Visigoth tradition, but it's like the Visigoths, maybe it was a Gothic or Germanic tribe tradition.
Yeah.
But I couldn't find anything that's like really concrete on like this. We always bury people under rivers. Doesn't seem right. Maybe it's the kings, but also maybe just we bury them in a place that can't be ever, like we don't mark their graves.
Right.
Kind of like how I believe the,
I think like you noted earlier, sorry to cut you off, but like you were saying how, they viewed everyone outside of, was it Rome or Greece, as barbarians.
Yeah.
That could have been anyone, like they could have been the Celts, Germanic tribes. Like they were all at one point were kind of around the same time in the same group of people, but like they're different tribes. But like I'm not saying who knows, but like I don't know what their traditions were for those early Germanic Celt tribes of like as far as burial and dealing with death and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know.
So in his there's another author that kind of backs us up from 1737. There's a book, 6-volume series called The History and Decline and the Fall of the Roman Empire. Edward Gibbon, 1737 to 1794 is when he lived.
Okay.
Appears to confirm this. He wrote, by the labor of the captive multitude, the forcibly diverted the course of the Bucentus, a small river that washes the walls of the Constantinus. Again, I gotta get some words right. The royal sepulchre adorned the splendid spoils and trophies of Rome was constructed in the vacant bed. The waters were then restored to their natural channel, and the secret spot where the remains of Alaric had been deposited was forever concealed by the inhumane massacre of the prisoners who had been deployed to execute the work. So the king of the Visigoths, King Alaric, they say was buried in this river, again, in southern Italy, alongside tons of silver and gold. Obviously, during this time, there's always those stories that come up. It's like the sacred menorah that was looted by the Romans was there, and like all these like special, these very specific type of treasures were there. But who knows? These are the only kind of
bones of saints.
Right.
Yeah.
There's just these stories that they have written. Again, who knows if Gibbon had said this from Jordanus. If this was from his writing, he wrote this as well. And we saw this with Captain Avery.
Yep.
Same exact thing. The first episode.
Legends, myths.
Just keep on. The story keeps going twisted.
Yeah.
People want to sell
Folklore.
books. Yeah. So there has been attempts, and there are theories about this. So during the 18th century, a huge project took place to unearth the tomb of Alaric, but nothing was found. Then in the early 19th century, writer and traveler Alexandre Dumas visited... Dumas?
Is that like the guy that wrote Three Musketeers? Yeah, Alexander Dumas. Yeah. Wrote Three Musketeers. All right.
I don't know who that is. Three Musketeers what?
It's like
the
candy bar.
It's like the Mouseketeers?
Yeah.
Is that the candy bar guy?
It's the candy bar guy. Sure is.
Mickey Mouse and the candy bar guy? All right.
Yeah, pretty sure that's him. Yeah.
So in 19th century, writer and traveler Alexander Dumas, he visited the region after a major earthquake that had drained the Bucenta River. He reported that numerous people began fervently digging for the Roman treasure, but no treasure or tomb was unearthed. So who knows how far they went down, though.
Yeah.
And also, with a couple guys run down there and start going like, I can't find it. Like, obviously, if you're going to bury something in the river, over time, that river is going to deposit other things.
Sure.
So it's going to, there could be like hundreds of feet of mud above it now.
But wouldn't there also be erosion too? Like things getting pulled out?
Yeah. But if they dug it deep enough, they must know what they were doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
So we'll go over that. That comes up.
Is there a town around this area?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to go over that. In the 20th century, the Council of the Treasure attracted the attention of Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler, who ordered the extensive search of the hidden loot, but they came back empty-handed. So even Hitler and the Nazis went after this treasure.
Of course they did.
Couldn't find it.
They went after all the treasures.
Well, because he was a Germanic tribe.
Yeah.
Germanic people.
Right. Yeah.
Of course they're going to look for the King Alaric, the great guy who defeated the Romans. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So he was a hero to them.
Yes.
And as recent as 2015, excavations have been undertaken in the same area for the treasure. So it seems like it's all in this.
People agree it's in that general area.
Cosenza, Italy.
Okay.
Historic sources include from that the treasure of Alaric was buried in Cosenza. The mayor of Cosenza said in a statement, the treasure consisted of about 10 wagons full of gold and silver, and perhaps also the sacred Jewish menorah. Italian scientists and authorities identified 5 sites where Alaric and the loot could be buried, and the value of the contents of the tomb somewhere around 734 million euros.
Jeez.
And this is
Cosenza.
Who's that?
George Costanza.
Is that Three Musketeers? Yes, gotcha. Jerry. So, 2015, they're like, this is the mayor of the town, the mayor of the town, though. So keep that in consideration.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, it's popped up a lot.
Okay.
And here's the theory: the town of Cosenza, which is the problems, is considered an economically depressed town in South Italy, could turn into a tourist bonanza. They're also at this point, whenever they're talking about this dig, they're also hatching a plan to build a museum.
But they haven't found anything there though.
Right. They're just like. There's some scientists, historians, and people that say that this is probably where it could be.
Okay.
If the story's true.
So they're kind of all
based on the records by these people.
Sure. Yeah.
At this point in time, the 2015, 2016, this was going on. They were planning on destroying a hotel that was built in the 1950s, which sits at the meeting point of the two rivers, overlooks the spot where the barbarian king is said to have been buried. He's going to be commemorated by a huge statue.
All right.
Just as like, there's loose records that he came through here and died here. So we're going to build a statue, which looks like this mayor is trying to like get some territory.
Sure. Yeah.
Get some
help out
tourism.
The economy. Yeah.
That's the current theories up until recent times. Do you think, and I'm going to let you take this first. Do you think it's true, any of it? As far as, not the story of King Alaric, there was records of him, but
of course.
Was he buried in the rivers? Was he buried with gold? Now, there is record in recent times where they have unearthed Visigoth tombs in the area.
Okay.
In southern Italy.
Okay. All right.
But it doesn't seem like they're like of anything important. Apparently they've discovered some sarcophagus with Visigoth type art and like imagery.
Sure.
but it doesn't seem like it's kings. Like it's a king.
All right.
It'd be more elaborate if it was a king. So do you
Why?
think?
Okay.
Do you think this actually happened? And if it did, would they have buried it in the river?
So
What happened?
So the way it started was he died of malaria.
They say recent history.
They're saying it's probably.
They're saying it's probably malaria because of the area,
Okay.
because of the time of year, because of what was going on, because malaria is the biggest killer in the world of everything.
Yes.
It's like
Yeah.
very terrible. It's more than likely based on he died so quickly, so young.
Yeah.
Probably that.
I would think the burying. I could see why they want to bury him that way for the sole purpose of no one ever getting to it.
Right.
But it seems kind of odd to like go through that much trouble to bury him. But why? I understand why like rulers throughout history were buried with their wealth, depending on the region or religion, because they think they can take it with them to the afterlife. I'm not sure if that's how the Visigoths view the afterlife, but why wouldn't they take some of that some of the silver and all those riches with them?
You mean to like use to help their people?
Yeah, because it seemed like he was.
It's kind of like one of those things where like we put him in there, we took a picture, like look all this gold, and then we like kind of like, all right, camera's what? Like,
yeah. But it seemed like he kept being promised these riches, and like it seemed like he was helping the Visigoths out, especially some of these slaves that he freed twice. Or took in twice.
The Gothic, the Germanic slaves that were, yes.
So you'd think he'd want them to have some of that money to keep going or to like survive, or like
maybe they had a lot of it.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Because how much you say it was like possibly 750 million?
That's in euros.
Euros, yeah.
Yeah. And who knows how much, like, so that's today's money.
I would imagine they would have taken some of it, but.
Yeah, they just sacked Rome.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they have tons.
That's true, yeah.
They're probably like, can you just throw this in this hole because our wagons are breaking. And he was going to stop, and I don't know much more past that point. I know that if they actually did try to stop the grain shipments,
that would have been
from like his brother or his brother-in-law who took over for him. It says that they marched north and they went and established the kingdom of Gaul.
Okay,
but I don't know if they actually followed through. Did they sack some stuff on the way? I think the story is obviously romanticized, but we do know that this guy probably went up and really messed up Rome.
Yeah.
He was as successful as they say. That would lead him to be a kind of a pretty a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
However,
that's where you don't hear much about him though.
Right. And did they just dump him in the river and just say, we buried him under the river?
Yeah. Well, they also might not know, like, if it was malaria, they didn't know what malaria was. They'd be like, oh, we need to get rid of his body, and like hopefully he doesn't infect any of us or anyone else.
I mean, they still kept him around while we diverted rivers and stuff. It doesn't say how long it took him to do that, but to divert a river and then dig a big trench.
Yeah. Yeah.
Enslave a bunch of people.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. They killed the people. They killed the slaves off.
Yeah. So I think, you really got to, in the scale of mysteryness.
Yeah.
You want to think that the treasure's there and that they're going to find it someday, but they haven't found it yet.
Mm. It seems like this mayor's going all in
and really pushing the story because he wants tourism. Because we talked about this in the Amber Room episode.
Yeah,
the tourism went crazy whenever they said that train was there.
Right.
That the missing trains were in that town, and I think Norway.
I mean, is he doing that because he actually believes, like, the town believes that Alaric died there, or his treasure might be there, or is he doing this because for economic reasons? I mean, it could be both too.
I would like to think it's not for economic reasons, but politicians will grasp at anything. I think in this case, he's a politician trying to help his town.
Sure.
So he's trying to do whatever he can. If he can raise tourism by
kind of draw to get people in.
Here's a little glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
I would like to think there's treasure under that. Like we said before, there's a lot of comments out there when doing the research, like there's no way that water would have washed it away, but it's a riverbed. They probably dunked down pretty far because the river is mostly mud.
Right.
And that until it gets down to like, I'm not saying bedrock, but an underlayer. There's a lot of mud will be deposited. it's like treasure. He's gonna sink down.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be heavy. It's gonna be hard to move. It's not like it's gonna it could wash it out, but if they dug it down deep enough, they probably knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They probably dug it down deep enough, and then
also,
it
so his
sunk
body
over time.
wouldn't float up either, too.
Right? Because it's probably underneath all the treasure. Let's just weigh him down.
Yeah.
Throw some gold on him.
Some couple
Fill
more
his pockets up.
gold bars on him, silver, and yeah.
I think it's one of those things where he could be there. We may never know, but I think this could be
But it is known he got that treasure, right? Like it is known that
he sacked Rome twice.
So he
possibly
definitely
3 times in 3 years.
He definitely would have gotten money.
The first time he
For sure.
left without taking much because they promised him a bunch, but then they never paid him.
Yeah.
Second time he came back supposedly in 409. I don't remember. I think it was just to release slaves, and then I guess someone convinced him to leave. And then the 410 is when he came back and was like, "No, I'm done." Sacked it for 3 days.
Yep. You owe me.
Took everything. Didn't burn it to the ground though,
right?
Because he didn't want to destroy the city.
Yeah.
He just wanted his pay. So he probably took. By that time, he's probably angry.
So either way,
everything.
he got, I would assume, a good amount of money.
He got what he wanted. Yeah. And then he still wanted to screw him harder because he went south and tried to stop grain, which would do a lot to the people.
Sure.
At that point, I don't know if they're going after the eastern part. Like, I don't know where that grain was going.
Probably. I mean, the western to Rome itself, or the he's going down to the coastline of Italy. He's gonna get the grain. Yeah, he's gonna stop it from getting to the capital, or take it for himself. But yeah, so I feel like he at some point he had money on him.
Yes, I'm sure he had
a decent
treasure.
amount.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a king.
Yeah,
he's a king of Germanic tribes.
Rome, yeah,
he had enough people to sack Rome. Again, not the capital.
Yeah,
diminished Rome.
Right. Maybe. Oh man, maybe they took all like.
Because it could have been one of those things where like he had plenty of money and treasure, but it's like he wants more.
Yeah.
He wants to support. They got more people to support now.
Right.
Maybe
he wants to go after the Eastern
Roman
Roman Empire at this point. Yeah.
If he didn't, he may have been like a vengeance thing. Like he could have been like, we're gonna stop them, then we're gonna go over there.
Yeah.
Like who knows if he didn't die, what would happen? It could have been Alaric, Italy, right now, or Istanbul, Turkey.
So
Istanbul.
His brother-in-law carried on.
Yes.
Went up north.
Established the kingdom of Gauls.
So maybe they had all. They took all his riches.
What is the Gauls? Does that turn into Germany?
Eventually, Germany and France.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm guessing like my here's my thing. He had all this money. That I feel like that's known. That's a given. Say he died in southern Italy. They took his money to carry on their own
kingdom established. Yeah.
Because they're gonna need money like after he dies to keep moving forward.
I'm sure it's what he wanted.
Yeah. Because clearly it kind of seemed like he was
doing it for the people.
Do it for himself, but also these people.
Yeah. Because why else? He just would have screwed all his Goths and he went and joined Flavius.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So from that time when he died, when this kingdom of Gaul was established, like they had to have. I mean, they could have ransacked some more places, but
I'm not sure they were.
They would need the economic. They would need the resources, and the means, and keep going and to do something like that.
Apparently, they were ransacking all the cities they came across as they were going to Rome.
Okay.
And in 408, they had no resistance. Like they were just walking through the place, just taking whatever they wanted.
Right.
And there's even I didn't put this down, but I do remember reading quotes from Jordanius and stuff about the story that he was like, it was a brisk walk to the capital, and like they didn't have any they were just walking through the countryside because no one was going to fight them because they were probably such a formidable force at that point.
Sure.
Plus, the Eastern Empire is probably still fighting the Huns.
Yeah,
and
Rome, like we said, like you said at the very beginning, Rome's in a decline already. So like,
and they
it's
moved
a perfect
to
storm
Ravenna.
for them.
They moved they moved their capital, so they got them. They didn't know the Goths on the move. They're probably like, well, we're just staying.
Yep. So it's a perfect storm for them to like walk in there and be like, we're taking what we want.
I mean, if he would have just stayed in Rome and just said, you know what, this is my kingdom now.
That would have been very interesting.
Yep.
History would have been very different.
Or like real rad. Maybe it would have been like, he would have been like the Metal King, like the Visigoths. We could have all been part Visigoth.
But like,
I mean, you probably are. I would think.
Yeah, like their art and architecture is huge. The Gothic architecture, like it's
Gothic architecture. Yeah.
So they lived on.
Because I think the Goths were Christians still, I believe.
They became Christian.
I think he was Christian, or he became Christian.
Yeah, they eventually, I don't know when they converted, but they eventually converted.
Right. So that's all we got. I mean, we have a...
So wait, sorry, what do you think happened?
I think it's true. I think it's just, I want to believe, realistically, he probably just buried him.
Yeah.
Maybe they put a little gold with him. I don't think they diverted rivers. Maybe they did.
It could have
maybe
been like
they
a smaller part of the river, like...
Right, maybe they buried him, but he's a king.
Yeah.
They still can't find the Genghis Khan's burial site.
That's true, yeah.
So he was a pretty big deal. They have 40,000 soldiers with him.
Yeah.
So he probably did get that, but they may have misinterpreted where the rivers were.
Yeah.
Which in a lot of cases, that's what happens.
Yeah.
There's not like GPS and they put a ping on the map.
Yeah.
So I think he was as big as he was. He did have as much money as he have. He's probably buried with it somewhere, but it's not in the right spot.
Well, especially too, because they don't know that southern Italy land, I would imagine, very well.
They could have been on the other side of the southern
Right.
Italy. They could have been, at the boot part, or not the tip of the heel.
Yeah.
They don't know. I mean, or
They're
they
not
could have
familiar
been
with their territory.
It could have been this
yeah.
part of the river, and they're like 50 miles the other way. There's another stream, and they buried him there because there were no way of map keeping that was consistent.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they may have constructed some type of thing for him, and then.
Yeah, it'd still be really curious to see how they buried their dead back then, especially like a king, to see if that's something that isn't considered normal. I don't know anything about that. Their spirituality.
There is.
You say they found like a mausoleum or something like that?
No, they're digging up. Currently, they're digging up Visigoth or Gothic burial site or some type of. This news came out.
Mm-hmm.
If you Google it or you just search for it out there, there's going to be King Alaric treasure found, and you go to it, and it's like, we found these Gothic burial sites with like stone work and stuff. So it shows it is Gothic.
Okay.
But I don't think it's ever been proven, or hasn't been proven yet, because it's still pretty new news, I believe.
Okay.
That if it's real, or if it's like from that time, it could have been just from a different time. But it's in southern Italy.
Okay.
Not near Cosenza or whatever this is.
Right, but that's true. Then they make it weird that they would bury him. That much more weird that they would bury him under a riverbed, or in like, rather than.
If they buried him in a stone sarcophagus, like is in the pictures, because there are pictures of it. In the one of the main pictures is a guy like digging up something stone sarcophagus looking thing, and so if they did do that, that's still a stone thing. It's probably, again, the earth moves a lot.
Yeah.
Things change.
Yeah.
Especially from this time, like 310. 410. 410.
Yeah, is that when he died?
Probably. Yeah. So he died in 410. You're right. Sorry, 310 would have been different. But still, it's 100 years. That's how long ago? That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff can move.
Sure.
Rivers change.
Yeah, yep.
Even if he did wash out,
droughts happen.
He'd still be gone.
Happen. Yeah.
During that earthquake, like I said, there was an earthquake in. When was that? Not in. When that Dumas guy, the musketeer, went there. Yeah, 19th century. So he went there, and there was an earthquake. And he saw people digging in that region, in that area. So it's even like hundreds of years ago, they still thought this guy was buried here. Why would they think that?
Yeah.
There has to be some reason. Some kid found something. And I don't know if there's, a kid found a gold coin, so everybody's like gold crazy.
Yeah. There's something there.
Hitler went after it in the 20th century.
Yeah. So
there has to be, he probably saw like people, again, back in the 19th century looking there. And he said, oh, let's go there. So he was probably following some kind of trail. That's all I got. He's not well known, but a pretty big part of the history of Western civilization, European history.
I know I keep saying this, but it's crazy how in that short span of time, how the back and forth,
and I imagine the sides. Like, if you read about the fall of Rome, it's probably
like
100 other things like that.
Yeah, it went on for centuries, but That's just crazy. This guy was just
as big as he was, as powerful as he was,
right,
to be taken out by malaria or a simple, they say a disease. He wasn't killed in battle.
Yeah.
He was just killed by sickness. He showed up southern Italy and died.
Yep.
Pretty quickly, I guess. Well, we'll have to leave it another mystery. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the Avery thing. Comes in like really like strong and hot, and then just like disappears.
At least maybe Avery died the same way. Maybe the same person.
Possible. Yeah.
Time's a little different.
Yeah.
Well,
Rome was a show that you need to watch. That's what I was alluding to.
Rome?
Earlier. Yeah.
It's just called Rome?
It's 2 seasons. It's like a precursor to Game of Thrones, but it's more like historically accurate.
Okay.
It's like
Rome.
It's like a not nonfiction, but
because there's a lot of those like Rome, Caesar. Like there's a lot of places. Yeah. There's a lot of like shows.
HBO show. The first season's awesome. Second one they kind of rushed because they end up canceling it halfway through. But like it goes in like the politics.
Why do they cancel it?
The production cost and it being too high. But it reminds me of a lot of like it came out like years before Game of Thrones. There's a lot of that like political intrigue and like back and forth, and
they don't have any of the last 3 seasons of garbage.
That's right. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I'm gonna probably get internet beat up for that line, but in any case,
I think everyone agrees that the last couple were terrible.
Thank you, Jordan, for being here.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, man.
Thank you all for listening. But I also wanted a couple things we got to go over. One thing is we are officially launching some things like we have a website, mysteriousPals.com. It'll be in the show notes. We are looking through how we're going to use social media.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of social media out there. We don't know what ones are best for this type of thing.
Right.
We want to have something, a way to communicate what's going on with people who may listen. No one may listen to this at all. So this is kind of a moot point.
It'd be all for naught.
We also want to have the ability to, mention when things come out. If we have different information that we can present,
push out some notifications.
Yes.
Yeah.
We also, if you're listening to this or watching this, we have a theme song from a very talented band called Dyatlov.
Yep.
There is a link below, information below about the intro and outro song that we used from them,
which they made a music video for, which you should check out.
Yeah, it's called "Escape from the Wolf Mountain" is the name of the song. "Escape from Wolf Mountain" on the album "Maelstrom of the Emerald Dragon." There is a link below how to contact them or how to get to them, how to hear their music on Bandcamp.
Yeah, they're good guys, got good music.
So we thank them for that, and we are happy
Thanks, guys.
that things are starting to come together. They're probably never going to listen to this. We have talked about having, like I said, going back to social media, we have a link tree right now that kind of directs you to all those places. So as we get those social media things online, link tree will kind of direct you. So if you go to our link tree or the main website that we have, it will kind of direct you what.
It's like a hub?
Yeah, we may use Discord for communicate, like get information, or not get information, but talk to anybody out there about mysteries, ideas you have for mysteries. A good way to connect with everybody. Instagram might be another way, but I think something like Discord or Reddit might be a good way, like a subreddit. I think that's all I got. I don't really know if there's anything else we can talk about. We have a YouTube channel. We're on all major. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can follow us on any podcast services. We're got that all lined up. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Jordan, for being here.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week for another episode, which
hopefully listen to.
You may never hear.
Never.
It could be a mystery.
It'll be a mystery. In history.
History mystery.
With 2 pals.
2 pals. Stay mysterious out there. Good night.
Or if this was a missile like testing site, maybe a missile struck them.
Like a missile range.
Yeah, like maybe something like they were struck by a missile. Maybe that's why people saw orange lights.
Just blew their clothes off.
Yeah.
It's one of the newest missiles that Soviet invented.
Right off.
Just blows your clothes off.
You don't want to make it embarrass you too much. You keep your underwear on, But yeah,
that would be an awesome missile.
But people are like, oh, that explains.
That's
maybe
like a party missile. That's what that is. If the Soviets invented that, the Cold War would have ended a lot differently.
It shoots vodka in your veins and just like blows your clothes off.
I would have been totally down with that.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of these Serious Pals. My name is Chris, and today I am joined by your best pal. You know him as Jordan. His dad calls him Little Peepers.
Little Peepers.
Jordan, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Great.
Little Peepers, I like it.
Well, you're here today. Today you are going to drive the ship.
Yeah.
It's a little driving the ship. It's a little thing for next week, a little wink at next week's episode. If you're hearing this in the States, this is going up the day before Halloween.
No, I think mine will be a week before Halloween.
This is the week before Halloween, yes. And then the next episode will be the day before Halloween.
Spooky season.
Spooky season. And today we got a spooky story to go with the spooky season. But at first I'm going to ask you, about what you remembered. There was a big thing, especially when we were when we were coming up, we were bringing it up, with trick-or-treating. And what do you remember when you were trick-or-treating as a kid, little wee peepers walking around out there?
Other than it being fun, like one of my favorite times of the year, it was that the people were either like putting razor blades in candy.
Oh my God, I was going to say the same. That's what I was going to bring up.
Which I remember looking it up, like I don't think it's ever happened. Maybe once. Once.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's another mystery. And I was like, I remembered looking through all the, when you get home, you have all your candy and you spread it all over the ground. Your mom's like, we got to look through everything, look for little cuts. Yep. And you're just like, dude, this sucks because I just want to eat candy. Yeah. And so you have to go through every little piece. And of course, you got 1,000 pieces of candy. But I looked it up, the story of why we did that. And it was in 1974. A guy, supposedly this is what they trace it back to, poisoned his son with cyanide. He put cyanide in his pixie stick and killed his 8-year-old son. Jeez. I don't know. I don't really know if they really go into like the backstory of his that type of divorce thing or something like that. Like the guy must have been obviously was messed up. Yeah, and he had some problems. But that's what it all went back to. That was like a huge thing back in the 70s, and it kind of just went. And obviously, people just thought it kept on going. Through history. Even to this day, I mean, I don't really know if it's still a thing.
Yeah, do people still check candy?
I mean, I don't. Should I? I don't.
Because
I look at it and go, okay, candy.
Yeah.
I also try not to go to any home because I got little kids, and I'm like, we don't need it. I got still candy from last year. I just take it and give it to my students. It's all gross and old. And they're like, "What does this taste like?" I'm like, "Shut up! It's free candy."
Do you want candy or not?
Yeah.
do you want to ride the dragon of sugar or not, kid? Eat it.
Yeah. I mean, you're sleeping anyway because it's high school. Anyway,
man.
So today we're going to talk about.
I forgot about that.
Something even more spooky than poison candy. I don't know. Actually, it's poison candy sucks for all, but this is kind of sucks for these people that were involved. So where are we going to go today? Where are you going to take us? Where are we going to peep into?
So hold on. I just got reminded of something right before we started recording. It's a mystery, kind of. How do you say you're taking off your t-shirt at the end of the night? How do you take it off? Do you go arms crossed, pulled up over your head, or you just go through the collar?
I go down. I pull it down like a skirt. I just feel better that way. All my necks are all like shoulder length now, but. I don't know. I don't ever think I even noticed. So maybe grab this and pull out that way.
So I just started I think subconsciously I've noticed I've been doing it off.
Crosshand?
Not crosshand. I've been going like through the collar of my shirt. I'm like, man, my shirt collars are like, t-shirts are like stretched out. That's because I have like a big Charlie Brown head. But like, I started like paying attention, and like when we watch stuff on like TV and like movies, I see how people take their shirts off, and they always do the crisscross.
Well, they do that so they can accentuate the ass.
Yeah, but then I was like,
a normal person's like, oh, my Toby belly. I don't want to show that to anybody.
Well, I asked Kelly, my partner, and she's like, no, that's how I do it. I feel like it's how most people do it. So I try to do it.
I think I do the one hander. Like,
I couldn't do it. It got stuck in my head. I don't know.
Oh. Try the skirt method.
Just pull it down all the way down over my shoulders.
What's that called when you sleep with? What's it called? Macho, sleeping macho. I don't know what that's from, but it's like
sleeping macho.
It's whenever you sleep just with a t-shirt and socks on. That's it.
Oh, like Donald Duck.
I guess. I don't know what it's from. Someone told me that recently, or some point in history. Some point in the history of humankind, someone told me this.
Well, that's my own personal mystery. But today we're going to talk about
mystery of the shirt.
Yes, mystery shirt. Today's question I pose to you, Chris, and our two listeners, is how did the trekkers at Dyatlov Pass die?
Trekkers, Dyatlov?
Dyatlov. It's Russian.
Dyatlov.
I'm gonna be messing up a lot of like the deals with like Russians and their names and areas. I'm gonna be messing this up a lot, but I think it's Dyatlov. Dyatlov Pass.
Dyatlov Pass.
How did they die? So, Dyatlov Pass is an incident that took place in 1959 in the Ural Mountains.
So Ural Mountains, 19 what?
59, the Soviet Union. Okay, the Ural Mountains kind of go north to south. They provide a natural barrier between Asia and Europe, but most of it goes through Russia, or this time the Soviet Union. So it took place in 1959. 9 current and former students from a university went on a trek, but after failing to check in, were later found to be dead.
So this is 1959.
Yes.
College students?
College students, yes.
From Russia. They're all Russian.
Russia, yes.
Okay.
Also, all Soviet Union students. What makes this a mystery is not the fact that they went and did this, not that they died, but it's how they died and how their bodies were found. Because none of them made it back
So they're in
alive.
the mountains.
Yeah, they're in the mountains. So the school,
they were camping?
The university is they were studying at is located right outside this mountain range. And they decided to do this trek of cross-country skiing and hiking in this mountain range.
Something I would never do.
No.
I hate cold. Yeah. I don't mind camping. I like camping and hiking and stuff, but like you say there's snow involved, right? This is like a snowy area.
Yes.
It's mountain area. I guess Russia's always seems to be cold.
Right. And I'm going to go into a little more details of what's going on like this time of year there. But so what happens was that they went on this trek, these 9 kids, then they're early to mid-20s, except for one other person. I'm going to go into that a little bit later. So kind of an overview is that their tent, they didn't check in when they're supposed to, and their tent was found.
Check in with who?
They were supposed to come back, send a telegram to some of like their classmates and like friends and family.
So like a safety thing.
Yeah. Their tent was found, but it was cut open, not from the outside, but from the inside. They found some of their valuables are still in there, but no bodies were found.
So this is the 50s.
1959. Soviet Union.
Paint me a masterpiece, will you? Paint me a picture of what a tent looked like in the 50s.
So since there was 9 of them, it was like, you know, how you picture a tent, not like you want to.
Was it like nylon, or were they using like a different type of material? I
would assume it would have been like, you know, earlier, not by today's standards.
Yeah, I guess that nylon was invented in 1939. It's a weird thing to know.
I wouldn't know that.
It's because
But things were found inside. They were evenly placed there. It seemed organized, but no one was to be found. So that's just to paint a picture of what I'm going to be talking about.
Yes, I see it in my mind. Yes.
So the background of this, it all starts with a student at the Ural Polytechnic Institute. Again, this is near the Ural Mountains in Russia. It's west central Russia.
Okay. West central. So is this like Russia? I mean, this is like towards like Siberia side. This is Siberia on the other side.
West.
More towards Europe.
More towards Europe. Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah. It's not all the way to the west, like the southern border of the Soviet Union, but it's like considered west central. So to give a little background, it starts with Igor Dyatlov. I don't know if you remember saying that name, but there's a reason why we're using that name's used. So
wait, Dyatlov, like this is the actual guy?
This is a guy.
Okay.
And then this
pass is named after him?
After him.
Whoa. How convenient.
Yeah. He inherited the pass. Yeah. He's a 23-year-old student at Ural Polytechnic Institute. This is in a city of Zervatlovsk. Zervatlovsk.
Okay.
Now in modern day,
I tell you, like the rest of the world seems to have this like very fine-tuned tongue to say a lot of these words. Like especially in Russia and French. Like, I don't know if it's like the English language is kind of, it's hard for other people to speak English, but like for me.
But our language is bastardized. There's a lot of Latin, like the Romance language.
Is it just a lazy?
German. It's just like this weird culmination of like.
German's another language I couldn't.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like when you come to America, the language just got lazy. or not say lazy, but like.
It was muddled. Like it's like a melting pot. So all these like languages are
and we're just like,
and like we kind of bastardize certain.
We're not going to listen to the man on how to speak. I'm going to speak how I want to speak. So I'll just say what I want to say.
Just make up your own language.
Exactly. It's American way. Screw it up.
So I'm not going to try and pronounce this, but again, this is Zverdlovsk. It's different name today in modern day Russia. But again, it's the Soviet Union. Again, it's located in West Central the Soviet Union during the time near the Ural Mountains. Okay. So it's a mountainous area.
Is this now after the Soviet Union fell? Is this still part of the Soviet Union? Is just part of like one of the other countries?
It's still part of the Soviet Union.
So it was that deep into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
In January, Igor, he was an experienced skier and hiker. He did a lot of cross country skiing. He was there's rankings for these people who do this cross country skiing and hiking in the mountains. He was grade 2. The highest at the time you get to during the Soviet Union was grade 3. So he thought by doing this long expedition in the Ural Mountains, he could become grade 3, which is again the highest ranking thing. He decided to, with a couple other fellow university students, in order to get grade 3, we're gonna do a 3-week 200-mile trip in the Ural Mountains.
Hell no.
Yeah.
There's no way. Even if it's just breezy out, I'm not going into the mountains because it's too cold.
Yeah.
I put me on a desert island. I'll try to survive all you want. I'll probably die.
Oh yeah.
Survivor Man style, but I'm not doing anything cold.
But it's pretty impressive. These guys are in their early 20s, and they're guys and women who go on the trip. They're in their early 20s. Again, they're from this area, so I guess they know the terrain.
Yeah, I mean, you grew up in that area.
Yeah. But these mountains aren't. They're tall. They get high elevations, but they're not like mountains that you think of. Like
so, they more like Appalachian Mountains in the United States, where they're.
That's what it seems like.
There's no like tall peaks like the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, they're not doing ice climbing. They're not climbing up these things. It's more like a progressive sloping up and down of cross country skiing and hiking along these things. But again, he decides to do this in January in Russia.
It is.
And the temperatures are going below 0. So like you still have to be, good at what you're doing.
Oh, of course.
It's still, of course, very dangerous.
3 weeks?
3 weeks. It'd be a 3-week trek with 200 miles.
That's just too long.
Yeah.
And too much. Why would anybody want to do that? I mean, I guess it's in the 50s, 60s, 50s.
I think
it's not like they're playing Xbox and stuff.
Right.
Or, it's like, I'm going to sit home and play World of Warcraft, or I'm going to go walk through the mountains.
But yeah, because
nowadays we're just like, I'll just play Call of Duty.
Sure. I mean, and the university he's going to, it's considered, it's like popular for engineering. So a lot of those kids that went there got recruited by the government into like nuclear power and all that stuff. So they, for free time, like, what do you want to go do?
Atomic age.
Let's go skiing for 200 miles.
Do math and go skiing. That's what your whole life is about.
So he put together a team of some friends of his. And the idea is they're going to reach the northern part of the region that they're in. Again, it's called Zverdlovsk Oblast.
Oblast?
Oblast.
I've heard that word said before. I cannot for the life of me actually pronounce it. I can hear it in my head, but I don't know how to make the words come out of my mouth.
So they're going to end at a mountaintop called Mount Oderton.
Okay.
It was thought that, so in this region, there's a indigenous group called the Mansi. So they're not really part of the Soviet Union. There's people that have been living there, like the United States, we have Native Americans. They're kind of their own thing. They kind of get left alone. But apparently Mount Oderton translates to in Mansi as "don't go there."
Okay.
That's what was thought at the time. I think this has been debunked, but
do you think
that's be a good sign? Be like, hey, let's not go to this place. When
makes a good story.
Don't go there.
Yeah. Do you think they named it so they're like, hey, we're going to call it this so you stay off our land? Or was it debunked that that's actually not what it
It's debunked that's not actually what it means. I think it's more like...
I'm going to name my road that. So
I think as a result of what happened here was a cautionary thing, like, don't go to this place. It's like doom. It's a bad idea. So him and these other students submitted their proposal to their university and that surrounding areas athletic committee, which quickly, surprisingly, approved of it in a matter of like a couple days. So he submitted this in January.
So this is like a committee in the university?
Yeah, it's like athletic committee at the university.
Okay.
But I think they also needed.
Do they have competitions?
Approval from like that state that they're in, that's something that's good to do.
So this is like a competition type of thing where like this team went out for 200 miles, this team did 250, they win.
No, it was more or less like it's something that no one has ever taken. They decided the route they wanted to take and no one's ever taken it before. Okay. Which again is just crazy to me that they're like, we're gonna go do this. And,
I mean, you're in early 20s.
Yeah.
Every person in early 20s.
You got some cojones. You think the idea you're gonna live forever.
I mean, in your early 20s, you are, I would say, in the nicest way possible, when you're in your early 20s, it's like you peak like around 14 and then it's all downhill to like the mid to late 20s. And then you start coming back to normal reality where like,
once your puberty,
I understand that the world's going to kill me and like, I'm not going to be the richest person in the world and I'm not going to be given like and that might be a thing in modern society, but like we are all, especially, this is talking from a male. Yeah. We are all dumb in our early 20s.
There's a saying for that.
Yeah.
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 So Igor had picked 6 men and 2 women to go with him. Some of these people he knew directly, some were just kind of friends of friends, but they all went to the university.
But they all were
either students. Yeah, they all had that grade 2 experience of cross country skiing and hiking. So either they were students there or they recently graduated, but they all kind of knew each other through like circles.
Is this the guy's like road trip? Everybody, let's road trip right now. He comes in, it's like Saturday morning. You're like, dude, I got class on Monday. He's like, no, road trip. We're going
right now. We're doing it.
So it's kind of like that type of thing.
Yes, but I feel like a lot more preparation.
Well, yeah, of course.
For this. Yeah, but yeah. So you picked 6 men and 2 women.
I mean, I filled up my car, went on road trips. So I was like, we got some stuff at the gas station. We're fine. Right.
Some Italian dressing in a hoagie. Just dump the dressing in your mouth and eat the hoagie.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up my car.
So 6 men and 2 women went with them. All students. They're all students or people that recently graduated. But this is where things start getting weird. This is where conspiracy theories start coming in. So they're all in their early 20s, ranging I think from like 21 to 23, 24. So the committee that is letting them do this and like saying, okay, go do this, they decide to allow one other person come. Okay, he's a man. He's in his he's like 37, 38.
Is this like the field trip type of thing where this is the guy like?
Well, so that's what I was like. Maybe he's like the chaperone.
Okay.
Okay. So he has experience as well. I think he's a athletic teacher at the university, but none of these kids know him. He was also a former.
Which those kids today will call this a creeper.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
So he's a sport instructor at the university. He's a World War II veteran. Again, this is kind of his background. This
right after, yeah.
This goes a little bit into like the mystery of why this guy's here. As far as conspiracy theories of what happened.
World War II veterin at this time. I mean, this is like the Russians too. The guys that like
he's like tatted up.
Yeah, these are the guys like the crazy guys that went in face to face.
Yeah. They're the ones that basically won World War II. But again, no one knows who this guy is. But they go along with it because he's experienced. He does have some affiliation with the university. Just like they're like, okay, whatever, we'll go with this. So there's 10 people altogether. It's Igor, his friends, or some of his acquaintances, and this older gentleman.
What's the older gentleman's name?
The older gentleman's name was, thank you, Semyon.
Semyon. Okay. Semyon?
Semyon, Semyon. I think I saw that with a Z as well.
Okay.
Okay, so the government and the universe approved this. The 10 of them set out on January 23rd. So during this time, as they leave, they have journals. They each have their own journal. There's a communal journal. They have cameras. So they're taking pictures. They're journaling everything they're doing. So we know what's going on prior to them disappearing later on. Okay. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. There's a few instances where they have to, they rather than buying a train ticket, they decide to hide under like one of the they hop on
like
the
train hopping.
Yeah, the train hopping. Okay. Yeah. We know that over the course of several days, they take a series of trains. They take a truck ride north to their actual starting point. There, they stocked up on food in this last inhabited area called Vizai. So this is the last place they come to. There's people.
What's it called?
Vizai.
Okay.
Vizhai.
Okay.
So this is the last time they go to. This is the last place they can get food. They can restock supplies. That's the time they get an actual meal before they go completely on their own. Out like where there's no like civilization around. Again, this is to get to this mountain point. The plan was, so again, this is January 26th, I believe, 27th?
1959 still.
1959,
Okay.
yeah. The plan was to come back to this town and then send a telegram to like their friends and family saying, hey, we're okay. It's a matter of like a couple, 3 weeks possibly.
Okay, so the
back,
telegram was to their family.
Yeah,
and
people at the university, like, hey, we did our trek, we made it.
Okay, and then
we're alive,
we're
we're
going
okay.
back home.
Because this is like the last place there's any kind of civilization. Last place to get food and restock.
They left from there and come back to there, and they were going to go back home.
Go back home, yeah.
Okay.
Through a series of trains and car rides and stuff like that. So by February 12th, they're like, hey, if you haven't heard from us, something might be wrong. So this is January 27th, January 28th. One of the trekkers that was part of this, Yuri Yudin, there's a couple of Yuris, but his name's Yuri Yudin. He had to pull out due to health issues. He had rheumatism?
Like rheumatoid arthritis type of thing?
He had he had issues with the bad joint. He had like a kind of a heart problem. So he's like, he's like, my joints are killing me. I don't think I'm going to make it. So he pulls out. Luckily for him, this.
So how many do we have now? We're down to 9?
Down to 9.
Okay.
So this saved this guy's life, the fact that he had this arthritis. So the 28th, the other trekkers, they're like people that part of the expedition, like, we're going to keep going.
Or he could have been the one that saved the day. It's kind of like what's that spaceship that went Apollo 13? The space aliens up there. That one guy he got sick or something, faked it.
Right.
He could have saved the day. We don't know.
So they take off on the 28th. Again, these mountains aren't necessarily steep. They're not like climbing and stuff like that. They're just cross skiing. But it is January. We're going into February. You're in the mountains in Russia.
I mean, you have to be.
It's cold. And
so
temperatures are going down to like 20 degrees below Celsius.
Sweating and being freezing.
Yes.
That would be hell. My personal hell. Other people might like it.
So they leave this place on the 28th. This is probably like the last time. So some people would say that these people have been seen alive. Journals were found later by the people on this trek, the expedition, that on January 31st, they had to stop to set up camp due to bad weather conditions.
Okay. January what?
31st.
Okay, they set up camp.
Yeah, this is found in a journal. Meanwhile, the whole time they're very positive about everything. They're sad Yuri left, but
this is all from their journals.
All from journals. And they eventually did find cameras. Were able to what's it called when you develop them? Thank you. Develop them. So it seemed like everything was fine. Like nothing was out of the ordinary.
So the photographs, except for that, like that one guy, Simeon, in the background, like looking at him like real weird, like behind trees and stuff. There's this one guy in there.
There is something that comes up later on when we start going into theories about what happened to these people. But yeah, several of them had cameras, and only some of them were able to get developed. But again, nothing seemed out of the ordinary until the January 31st, when the last journal entries was like, we have to stop for the night because we can't keep going because the weather was bad. Visibility was poor, wind was bad. It's snowing really heavily. So January 31st, that happens. They have to stop. February 12th comes and no one hears anything.
February 12th.
Yes. So that was the date.
Wait, is January 31st, February 12th?
Yeah. So February 12th is supposed to be the date at the latest that they would send a telegram back to their friends or family or people at the university saying, hey, we made it back.
On the 31st, there was a log entry about setting up camp.
Yep.
And then nothing until February.
Pretty sure nothing. They weren't heard from. Like
that was the last entry, but
that entry was found, but like they didn't, like, no one heard anything. They weren't back at the town they're supposed to be in to send word that they were fine. So genuinely, their family members, friends, the university starts to panic. They start demanding that a search party be sent out, but not until February 20th the search party gets sent out, because they had heard that there were some bad weather going on, so maybe like maybe they got postponed, they didn't make it in time, so they waited a little bit until the February 20th.
Because this would be 3 weeks.
Yes.
So at this point, the 12th was the 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So people would
Pretty
think
much,
if they said 3 weeks, it could have been, that was like what they expected.
That's what they expected. Yeah.
So it could have.
I think everyone.
So they're expecting it to take longer.
Yeah, I think everyone assumed, like, it being the middle of winter, that it's possible that it get delayed due to bad weather, because they're on their feet, they're going on skis, they're not taking snowmobiles or like cars or anything like that. So like
this is.
So February 20th comes in, and then their family's like, all right, what's going on? This needs to be like, we need to find
8 days.
Yeah, we need to find our family members and our loved ones. So the university, along with local authorities, and eventually the Russian government sent out search parties.
So 59. I mean, there's telephones at this point.
Yes,
So-
I mean,
there's telephones they can call people. It's not like it's
Sure.
they're writing letters.
I think the reason why they say we'll send a telegram is because the last place they stopped, like the last civilized town they were in, probably didn't have telephones because
Okay.
you were getting in the mountains. So, but they did probably have telegrams. So that's where they're like, we'll send you a telegram or get back to this town.
A telegram being through the telegraph.
Yeah,
Okay.
but telephones were a thing there, but probably not in this.
Right. So I was wondering, like, it seems like just give them a call.
Yeah, because they in order to even get to that last town, Vizai, I think it's called, they had to like take trains, and like it took a couple of days. That alone was like a lot of mileage in there.
This is a far off town.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
going.
secluded.
Yeah, they're going past places that are probably without that kind of technology.
Right.
I'm assuming.
59 still not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still places now that don't have
Yeah.
things like that.
So February 20th, the school sends out volunteers, most of who are students, which is kind of crazy. But then also local authorities get involved.
I mean, young kids, they can throw those away.
But it wasn't until February 26th that on a mountain pass near Mount Kholat Syakhl.
Oh my God. That's a whole thing. Do that again. Do it one more time.
Kholat Syakhl is on February 26th.
How many letters is in that word?
It's 2 different words.
Okay.
But I know I'm
I of course. Yes. That's like the common theme through all these episodes.
Yeah.
We butcher every word.
So, yeah, we should do an episode of just us butchering people's names.
Yeah. Send in your names. Yeah, where you're from.
Of like things we've already done and talked about, like the Mughal Empire and all that stuff.
Put them all together.
Yeah.
Cut them together.
Cut it all together like a blooper.
Here's us being jackasses.
So Kholat Syakhl,
We're sorry the world. We're bad at speaking.
which in Mansi is this indigenous tribe. This means dead mountain.
This is wait.
So February 26th.
Yes. This is the pass that they.
Yeah, on a mountain pass near a mountain called Kholat Syakhl in Mansi, which is the indigenous tribe in that area. That mountain, in their language, means dead mountain.
And that's true, or is that?
That is
that's
true.
another wrong.
Apparently, that is
Okay.
true. Yeah. Something's found on this pass, and this is only about 10 miles from their destination where they wanted to go. In the end, which was Mount.
Okay, so this is
Fullerton.
This is supposed to be 10 miles to where they're going to end and turn around.
And to turn around, yeah.
Okay.
So they were close.
I mean, 10 miles still 10 miles.
I mean, out of 200 miles, though.
Yeah, you're right.
One of the university's volunteers, Mikhail Sharavin,
So they made 90 miles basically
more than that, yeah.
because it's 200 miles round trip, right?
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah.
About.
Yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah,
they
I
made it
didn't- I
like
didn't think about the round
10
trip thing, yeah.
miles. So then they were 100 miles back.
They were close,
90 miles though.
and that's impressive.
I would have made it 10 miles and been like,
2.
they'd have been dragging my body.
Yeah, once I got off the last truck in the last town, I'm like,
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm just saying here. All right, so one of the volunteers, Mikhail Sharavin, finds a tattered tent protruding from the snow. In an interview with BBC with a news journalist named Lucy Ash in 2019, this article I found is like amazing. They interview like some of these people that were around during this time, mostly because of this guy, because he's one of the first people that found something. So he finds a tent protruding from the snow. It's kind of caved in, covered by snow.
I mean, this is how many days later? I mean, this could have been.
This is February 26th.
And this is the 31st was their last entry. So that would have been 26 days
Yeah.
where it's just snow's piling up.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised they even found that at all in a
Yeah.
place like this, I'd imagine.
In this interview, he says he found the tent. Him and this other rescuer that were with him looked inside and said if things appeared orderly. They saw some boots stacked up, which is kind of odd. They saw some food that looked like it was recently been cut up, like they're getting ready to have dinner. There was a lamp there, like a heated lamp or like heating thing for them to use. But nothing seemed out of ordinary other than the fact that there were no one around. Like, where were these people at? They found the route map in there, official papers, money, and a flask of alcohol. So this is where it kind of gets interesting because he noticed there's a cut made in the tent, but not from the outside, but from the inside.
How do you know that? Did they say?
They don't. I mean, they don't. I think
based on the material.
I mean, I probably couldn't identify that, right. But like maybe I don't know. Maybe knows.
I just wonder how they would even say like, this is how we know it's from the outside.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe because the puncture mark was going out.
Oh, yeah. I'd imagine the way like the threading might have been coming off, like based on
and
that.
It's probably frozen too.
Yeah.
So
based on that, maybe.
Plus, we don't know what material it is.
Sure. They said just this again. This is Mikhail recounting what he saw. So then, just outside the tent, he saw frozen footprints made by 8 to 9 people who were either wearing socks, a single boot, or nothing at all.
Okay, that seems going out. Okay, they're wearing socks or nothing at all.
Yeah.
So their boots are there.
The boots are. He saw some boots in the tent, neatly piled all together.
God.
Which is, I don't know.
That's not good.
No, which is very odd. And the trash continued 5 to 10 meters, and then they disappeared.
Just thinking this in my head like makes me cold and scared about. Just like anxious about something
claustrophobic
like
and just like getting caved in on and like being alone and I don't know.
Snowy.
Feeling death.
Yeah.
So they realized in time, like again, I'm gonna jump out a little bit, but they realized in time what they did was they were off their mark of trying to like like I said, they're 10 miles out from this mountaintop they're trying to get to because of the snow and how windy and it was dark out and how snowy it got. They had to kind of settle out further than they wanted to next to this mountaintop. Oh my gosh, the thing I keep butchering, Kalat. So what they end up doing is there's a slight slope. Again, these aren't like mountains like this. There's just like a slow grade. So they decided to do was, and apparently this is what you do in these kind of situations. You dig down, you build your tent into the back of the slope in order to prevent wind from hitting you. So this is what they did. Okay. They saw that the cut came out, obviously the other side, because the other side of the tent was behind a wall of snow. So again, the traction unit for 5-10 meters, and then they just disappeared. And it's getting nighttime, so they decide to take this alcohol and cheers. They're like, there's no way these people are alive. Here's to the deceased. But then the next day, during like February 27th, it's daytime. They were able to follow more of the footprints. And near the edge of a nearby woods, they found 2 bodies who ended up belonging to 2 of the people on this expedition.
2 of 9. Yep.
Again, I'm going to butcher these names. Georgy, I'm not going to try his last name. All right, Georgy Kravashenchenko. And another Yuri. This is a Yuri that stayed during Doroshenko. Okay. Both were near a dead campfire. Again, this is on.
So there's a campfire there
along a tree line.
Okay.
The campfire had died, and the 2 men were only wearing their underwear.
Okay. I mean, out in the freezing cold. So it gets you're like, oh, they're not wearing their boots. Yeah. But they're also not wearing any of their clothes.
Socks.
And that just seems like hell.
Yeah. So either they set this campfire or someone set it up for them. Okay. They noticed on a tree some branches had been broken off. They were probably what they used to light this fire.
And they don't know if the fire was from when they originally were camping, or they don't know if they made it before they went to bed or after.
It was. They're assuming after because it was so far, like not super far away, but it was like far enough away to like, why would they
make it all the way over here, then go all the way back to the tent?
So later that day, 3 more of the missing group's bodies were found. Some are sprawled out in between the camp, the original camp where that tent was, and the tree line where they found those 2 other.
So these are another 3 between.
Another 3 people. Yep, they were kind of like sporadically between these where the camp was and the two first bodies were
5
found.
down.
Yeah. One was Igor, the guy who this is aptly named after.
Dyatlov.
Yeah. Thank you. You say better than I do. As well as Rustem, Slobodin, and Zenaida Komogorova. So some of these people had clothes on.
Thank God.
They were in their underwear.
Well, that's just not party.
Body positioning suggested that they were trying to make it back to camp.
Okay.
The way they were facing, the way like they were kind of like their bodies had like
making it back to the original camp.
Yeah.
But
Away from the
fire.
The fire, yeah.
Okay. So did they follow those two that weren't wearing clothes out there and try to get them back, and then they died on their way back?
There's a theory we'll get to on that.
I don't want to jump ahead here.
Rustem Slobodin had a small crack in his skull.
Well, you don't want that.
No.
That's not good.
It was later seen as not a fatal wound, so they don't know what it came from.
Do they know if it was from this trip, or if it was something like
I think
when he was growing up?
I think that's the thing. Like, who knows? Like, if it's like something happened to him, like you said, when he's younger, or something happened during this.
I'd imagine it wouldn't be when he's younger. I know your bones grow like
they fuse and stuff like that.
Like a little kid, when they break their like collarbone, which is a very common thing for little kids to do. Apparently, like that stuff just erases the old one and grows a new one.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen.
But
I've seen it like go from like completely displaced to like a couple months later being like a totally new bone, and the old one that was displaced is gone. Like it erased it.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Apparently, there was no actual scar. It was just like you could tell like there was a flint. So
it's a new wound.
Yeah.
So the skin was also broken in the skull.
I don't think the skin was broken.
Frozen?
I don't think the skin was broken.
Oh, like a blunt force type of thing.
Yeah. So
put some ice on that.
Get this. Almost 3 months later, on May 4th, the final 4 members were found.
Wait, May 4th?
May 4th. Almost 3 months later from when the
Did these guys hang out the entire time, or they left? The guys that found the original 5.
The people that found the original 5, one of them, I believe, stuck around.
Okay. And so the other ones.
But I also think at this point, though, like actually, I don't think they did. I think the students were like done at this point. Like at this point, the military were like, we're going in.
Okay.
The police.
So this is like a murder scene. It's like kind of like this is an issue now.
Yeah.
A crime scene.
Right. So May 4th, almost 3 months later, the final 4 members were found in a ravine 250 feet away from the initial tree where the first 2 were found. So 252 feet away from where Gregory and you were found. Yeah.
Further from.
And so the idea is that since it's May, the snow had been melting, they could finally find these other bodies. And they were kind of laying in like this ravine. There's water. Some were actually laying in the water.
Which could have been frozen.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, right. So
it's not like they could have drowned, maybe, because it would have been frozen, I'd imagine.
There was a river, but that became a stream that became like a ravine. So who knows how deep this would have been. So these 4, Nikolai, Thibaut Bignoles, which doesn't sound completely Russian, so there might be a French maybe parent. Okay. He had a fractured skull. And this is where it gets like kind of gruesome. Like the other one's just like, oh, maybe they died of hypothermia, which they end up saying.
Froze to death.
They died from hypothermia. But this is like when they find these bodies, like there's some gruesome stuff going there. So this guy had a fractured skull.
Wait, did we find Simeon yet? Simeon?
So Nikolai had a fractured skull. Alexander Kolovatov's neck was twisted. He had
twisted?
Scar around his ear.
Wait. His neck was twisted.
I don't think it was like
all the way around.
But I think it was just like clearly it had been like jostled and like
Looney Tunes spun, sort of like he spins around his body and spins around. Yeah.
So it's clearly like some kind of blunt force trauma happened to him. The 2 other Lyudmila Dubanina and Semyon.
Was that
Lyudmila was the second woman.
Okay.
Semyon's the older guy that the creep was kind of hanging out with him. They both had chest fractures, broken ribs. Both were missing both eyes.
Okay.
And Lyudmila's tongue was missing. It was gone.
And Simyoung had it in his mouth.
He got hungry, man. They were found wearing the clothes of what is believed to be their dead companions.
This sucks. So they were wearing different clothes? Were they
different
all
clothes.
The other guy.
So
two guys running around underwear.
Yes.
These four. Were they wearing real clothes? Like, were they wearing clothes?
They're wearing clothes. It's believed that they took the clothes off of the other people who might have died before them.
I gotcha.
Interesting, though, Semyon was found with his camera on him, around his neck. So if they're fleeing this tent, as the people are saying, since the knife cut through the tent on the inside, they're fleeing something, why would he have his camera with him?
Was he taking pictures of something he wasn't supposed to take a picture of? Got caught?
Again, this is February 1st through February 2nd is what they believe that these people died. January 31st is when they had to dig in to that slope. So they're thinking February 1st, the night of, and February 2nd is when they died, in the middle of the night. So why, like, I think it's interesting. Why would he have his camera around him if they're like getting ready to go to bed? Or why would he take it with him to run away from whatever's like frightened them, to make them want to leave the tent?
He's like one of those YouTube influencers or like Instagram influencers. He's like
the
first
guy.
Simyon up here.
Simyon. Also, it should be noted that low levels of radiation were found on some of the clothes.
How would so wait, we're talking about not like the common like background radiation. This is like obviously a Geiger counter type of like they had a Geiger counter and there's like, oh, it actually
not
tweaks it.
Yeah, not life threatening or anything like that, but like these clothes had been around
some type of radioactive material.
Yes.
Okay. Cold War,
baby. So yeah, Cold War alone.
What a time to be alive.
Like the possibilities of what happened to these people could be numerous. Okay, so
what if Simyon's camera shot out radioactive like pictures? Like it was like laser. It was like a special thing they were testing for the military. He took a picture and it like.
I mean, who knows?
Radioactive murder, like hulked them.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's like he had one of these, but like I wouldn't be surprised if that was something they were testing.
Polytechnic Institute, he's testing something out.
Yeah, so these are all like, so that's the thing. It's thank you for bringing it up.
Camera.
Like these people are like they're studying to be part of the overall government machine.
Okay.
Something to do with science, technology. Igor was a radio engineer. He would make his own contraptions and then go test them out in the wild.
When you say radio, you don't mean radioactive. You mean radio as in like terrestrial radio.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are I'm assuming
communication radio.
Clever, scientifically smart people. So immediately after the first 5 bodies were found, not the 4 that were found months later. So this is Igor, in order they're found, Georgi, Yuri, Igor, Rustem, and Zeneda, those first 5. It was concluded that they died from hypothermia, which is understandable because they were left outside. Some of them were almost naked, didn't have the appropriate equipment.
Were they radioactive?
They were not.
Okay.
I don't believe. They assume this or theorize this because of the fact that they're outside in shelter, ill-equipped, and below 0 temperatures, which makes total sense, right? Like that's sure. It is believed this may have come about due to an avalanche causing them to quickly flee their tent. So maybe avalanche happened, they couldn't get out, so they cut their way out.
Was there any sign of an avalanche?
No.
Were they on they were on a mountain, but they weren't like on like a rocky mountain,
it wasn't
peak
it wasn't a peak.
The snow would actually fall down.
So I remember like reading, and this is why a lot of people don't think it could have been an avalanche, which is one, because it's not steep enough. In order for avalanche to happen, the slope needs to be 30 degrees or more. Where they were was less than 30 degrees.
And also,
not enough for
their
avalanche.
Tent is still there. It's not like it's destroyed, like being knocked over by a.
So that's people were like, say they were like, avalanche happened. They had to escape, and they died from hypothermia. Clearly, 2 of them might have tried to stay alive, like keep them warm by a fire, but why didn't they have clothes on?
It's not like you're sleeping like that. Like some people sleep a certain way, like I mentioned earlier. But like,
but you're in the, like
You're not going to be sleeping like that. You're going to be wearing a lot of clothes.
Yes, in the mountains.
To sleep in the mountains.
In January, February, the mountains in Russia, yeah.
I mean, like I said, maybe some Russian badass.
I mean,
like
they had a heater.
Russian people or...
Yeah. They had a heater in there. A lot of people were saying they might have got carbon monoxide poisoning and it made them go like loopy, but like that was debunked.
So they radioactive. No, is that the end of the story?
No.
Okay.
So this is immediately after the 5. Like this is before they found the 4 other people. So after the first 5 that were found, they're like, oh, they died from hypothermia, from avalanche. They had escaped their tent and died out the wilderness, unfortunately. Because they couldn't escape in time to grab whatever they needed to grab with.
And that sounds like it's someone who made up a story to satisfy parents of why their kids died or families.
Which a lot of people think, yeah.
And just because they don't really know, based on like what they saw, they probably don't even know. They're saying this is probably what happened, just to satisfy everybody.
Yeah. And then like throughout for the next several like decades, there was like the Russian or Soviet government and the Russian government were very like secretive about certain things. They weren't releasing a lot of this information. That might have been because that's a Cold War thing. They don't really want, their names know what's going on, but like their own people, own Russian citizens, Soviet Union citizens were wondering like, there has to be answers for this. And this came to be once the remaining 4 were found, because they were found like pretty gruesome, like gruesome deaths. So then people start coming up with theories like this avalanche thing couldn't have been the case since some of these people are missing their eyeballs, they're missing their tongue, someone's eyebrows were missing. So one of the first things...
It's too cold, man.
Yeah.
It's just too cold. You don't do these things in the cold.
So one of the first things that was hypothesized was that it was the Mansi people that attacked them. Maybe they were encroaching on their land. They shouldn't have been where they're supposed to be. So the Mansi were upset, attacked them, and killed them. Quickly, this was dismissed because they interrogated some of these people. It didn't look like a physical altercation happened at any point, other than cutting yourself out of a tent. But like it didn't look like a hand-to-hand combat was taking place. And plus, again, there was the tracks of just like 8 to 9 people that they saw. So there would have been other tracks if they were attacked by somebody. So what are you thinking right now as far as what happened to these people?
It's just too damn cold. I mean, they're just like, it's too cold. I'm down. I'm out.
Yeah.
No, I really don't. Like you're bringing up all these like different things that could have been, like you say stuff about reactivity in the Soviet government, could have been some type of military thing, some type of something in that realm. Could have been, I mean, sounds like pretty good support for the Mansi people. Mansi people.
That's how I pronounce it.
That miscommunication, misunderstanding in the night. Maybe it was, or Simeon. Like it seems like these guys, the ones that weren't found by the stream, the other 4, the other 5 were not like they weren't. They died of hypothermia. They weren't brutally murdered, type of thing.
Right.
But then you have these other 4, then it seems like stuff went down
Very
where they
weird.
were.
Yeah,
but,
circumstances.
And also this one guy's with them.
Mm-hmm.
In a girl or woman. So is it some type of jealousy thing, or that just kind of got out of hand?
Yeah.
Or is it animals?
Right. So
like maybe they all died out of hypothermia, but like the animals came along and a bear came along. I guess it's the winter, so there are probably not very many bears out.
But there's some kind of animals scavenging
Wolves.
around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There were apparently some relationships that were had. Like some of these people used to date each other, as documented in some of the journals. But it was concluded, though, again, it's 1959, after they like a forensic kind of thing, that the missing eyes and the tongue were all post-mortem.
Okay.
So again, wild animal out there probably pecking away at their eyes, or like a bird pecking away at their eyes, or something ate their tongue. So the initial official conclusion in 1959, they all died from a compelling natural force. That's it, a compelling natural force.
Natural force.
Whatever that means.
So it's just like a bunch of words they say to keep people shut up.
Like, this is what we got.
A compelling natural force.
Yes.
Would cold be considered a compelling natural force?
Yeah, but then how would you get like a broken rib,
Right.
fractured skull.
Okay.
Because like I don't know when that was said, but at one point it was said that as if they were in like a severe car accident.
The guys that were found by the beach or by the river,
cracked
lake
ribs
ring.
and like the caving in chest.
But could they have been? They're on a mountain or a mountain junior type of thing. Like,
no, they're in the mountains. Yeah.
And these guys are found 250 feet.
The people that were in the ravine were found 250 feet.
And they're down in a ravine.
Yeah.
So did the fractures and stuff happen because they fell down the ravine?
Maybe
it was not foul play at all, and it was like people. But then what were they running from? Why were they down there?
Yeah, and why the need to cut yourself out of a tent, and like why were they all spread out like that?
Why did they have time to make a fire? Why did they have some of them have time to make a fire?
Right.
And if they're wearing their underwear, how did they make that fire?
Because there was no clothes burning in there. So one of the people that took the clothes. Okay, so it's theorized that the two guys that were found dead by the fire, their clothes were gone. The other three that were found like in between like the camp and the tree line.
Yes.
The ones that were gone looking back, or was it the other four that were found? Sorry, the last four that were found, it looked like they were wearing the clothes of the people that died by the fire because they were naked. They're not naked, they're in their underwear because some of them had like burn marks on them.
Okay.
And some of them, like one was one of the females was wearing the pants of one of the males.
And that was the three that were found between the fire and the tent?
No, sorry, the
ones in the
ravine. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so they're wearing the guy. Okay, so one
of them was wearing the clothes all of them were wearing the clothes.
And the guys by the fire.
Pieces of the clothes. By the guys that.
And the guys by the fire weren't.
They were in their underwear.
But they weren't found to be dead by. They didn't have any fractures or anything they could see. Okay.
No.
So like they murdered them, took their clothes, and jumped on a ravine.
So one of the theories, though, again, this is much later on, is done by Yuri, the one that left because he had the joint pain. He believes the Soviet government had something to do with the deaths.
Oh, okay. So this is the guy that stuck behind. Back.
He went back because he was having joint pains. He kept his journals and he continued writing his journals after this because he's planning on writing a book, apparently.
Was there any military facilities around here that they found? Or that is known?
So he believes, okay, so yes. Well, there's speculation on that.
Soviet Union. I mean, there's lots of stuff that's true and not true.
Yeah. So shortly following the deaths of his friends, the government came to talk to him to identify some of the things that they found in the camp, like the initial site, saying, do you recognize this? He recognized some things he's like, they wouldn't have had that, like certain skis. But one thing in particular that really stuck out to him was a piece of cloth from a Soviet soldier's uniform.
And that was found in a tent? Or on the people?
Around like the campsite. Not on the people, but like around the campsite.
Were any of them soldiers at any time? Except for the guy that was in World War II. But this is probably a modern?
Yeah.
Okay. Modern piece of clothing. So
he's that along with some other things he found there is like, these aren't things they would have had with them. Again, he separated them. I think he separated with them at the last town. So he's probably saw what the last things they bought, saw what they had on them.
Yeah.
He gave them his rations when he turned back so they can have extra stuff. So he believes something happened. He never publicly said, because I think he had to sign like an NDA thing saying you can't tell us, what you saw. Because again, it's Soviet Union, so I'm sure there's a lot of secrecy and stuff going around. Because
which is weird.
Yeah.
Which is weird. They make, I guess it's a crime scene type of thing.
Yeah. But like maybe the Soviet government didn't know what was at play here. Like
maybe they didn't want to sue the school for like that type of thing. Like we don't know what happened. You got to sign this thing saying you're not going to go around and tell people what happened. Like start rumors.
Yeah. And then lastly, he says that he died. So he never said this publicly. He died, I think, only a few years ago. But he says, these friends of mine, like they're all experienced. They would know how to exactly deal with an avalanche. So how do they die the way they did? Like he's just like, this isn't, something about it, he's like, just doesn't add up to me. So he thinks Soviet government had something to do with it. Not sure. He didn't really ever say, as far as what I saw, like what he thought they did exactly. But he thinks that they were there before, at the site, before like the rescue people
Soviets
came.
there before the guys discovered the camp.
Before like the students found the camp. Why that is, he didn't never said, but he thinks something fishy was going on in the Soviet government.
Okay. So they okay, continue. This is like
there's a lot.
There's a lot here.
There were reports of orange flashing lights going on in the region.
Orange flashing lights by who? Like people live in the region.
In this area, yeah, like
Okay.
30 miles up to like 30 miles away.
Was that mentioned in any of the journals?
I don't know. I can't remember if it was in other journals, but apparently one of the pictures, someone took a picture that was found of that. I think they might have mentioned the journals. Some that saw this might have thought it was a bad omen, not necessarily had anything to do with the people doing the trek. Others believe that it would have been aliens, but they would.
So these are all common theories
of what these orange flashes were. So maybe aliens had something to do with their disappearance and their death. Others, though, seems like a pretty popular one based on what not necessarily what you're saying, but based on around that realm of the government being involved with something. Believe that there was a secret Soviet weapons testing ground, possibly nuclear, that they might have stumbled upon when they got lost. Because again, they had to stop in the middle of the night because the wind got really bad, the snow got really bad, visibility dropped. They lost. They ventured off the route they had planned. So they might have stumbled upon a testing facility of some kind by the Soviet Union.
But it wasn't there when the other guys showed up.
Yeah.
So these guys show up and find this place. They find the bodies and are there for a while.
Yeah.
And they don't find any nuclear, or they don't find any testing
facility.
facility.
The idea is that they killed them and then dropped them back off, made it look like,
that they were there. Okay.
Something happened.
So they find the bodies.
Yeah. Not like this facility just disappeared or anything like that.
Because I mean, if they found tracks going out from the camp and everything, did they find the tracks of them getting to the camp?
I can't remember. Because even still,
I guess it could have been,
because these people had to be, the people that found them had to be helicoptered in, like, and even like getting in a snowmobile, getting there, it's like people are trying to reenact what some of the things might have happened, like as far as avalanches, like snowmobiles were turning over. Apparently all these weird occurrences happened of like other 9 people died at some point, or like in like a plane crash, but they survived somehow in this general area around this dead mountain where the dead mountain that they came across.
So there's
like a superstition of like bad things happening around this area.
Okay. So
after this.
So this isn't people looking for the other.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is just a separate.
People trying to reenact and see what happened. But as far as them stumbling upon this testing ground, maybe they saw something they're supposed to do, so the Soviet soldiers killed them, moved their bodies elsewhere, or
saw something they weren't supposed to.
Yeah. Or if this was a missile like testing site, maybe a missile struck them.
Like a missile range.
Yeah, like maybe something like they were struck by a missile. Maybe that's why people saw orange lights.
Just blew their clothes off.
Yeah.
It's one of the newest missiles that Soviet Union invented.
Right off.
Just so blows your clothes off.
You don't want to make embarrass you too much. You keep your underwear on, But yeah,
that would be an awesome missile.
But people are like, oh, that explains.
That's like a party missile. That's what that is. If the Soviets invented that, the Cold War would end a lot differently.
It shoots vodka in your veins and just like blows your clothes off.
I would have been totally down with that.
Yeah. Maybe that, like people were saying, maybe not necessarily the missile hit them directly, but like it caused an explosion, but through their bodies over, like, I don't know. But people saw these orange. Yeah, people saw these orange
party
lights.
missiles coming.
People saw these orange lights and like they thought, they're trying to make speculation.
It comes down when it drops out of the plane. It just, instead of doing a it's like technically. Oh no! Party missile.
Yeah.
We need to invent that. We need to buy a missile.
Right.
Figure out how to make it blow people's clothes off.
So yeah, that could possibly explain, damage to like their bodies. But like again, like you said, why would they not have clothes on if they were?
Yeah. Why would it not incinerate them?
Right. But then maybe the Soviets were like, oh, this missile hit where it wasn't supposed to.
But radioactivity was on the one bodies, right?
Right. So maybe this missile wasn't supposed to, but like let's move their bodies around, make like something else happen. I know it's like it's far fetched, but these are some like the
theories.
Some theories, yeah. There's some weirder ones that I'm not going to go over all of them, but going back to cameras being found, there was a photo found on one of the trekkers' cameras. So Semyon's camera was stuck in water. Like he's laying face down the
Okay.
ravine. So a lot of the stuff that they were able to develop was either too blurry or anything like that. You couldn't really see much from it. But one of them, I believe it was Nikolai's camera, had a picture was developed on it, and it had a blurry black silhouette of an image of something like a bipedal,
Like a person?
like a person.
So like one of them?
Because apparently a documentary was done about this, a Yeti. The abominable snowman.
Who blows your clothes off.
Blows
Just
your
rips your
clothes
clothes off and then leaves you alone.
Yeah, picks your eyes out, eats your tongue, rapes, takes your clothes off, rips your clothes off, and just like, goes about his way. I don't know.
He punches you hard, just so hard your clothes fly off.
But like, they're like, people have looked at this hard evidence as like the Yeti exists and it's in the Ural Mountains and
but
the
this is
Soviet
just
Union.
a silhouette like type of thing?
Yeah, and I remember I found, we'll put some of these up. I found a website, and they posted some of the pictures that were taken by everybody. Again, everyone seemed happy, and then all of a sudden, like, they're dead. And shows pictures of like what their bodies look like. They're taken by people that found them, but I think the one they're talking about clearly was a man, just who's part of their group. They're just like messing around because they even found in the tent fake newspaper clippings that they apparently wrote about the abominable snowman being found. So like it was kind of a jokingly kind of thing that people are saying that like the guy might have like they took a picture of this guy joking around like he's an abominable snowman.
This is about the okay. So I'm gonna just switch something. I just want to say this one thing. This is something probably the dumbest thing I'll ever say, and it just
We're still young, man.
Yeah. I've been sitting here waiting to hear about when they start eating each other. And so that's not this story.
No.
That's the other people.
Do you remember? That's was it the Donner? And then there's the movie. This made me think of the movie Alive. Did you ever see the movie Alive, where those like rugby players they crash in like the Alps and have to eat each other?
I've read Hatchet. Is that is that the same thing?
No.
So Donner Party isn't the Dyatlov people.
What's that?
The Donner Party wasn't these Russian people.
No.
I was sitting there waiting, like, when are they gonna start eating each other? So that's probably the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life up to this point.
No, but like, I mean, it makes you think of that because, like,
yeah,
I didn't know, like, from the time they got stranded till the time they died, like, it's only a matter of like maybe 48 hours. But like the Donner Party, I didn't know that when I first stumbled upon it. I was just like, oh, they're definitely gonna eat each other. Someone else is eating someone else's butt cheek, like they did, in,
I thought maybe the Donner Party was actually in Russia, and I just didn't know.
It's in the United States.
Yeah, it's like the Berenstain Bears went to Russia, or went to like the worst Berenstain Bears book ever. The Donner Party of Russia.
They go to Russia.
Yeah, that would be a good movie.
No, I mean that you're
the
not.
Donner Party 2.
Electric Boogaloo. The Yeti.
Dyatlov Pass 2.
The Yeti comes out and just throws a party. But it's not crazy.
Party missile.
I thought for sure at some point someone's gonna eat somebody.
Yeah.
But I guess it didn't happen.
But I strictly was thinking that because I thought it was the other group.
Okay, gotcha.
I didn't think, not because I figured like, it's one of those stories where they just eat each other and it's cold. Yeah, whatever. But like, I literally thought this was the Donner Party until it just clicked in my head. These aren't the same people. But go ahead. Sorry. Continue. Theories.
So that's the Yeti one. That's silly. But a lot of people like base this like, oh, there's a proof the Yeti exists, but I don't know. If the picture I saw is the right one, it's clearly a guy in his cold gear,
His bloomers.
just being goofy.
Okay, so it was just one of the people.
One of the people that's part of the group. That's what I think. But I want to circle back as to why Semyon was selected to go, because he wasn't picked by Igor and his friends. He
was assigned to them.
He was assigned to them.
Was he like in charge of making sure they did the that they said so they get level 3?
I didn't see anything like that, so I don't know. But
they're not just gonna be like, "Oh, you guys made it, really?"
Yeah.
Or did you just go sit behind that tree for 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you do need some kind of.
Was he part of like the governing body that says you're level 3 now?
He from my side, he's just an athletic teacher at the university, so it's possible that he's like chaperone. Look over them and maybe.
Yeah, I guess if a university sending a bunch of people out, like they're not gonna. I mean, this is in our world, today's world.
Yeah.
Like they're not just gonna like just let them go.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, like that's not how things go.
Yeah.
But maybe I don't know if it's something that's like has some kind of certification involved, like that type of thing. Should be someone be there to. Like, so maybe he was.
But
just
I think this is also a time in the Soviet Union, like where like, they're making advancements and they're trying to push forward. Not only like the space race, but like human endurance and like what man can do and like what obstacle man can
we can overcome.
Yeah, what humans can overcome. But yeah, so he very well could have been a chaperone, or he could have been someone who was like actually making sure they did what they're supposed to do. But it just seemed kind of odd that
he was assigned to this.
He was assigned to this thing. Yeah. So there's a theory that suggests that he was selected to go by the KGB because he was a former person in the military during World War II. But he's assigned along with another member of the group, and this is actually true. Georgi, he had previously, before this trip, several years before this expedition, he helped clear up a radioactive leak at a secret Soviet nuclear facility. And that is true. That was like, he took part in cleaning up a leak that happened at a Soviet facility.
Is that why there was nuclear waste or nuclear stuff? Because he just had it on him still?
It's possible.
I mean, they would have been smart enough to clean that stuff up though.
Yeah, but then maybe like he kept he would have not have worn his actual clothes there, but I don't know, who knows?
Or was there, the thing I think about when you say that about the radioactivity, I keep on coming back to that.
And apparently that cleanup that he took part in was like almost to the level of like Chernobyl.
Okay. Was the stream radioactive from some type of runoff from, because like even there's plenty of cities around even America that they had enrichment facilities that are still radioactive to this day, or like they tried to clean them up. And I mean, the water may have been just, if this is far enough in the mountains, they may have had a military facility that was enriching uranium or something.
They're passing all kinds of minerals that might have had like some sort of interaction or like contamination.
But the other guys weren't contaminated though. The other 5 weren't.
No, they just found it on a pair of clothes, not on an actual person.
Oh, okay.
Like,
so this is just
one of the clothes that someone was wearing. Okay. Yeah. So he had helped clean up a secret nuclear facility. It suggested they were both hired by the KGB, put in with this group. They're supposed to meet up with CIA agents in the Ural Mountains, take pictures of CIA agents while handing over fake sensitive information.
Wait, who said this?
This is a theory.
Okay.
And it went south, and the CIA ended up killing everyone.
I mean, in the Cold War, it's always going to be the CIA's the reason why something goes
espionage.
They're going to use it. I mean, the same thing that happened in America. We used that to scare our citizens. They did the same thing.
I mean, stuff like that did happen, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, but obviously that's going to be one of the main theories, so that they use both sides use whatever they can to scare each other.
Yeah, any kind of mystery or something that's not fully understood during this time, I feel like that's always something thrown out there, like
for both
espionage. Yeah, both sides for sure. And then we're going to start getting a little more credible things. On July 11th, 2020, the Ural Federal District, where all this happened. This is like part of this area.
What year was this?
2020.
Okay.
They concluded in a study that avalanche was the official cause of death. But again, however, some people deny this because there's no traces of an avalanche happening.
Yeah, they're not under an avalanche.
Yeah.
They're all just hanging out. It's like the avalanche like came and left.
Just a ghost avalanche.
I would believe more that it was the party missile than it was an avalanche. Which, TM.
But in 2021, so only a few years ago, 2 Swedish scientists and their team found strong evidence that supported an avalanche. Different kind of avalanche, based on a series of models they ran.
Fake avalanche.
They ran.
It's one of those non-avalanches. Never happened.
Using photos from the site.
And not a Nunya
historical
avalanche.
Records. It was a slab avalanche that happened, which I've never heard of.
We just make this up. A Nunya avalanche. Nunya business.
So when I said earlier, the crew, like the trekkers, they dug into the side of the mountain slope at night in order to brace themselves from the wind, to protect themselves from the
snow.
Wind. Yeah.
They weren't digging dirt. They were digging the snow.
Snow, yeah, and the side of the slope of the mountain. In doing so, they must have caused a chain reaction resulting in this type of avalanche. Snow kept building, wind kept blowing, and eventually snow slabs started to slide, and then eventually falling onto the tent, which then eventually crushed the tent.
But then magically disappear and everybody showed up a couple days later, or weeks later to find
Well,
them.
because there's like the idea. I'm not doing this justice. There's a lot of science that I'll post in the resources.
So the thing they dug
So
causes the snow to...
Yeah, because of what they did by digging in, they caused like a chain reaction to happen over time. So they dug in the side of this mountain on a slant. There's a space here where like the tent's right here. And in doing so, snow kept building because it kept snowing, wind kept blowing. So basically sheets of snow or slabs kept slowly sliding down. There is enough of an angle, not 30 degrees, but enough of an angle.
Built up a steeper angle.
Yeah, it kept making it worse, worse, and worse. And then snow, and they're sleeping during this time, I'm assuming. Snow kept falling, sliding on top of the tent, making it more weighty, give it more weight, eventually like causing the tent to give way. And then eventually in time, I think this is something that's supposed to happen over like several hours, maybe more.
If they're there for 2 days.
There's enough weight that would just collapse the tent, crushing the people on the inside, some of the people on the inside, which might explain
freaking out and
the cracked skull, the ribs. So they're theorizing, though, that this happened. The ones who were injured were dragged away by the people that weren't injured
and thrown off the cliff.
When I say, I think when they say,
they're like, oh, screw it.
I think when they say ravine, it's not like a cliffside. It's like a small, like kind of like bed.
Either way,
like a creek bed or something like that.
They're just like dragged away.
But they were dragged away to safety out of from things getting worse. Some who might have been injured were put by the fire. The fire was lit for them.
Yeah, and these other guys walked back.
Yeah,
to get some stuff.
Try to get back, maybe to get some stuff. And then the guys that died by the fire, their clothes were taken, so the other people would survive. Because at this point, their tent was caved in, along with all their equipment to dig it out. And that would be enough force that they claimed would have been equal to a car accident on some of these people.
When it finally hit them.
When it finally just caved in on them. Enough snow, enough weight. They said in the article that I was reading, that the science article that these two Swedes did, that like it's as if someone just kept taking snow from one spot and just dumping it on another spot, and just eventually just kept piling up, and just crushed their tent and beating people inside. Of the people. But
inside. The tent was still there when they.
It was, but it was crushed. It was under snow, so that like the guy that found him, Mikhail, had to dig the tent out because with the equipment he had.
That makes sense now.
Yeah. But my question is though, why were some of them like? Why were they? Some of them didn't even have clothes on in the first place.
Well, you said maybe the guys by the fire gave it to the other ones going back.
Yeah.
But who else didn't have clothes on? Just those two.
I think it was just those two. But there's something I came across like.
I mean, they're Russian. They're badass. They're just probably sleeping like that. Like we don't need blankets or anything or clothes at night.
Yeah. So that's just a theory of why the clothes might have been like taken from a bed. Right. They might have not had clothes on to begin with.
It seems like.
But why? But if they did take the clothes from the dead, were they not wearing clothes then either?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that'd be right.
So why?
Or do they have double clothes on?
Maybe. But then why wouldn't they be wearing clothes? That's what I find odd. So I found something. I came across something. I don't know. It's called paradoxical undressing. Paradoxical undressing. It's something that happens with hypothermia. I have heard of that. Yeah. Where you get so cold and something happens with I think viscosity of your blood or something like that. I didn't look too much into it because like I don't know that your body your brain confuses your body confuses your brain into thinking that you're hot, so you take your clothes off.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That
might be why they left the tent without any clothes on, because it might have been at a time they were in the tent thinking
this is in combination with the crushing thing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So okay. I mean, that's
all, I only found one thing talking about that as a possibility. I was like, oh, that's all I got, man.
So,
what do you think is a most likely scenario of what happened to these people?
I would say the avalanche would be unlikely, but next to the Yeti and the party missile, I think those are the most unlikely. But I think The crushing. Now that you explain it, like the way that the snow piled up over time, and that it can crush them, especially if they're stuck here for a couple of days or a day or two.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I don't know why they're all strewn about. Like, how did the other 4 get down by the river? Did they try to run away?
So those were the ones that are most injured. So I'm thinking that they were dragged furthest away from it, since they're like, or
were they just like in shock and they were frozen,
like into the woods where they get more coverage, because like there's like tree lines, so they went further into the woods, I believe,
for the wind or something.
Yeah, for more protection, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it just seems like those 4. Maybe they wandered off after the other ones left, and the 2 guys by the fire died, or something or maybe they didn't actually feel because you're frozen, like you're so cold. Maybe they didn't actually feel getting those injuries.
And that did see some people talking about, like, you don't really realize what happened to your body.
Yeah, you're in shock, and maybe they took off to get water. Maybe they took off to go. They knew, like, oh, if we go this way, the tents are over here.
Yeah,
they were confused.
Sure.
I do like. I mean, it seems like the radioactive issue is kind of just like a coincidence.
Yeah, but why would
because maybe Simeon or whatever his name was it him that was radioactive, or the whole group?
I didn't see who had the.
So maybe he was working in a lab that had radioactive material in it, and so it just so happened that he wore those clothes on the trip. I think that's kind of like a thing. It's just kind of like it's coincidence. We don't really know, but I think now that you say, like, it's just a series of unfortunate events of, like, it was probably happening so fast. It was dark out. Everybody's disoriented. They're trying to help each other.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not realizing how disoriented they are.
Right.
It's so cold, so windy, so much snow. I mean, snow during the day when it's a blizzard in America is like a nightmare. And we're not, I mean, you go up into Russia and like the northern parts of Russia where they seem to be in the mountains and are in a blizzard. Blackout conditions at night. I mean, it has to be so disorienting.
Oh my God. Yeah. You can't see anything.
Like, how would they even know what way they came?
I'm guessing they left. It looked like they left all their equipment, like flashlights.
They just ran. So it had to be something so extreme.
Like they cut themselves out.
But even if they had the paradoxical undressing, are they so that their brain isn't thinking about grabbing a tool with them, or don't even go out the door, just cut up? So maybe it was a common. I guess now when you say it like that, you really think about it. Paradoxical undressing makes sense, but then you realize,
like a shock to your body or something like that.
They had to be so disoriented that they cut themselves out. So they cutting themselves out to get out of the tent,
right?
Makes sense on the avalanche side, and now that you're saying that it's like this slab avalanche, it seems like that needs more research.
Yeah, it's like a sheet that kind of slowly, and they just kind of, then this one builds on top of that one. This one builds on top of that one.
They dug their own grave, kind of thing.
Yeah,
they just kind of caused.
When I saw that, I was like, "Oh, that sucks," because they were doing what they were taught to do by digging in to the side like that. But people didn't think at that time avalanches were prevalent in that area, so they didn't think that would be an issue.
Or that avalanche thing was that slab avalanche thing probably was so rare.
Yeah. But it is I'm totally, I think that's kind of what sells me is this because like genuine science is done and like to arrive at this conclusion. But I keep going back to when the student Mikhail looked inside the tent. He said like their shoes were like neatly piled together. It looked like food had just been cutting, like they weren't ready to eat dinner.
They took off right away.
Yeah,
like it was almost like like we got to go.
Yeah.
It
but
was,
when you think like they realized their tent was being crushed at some point?
Maybe it all happened at the same time.
Yeah.
Like the snow built up on itself.
Yeah.
They kind of like had their own like little cove, and the snow was building up on top, and eventually it just came down when enough got piled on top of that. Yeah. Because it was creating like a shell over the tent.
Okay.
Maybe. So they dug in. The slabs are coming down, like they say, here's our tent.
Yeah.
And then eventually it's piling up this way, and eventually this rounded area that they dug out gives way. But again, I have no idea, because it'd be so specific to that situation.
Yeah,
that you have to be there to actually understand it or know.
Yeah, and apparently they looked at the pictures that were taken to try and get the best idea or the most specific spot of where their tent was. Like they get the weather conditions right when they did these models. Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like it's such a specific thing to happen. Like the right things have to happen, or
Because
the wrong things, or the wrong things.
I would want to see if there's any instances of this happening again. The same situation, like these slab things. Are they known?
Yeah. Yeah, they're known to happen, but like I don't think it's a common thing.
Right. Like the situation has to be perfect.
Yeah. Right.
It's kind of like everything has to be the right way. Like the wind has to be drilling a certain way. The snow had to be piling up a certain way. Thickness, water content.
Yeah, they look at the weather forecast to like figure this stuff out, and like so it's like a perfect storm of everything.
I would want to know how they
did.
I would really want to know how those 4 got down away from the fire.
Yeah.
How did they start that fire?
So there's two down by the fire.
Yeah, but how did they start that fire originally? Because it looks like the 3 left the fire to go back and get supplies. Who started that fire and how? Did someone have? I guess someone had to have had something on them.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, I mean,
if the other ones are closed,
I'm assuming they know to like start a fire. Like I said, there's a branch next, or like a.
But then the paradoxical undressing doesn't make sense then,
right?
Because then they'd be too hot to start a fire.
Yeah. Or maybe the ones who had clothes are like, no, dude, you're gonna freeze to death. You're almost naked. Let's start you a fire.
Right. But stay here. We're gonna go.
Yeah. But it was where those 2 that were by the fire, they didn't have clothes on.
And Sasquatch is here, so
and they didn't have. From honestly, they didn't have any injuries to them. I don't believe, right? Is that
I didn't hear any. I just heard the guys by the river and the one guy with the head trauma.
Yeah, both were just in their underwear and dead by a campfire.
Well, this is a long one, so I'm going to say thank you, Jordan, for bringing us to our attention, giving us a little peep into the world of Dyatlov Pass. It is, I mean, when you said Dyatlov Pass, I knew what it was. As far as like, I knew there was something that went down. People died hiking, like, and I knew it was cold.
Yeah.
I know the exact story and all the different. Cold. I know it was cold. It's a cold place. I know the coldness. But there's also, the whole story about. I didn't know about all the other specifics of the different theories and where they were found spread out.
That's weird.
And the injuries and that one guy that I didn't know about the party missile. It's a cool thing.
Yeah, who knows a thing? That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy one of those. So I want to say thank you to everybody for listening. Thank you, Jordan, for the story again. Thank you to our to the band Dyatlov for our theme music.
Yeah.
There's a link in the show notes, link in the however you're watching this in the description and the show notes, link to their music. And I think at the end, it's the music you hear at the beginning and the end of the show. We have social media up and running so far, just Facebook and Twitter, or X or whatever it's called now.
So stupid.
We have YouTube up and running. We have all of our links on and if you go to the mysteriousPals.com, it takes you directly to our link tree, which then
all the podcasts
links to every podcast platform. Which, if you're listening to this podcast, you would know what podcast you're using. But if you're on YouTube, there's links to YouTube, links to our social media, any other information that you would want to know how to get in contact with us. Our email address is in the description or in the show notes. Especially all of the resources you used today is there as well, to follow up with any of that if you're interested. And next week we'll be back. Will be a spooky
day before Halloween.
Day before Halloween. Supposedly it's going to go up.
It'll be a good one.
Based on learning how things get posted and everything, it'll be around the day before Halloween or the day of Halloween at some point. But again, I want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks, Mom.
And we will be back next week with another episode. That episode is a mystery. So again, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Joey's mom. This has been the Mysterious Pals. We love you and thank you and good night.
Yeah, thank you. If you were on that ship, all right, so I'm assuming something bad. Well, obviously something bad happened because it disappeared. If you were on the Mary Celeste and it was like a matter of pirates or another not necessarily pirates, but like the Dea Gratia trying to take you out, or underwater volcano, or a sea spout, or a water spout, or a squid, or octopus, how would you want to go?
Octopus.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah. Water spout sounds cool too if it gets shot up in the air. And then come down, and I come down into the octopus's mouth.
Wow.
Or like it grabs me out of midair, spikes me.
Yeah, I think the octopus thing would be cool.
Just to say,
Just suctions right to you and just slams you on the deck, and you're done.
whoa, hello there, my guys and gals. Welcome to a special spooky episode of Mysterious Pals here with your hosts, Chris, and our best pal, Jordan. His dad called him Big Salad one time, but we just call him our pal Jordan. Jordan, how are you?
It's actually Jason.
Oh, my mistake.
It's all right.
What?
You know what I want to ask you there, friend?
Yeah, go for it.
You know when you're hunting people? You know that feeling? When you're hunting someone?
Every other day.
Why do the victims all split up? Why do they think it's a good idea? That's today's mystery. Ask you, Chris.
I think it's because it's easier to film 2 people running away from a murderer than it is to film like 20 or 5.
Problem solved. Mystery solved. There we go.
The magic of cinema. Well, in any case, welcome again.
How did I get here?
Wait, who is this? Where are you from? For those who are listening to the podcast,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
our dear pal Big Salad over here had a Jason mask on.
Big Salad coming at you.
But in any case, thank you for being here today.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
Yes, if you're here in the United States, this should be posting on the day before Halloween. And we are here to talk about a mystery. I don't really know if this mystery is spooky, but it is strange. It is kind of, if you think the open ocean is spooky as I do,
Oh, yeah.
then you'll probably think this is a little spooky. But this is a story that I would say, what if I told you the mystery today could have been caused by a giant squid taking the 10 people aboard the Mary Celeste to their watery grave.
You're talking like a kraken?
Some type of large octopus squid.
Okay.
Attacking the Mary Celeste.
All right.
A ship that in 1904, I'm sorry, scratch that. In 1904, they said that a giant squid could have been the cause of the Mary Celeste mystery, which would have been taken place in 1972. That's wrong. 1872. So in 1872, the members, the people on the Mary Celeste disappeared.
And then in
1904, there was a
suggestion that it was a giant squid?
by, it's called the Chambers Journal on September 17, 1904. The people on the Mary Celeste were plucked off one by one by a giant squid or octopus.
That's what's crazy too, because there's like a long time where that was a general concern for people who were on the sea during this time, like giant sea creatures and like kraken, squid, octopus that can just, or like whales that can just like take out a ship. But like, they're starting to find that there are giant squids in the ocean.
I think
like deep down in the ocean.
I want to go on record and say that if I can't see any land, if I'm on a ship and I don't see any land in any of the horizon view, that's my hell. And I know last week during our Dyatlov Pass episode, if you want to go back and listen to that, we talked about my living hell is a snowy mountain.
Yeah, cold, quiet, nothing.
Imagine the Arctic Sea. No, that would be, I'm dead.
I would die of shock. Yeah, it's endless nothing.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
And especially on a
megalophobia is that? No, it's like the
sounds like you're scared of a giant
fear
shark.
of big things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm scared of terrible things. Big things. Big terrible things. I'm scared of horses because they're too big.
They're too big. They're too big.
Yeah. I want to say that this is during a time when ships were just wood. They weren't even there wasn't even steel being used to make these things. And tonight we're going to be talking about the Mary Celeste, a ship that was found afloat, but everybody on the ship was gone, and everything was on the ship except for the people.
So no personal belongings were taken or anything like that?
Everything was fine. It wasn't and we'll get into their theories, but let's start from the beginning. The Mary Celeste, a lot of what the information comes from a lot of different sources, which we'll post in the description and everything. A book called The Greatest Mystery of the Sea, Mary Celeste, The Greatest Mystery of the Sea. There's another book called The World's Greatest Unsolved Mysteries I looked at. There's a website called Mary Celeste Net, which actually was used. It's pretty it's a website that was started in 2001, and it seems like from what I looked into the website, the guy who made it actually was asked to help in a documentary in France or England. I think it was England. It might have been France, but in any case, and I'm sorry I got this messed up. The details messed up, but he was asked to help in these documentaries because he knew so much about
it. Okay,
and the website's awesome. It looks like it was made in 2001 GeoCities.
Netscape.
Yeah, it's pretty sparse, simple, but the information on it is awesome. And he even goes into breaks down here's what people said, here's what's true. And doing the research, I found a lot of the information out there has simple things dates wrong and simple things that are just easy to just look at the second source and you would see that it's not true, So
yeah, well, I mean that
happens with the internet.
Yeah, I mean that's
So we're going to be looking at the Mary Celeste, which was born, we'll say it was built, Nova Scotia, 1861, but is launched known as the Amazon.
It was called the Amazon?
It's called the Amazon originally, in 1861. It was a brigantine ship, which is basically a two-mast sailing vessel with fully squared rigged foremast and at least two sails on the main mast, a square topsail, and a gaff sail mainsail. Ships are super complicated.
Yeah.
Old ships. The main mast is the second and the taller of the two masts. So there's a main mast, which is taller, and behind another mast. And that's why they call it a brigantine.
Yeah, I don't remember this when we were playing Sea of Thieves, man. I don't remember ships like this.
I mean, this is the amount of rigging, the science that goes into all that, the mathematics that goes into it all to keep it all afloat and safe.
I know it's considered one of the biggest mysteries.
In maritime, especially.
Maritime, yeah. Is this a passenger ship or is this
No.
Okay.
It's not a passenger ship. Okay. It's a ship for hauling stuff.
Like trade.
Yes.
Okay.
So the maiden voyage was in 1861. Basically, the Amazon was going to take cargo of timber from America to Britain, to England, across to London specifically. Between 1861 to 1867, the Amazon worked mainly in the West Indies trade, sometimes going to Europe randomly for different things, depending on, basically, it was just like a hauler. It's just for hire. Okay. Someone had owned the ship. He just transported stuff back and forth. Yeah. I think there was a company that owned it, and they hired a captain to just take stuff and deliver it, goods and services, just like we have ships to do today.
So built in Canada,
Nova Scotia, and then in 1867, basically just as a working ship, just like anything else. Yeah. During that time, when it comes to hauling ships. In 1867, Cape Breton Island, the Amazon was driven ashore in a storm. Was so badly damaged that the owner just abandoned it as a wreck and walked away. So that happened at the beginning of October, on October 15th, 1867. She was acquired as a derelict by a person named Alex McBean of Glacier Bay, Nova Scotia. So it was just someone acquired it as a derelict. He took it and he sold the wreck to a businessman in November of 1868, and it was sold to an American from New York, Richard Hines. He made himself the captain, registered in America under the name of Mary Celeste.
Okay.
Specifically in the port of New York. However, In 1869, the ship was seized by the creditors, by Heinz's creditors, for not paying his bill. And it was sold to New York Consortium, was basically a group of shipping, a company that would ship things, haul things around the world.
Basically, some guy had the ship, ditched it.
Some company owned the ship. It wrecked. They didn't want to pay for it to get fixed.
Traded hands a few times.
Sold it to another guy who grabbed it, and then eventually got to New York. Guy couldn't pay his bill.
Okay.
So a group in New York took it over.
Okay.
A company in New York who buys and sells ships, I'm guessing. And during the next 3 years, it didn't really sail. So it was in New York for 3 years. At this time, in 1872, I keep on saying 1900. What the hell's wrong with me? In 1872, a guy named Captain Benjamin Briggs invested his life savings in the Mary Celeste and took command. So Benjamin Briggs was born in Massachusetts in 1835. He was one of 5 sons of a Captain Nathan Briggs. So all of his sons, but one of them became captains of their own, or became sailors.
Okay.
A couple of them became captains.
It's in the family.
Yes. So he was around ships his entire life. He was a sailor. He was so well known in his ability to sail and captain a ship that he eventually got enough money to buy his own ship because he was just so good at it. Like, it was just his family, is in his blood. In 1862, he married his cousin.
As one does.
Yeah. And they had 2 children, one born in 1865 and another in 1870. So 72, she would have been 2 years old.
Okay.
So at the time of his daughter's birth, he decided to get some money together and buy a ship. Basically, sink his whole life, since he was sick of working for someone else.
Yeah.
He went over for himself. So he achieved such a high standing within his profession that he was known by a lot of other sailors, especially in the area. He was known to be a good man, a religious man. He was just a good person. So, and this is going to help feed into like the story.
Okay.
To crew his ship, he handpicked 7 sailors that he knew from previously work. He knew where they came from. Some were from Germany, some were Dutch. There was a Dutch guy. There was a guy from Canada. Like, they were from around the area that were involved in shipping. So he wasn't just throwing a crew together.
Yeah.
These guys knew they were around ships. They knew what they were doing. Yes. So he brought their maiden voyage in 1872 was to deliver this cargo from America to Genoa, Italy. You with me?
Yes.
He wrote a letter. So once he picked everybody, he wrote a letter to his mother and said they're going to be setting voyage on their first shipment. And he cleared himself satisfied with his shipping crew. Like, he was happy with who he picked. He was happy with his crew. He just trusted them. So on November 7th, 1872, he brought his daughter, 2-year-old, and his wife, plus his 7 sailors he picked, plus himself. So it was 10 people. He left his son home with his grandmother to take care of her while he was going to school.
Okay.
Because he was 7 at the time. He left him home, take care of your grandmother. I'm going to go. But the thing was, like, it was just, we're doing a job. We're going to run.
Yeah.
We're going to run the shipment, come back. So on November 7th, 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor under Benjamin Briggs, his captain. And he was laden with a cargo of 1,700 barrels of alcohol. And this goes back to the research issue. They have labeled this, even in like other research I've done, like videos about this, like documentaries say that it's denatured alcohol.
Denatured alcohol.
But denatured alcohol wasn't invented in 1905.
Okay.
So this was actually spirit, which was used to fortify wine.
Okay.
So a lot of people say, a lot of the research, I guess, again, from this is other researchers saying this, that denatured alcohol is kind of unstable. And so it gives it more credit like that it was the alcohol causing the problem. But actually it was alcohol, still flammable, still can explode, but it was spirits added to wine.
Denatured.
Right.
Okay.
Because denatured alcohol, again, wasn't invented yet.
Not as highly volatile.
Correct. While the Mary Celeste was getting ready to sail, another ship. So while the Mary Celeste were preparing to sail on this voyage. The De Gratia, a Canadian brigantine ship, was nearby in Hoboken, New Jersey, awaiting a cargo of petroleum that was also going to Genoa. So the De Gratia was 8 days behind the Mary Celeste when it left port. So on November 15th, the De Gratia left. November 7th, Mary Celeste left.
Okay.
They were both on roughly the same parallel course. So they were both following the same course across the ocean to Italy. De Gratia reached the position between midway between the Azores and the coast of Portugal about 1 p.m. on Wednesday, December 4th, land time, right, 1872, which would have been Thursday, December 5th, sea time.
Okay.
Because I guess they would have crossed.
Okay, right.
I don't know how that
Jeez.
works. There's like the research goes in like how they calculate that, which I'm sure has something to do with that line, the dumb line in the middle of the ocean, which it's not just like someone like it's not just like a thing you go through and you're like, oh, it's nighttime. That's what I envision.
The sun's down.
It's gone. That's not what it is because I'm not. I don't really know, but that's what in my mind.
Okay. Yeah.
What, it's like whoa, it's night.
Yeah.
Like you don't know what's going on. All right.
As soon as you cross that line.
Yeah, it goes from day to
time
night.
to get up.
Next
Time
day,
to go to bed.
Next day, yeah. Boom. Which, like, if you're flying and like the plane just goes dark, you're like, oh crap. All right, I don't know how the world works. So, they left on November 15th. This was December 4th. They found the Mary Celeste, which was 8 days ahead of them. So Captain Morehouse was the captain of the De Gratia. He came on deck, and his helmsman reported a vessel heading unsteadily towards the De Gratia at a distance about 6 miles. So they saw the ship coming towards them, but they knew that ship should have been going the other way.
Okay.
Because it would have been heading towards Genoa. The erratic movements of the ship was odd. That's why Morehouse started paying attention. He suspected something was wrong, but
like no one was actually steering.
It was just floating around.
Yeah.
It was odd because there was no distress signals run up on their masts. Like normally when a ship, I guess this time, they can't just radio.
Yeah.
The ship would have some type of flag that would say we're distressed.
Yeah.
So there was nothing like that. So they watched it for 2 hours and tried hailing it, which I guess at this time was shooting a small cannon.
Okay.
It's a shot, like a small shot they would use to communicate, I guess, maybe. At this time, I don't know what else it would have been. It's not like they were just like waving because it was miles away. Like, hey, I'm hailing you.
Hail.
So they were getting no reply. They weren't really seeing anybody on board. Through the spyglass, they weren't seeing anything. And this was still in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I guess they might have also tried. I don't know when they started doing this or when they stopped doing it, but maybe like lantern signals. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I guess it was daytime though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
But I mean, I guess you could still see a lantern in the day.
Imagine, yeah.
Especially if I'm guessing, they had these small cannons that would shoot different types of shot that was for communications, for simple things.
Yeah.
That's from other history that I know, different situations. I'm guessing it's still the same. So the Captain Morehouse knew Captain Briggs. He knew that he was a good sailor.
And you think he would know, Briggs would know like any kind of communication
system, right?
Yeah, right.
So that's why it made Captain Morehouse know something wrong. He would have put up flags.
Yeah.
To say they're in distress. He wouldn't have been driving erratically.
Right.
I guess not driving, but like, he wasn't doing donuts in his boat, which would have been cool. So he knew Captain Briggs was a good seaman. He had dinner with him before. He knew him of the sea. He was a man of the sea.
Yeah.
So the chief mate of the De Gratia, he was he was in charge of the boarding. And the reason I get you guys up, because they come up again on whenever they're trying to figure out what's going on. So it wasn't Captain Morehouse going to the ship. He sent his chief mate over there to figure out what happened.
Okay.
So they caught up with them. They, again, for 2 hours, they watched it just kind of move about.
Listlessly move around.
Yeah, and there was no reason. And they knew there were storms in the air days prior, so they know something could have been wrong. So as they got closer, they would see that, and this is falsely reported, that everything was perfectly fine. The sails were up, and it was just just sailing, but actually there was damage to a lot of the stuff. Parts of the sails were blown away. Like the only sail set was lower top sail, jib, and the 4 top mast staysail, which again, ships are complicated as hell.
Yeah.
Whenever you have like ropes and everything, like, I can't believe people got on these wooden things, and not only that, they like careened them to clean them off.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like, whatever.
Like, yeah.
I would never done that. I would just jumped overboard the first chance I got and just said, forget this. This is hell. So basically, there was different sails that would have been used to control yourself, used to stay afloat, like just used to move.
Yeah.
Where some were ripped, some weren't even. Some were not like were furled.
Okay. Some
of them were like it looks like there was a lot of damage to the rigging.
Okay.
To keep the sails up and control them, be able to turn the ship and everything. There was a lot of ropes. There's ropes hanging loosely over the sides, which is important later. Come up again on why ropes were hanging over. Some say it's
try to escape
or get back on.
Oh yeah.
Generally, it was reported that the vessel was found to be good and seaworthy.
See, I've heard that part of it before. I didn't know about like the sails and stuff like that.
But you figure, as we'll go into, it's in the ocean for no one knows how long, just floating about. So it was
like at least 8 days though, right? Because it wasn't.
Yeah, and they're 8 days behind.
Behind, yeah.
And there was logs, and we'll talk about that. So generally, it was reported that the vessel was found to be in good seaworthy condition, and it was the general first impression once the chief mate landed was everybody left in a hurry, like they're gone. The ship's cargo, provisions, and personal belongings of the crew were all intact, although wet and strewn about from the ship being tossed around in storms.
Yeah.
The cabin's interiors were wet and untidy from water that had entered through doorways and skylights, but otherwise were in reasonable order. So basically, things were there. They were just thrown about from storms.
Yeah.
And people not fixing them.
Into the storm. Yeah.
Doors were swinging open. Okay. Water was getting in, where usually they would batten down the hatches.
Right.
I guess that would be the word.
That sounds right.
I would want to say that. They had left behind things like their boots, their pipes, the sailors did. Captain Morris' explanation was that they left in a panic, thinking the vessel was sinking. However, it did not sink.
What do you think, or not only Captain Morris, but like someone seeing a ship like that prior to his first mate or chief mate boarding it? What do you think they would think of that ship they saw just aimlessly moving through the water like that?
I would think. You mean originally before they got there, they would say probably pirates, or everybody died from like
something
sickness.
Yeah,
because a lot of times that happened.
Sure,
too,
yeah.
Where they got some of the water was bad.
Yeah,
they got sick, which is why they usually drank alcohol and stuff on those.
Yeah. But yeah, people drank alcohol for a long time because water wasn't safe to drink.
Right, especially when you're transporting it.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that he probably just knew this is a good captain. Something must have happened.
Right.
Maybe pirates.
Oh, right, yeah, because he knew. Yeah, he knew.
He knew them.
Yeah,
He's like, there's no way he would have done this on purpose.
Yeah.
So something happened. This is bad. He's not a person that would not be able to control their ship.
Yeah.
However, they found that the chronometer, and the sextants were not found on board, and these were the things they would use to
navigate.
Yeah. And the last entry on the ship's slate showed that the ship made it made the island of St. Mary in the Azores on November 25th. So that was the last entry. Now this is the log, the general log that's used by the first mates and other members of the sailing crew to keep logs of what's going on. It wasn't the captain's log.
Oh.
This is just the first mate's log, a general log they used.
Okay.
The ship's slate, they called it.
Okay.
Like separate from the captain's log. And it was St. Mary's Islands and Azores on November 25th. So that was the December 4th it was discovered.
Okay. And when did it leave? November
7th.
Okay.
And they had the last log entry was November 25th.
Oh, geez.
So they sailed from the 4th to the 25th and then were discovered. And something happened after that.
Yeah.
But they don't know, you really don't know what, if it happened 5 days later or happened on that night.
Yeah.
And that the ship was like, this is like the paper this is the book that would be like, this ship has been these places.
Yeah. And I wonder how far that is from, because they're going to Genoa, is that right?
Yeah. Is that how you say it? Yeah. I said Genoa. Genoa.
Sometimes like Genoa because of like Genoa salami or whatever that is.
Yeah.
I think it might be Genoa.
It's delicious.
It's delicious.
It's a delicious part of Italy. They also found the main hatch was secure, but the fore and lazarette hatches were open. Their covers were beside them on the deck. So the lazarette hatch is usually a storage locker for gear and equipment that a sailor would use around the decks for sailing. So like different types of tools they would use and things like that. Rigging. It's typically found below the weather deck in the stern of the vessel and is accessible through a hatch on the main deck and through a doorway from the below deck. So basically this is a hatch that shouldn't have been open. It shouldn't have been left open because it's like where the important stuff is that they use to make the ship safe and secure. And it's if that stuff gets wet or gets ruined, like it's hard for them to control the ship. The ship's single lifeboat was a small ship, apparently been stowed across the main hatch. Again, main hatch was closed, but was missing. So the only lifeboat was gone.
Okay.
They found the ship's daily log again in the mate's cabin, and it was the 25th. As I said, the 25th, yes, was in the Azores. Here's another point. I messed 9 days earlier from when they found it. That's whenever the log, again. The position was off St. Maria Island in the Azores. It was 400 nautical miles from where the Dyatlov found it. So it's 400 nautical miles from where, that's the last log, 400 miles.
Okay.
So that's why it's weird that like it went 400 miles by itself.
Yeah.
Or what? In Captain Briggs's cabin, he found personal items. So he didn't take a lot of stuff with him, except for the navigation system and his logbook, and all the papers that would be used to identify the ship, like insurance information, owner information, that type of stuff, like stuff you'd find in your car.
Yeah.
So he found personal items scattered, including a sword under the bed. So he didn't take any weapons with him. So it wasn't like, for some reason, his sword was under the bed.
Yeah.
So that lead people to believe that, were they being attacked? Were they not being attacked? That type of thing.
Sorry, you said the identification papers were gone?
Yes, the navigation equipment.
Pink slip?
The captain's logbook and any type of material they would use for identification of the ship. Except for the first mate's slate. The clock and the compass were destroyed. But that could have been during a storm.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The galley was a wreck with ample provisions, though. So there was food, and it was a wreck from the storms, but it was there. And there's stories about like everything was pristine and everything was perfect, and they just like zapped, everybody was gone.
Yeah.
But that's not actually true.
Okay.
And that's from the record called the Gibraltar hearings, which is what the case of like the research of this. Like Gibraltar hearings is what happened when they found the ship. We'll go into that. It's what happened after the ship was found. There was no obvious signs of fire or violence, and the evidence indicated an orderly departure from the ship by means of a missing lifeboat, but it was quick. They didn't grab provisions. They may have grabbed some, but it was a small lifeboat for 10 people, and it wasn't that big. And also, it was in the middle of the ocean. So if it was a small ship,
might have gotten far.
Right. So after returning from Mary Celeste, the chief mate of the Dyatlov reported the findings to Morehouse, who decided to bring the derelict into Gibraltar 600 nautical miles away. So basically, he's like, we got to take this ship with us because of maritime salvage law.
Oh.
A salver can expect a substantial share of the combined value of rescued vessel and cargo. It's the exact award depending on the degree of danger inherited by the salvaging.
Jeez.
So while many people are like, who cares? There was 1,700 barrels, which
of spirit.
Yeah, they're transporting stuff in barrels, which is crazy.
Yeah.
1,700 of them, which is crazy. And they get a cut of the revenue. So did they actually find the ship like this? Right. So we'll go into that. So the Dyatlov so Morehouse divided his crew of 8 between 2 vessels. A vessel that requires 8 people to drive alone, plus his ship, they split into 2 groups.
Okay.
So it was like, again, going back to that, how much work did it take to get that ship there? Yeah. They did finally get to Gibraltar on December 12th. Found December 4th. Got the so if you think about the ship, the sail, it was like about a month. From when it left.
Meanwhile, the son's in New York with the grandma.
But again, this kind of round trip may have taken 2-3 months. Oh yeah. So he probably wasn't expecting anything yet. Right. And they don't even. I don't even think there's any research on what happened with him or any records of him after this point. The Dyatlov reached December 12th. This Gibraltar salvage court hearings began on December 17th after they got the report from Morehouse of what happened. In his conclusion, the judge praised the crew of the Dyatlov for their great courage in the view of the risk of both vessels dividing the crew, getting it to shore.
So this is like an inquiry into like what happened.
Yes. Gibraltar would have been the next, I guess would have been, because it's the closest, it would have been the ones in charge of the, based on maritime law, I guess. I think. Don't know. The only thing I know about Gibraltar is a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's getting into the Mediterranean, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Yes. I'm going to go with that, yeah.
Some guy, is it the guy who pushed the stuff over, pushed the pillars over?
Or was it Troy?
Did
Hercules do it?
Oh, no.
Dude, I should know this. Edit this out.
Come on. Do you know fake history?
Yeah.
That's the only history. I mean, come on. It's so I don't. Again, Gibraltar or something in history about Gibraltar. Rocks of Gibraltar. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess these like these rocks going into the Mediterranean. I'm not a sailor.
It's like a pathway, right?
Sure. It's the way into the Mediterranean from the sea.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Attorney General in this case, while the judge praised Delgadio's crew, the Delgadio is looking for cash. They're looking for a payout.
Delgadio. Okay.
Delgadio. It's a good.
Delgatia?
Anyway, the Delgatia. The Attorney General in charge of the inquiry suspected mischief in investigating. So the Attorney General in this case suspected
some wrongdoing.
Right, because again, how would you? This is such a cut and dry thing. Like we found the ship in the middle of the ocean with all this really expensive stuff.
Pay us.
Yeah, and everybody left. Like, again, it goes back to like we talked about in the one of the other second episode, the Bangor Fort.
Yeah.
You have just people at this time like saying, "Oh yeah, those people left. We don't know what happened to them."
Yeah, they could have killed those people, put their bodies on like
throw them in the ocean,
and like cut the.
Oh yeah, just put them on the rescue ship or the lifeboat.
Yeah,
and just push them over and said, "Oh, they left."
Yeah.
Unless they wound up, but obviously they would have not made it anywhere. So, what happened was, after 3 months of investigations by this guy, the Attorney General, they found no evidence of foul play. Eventually, the salvagers received a payment of only 1/6 of the $46,000 in that cash for which the ship and the cargo had been insured. So it was only insured for $46,000 in that cash for that day.
Okay.
What it goes back to is, I guess the captain of Delgatia kind of always said, like, he had it out for me. He was trying to screw me, and that's why we only got that much money. Because, he was trying to prove that. He couldn't prove it conclusively,
right,
so we're just going to say that.
Yeah.
After that, and at this time, like the people, the group, the company that hired Briggs to deliver this money, the spirits, they're like looking for their cash. They're looking for their hand it over so we can pay, or we get paid, and it's just sitting in port. And they're like, we want to get our money, get this over as much as possible, or fast as possible. So then the ship, eventually after 3 months, the ship was sent and everybody got paid.
Okay.
Well, So after the hearings, we're going to go to theories, but the Mary Celeste, the rest of its life of the ship, it didn't have a good fate as ships go, obviously, because it was at this point like a serious thing had happened. It's starting to, word's starting to spread, the stories are spreading.
I feel like people wouldn't want to have that ship.
No, all owners, people avoided it. Eventually it changes hands many times. 12 years later, after this incident, it sailed from Boston with a mixed cargo and was wrecked off the coast of Haiti. All research suggests that it was an insurance scheme. They were just trying to wreck it to because I guess it's a cursed ship. Yeah, that type of thing. So the Mary Celeste was deliberately wrecked on June 3rd, 1885, when it sank after striking a reef off the northern coast of Haiti. and it sits at the bottom of the ocean. There was, I think Clive Kusler, an author, said he found it, but recent, like 2001. But people, I guess they still don't know where it is, or maybe they found it recently. But this author, Clive Kusler, is a really big author. My grandfather used to read all his books. He's like 1,000 books. But he found it supposedly, but then they carbon dated the lumber, and it was like the wood, the timbers, and it was like those were grown after the Mary Celeste already wrecked. So
okay.
So I guess it was proven false.
Someone did retrofit it there and like added on to it. But I guess that still would have been.
That's when Captain Briggs got it.
That still would have been like after the fact that it wrecked. Okay.
Yes.
That was found, and then they did the timber thing.
Yeah, the timbers would have been earlier than that. So here's some theories. These are theories that common. A lot of them are insane. Some of them are like, and really, it's how would you even know? The one thing I will go back and that I want to point out, like there was, and I think I talk about this later.
Are they going to deal with Yetis?
Not quite.
Or party rockets?
The party rocket. Yeah. Well, all their clothes were probably on still. So when you think about, if you're not sure what the party rocket is, go back to the last episode of Dyatlov.
Yes, yeah.
Dyatlov.
Episode 6.
Yeah, Dyatlov Pass.
Yeah.
When they talk about the party rocket. Our theory, not official theory.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back. So there was an issue with the ship, the small ship that was taken, the lifeboat. And I'm actually going to say that to the end because it's sounds.
There's an issue with it?
There's an issue in how it was taken.
Okay.
But I'll go back to that. First theory.
Can we recap really quick how the ship was described? Right? When
they found it?
When they found it. So some of the sails were
torn. Some were still up or furled.
Yeah.
Some were, the rigging was, there's ropes.
The ropes hanging
from the rigging.
Yes. The life
boat was gone.
A lot of stuff was like waterlogged, like doors were
storms,
swinging in and out. The navigation
tools
were gone.
Gone with the captain's log.
Okay.
But not the captain's sword.
Not his sword. There was a log left by, like the general log that was left.
For the ship.
That's dated, November 25th? Is that right?
27th.
Okay.
And it was that they were off. Oh, no, November 25th.
It looks like some provisions were taken.
What's that?
Some provisions might have been taken.
I don't think they even know.
Okay.
But because maybe they ate a lot. So there still was ample provisions to continue their voyage. Right? It's not like they ran out of food. Is what they're trying to say. Yeah. Most things were there, including the boots of other sailors, the sailors' boots, sailors' pipes, things that they would have grabbed if they were leaving.
Like tools and stuff like that.
Things they would have grabbed if they were trying to get off the boats.
Oh, right.
In an orderly fashion. But if it's something that was quick, the things they might have just ran and grabbed and left, right? If it was something serious.
Okay.
That they thought that they were going to die or that it was going to sink.
Right. Theories, let's have them.
So there's a bunch of them, but some of them are crazier than others. So first thing is piracy. Someone suggested the pirates attacked the Mary Celeste, leading the crew to abandon ship. However, there's no signs of struggle, no blood. All the expensive stuff was still there.
Yeah.
Like there was still the spirits, the cargo, which would be the first thing they took.
But wouldn't they want to have stolen the ship too?
Maybe Maybe something, and that could have been. Maybe they couldn't get on. Maybe the ship, the other team dropped. The people got off, and the ship got away from the pirates, and then maybe they didn't. Maybe they thought they were going to get boarded, and the pirates with the last second were like, "Nope, sorry." It was just like a misunderstanding. Party rocket hit it. Now they were dancing. Next one is a mutiny. Another theory is a mutiny occurred, causing the crew to force Captain Briggs and his family into the ship, lifeboat, and abandon ship. However, where does everybody else go? There's no, like, he would have had his sword. This is why I pointed out the sword. Like, he would have had his sword to fight back against a mutiny, or maybe. They would have put him in the ship, and then, I mean, it's his ship, so at some point, his sailors that are his friends or handpicked by him would have, had to have, people would have known that ship is registered to.
Right. It all seemed like.
Also, why wouldn't they be on the ship still?
Right. But he also knew these guys or knew of them.
Right.
Why would they want to throw a mutiny against them? It seems like them getting there with all this alcohol, they would
get paid.
Get paid.
Yeah, he's not going to get paid until they get there.
Yeah.
another theory is the crew of the Dagadia staged the mystery to obtain the salvage reward. So they killed him, broke everything up, made it look broken, and then that's one of the more believable ones.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that right now.
Another issue, this is another far out one. The water spouts, a water spout, which is a water spout is a tornado-like phenomenon over the water, could have briefly terrified the crew, causing them to abandon the ship temporarily, thinking that, again, because it happened so quickly, they left their shoes.
Now explain why some things are left, and maybe why navigation things were taken.
Because they were getting that ship to navigate.
Yeah,
they were going to get. I think that's one of the main things is like they obviously knew they were getting in that ship so they can navigate in that small ship.
Yeah,
but one, they were on a small ship and they didn't make it anywhere, obviously.
Yeah, but
so
why would they ditch their ship for a smaller one and with a water spout though? Like, wouldn't that be more dangerous?
And there was water spouts leave damage that was not present. There was no damage to the ship.
But there were to some of the sails, right?
But that was because it was in thunderstorms.
Right.
Like they were typical of the damage to the damage to it's a good point. The damage to the sails and stuff and the rigging was just typical damage to a thunderstorm.
Okay.
Whenever especially when you don't have some guy out there fixing everything.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like they're not keeping up with everything.
Okay.
And even Morehouse, the Dagadia, said that there was storms in the area, especially off the Azores and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Another one is an undersea earthquake. Similar to a water spout, in theory, an undersea earthquake can generate disturbance, frightening the crew into leaving the ship. Again, why would they get on a smaller ship?
Yeah.
There's no substantial evidence of damage, again, for this theory. And then also, no one else in the area. This is a common shipping lane. No other ships reported.
That's right.
No one in the Azores Islands reported any type of earthquakes. An earthquake would have been
totally forgot about that, yeah.
And also, again, even Morehouse, the Dagadia may have even experienced an undersea earthquake. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're on the same route.
Right.
Like running parallel. Yeah.
Generally, yeah.
Okay.
Another theory, the salvage fraud, that the members of the Mary Celeste abandoned the ship as a crew to get the salvage from it, to get like a fraud, insurance fraud. So they abandoned
the Mary Celeste
and said,
their own ship.
They abandoned it in the intention of returning to the ship later, though. So they would have left on the small lifeboat and say like, oh, this happened.
So they've gotten paid more from that than actually.
I guess they would have returned to it and been like to get the insurance money because the ship got destroyed or something like that. Okay. But something happened, they didn't make it back.
See, I would say that's definitely a possibility. But before you were saying, what's it? Sorry, Briggs.
Captain Briggs.
Wasn't he like an upstanding person?
Yeah, he was very religious, so lying wasn't his thing. You know, he had lots of money.
Definitely possible.
He wasn't a crook, is what I'm saying. He had money. He had enough money to buy his own ship. He has a family. He's seen as a person of in his community.
Yeah.
Other sailors, like well-known sailors, know him.
This seems uncharacteristic for him to do something like that.
Another natural disaster theory is a volcanic eruption underwater created a disruption in the surface of the water. It made them think the ship was going to sink, so they all got on the smaller ship. But again, I've never been in a earthquake or underwater volcano situation on a ship.
Or what was it? The
water spout.
Yeah, never been one of those. Can tell you.
Yeah, maybe someday.
Yeah.
In that case, see ya, because that's not.
No.
I'm not going to be on the ocean. I do not want to go. Even want to go on this giant Carnival cruise line.
If there was a threat of anything like that, I'd run like head first and like the hardest thing I could find, hoping I just knock myself out and then die with whatever happened.
Yeah.
If there's like some threat of that. But again, with the volcanic thing, wouldn't other people have reported that?
Right. I mean, unless it was a smaller thing. And there's always those stories about like what's going on in the Bermuda Triangle, one of the biggest mysteries ever, And it's like, well, there could be like, there's even like stories out there. And I think these are true. I'm not sure, but there's like the gravity from those like gravity in that area dips by like a 0.001% or something crazy like that, and that causes instrumentation issues.
Yeah, apparently there's like multiple places that are like Bermuda Triangle around the world.
Yeah, like the Dragon Triangle and stuff. But then also like that there is a issue with volcanoes, and that's what causes like the Poseidon to flip over, like the water, the buoyancy of the water. Like an underwater volcano changes the buoyancy of the water, and the ships go down a lot easier. But again, the Mary Celeste didn't go down.
Right.
Because the introduction of carbon dioxide would change, I guess.
Yeah.
Another, probably the most believable, alien abduction.
You always got to throw the aliens in, man.
Yeah.
You have to.
Because it's so mysterious, obviously it's going to pop up.
Yeah. Probe some bodies,
There's no evidence of this. Obviously. At least that we know of.
Yeah. Because why would they take the life raft with them?
Right. Maybe they needed a life raft.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case. Those aliens.
They couldn't beam up the whole ship, so the ship was too big. So
they got everybody.
Like,
they couldn't do it individually. It would take too long. So they do. Yes.
Get in the life raft and then come on up.
Yeah. Everybody, get in there. Come on. So I'm gonna go back to this one. The one that's more common. There's two more, and one is the most common, like the most thought of, is the problem, and there's another one that's like more believable.
Okay.
The most popular theory is alcohol fumes.
I think that's the one I saw something to do with alcohol. Like it didn't leave a trace. Like something burned, it didn't leave a trace because of like, I think you kind of mentioned that earlier. Like that would have been the, what do you say on that? The
denatured alcohol.
Denatured alcohol.
Yeah,
would do something like that. But
it's reported incorrectly that it was denatured alcohol because it's very volatile.
Okay.
But still, this is spirits. It's still alcohol,
yeah,
and it can still flammable. So the theory with this one is that the fumes, and it's well known that these fumes can cause little explosions, little pops here and there from being ignited in the air, whatever. Like it could happen. Static electricity buildup. You're a wooden ship, water, wind, like lots of different things going on. So the idea that these explosions were happening, and maybe a larger explosion happened from a sailor going down below deck to smoke a cigar, caused the general explosion. Because of these explosions, they thought that, oh crap, get in the ship.
Yeah. And everything's about to blow or about to burn. Get
in this one, this smaller lifeboat, and we'll just, because rigging was hanging over the side, they thought, which obviously doesn't really make sense with the wind and everything. Like they thought maybe they threw they tied off and were just dragging behind the other ship, the Mary Celeste.
Oh.
But then they got in a storm, they got cut and they couldn't get back, or something happened. Someone didn't tie the right knot. Do
you think someone would have known though if this is one of the reasons why this happened, like not to go smoke down near all the highly flammable, explosive?
We're told that when we're born. There's signs everywhere, every gas station. Like we're in a world of like this idea of like, and in this time of our history, like in our time right now, like we are told from a small age that gas explodes.
Yeah.
This is some sailors in late 1800s. They probably know that alcohol explodes, but they probably don't. It may have been like this specific type of thing because of the pressures in the area was pushing more gas out, and it wasn't being vented correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't know if they would know the science behind it, but like,
because this is
it might be known that that's something that could happen.
Right, but this has also
like
been
fire.
The ship was retrofitted to make another deck for. They built another deck for stuff, for cargo. And they made it longer. So, and this is the first. Since that, this is the first trip.
Okay.
So maybe they know on smaller ships that happens, it doesn't happen, or whatever. Or because there was two. Yeah. Maybe he went down to the lower deck and there was more down there. Whatever. And this goes into this other theory that was reported October 30th, 1910, by the LA Herald Sunday magazine. So this is a magazine from an actual scan of this magazine from 1910 that I found. In this magazine, there was an insurance appraiser who was leading investigator in sea mysteries in the early 20th century, wrote a similar theory about the lifeboat. So he wrote a theory about the lifeboat. He said
So he has experience.
Yeah, he's an historian. He's a assurance appraiser for sea mysteries, like for ship.
Yeah.
In the 20th century, he looked out and he really paid attention to the idea, or really put notion. He really focused on the idea that there was the fact that only a single lifeboat was missing from the vessel, and there's only one lifeboat. But he discovered that a rope of the boat was cut, not untied, which indicated that Mary Celeste was abandoned quickly, which we knew.
Mm-hmm.
There was mention several times in that ship's log, rumbling with small explosions, which they knew, which is something for transporting alcohol and stuff. This cargo naturally gives off explosions, gas that sounds described as quite common. So this goes into like the fumes theory.
Okay.
He supposes that one day there were more intense explosions and a sailor ventured below deck to light a cigar. There's accumulated fumes because of a storm that they closed any ventilation or whatever. So an explosion so violent because of the buildup that it blew off the hatches that we talked about.
Oh,
because the hatches are connected,
right.
and it blew those doors off because they were laying next to it. It's not like someone took them off normally. They were kind of laying but also the ship was moving around during the storms. Maybe they were unconnected, not secured, and so they were blown around. Because I mean, if you've seen videos, because I'm never going to go and witness storms in the middle of the ocean. Apparently, they get very big and very like mountain size type of like dips and everything. And so they could have been. I don't know if they're tied down or how they're connected, but it blew those doors off. He ends his theory by saying that the captain was fearing for his family, and the crew piled in the one lifeboat, cut the rope, and then abandoned the vessel, thinking that it was going to explode.
Like they're in a hurry, yeah. Like, cut it, let's get it. We gotta get
like, but if it already happened, it scared them enough, but it already happened. Like the explosion already happened. They're like, crap, get out of here. But like it already happened and was done.
I mean, I guess they could have thought there might have been more explosions. Like
maybe, but there was no fire.
Yeah.
There was no fire or instant of a fire. Like they didn't find any evidence. So.
Yeah. Even for them, the explosion to happen, realize there's no fire, they realize they're not even dead. I feel like there's a lot of time between that and like getting onto the life raft or lifeboat, cutting it. Like even if you're in a hurry, you think you would either hear another explosion, like we really got to get out of here, or another explosion, or they see a fire. If it's just
no fire,
just one.
Blew the doors off. So at some point where you're trying to get everyone on the lifeboat and cutting it and getting into the water, you'd have been like, oh, it's actually fine. Yeah, and I like how he specifically mentions that the lifeboat was cut, not untied, knowing, I guess points to his theory that like they knew they weren't coming back. They were leaving quickly. Right. They weren't going to tie this off again. They cut the rope as opposed to they cut the rope to get the boat down.
The intent of knowing they're not coming back.
Knowing they're not going to tie it back up. So they knew that like this explosion or whatever happened was so severe that they weren't coming back to the ship. No fire had started. There was no evidence of any type of fire. And all the barrels were still intact. They sold them. They got back to the purchaser. But they knew that they weren't coming back because the rope was cut.
Do you think like they would have? I don't know.
So the theory about them just like getting in it for a little bit and then getting back on. So that's all the theories I have. That's the last theory is besides the aliens, which is the most obvious.
Yeah.
So the Mary Celeste
solves the solution.
So what do you think in this? We'll say sea monsters mysterious side of, scale of mysteries.
Yeah.
Where are you hanging? Is this a realistic thing?
Where are you hanging? Sea monsters? Like as far as like what happened to them?
What do you think happened to them?
I was generally honestly just leaning.
And also another theory, obviously, is the one I mentioned at the beginning, the 1910 theory about the giant octopus.
Yeah.
That's another theory, obviously. I'm going to just call that back.
I was honestly leaning towards them being frightened by something and then leaving in a hurry. He
took his navigation equipment, so he was going to navigate on that boat. Yeah. But he took his captain's log for whatever reason.
Maybe to like keeping log of what's going on in case it does ever get found. Right.
Well, also that could be
purpose of a log.
Also, that could be like his log of like money.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that could be it. It could have been like a log of like what they had and where they were going, like the records of his like bank books and stuff. So they didn't find anything else. He obviously wasn't scared of an enemy, maybe because he didn't take a
sword
weapon. Not to say the other guys had weapons,
but to go collect all these things after hearing this explosion and then getting on
they didn't collect anything.
No, but like the navigation stuff.
Yeah, he took his navigation. So he must have been, if they didn't even have time to put their shoes on, some of them, he must have been close enough to his that stuff to get out.
It's weird that they hear explosion. They have the time to get on the ship.
They cut it.
Get
everybody, call everybody, get on the ship.
And it'd be like, you think that at some point, like, oh, there's no fire.
Right. You would have heard it. You would have smelled it.
Someone would have been dead, or people would have been dead.
Right. He may have been, whoever did that, there was no body on it, so he could have been hurt.
Yeah.
But they would have had to go get him.
Well, yeah. I mean,
or maybe he was like.
Oh, right.
So it's almost like, again, it's like they vanished. Like they plucked them. Like
that's why
they cut this. And that's why the rope thing is such an interesting idea. It's like there's such a little twist is they cut the rope knowing they weren't coming back.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't cut it, they untied it, they knew they were going to try to load it back on.
Right.
Because I'm guessing it's on the side of the ship and it lowers down. And if they cut the rope to get away,
they're not getting back.
They must be trying to get away quickly.
Yeah.
That's just like such a key little thing that they're trying to get away quickly and knowing they're not coming back.
See, I was originally leaning towards them thinking some kind of disaster was happening on their ship, but the fact that it was cut makes me feel like it was fraud, not on their part, but on the De Gratia.
I was going to just say that. Did De Gratia load them onto the ship, cut the thing, and say?
That's what I'm saying. That's why.
Or did he?
Or they killed him, throw him on the ship, cut it,
and hope that it would sink.
They'll just go die in a bad storm somewhere, never be seen again.
And something like.
But his navigation tools are gone, so maybe they did it as a plan. Like they thought.
That's the other twist.
They thought something was going to happen to them. They thought they'd leave in a hurry.
Did he grab his stuff when the Delgatia got?
Throw it on, like did they got the guy, the captain. What's his name again? Sorry,
Morehouse.
Just take it, or so one of his people just threw it on the life raft to give the impression that they had to leave in a hurry.
Maybe. I mean, especially the navigation. But why wouldn't they send? There's still other stuff they should have got rid of the slate too.
Oh right.
I mean, if they were rounding them up, they and that could be again. I think at this point the most natural I think my theory is jumping off the ship because of an explosion seems. There was other theories. No, that seems like the most likely, but also equally as likely is that the Delgatia, for whatever reason, maybe there was something happened in their past and Morehouse didn't like Briggs.
Okay.
And was trying to screw him over somehow. Maybe, but I'm sure they would have found that out. The likelihood of them taking them, killing the family, killing the sailors, throwing them overboard.
Yeah.
Sinking the little ship. Why would he give him the navigation equipment? Unless he was trying to be like, I'm going to let you leave, take your navigation equipment, you guys get out.
Oh, right, yeah, go and, yeah.
And then sink them. Or they didn't make it.
Or they didn't make it, yeah.
But then if they would have had to kill them.
If they made it, then they would have been known that, like, it happened.
So they had to have killed
them. They were basically becoming...
Because I don't think Briggs would have taken a sword.
Yeah.
He would have grabbed his sword unless they surprised him so much that he didn't go back and grab his sword. It was underneath his bed. Which I don't know how much of if that's where it's supposed to be. Maybe it's moving around. Maybe he got knocked out. But why would he grab his other stuff? Why would the people grab that? And
well, maybe Morehouse and his crew are trying to give the illusion that they needed to escape.
Yeah.
In order to fulfill their like lie that they're trying to portray.
The other thing that's not really that I just remembered that the other theory is that the fumes given off by the alcohol caused some type of episode with the whole crew. But this stuff has been transported many times. Yeah. Not in this ship, but transported around the ocean for years.
Yeah, right.
So this kind of sea madness might have been known or not known.
Yeah.
That could have caused them all to jump in the ship because of the alcohol, the fumes that were causing them to act erratically.
Just wanted to party.
Yeah. Party cannon.
They party cannon off the ship.
Yeah. Was there a cannonball into the
cannonball?
Yeah.
And they just die because they're drunk. Yeah, that's...
The only thing that would have made this story better is if, like, the little girl was there. That'd make it more spooky for Halloween. Just the girl was there.
Oh, just as hanging out.
Yeah, by herself. And she's like, I killed them. Mommy and Daddy don't breathe anymore. But there is, to this day, there's still nothing about what happened. They've not found the ship, even though this was years later. It doesn't really matter if they found the ship.
Yeah.
The issue is the time of the investigation could the Attorney General of Gibraltar been onto something when he said that
something was off?
Morehouse was the one causing it? Like maybe something like that. Did the judge in Gibraltar overlook that, not give a crap, say it was very clear that this and this happened? There's no blood on the ship. There's no, like, obviously in the 1800s they don't really have the
forensics
and stuff, but there's no. Obviously, there was there was something that showed like kind of struggles. There really wasn't like struggles in like the fighting struggles, I guess, but like there were struggles in battered type of thing.
Yeah, there's like no cannon holes.
No.
Like,
not even these ships even had like actual cannon. Maybe they did.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure. They might have.
If you were on that ship, right? So I'm assuming something bad. Well, obviously something bad happened because they disappeared. If you were on the Mary Celeste and it was like a matter of pirates or not necessarily pirates, but like the De Gratia trying to take you out, or underwater volcano, or a sea spout, or a water spout, or a squid or octopus, how would you want to go?
Octopus.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah. Water spout sounds cool too if it gets shot up in the air. And then come down, and I come down into the octopus's mouth.
Wow.
Or like it grabs me out of midair, spikes me.
Yeah, I think the octopus thing would be cool.
Just to say,
just suctions right to you and just slams you on the deck, and you're done.
Yeah, that'd be rad. There's a move again.
I think a sea spout or a water spout would be terrible because I feel like you'd be drowning as you're being flung around.
Maybe.
Unless you're like stuck in the middle of it.
Yeah. Like in your bathtub, like a drain.
Yeah.
It'd just be cool then. It'd be a ride. I mean, there's like water slides like that where you go in a circle.
Yeah. Like that big bowl, remember?
Yeah. There's a movie called Sea Beast. It's a cartoon. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix producing. It's like a animated thing. It's about sea beasts.
Oh.
Awesome.
Okay.
Ships trying to kill these beasts in the ocean. It's pretty good. It's a kid's movie, but it's really good.
All right.
Monster Islands and stuff. But reminded me because like there is a sea beast that they go after.
Yeah. But what if that's if they did, it was a hallucinogen or like a hallucinogenic property from the alcohol. Again, like it's never been recorded for, at least as far as I know. They just made them lose their minds.
And they jumped in the ocean.
They just jumped in the ocean like drunk and happy.
There's a little girl too. 2-year-old.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
But the boat was gone.
Right.
They would have just jumped in.
Maybe they.
And there was ladders to go up the side of the boat.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Or like, yeah. I don't know, man. I think not ideally, but the coolest thing would be a giant sea monster.
You'd hope it was a sea monster.
Yeah. At least for like to go out to glory like that.
It just makes as much sense as the rest of them because other than the Shorn Fraud, like by Judge Gatia.
Right.
For whatever reason, they got it. That's what some people actually believe. The other thing is the explosion. The most popular theory is the explosions.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was. I would think that if I had to choose between the explosions And the insurance fraud, I would think it's the insurance fraud.
Yeah. I feel like the explosions would have to keep happening and make it and sound like they're ramping up in order for you to flee the boat like that.
Right. Knowing that your money's tied up in the ship. You abandoned the ship.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Not only that, you abandoned such a fast way that you're not coming back.
Yeah.
If Captain Briggs was leaving, he took his stuff with him, he was not coming back.
Yeah.
Especially when they cut the rope, like all that. They weren't coming back. But then obviously they died. Maybe it was a storm, with explosions.
They accommodated, yeah.
They jumped in this little ship, but he would be smart enough not to jump in a little ship. He's an experienced boat person.
Yeah. Plus
sailor.
His, daughter with him as
right.
wife.
He's not going to just jump in a little boat because he knows that in the middle of the ocean they're going to die.
Yeah.
Unless they were close enough to one of the Azores Islands. And so he thought, okay, jump in here. We can make it there.
Yeah.
But then he's abandoning this venture he has, all of his life savings.
I feel like, it's all tied up into that.
So if he knew that he had to abandon it because he knew there was no way they were going to survive.
No other option.
Like, there's so many little things that you can look at.
Right. Like the rope cut is being cut. Yeah.
There's so many, like, every theory you can come up with has like a alternative. Like
makes
a
you think
reason
like,
why.
This is definitely, and then like this one small little tidbit. You're just like, nah, I don't know now.
Yeah. Fighting someone. He had a sword. He left a sword there.
Yeah.
Explosions. He would have banned, it would happen so fast. Like, just so many things.
Well, another one we'll never know. Or just say it's
I think that we have
aliens.
to call it there. The aliens get him again.
The aliens win.
What if it's alien octopus?
I mean, I feel like octopus are aliens. I mean, like...
Yeah, that'd be cool. Squids.
Yeah, like
octopus.
They're the weirdest looking thing.
I don't know. Have you ever seen like a axolotl?
Oh, yeah.
Those things are freaking weird, dude.
Yeah.
All right, Jordan, thank you for being here. I don't think we're going to solve this one, but thank you for coming along in this spooky journey with me.
Spooky journey.
And thank you to our listeners, viewers, however you're enjoying this story. This has been the Mysterious Pals. I want to first just mention, again, website, mysteriouspals.com. Will take you to our link tree, which will be linked to our social media, linked to our YouTube and all the podcasts platforms, which you may be using one or the other. Our social media, specifically, we're using Facebook and Twitter right now. We may branch out a little bit. We'll see how well those work. Good way to contact us is through email, through Facebook, through Twitter. We look for suggestions on stories we can look at, especially, again, less known stories. Like the specific episode 2, Bangor Fort was a great one. Last episode we talked about Dyatlov Pass, pretty well known one, but still super strange.
Yeah.
So go back and listen to that, as well as our other ones. Amber Room, the episode on CIA and what's that guy's name?
Gary Webb
and CIA, and that was, while it's pretty modern, still a huge mystery and very interesting. I would also thank Dyatlov for our theme music.
Yes.
Escape from Wolf Mountain is the name of the song.
They have a music video for that. That's really good.
I linked their YouTube channel,
okay,
like in the video, like
nice.
At the end, like in one of those, whatever those are called, the slide things that go on there, whatever. You'll see it. It'll pop up. YouTube's weird. Yeah. If you're listening on podcast feed, Bethlehem.bandcamp.com. Again, the song is Escape from Wolf Mountain off their album Maelstrom of the Emerald Dream. Apparently, they're going to be coming out with a new album soon. Releasing, I don't know when, but soon.
They're just on tour, too.
Yes.
So don't go see them because it's over.
Yeah, don't try. Yeah.
It's already happened.
All right. Well, thank you for being here again. And Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for bringing the big salad. And next time.
Happy Halloween, too.
Happy Halloween if you're here in the United States. And as always,
stay mysterious.
Stay mysterious, friends.
And a friend.
Stay mysterious and a friend.
Yeah. Is that right?
Mysterious friends.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sure.
Thank you again, everybody. Good night. In my mind, when I'm thinking about this. When I'm visualizing, when you're painting me this portrait.
Yeah.
I've always thought of Jack the Ripper as a those guys that can rip phone books.
Phone books, yeah.
He's like the black leotard, like the big mustache, bald guy. I imagine someone going up in the street and just like grabbing someone and like ripping them like a phone book, and then because like ripped them.
Yeah, what if they ever look for like a bodybuilder for these things? You just do something like that, or like yeah.
I mean, were they ripped in half?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, cut in half almost, but.
Ahoy thee mateys, welcome aboard the USS Mysterious Pals. My name is Chris, and today I want to welcome back again the rear admiral of my ship. His dad called him the Kentucky Silly. You just call him Jordan. Jordan, welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Rear admiral to your ship. I like it.
Yeah. Always got the backside.
Yep.
Well, today we're going to be talking to Jordan about a mystery, strangely enough.
Oh, would have thought.
And what can we do to get ready for this mystery?
We need to get ready.
Yeah.
Turn the lights off.
Do you... I've learned something this week, and I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's historical, weirdly enough, so you probably heard of it. It's a form of torture called scapism, S-C-A-P-I-S-M.
Escapism, yeah.
Something like that.
That sounds right.
Did you ever hear it?
No.
It sounds horrible. I don't know how many times. There's always like those things you hear in movies about like torture and crap like that. And like, when I say torture, I mean like ancient torture methods, right? So like the Iron Maiden, which probably never used.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about that before.
Well, that's 2 episodes ago.
Right. So this is what got me interested in it. Was the method of putting someone on well, first off, you force feed them honey and milk, and then you cover them in honey and milk and put them on a boat and just float them out there on a lake.
What?
And then every day you bring them back and do the same thing until they die. And basically what happens is birds, bugs, like just because you're tied down to a boat so you can't move. So basically you're just out there in the middle of the sun. You're just baking. You're obviously not holding all that in. So it's just all piling up in the boat, and they do it again the next day, and they do it again the next day, and keep force feeding you this. Apparently honey and milk is a very volatile mixture. It just keeps on going
until
your bugs and birds eat you to death, or you bleed to death.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so apparently it was used in Middle Ages, I guess, and I don't know how many times it's ever been used, but it was actually a thing.
They're the Middle Ages.
Believe so. It might have been more of a certain part of the world. I want to say like Eastern Europe, maybe. I'm not. Again, I'm going off of basic knowledge here, basic background here.
Okay.
But it was, I guess, it is a form of torture that was that has been noted throughout history, or is a part of history.
No, thank you.
No.
That sounds like one of the worst ways to go.
In this
other than like drowning or
in this thing there was some horrible ones in there, like that those kind of cages they hung over the ocean and stuff. That would obviously be terrible because you can't really move and you're in a cage. I mean, for Henry Avery's boys, whenever they captured them,
the pirates,
yeah. Apparently that was a big thing in England back a long time ago. But it sounds terrible.
Yeah, that would be awful.
There's a lot of terrible ones. I mean, there's ones where they put you in a hole.
Yeah.
They just put you in a hole and you can't really lay down. You can only stand up. And they also just leave the other bodies down there. So you're standing in a hole with other bodies and it's just in the ground. So there's like water going in there. And like they're not really feeding you or anything. And you can't lay down. You're just kind of propped up against the wall.
I remember hearing, I think it was, I don't know if it was at Guantanamo Bay that we did this, but we'd, for prisoners that were interrogating, they would blast. Was it Britney Spears or something like that?
It was music, apparently. They also make you.
It was music, but like I could have sworn one of them was like a Britney Spears song just on loop over and over and over.
I'd imagine it was something like that. There's also where
I think it was at Guantanamo.
I think there's also one where they made you like, instead of like fully kneel down, you're kind of in that crouch position.
Oh,
I guess that's another way.
Ooh.
Because it's not going to kill you, but like it's not very comfortable. So, there are terrible things out there in the world. But we're also going to talk about another terrible thing in the world.
Speaking of torture, today we're going to ask the question: who was Jack the Tickler? No, sorry, Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper. Now he
Not
was
Jack the Tickler. I forgot my glasses.
Yeah, the Ripper and Tickler, the same words.
Jack the Ripper was around in 1888 during the Victorian era in London. So during this time, there's advancements in science technology. The biggest thing is the Industrial Revolution was part of this. This greatly helped Great Britain's economy, which because of this industrialization brought in a big influx of immigrant workers. But specifically when we're talking about Jack the Ripper, we're dealing with Whitechapel, which is in London's East End, kind of near the like London docks.
Okay. Do you know what the 3 forms of production are?
Forms of production
for manufacturing.
Oh, shoot. Not off the top of my head. I knew this at one point. What are they?
Well, the second one's mechanization, which was the Industrial Revolution.
Okay.
And then the first one would be, using our hands, human power.
Oh.
Third one is total autonomy or automation.
So what are the 3 forms of
production. To produce goods and services,
right.
or produce goods was, human power, where we just were cutting down trees ourselves. Then we had a chainsaw, and then we're gonna have a robot go out and cut down that tree ourselves, which is what currently is happening in our society, and we're going through an automation revolution.
Definitely are.
I don't think people would really know it until, I think with the Industrial Revolution, they wouldn't know they were in the Industrial Revolution. It's not like this is one of those things where we don't really know we're in that time until they get far enough away and they're like, hey, this is like the information age.
Yeah, it's a gradual thing.
Yeah,
I'd imagine, right? It's not like all of a sudden one day, like, hey, I'm working in a factory. How did I get here? It's like a gradual thing, like with the assembly line and stuff like that. It happens over time. So again, we're in 1888 Victorian era London. I'm sure most people know about Jack the Ripper.
Or have heard his name, at least.
Of course, yeah.
I've heard Jack the Ripper. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah. So it's a series of murders. I didn't know this. It was called the Autumn of Terror.
Autumn of Terror. That's a pretty rad metal band name.
Yeah. It's a metal band
or
name.
A really good album by a really rad metal band.
Yeah. The gruesome killings sparked national fear. Letters written by Jack the Ripper, who had intimate knowledge of the murders, were sent to the police and newspapers, taunting the police. When I say intimate, suppose they had firsthand knowledge of some of the murders that took place. And one of the reasons why this is such a international thing to this day is he was never caught.
Is it kind of like the Zodiac killer type of thing?
Almost exactly like that, yeah.
Where they wrote it's something with letters, right?
Yeah.
Again, I know nothing about it.
The Zodiac did like the cryptograms, which I think we talked about before. Like he'd send in the newspapers cryptography or something like that, where like it's certain symbols mean certain words, and then basically was taunting the police.
Jack the Ripper was writing letters to the police.
He's writing letters. Didn't use cryptography or cryptograms or anything like that. It was like word English saying I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Now these are heavily considered or heavily
scrutinized.
Thank you. A lot of them think they're hoax. He wrote, apparently, like the police and the newspapers got 200 letters during this time saying people claim they're Jack the Ripper. There's 3 big ones that are considered most notable.
I mean, they're in Victoria, England. There's nothing really going on, so it's like you just write some letters because you got nothing. Literally nothing else. You're either going to go to work, you're going to die,
right?
There's really nothing else going on,
right? And especially in this particular area, so it's Whitechapel, 1888. The population around that time is around 80,000. It's mostly working class, but it had huge issues with overcrowding and poverty. So it's very low income kind of area. A lot of people resulted in crime just to stay alive and survive, like petty thefts, robberies. A lot of women went to prostitution just to support themselves. A lot of people are like living in like, they call them like lodgings and like sharing rooms with other people.
It's kind of like the
basically living day to day. Almost.
It was like that. Please, sir, I might have some more. Is that the same?
I think was that Victorian? It might have been.
Again,
yeah. That wasn't Whitechapel. That was Charles Dickens.
We established. I know
I think
nothing
Charles
about.
Dickens was around this time.
Charlie D. I have no idea who Charlie D is. I mean, I've heard the name.
Good old Charlie D.
Charlie D. Writing that stuff up. Is that the guy that?
About the poor boys.
That's is that the guy that wrote all the plays?
He did Great Expectations, right? Do you Great Expectations?
How would I know? I have no idea who that person is. Great Expectations. It sounds like a bad movie.
Well, it was a bad. They did make a bad movie. Actually, I liked the movie they made in the '90s. But
it was a '90s movie, like a rom com. Was Jennifer Aniston in it?
No, it was Ethan Hawke.
Oh well, come on, Ethan.
He was good. Robert De Niro was in it. Gwyneth Paltrow was in it. I liked it, but a lot of people crapped all over it. They had other iterations before that because this is, in
the '90s. If you don't have Jennifer Aniston, you can go to hell.
I don't think.
Or wait.
This came out when Friends was out. I know that because I think it came out in like 1995, but I don't think she was at the height. She might not have been like sought after just yet in Hollywood.
I don't think she's sought after.
Why the hell do I didn't even know this?
Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, I think pretty sure Charles Dickens is a Great Expectations.
Charlie D. Yeah.
Good old Charles D.
Wait, well, then what's the dude with the
Oliver
little boy?
Twist. Oliver Twist.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, so that is it. I didn't want to sound like an idiot.
Pretty sure that's Charles Dickens.
Already more than you.
Oh my goodness, this is
literature. couldn't give any less of a crap about literature.
So since there's overcrowding, mass overcrowding, poverty, there's a extremely high crime rate and tons of prostitution going on in this area. There's, like I said earlier, there's a large amount of immigrant people coming around here, mostly Jewish and Irish. I guess the Jews were having some issues in Ukraine because they were anti-Semitism over the fact that there was an assassination attempt on the Tsar in Russia. And a lot of people were saying, oh, a Jewish person did it. And all this anti-Semitism aroused from this. So a lot of people left. There's always like harsh things put on the Jewish population. I know it sounds familiar, obviously like World War II and the Nazis, but a lot of them left and came to England for a better life. Obviously not living a great life in this place, but they came here for work. Same with Irish folk.
This is the late 1800s.
1888. Yep. Okay. The reason I meant like these immigrants is because during this time there's a lot of xenophobia was a thing. People like having unfavorable views of immigrants and other people from other areas.
So this is only during that time.
This has only ever happened during this time.
Okay, so this is
never
like a new
happened
thing.
Again. Never before. Okay. Never happened. Yeah. So the reason I bring that is because of xenophobia, and also like when we want to get into when we talk about some of the suspects, I think a lot of that has to do with people who are either Jewish or Irish, because these people weren't really liked very well during this time.
Okay, so
a lot of prejudice towards.
Is this the guy that does the haircuts and like kills them when he cuts their hair?
There is a guy that's suspected he was a barber.
Yeah, that barber guy.
But you're thinking of
Johnny Depp played him.
Johnny.
Never saw the movie. Couldn't care less.
But
I know it was
based on a play. Yeah, it was based on a famous play.
So my how I remember modern culture, or how I see modern culture, remember it is through commercials.
Okay.
Never watched most of the movies. Couldn't care less.
Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
Couldn't care less about most of the literature. Commercials are how I view the world. But go ahead.
So from 1888 to 1891, there were 11 murders that happened. Again, murder is not an uncommon thing, especially during this time, this area, but how these murders were committed, the brutality of them. Eventually people start thinking, oh, these are linked to one person, or it's just a serial killer or serial killers, like a group of people doing this.
Because it was a common thing that between all of them.
There's a thread, common thread of like what happened to the bodies, the brutality of them, how gruesome they were, grisly they were. But only 5 are believed to be committed by Jack the Ripper himself or theirself.
Some posers out there. Some Jack the Ripper posers at this time?
Yes. But there is an argument that we'll go to this later that Jack the Ripper might have actually been Jill the Ripper.
Nice.
That's why I say I don't want to say he necessarily, but
nice.
But only 5 are actually generally accepted or believed to be committed by Jack the Ripper. They're known as the canonical 5. All the victims' bodies were found in a relatively small area of Whitechapel, clustered within a few miles of one another. The crime scenes were within walking distance of each other. with distances varying between 1 to 2 miles. So all very close proximity. These murders happen to one another.
What does Whitechapel look like? Is it like a densely populated, like industrial area?
Very densely populated. I know it's near the docks. I wouldn't necessarily it's industrialized. It's a lot of like older housing. There is a middle class. There's a small. I remember looking at a map. There is a small like area that's upper class, but it's mostly just when you have that picture in your eye of like England back then. It's like with the fog and like cobblestone roads. It's like houses don't necessarily might not look that
picturesque,
great.
They would say.
Yeah, but like in a bad way, in a bad way.
Okay, so negative picturesque.
Yes, yeah. From what I understand, but yeah, so they're all within 1 to 2 miles of one another, but it's hard to say exactly pinpointing where the bodies are actually found. But it's generally believed that all 5 of these people, the canonical 5, they're all women. It's generally believed they are prostitutes. So the reason I bring that up is because that could obviously might play into the motive of why this person is doing this.
Were all 11 prostitutes? The
5 were. Then these are some kind of like debate over if all 5 are actually prostitutes, because some of them did other like jobs, but not all 11 were.
Their side hustle was prostitution.
Yeah. There was a lot. There were 11 were doing side hustles. Some were like selling flowers. Some were assistants doing other things. But like, it keeps being brought up that they were prostitutes, for better or worse.
As if that is. We're not saying that makes someone not a person.
Yeah. Right.
It's just like.
But it gets brought up again and again because
they use it as almost like a motive.
As a motive of like trying to understand who Jack the Ripper was. Justification of what he was doing as part of his modus operandi. Did I say that right? We butcher a lot of words, but luckily I don't think I butchered that. And 2,
the English words we don't butcher.
Yeah, 2, we're
Jack the Ripper. We can say that. It's a Russian
and most
word. We can't
most
say
of these
anything.
names. So again, it's called the canonical 5. These people, women were believed they were definitely done by Jack the Ripper. Number 1 was Mary Ann Nicholson. Her body was found on August 31st. So through all this, okay, I gave you as a background. We're going to do a timeline of when these bodies are found, some eyewitness accounts. We'll go through those, and then we'll go through some like theories of who the Jack the Ripper was, done by contemporary people of the time, like who the police thought, the newspapers thought were Jack the Ripper, and then some that were kind of floated out there during more modern times by scholars and people are considered ripperologists. Some of them are like super far-fetched.
Ripperologist. Is that an actual term?
It is, yeah.
Ripperologist. If I could have
that,
just
show like how big of a thing this like Jack the Ripper is.
If I could have that on my like door, like on my desk, Ripperologist.
Ripperologist. So Mary Ann Nichols, she's the first one. She died on August 31st, same time her body. So again, keep in mind, so this is a very dense area of Whitechapel. There's a lot of alleyways, but like everyone's basically on top of each other. So, and there's another fascinating thing with Jack the Ripper. When he or she committed these murders, they're done in the public, but all but one.
In the public, as in
outside,
just regular on the streets.
Outside on the streets, maybe in an alleyway, but they're these are areas they're always done late at night, but the people are out and about still. So that kind of goes into like what this person was capable of doing. Had they have knowledge of like certain things that they end up doing to these bodies. Goes to show like this person would have to be quick at what they're doing and know what they're doing.
Okay. So the execution would have been quick. They knew exactly how to do it, when to do it, where to do it, like the locational area.
Yeah.
So it wasn't doing like out in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh my God, look at that guy, ripped that person.
Yeah, because the way these things were done, like how these women were found, organs were removed, they were basically almost dissected, disemboweled. Someone have to, like, generally the idea, the consensus is by historians and the police at the time that like this person has to have an idea of a person's anatomy or anatomy in general, how to get to these certain parts of the body. So, right.
In my mind, when I'm thinking about this, when I'm visioning, when you're painting me this portrait,
yeah,
I've always thought of Jack the Ripper as a those guys that can rip phone books in
Phone
half?
books, yeah. He's
Like the black leotard, like the big mustache,
Yeah,
bald
yeah.
guy. I imagine someone going up in the street and just like grabbing someone and like ripping them like a phone book, and then because like ripped them.
yeah. I
and
wonder
then
if
he
they ever
runs
look
away.
for like a bodybuilder for these things. You just do something like that, or like yeah,
I mean, were they ripped in half?
yeah.
Like,
I mean, cut in half almost, but.
because I mean, this is the time. I
But that's when people
imagine.
do those exercises where they had like the big rubber band things, machines, just like
Really?
doing exercise for like shortly, I think a little bit like 10, 15 years after that. But like, remember you see those like old timey,
Yeah.
like things with like tossing medicine balls, they have like unitard on, and like there's the machines that are just like shaking
Yeah,
them around.
like the good
This is
era of
after
workouts.
this, but yeah,
before it got all weird in gyms nowadays.
So when you say that's what I'm picturing, just those guys like that are just like, ha 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 ha.
Riding the big bike with the one wheel in the
Yeah,
front and the
yeah.
small wheel in the back. Yeah.
So Marianne Nichols' first murder.
Hold on. That just shows that most of our shared vision of the past comes from Family Guy in
Family
some
Guy,
ways.
yeah.
Okay.
That's because
All right, there we go.
That's a gym scene. Yeah.
Literature movies.
all
Couldn't
one
remember
thing.
that.
They're
Couldn't remember
all-
any of
yeah,
that crap. You tell me a Family Guy, I'm up on it. Good.
So she's seen it about an hour before her body was found. She was meeting with a friend. She goes out to make some money to cover her rent. This was late at night. Two men, Charles Cross and Robert Paul, found her body around 3:40 a.m. outside of a gated stable entrance. This is so I laughed when I read this. It's so messed up, but I think it just kind of perfectly characterized the time. Okay, so these men find the body. Despite the fact that they still believe she's breathing, they decide to leave because they don't want to be late for work. Agreeing to tell.
Wait, she's still breathing?
They think she's still. So I seen mixed things. Either she's still breathing or they still think she's conscious.
But she disemboweled?
They don't. Their account when they first see the body, again, it's 3:40 in the morning. I'm assuming they think they don't. The account of what they saw at first is not
Realistic?
given.
Okay.
At least from what I read. But they don't want to be late for work. They're like, oh, if we see a police constable on late, we'll tell the police. But
Hey, there's this bloody corpse over there. She's probably still breathing,
Yeah.
but I got to get to work,
they
bro.
realized her skirt had been pulled up, so they pulled it back down for decency reasons. So they are kind of gentlemen about it, you know.
They pull it down, but they don't say, hey,
Are you okay,
ma'am, do you want us to stop the...
They're like, we got
bowels
they're
coming,
Like,
like,
we
all your-
gotta get to work, man. We got shit to do. So I was like, I read that. I was like, I laughed, but I was like, that's super messed up because this poor woman's dead. But I was like, that shows like the mindset of some of the people during this time. Because I feel like this is a rampant thing. You see, like you constantly see someone pass on the ground. Because alcoholism was kind of rampant around this time, especially in this like
like sleeping one off. And
yeah. Because again, this is a lower income kind of thing that people are like have tendencies to find vices to deal with their everyday problems.
Back in the 1800s, you could do whatever the hell you wanted.
So it seems that way.
Just sleep wherever
that's
you
what
want.
Jack the
Nowadays,
Ripper
they're
did.
like, hey, man, get out of here.
But they do eventually find a constable and they report what they saw. But then another constable had already discovered the body. So autopsy happens. It's conducted by Dr. Reese Ralph. Oh man, I'm a
Come on.
Llewellyn on August 31st, 1888. He indicated the following details about her injuries: throat slashing. Nichols' throat was deeply cut from left to right. The incisions, 2 of them, were so severe that they nearly severed her head off her body.
But her dress was pulled down, so we're good.
Yeah, but she's decent.
Yeah.
Abdominal mutilation. Her lower abdomen was mutilated with a deep, jagged wound causing her bowels to protrude. So that's what I don't understand. Like, you think the guys would have seen that? Like, when they come up to her, like, if they're getting that close enough to like pull, like adjust her skirts or her
I mean, it's
lady
dark.
area. Yeah.
I mean, what do they have streetlights? They're
like the street lights, but
the
they're
gas lamps.
Gas lamps, yeah.
So I mean, how much light comes off a gas lamp? Not a lot, especially in dark. It's not like they're gonna put one of these up every. Like it's not like today
Right.
where like you drive through in America, you drive through every light, every building is on. If it's again because they don't want to get sued. Every parking lot has every single light on. Every store has every light on the inside so they can see everything.
Right.
You know, the cops can drive by and they can see people.
Yeah, so no one gets attacked.
Right. Like
for reasons
so
like this.
like at this time they probably are like, whatever, we're not.
Yeah. Well, people need to sleep too. They want some bright street light out front of their window.
But again, it's just the street light is a gas lamp.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? How about this?
And I think with those gas lamps, the amount of light they're giving off is only in that general
right.
Like,
so that's what I'm saying. Like it's
diameter.
They probably saw her.
Circumference.
It probably looked like she was sleeping one off. They pulled her dress down.
Right, but
didn't know that maybe on the dark side.
So number 3, though, her lady area had been stabbed a few times as well. So I feel like they might have seen that since they were so close to that general region and pulled the skirt down. I don't know. Maybe they just like did a quickly thing like, all right, like we got to get to work, man. Let's like,
we're helping her out here.
Yeah. We're doing the right thing by not making sure she's still alive, but like she seems alive. We'll just tell someone along the way that would, hey, there might be someone in trouble down here.
Do you know who would light those gas lamps and then help people at home? You know what they're called?
No.
There's orphan boys called Link Boys.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Link Boy is the one who went around and lit the lamps and also helped and then would charge people to walk them home safely, even though it's like, or to direct them home.
I didn't know that.
With like a lamp. Like he'd be like, let me take you home, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called a Link Boy.
I never knew that.
Again, I know a lot of dumb crap. Like useless information. Really cool. I can't tell you who Oliver Twist was.
Charlie D is.
Or Mr. Dickens was. Did he write a poem called Narrow Fellow in the Grass?
I have no idea. He might have did Tale of Two Cities.
Because that was on an episode of Beavis and Butthead back in the day.
Ooh.
That might have been a different poet. I don't know. Is Charles Dickens a poet? Or was he a literary genius guy that I'm like totally butchering his life?
I don't know if he did poetry, but I definitely do. He did like great, like considered great novels or.
There's a Beavis and Butthead episode about some poet. I don't know.
She also had a bruise on her face and was missing 5 teeth. The teeth thing, I don't know if she that was part of the attack or she just generally might have been missing 5 teeth.
I mean, it's 1800s. It's not like a dentist. I mean, a dentist was also wasn't a dentist like the guy who delivered the baby? Like he was the doctor, like he was the butcher.
I think, like in the barbers used to let out blood.
Yeah, bloodletting.
Because of for headaches and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we'll just let you bleed.
Yeah,
It's
here's some leeches.
Yeah.
They'll cure your migraines.
People say things are so hard now, and they're like,
yeah. You get these jack of all trades doing professions like, hey, you need a haircut? Oh yeah, you need me to let out some blood?
Yeah. Did we talk about the prostitute hospital in France?
No.
This is so off topic, but of probably not. It's probably later. But there was this hospital in, I think it was the early 1900s in France, and there was a prostitute hospital, a hospital for prostitutes that would delivering babies, and there was a hospital for rich people, like richer for delivering babies, and there was a huge mortality rate in the prostitute hospital.
Oh yeah.
And people are like, some doctor went and was like, hey, if we wash our hands and put our gloves on, it's gonna help people. So then he started doing that.
I do remember hearing about a doctor who did that. Like, hey, we should probably wash our hands.
And then so then he started doing that when he delivered babies, and the birth rates the death rates went down. And then he told people about it, and they were like, "Get the hell out of here!"
Him for that.
Yeah, and then he got kicked out, and then they just went back to normal.
I didn't know. I didn't know it was like they had to deal with prostitution hospitals. I do remember hearing about that. Hey, just wash your hands.
Or put on a pair of gloves. Or it wasn't until like the 50s they were still smoking in the hospital. Like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Wash your hands, put gloves on, stop smoking.
Yeah.
Weird. Prostitutes. Go.
Prostitutes, here we go. Number 5, coming at you. However, there wasn't much blood found considering what was done to her body. Just led the person conducting the autopsy to believe that most of this was done post-mortem, like after she had died, like after her throat had been cut. Because if she's still alive, blood's still pumping, I'm assuming. I'm not like a scientist or doctor or anything like that, but like I'm assuming the blood's still pumping because she's alive, and you're like doing all these things to her, blood would be splattering everywhere. That's what I'm gathering from this. But this guy knows better than I do.
I don't know anything about blood or spatter.
But she is believed to only been dead for 30 minutes.
Whenever what? At this
when the body was found.
Okay, when the guys found him, or when the cop found her?
Well, when the guys found her.
Okay.
So that's August 31st,
1888.
Marianne Nichols. September 8th, so about a week later, Annie Chapman. She's last seen by Elizabeth Long, who was on her way to work, claimed to see Annie at 5:30 in the morning with a man, 30 minutes before her body was discovered. The man's back was towards Elizabeth, so Elizabeth couldn't get a view of what the man looked like. But she hears the man ask, "Will you?" And Annie replies, "Yes." Annie Long didn't actually know who Annie was. She just like after Annie's death, newspapers are like released. She sees the pictures. Or I think the police are interrogating people, questioning people. She's like, "Oh yeah, I saw that woman." Like, it's not someone that she actually knew, but like just after the fact. And then she was last seen by someone who knew her around 1:30, but she was last seen by someone who knew her around 30. So this woman saw her 5:30 with this man, but she was last seen by someone she actually knew by 1:30. It was at the boarding house she was at. She left to make more money in order to be able to keep her room. So there's a common thing where like, I have to go out tonight, work, make some money. Because again, they're living day by day, trying to pay rent every day to like survive. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're just trying to survive.
Yeah. Right around the same time at 5:30 a.m. when this Elizabeth woman we saw Annie interacting with a man. And Albert Kadash, who lives close to where Annie's body was found, hears a woman yell, "No," followed by the sound of something falling on a fence beside his house. So he apparently went to go to his outhouse to pee.
Oh my God, our outhouse would suck so bad.
And again, these aren't like big houses, like narrow.
Are these apartments?
Both of them are apartments, yeah. Like just you're living on top of one another.
And you have an outhouse.
You probably have like a single room, but I think this guy might have actually his own house. But like when you say house, it's not like this grand thing. So apparently his outhouse is in his backyard, which shared a fence. Another side of the fence was where Annie was seen by that Elizabeth lady with this man. And they're having this conversation. He says, "Will you do this?" And she says, "Yes." And then shortly, right around the same time, he hears a woman yell, "No," followed by something falling on the fence beside his house.
Falling on the fence?
Yeah, like something was like smash, like as
through the fence or on it?
On it. As if like someone had like fallen over on the fence.
Okay. Because you fall on a fence, I mean, unless someone throws you on the fence or you fall out of a window on a fence, are we just talking about like
as if like something just like a sack of potatoes just like
okay, got it,
dropped, or like fell back onto the fence.
Gotcha.
Her body was found by John Davis around 6 a.m. John Davis lived in an apartment not far from there. Getting up to go to work, found the body. A leather apron was later discovered nearby in a water bowl next to a water tap. So Jack the Ripper got that moniker, Jack the Ripper, people were using leather apron. I think because of this.
They were calling him Leather Apron?
Yeah. There's like it was called the Whitechapel Murderer, Leather Apron. Or
L.A.
Jack the Ripper.
What you up, boy? Rip it up.
The autopsy conducted by Dr. George Baxter Phillips. And this guy does a couple other, the primary, he doesn't do the first autopsies, but he takes part in other bodies that were found later on. So this guy's one of the people who are just like, no, these later murders that happened after the canonical 5 can't be Jack the Ripper. So based on what he's seen with a lot of these other bodies that happened during this time.
Okay. So he's the one who kind of was like, this is his modus.
Yeah. Someone like that. Yeah. Yeah. He's one of the people who are just like proponents of like these 5 are only Jack the Ripper. The later ones, although gruesome, had some similarities. These can't be the same person doing it.
So this guy happened. He came around on this murder.
Yeah, yeah. So, but again, he gets to see, like, he has access to seeing these other files and reports because like police are coming to him like, do you see any like patterns, like because most of what they're doing is part of the autopsy is right then and there, but then they take the bodies back to the morgue to do like further examinations.
So what is his job?
He's a coroner.
Okay, this guy,
I believe like whatever that would have been considered during this
back
then, yeah.
And this is his second murder.
This is the first one he's doing though.
Okay.
He gives several details. Throat slashing. Chapman's throat was slashed deeply from left to right twice, similar to the pattern that was on Mary Nichols. Left to right 2. Bruises to the face and 2 bruises the size of a man's thumb on the chest. Abdominal mutilation. Her abdomen was mutilated extensively. The killer made several deep and jagged incisions, moving part of the stomach and part of her small intestines. Blows were pointing around her, usually like around her shoulders, like above her.
What's above her?
Her small intestine and part of her stomach.
But this is in a yard?
This is in an alley.
Where's the fence? In the alley?
Yeah, the fence is here. So the alley, fence, the guy's backyard, outhouse.
Okay.
We're going to boom, boom. Sections of her bladder, uterus, and vagina were removed. The cutting instrument used was not anything large, but a knife, possibly a surgical one. There were indications of anatomical knowledge.
For those that are listening at home, Jordan just gave me a little finger gun whenever he said surgical knife. I'm not entirely sure why.
So again, this might be the first time that the moniker is given to this killer, because there's clearly some kind of similarities going on here. Leather apron, I think, because of what the leather apron was found nearby.
This guy did this in the when the fence got hit. How much longer was it until the guy went to the bathroom?
Within a matter of minutes, because when Elizabeth who saw Annie talking, she said she heard the chiming of some local like church bell, which meant 5:30 in the morning. The guy who went up to the bathroom was a matter of like seconds or within a minute. Then he heard the woman yell no, and then the fence.
How did he do that this quickly? So wait, within a minute he was able to hit. She said no. She was disemboweled, and then.
Well, her body. That's the thing. Her body wasn't found. Her body was found. I'm trying to see what time. 6 a.m. So he could have cut her. He could have this. So when the guy going to the bathroom heard this, he could have thrown her up against the fence, or had just cut her throat, keeping her from talking. So again, within 30 minutes, he did all this stuff.
Okay,
probably quicker,
but not outside.
It was outside.
Okay, so he did this all
like in an alley yeah. So this is the second time that there's a string that they're starting to see a pattern, both done outside. So then remember I said there's like letters being written?
Yes.
So the first letter arrives September 27th, 1888, 19 days after Annie Chapman's death, after the death of the second woman. It was received by a local newspaper, the Central News Agency, which was then sent to the police. It reads, when I was doing this, I was like, I kind of want to do this in like a English accent.
And then you're like, oh wait.
I was like, no.
Maybe that's a bad idea.
But it's the thing. So, all right, I'm going to read this to you. You tell me what you think. Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Giddy up. Onward.
This is known as the Dear Boss letter. It says, Dear Boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I've laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. The joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I'm down on whores, and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You'll soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I cannot use it, or I can't use it. Sorry, there's a written very bad grammar.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
So it's my brain trying. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Ha ha ha. Next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp. I want to go to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before. I got all the right ink off my hands. Curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha ha.
He calls himself Jack the Ripper? That's how he got his name?
Mm-hmm.
What a jerk. This makes it way worse. This makes this guy suck.
So he's like cocky. There's some arrogance there.
Jack the Ripper. I'm going to call myself Jack. So he sends this letter. There's a lot in that letter.
Yeah, so there's a local newspaper.
First says buckled.
Yeah, which I think means like pinched or arrested. But he sends us this newspaper. The Central News Agency was kind of like known to be a sensationalist newspaper. They started, I think, like a year or two before this. So they're kind of like that grimy, like
Weekly World News,
like National Enquirer kind of thing. What from what I understand.
You remember Weekly World News?
No.
It was like in the grocery store was like always there, and it was like Bat Boy.
Oh, see, that was National Enquirer. Okay, right, yeah.
Weekly World News. I don't know what happened to that, but
someone gives birth to Bat Boy.
Yeah.
Remember that face?
Yeah.
Okay, so specifically sends us to this newspaper. That kind of jumped out at me. But over the whole thing, like I'm assuming that this person's well educated. Maybe maybe a doctor.
Well educated for that time.
But no, like that's not like for that time. Like if you're well educated, you're well educated. Like
Again, for that time.
I'm saying it like a man of medicine.
Yeah, so someone who'd studied medicine
Right.
before, studied the body.
Based on the fact that they like the previous autopsy report, like the gentleman doing it said like this person has knowledge of anatomy. Yeah. Not necessarily mean human anatomy, but for when I read this, I was like, this person doesn't sound too educated.
You know, I'm a doctor, and I'm not a medical doctor, mind you, for those who don't know. But I mean, read one of my emails. They're like, again, I don't know who Charles Dickens is. I mean, I know who he is. I don't know what he does. Yeah, you know, so let's remember what education means these days.
He keeps talking about the red ink. He wanted to save it. I'm assuming that means blood. Well, that's what the police end up thinking is like he was trying to save the blood or like write this letter or future letters in blood. But he does say
he sends this to the police.
Well, it gets sent to the news agency, which then they send to the police.
Who is it addressed to?
It just says, "Dear boss."
Okay. That's what I was wondering when he said boss.
Yeah. So the police end up sending this out. Well, they sent this out after a couple more things happened. Like, can anyone identify this handwriting? Because immediately they're just like, this is stupid. Like, no, like, this is a hoax. But something is said in here. Next job I shall clip the lady's ear off and send it to police officers. So it was 19 days after the second killing. Do you have more thoughts on this letter?
No, I think it's just pretty straightforward. A weirdo.
Yeah. A couple screws loose. So 3 days after the letter received by the newspaper, things escalate again. On September 30th, 1888, the bodies of two more women are found. Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes. Catherine Stride, a little timeline of events here. Between 7 and 8 p.m., she leaves her lodging house after speaking with acquaintances. At 11 p.m., two laborers running a bar. As they enter, they notice Elizabeth Stride leaving the pub with a short man who had a dark mustache and sandy eyelashes. What are sandy eyelashes? Like the coloring?
Sandy?
Like a brownish?
I guess. I mean, is that light brown?
Yeah.
Like actual beach sand? I don't know. Would they have different beach sand back then?
Covered in sand.
Isn't like a lot of the beaches in England like rocky? Or that's New England?
Like the coastal, yeah. It's rocky, yeah. I mean, there's sand, but like
it's not like they dump sand like we do nowadays.
The man was dressed in a billycock hat.
What the hell? Oh, is that okay? Is that like a bowler hat?
I think so, yeah.
Give him a way better name for it.
A suit and a coat. One of the men who saw these, his name's Jay Best. Best recalled they had just been served inside the pub and left when we arrived. It was raining heavily and they seemed unwilling to go out. The man was embracing her intimately and kissing. Given his respectable appearance, we were quite surprised by his behavior. Like that he was with this woman, that he was like showing this much PDA. Stride and the man stood in the doorway for a while, hugging and kissing. The two men attempted to invite that man for a drink, but he declined. They then called out to Stride, saying, "Leather Apron is pursuing you." Soon after 11, the man and Stride quickly walked away towards a street. They hurried off like a shot before 11.
What?
A shot before 11. I don't know what that means. So anyways, these two men, Jay Best and John Gardner.
These guys are lying.
They see Elizabeth Stride with this man. They describe what he looks like. They're making out. They leave together. One of them shouts out, "Hey, be careful. Leather Apron's pursuing you." And they just kind of disappear, at least for these men. Around 11:45 p.m., and William Marshall sees her kissing a man on another street close to where this bar was. He observes her conversing with a man wearing a black coat and a sailor's hat. It's a different hat.
So for those that are not watching this, Jordan just winked at me when he said sailor's hat. So it went from surgery knife is a finger gun, winking, sailor hat is a wink. Okay.
Sees a man wearing a black coat and a sailor's hat. They're embracing and behaving intimately. He overhears the man saying, "You'd utter anything except your prayers. You'd utter anything except your prayers." Now, is that like a coy, like kind of like a sexy kind of talk back then.
It seems like it's
or
someone to just be like, just walk away from you. Like,
yeah. Or he's saying like, rather than saying, please don't, you should be praying right now because I'm about to kill you. I don't know.
That's
I don't know. That may be a reach right there. At 12:35 a.m., Police Constable Smith sees stride with a man carrying a parcel wrapped in newspaper. The man was described as being 28, wearing a dark coat and a deerstalker hat.
That was a deerstalker hat.
It's like these like
there's too many hats. There's too many hats.
Yeah.
It's like a what? Wait.
It kind of looks like it reminds me of a Sherlock Holmes hat. Like
I thought that was a bowler hat.
No, but I've seen like a Sherlock Holmes like.
Is that the hat with like the wings on them, like Uncle Eddie wears?
Yeah, but like it's like plaid looking. It's kind of like a big bowl, like a bowl shape on the top, but like does have like the flappy things I think on the side. I think I had to look it up. I'm like, I don't know what that is. It's for hunting.
A deer stalker hat.
Yeah. Then around 12:45 a.m., Israel Schwartz witnesses a man assaulting Stride, calling out Lipsky. Lipsky was an anti-Semitic insult named after a Jewish man named Lipsky who poisoned his wife.
Okay.
A year earlier. Later at 1 a.m.
So this guy's been called Leather Apron and Lipsky at this point, or this person escorting this woman.
No, so yeah, the man assaulting Elizabeth Stride heard the man assaulting her yell Lipsky.
Okay,
so it's like a derogatory anti-Semitic.
Okay, so he was calling her that.
Yes.
Okay.
This man Israel witnesses that happening. Later at 1 a.m., a Louis, Diemschutz enters a narrow yard between houses with his horse. His horse is startled and refuses to proceed. Wondering what's going on with his horse, he then discovers Stride's body, still warm, with her throat cut.
Still warm? How does he know that?
He touched it.
It's crazy that you're talking about the size of this place and people are still riding horses. You're like, these things are real close together. Everybody's in there, and now we're riding a horse.
Yeah, there's like main street. There's like streets, like the like carriage drivers and stuff like that.
Where does he put his horse at night? Where does he park that thing?
I don't know.
I think it's crazy. There's a whole people talk about industries and like, again, I guess this goes back to me being interested in engineering and as far as like technology and things like that. But like, we had an entire industry for a long time that was dedicated to horses. Like,
yeah.
Housing horses,
yeah,
fixing like taking care of them while the owner is in the bar, like, and people are like
motor transportation was used for like farming, and like
and I mean like stables and like there's like an entire industry of all these people, and then people are like, we can't change to electric cars. What are you crazy? We can't change an industry like that.
Yeah, but
it's only been like 100 years, man.
Yeah. So it's important. All the depictions of the man who was seen with Elizabeth are somewhat different. Or a lot different, which kind of complicates like the police narrowing down this suspect. Her autopsy indicated that she had died from a single incision to her throat, severing her left carotid artery.
Carotid
artery. The wound was so deep and clean. The wound was deep and clean, suggesting it was inflicted with a sharp pointed knife. The lack of extensive mutilation.
Surgical knife? Finger gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
The lack of extensive mutilation in her murder distinguishes her from the other victims, obviously, because her throat was just cut. It is believed that the fact that there weren't any other mutilations on the body was done unintentionally, like he wanted to do more to this woman. But the man with his horse, Louis, he believed Jack was still in the area when he found the body.
Interrupted it.
Yep.
Okay.
Due to his horse's behavior and the body was still warm. So Jack was perhaps interrupted by this man.
So he heard the horse coming, and was like, "Oh crap!" And just like, jigs up, gotta go. Yeah.
So then Catherine Eddowes, remember this is the same night. This is kind of like her timeline. 8 p.m. She's arrested for being drunk and passed out in the street. Again, like this is something.
They're arresting people for that? I thought they just pass out in the street everywhere.
But I guess there's a crowd surrounded around her, so maybe it was like causing a scene. Like, oh, you're being disruptive, but you're passed out. I don't know.
Gotcha.
1 a.m.
Gotcha.
So she gets arrested. 1 a.m. She's released for being sober. And the constable at Rooster knows that she's going in the direction, rather than going in the direction where she was staying, She's going in the direction of where she was found passed out. She's going like rather than like they're like, go home. You seem sober, go home.
And she goes back.
She goes back to like in the direction of where she was found passed out.
They got her up, I guess, from where she was passed out.
Yeah.
And they say go home, but does she instantly just turn around?
No. So they got her up, put her in jail. At 8 p.m. they picked her up. At 1 a.m. they released her like she's sober now. You can go home.
Gotcha.
That was a kind of a common thing. Rather than getting like a ticket, like we'll just bring you in till you sober up.
Gotcha.
So no one hurts you. You don't have us. 1:35 a.m. Joseph Lawand, Joseph Chaim Levy, and Harry Harris exit a bar. They observe Catherine Eddowes talking to a man. She stands facing him with her hand resting on his chest, but not in a manner suggesting resistance. So they see him as you're touching some dude's chest. Lawand describes the man as approximately 30 years old, 5 feet 7 inches tall, fair complexion, and sporting a medium build. He wears a loosely fitted pepper and salt colored jacket, a gray cloth cap, and a matching peak on the cap, and a reddish handkerchief knotted around his neck. Overall, they say he believes the appears to be a sailor.
Are you going to give me another finger gun? Or no, that's a wink.
1:45 a.m. a constable finds Catherine's body. Her autopsy revealed that she died due to a deep slash across her throat, severing her windpipe and major blood vessels. Much of her face had been severely cut, including her face and legs. Much of her face had been cut, and a lot of her body's been cut severely around the face, like part of her nose is hanging off. Her thighs were cut up. She had been cut vertically open on the front of her body, from like down her pelvis up through her chest. Her left kidney and a portion of her uterus were removed by the killer. Also, a piece of her ear was removed.
So she's cut. Were the other ones cut up in the face?
Not in the face, no.
So this is like a new step.
There's bruises.
Okay, so now he's cutting them instead of beating them in the face.
No, I mean, he'd been cutting them, but yeah, in the face, yes.
Okay, so this is another step in that. He's still doing the
same. It seems
same.
like it's escalating.
Disemboweling.
Yeah, it seems like it's escalating each time.
Okay.
So yeah, a piece of her ear was removed. Since the Dear Boss letter mentions that the next victim had a severed ear, the police take it, as well as the author, seriously. This is when they start sending out. They have the newspapers publish the letter, hoping that someone would like recognize the handwriting. So day after this, on October 1st, 1888, a postcard arrived at the Central News Agency, the same place that was that the first letter went to. It's named the Saucy Jack postcard.
Saucy Jack postcard. Nice. Wait. I thought he was Jack the Ripper.
But they call it the Saucy Jack postcard, I think, because of what he says in it.
Okay.
I was not kidding, dear old boss, when I gave you the tip. You hear about Saucy Jack's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number one squealed a bit. Couldn't finish straight off. Ha, not the time to get ears for police. Thanks for keeping that last letter back till I got to work again, Jack the Ripper. This is apparently written in the same handwriting. So he does call himself Saucy Jack.
And Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
It's not just making crap up. He's just throwing all kind of names out there.
Yeah. Sorry, there's another letter that comes along, which I got these two confused. It was written in the same handwriting. Then October 16th, 1888, George Lusk. So I think after the first or second murder that were identified as being done by a serial killer, a vigilante group forms, like in Whitechapel, because people are starting to get like kind of impatient with the police, not really coming up with anything. So on October 16th, 1888, George Lusk, who's the head of this vigilante group, receives a letter at his home with a piece of human kidney in it. This is named the From Hell letter. How
do you know it was a piece of kidney? Or that it was human kidney? Nice.
So the letter starts off saying, "From hell, Mr. Lusk, sir, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman and preserved it for you, other piece. I fried and ate it. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out. You only wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me If You Can, Another Leo called
Another Leo. There he is.
Mr. Lusk. So that partial kidney is believed to belong to Catherine Eddowes, because I think the coroner looked at it and said like this could have been from her body.
Was she missing part of her kidney? Okay.
But the handwriting doesn't match the previous two on this one.
He doesn't call himself Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
But also, what did he say in there again?
So you have the kidney I took from one woman and preserved it for you. Yeah. So this one, it was wrapped like it was soaking in wine.
Okay.
Kidney was like preserve it.
Gotcha.
And he fried and ate part of it as well.
Who did?
Jack the Ripper.
Okay.
He's saying.
He said that in the letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I fried it and ate it. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out, but only if you wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me If You Can, Mr. Lusk.
Catch you if you can. Catch me if I can. That's Leo.
Yeah.
Right there.
He's still, I was in our hearts. But yeah, again, these three are the most notable. But again, this one was not in the same handwriting. It's not until November 8th, 1888 that the next murder, the murder of Mary Jane Kelly happens.
What was the date on that again?
November 9th. So there's a significant amount of time between the last one was the double one on September.
It's still happening so quickly. The first one was in August, right? And this is November.
Yeah. So the first two were only a week apart. The second two were the same night, but this one, the second two were on September 30th. So this one there's like a significant amount of time maybe between the two girls that previously died and this one, because this is November 9th now. Now there's some letters that came in, but again, it's believed that these weren't written, but one might not have been written by Jack the Ripper.
He's got to get some time to he needs to decompress.
Right.
Maybe he had a double shift. He ain't got time for that. Got murdering to do.
Yeah, he's a man about town.
Yeah.
Got bills to pay.
Bowler hats and what was the deerstalker hat?
Deerstalker, yeah. So not again until November 9th, like 1888. So it's all in the same year, all in the same season. Oh, that's why I call it Autumn of Terror. So this poor woman stands out much more than the other victims. Not much is known about her life, her past, and even her time in Whitechapel is mostly based on a man that knew her and lived with her, who was either a friend or a boyfriend. His name is Joseph Barnett. Because they know that they lived together for quite a bit of time. They had a falling out. It's believed it started from an argument because they were sharing a room. And apparently Mary Kelly kept inviting other women to stay with her, like other prostitutes to stay with her, just to help him out. But he's like, I don't want to do this. It's one single room. We have the one bed. So he's kind of annoyed by this. So he ends up leaving, gets his own place, but they still kept in contact. He still was helping her pay her rent for that room. That's kind of the one that sticks out, is like not really much to know about her past other than what this man has to say. The second thing is that the way she was murdered and the state in which her body was found. So these other ones are, gruesome, but this one's much more gruesome than the others. Also, unlike the other women who were found outside in the middle of the street or an alley, this was done inside a room. Like inside.
So it wasn't outside. It was inside. And
the fact that she was living alone probably allowed the killer to have more time to do what he did to her.
So this is this lady that was helping other prostitutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and
she's the one.
And I've seen like people say, "Oh, it wasn't necessarily that Barnett was mad that she was helping all these like prostitutes. He's mad that like he might have actually had feelings for her. They actually were boyfriend and girlfriend, but she might have also been a lesbian, and he didn't like the fact that like this was going on because he loved her." I've seen it's been various things, but regardless, they have an argument and he moves out. So she's living in this place alone. So she's living in this place alone. Her murder was much more gruesome than the other ones. She was seen multiple times the night before, the morning of. She's out at one point trying to get money for rent, which is
common theme,
unfortunately, for these women. One of the most notable sightings being when she was seen with a stout man, fully dressed, around 5.5 feet tall, with an orange mustache and a blotchy face.
Orange mustache?
Orange mustache.
What about those eyebrows? Are they sandy? Was it a sandy mustache?
Was it? It seems
like every time you bring up like the the kind of last scene with this type. It seems like they're all a little different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what is ultimately confuses the hell out of all these inspectors and people today. Like, there's no, like, they seem to be generally around the same height, but like, there's the clothes they're describing, their facial hair. Even like this person has a blotchy face. One has an orange mustache. The other guy's like a black mustache. One has sandy eyebrows. Like, these conflicting reports. Like, again, if these are women who are actually prostitutes or trying to make money, they could have been seen with different men at different times by different people who are just like, were Johns, like guys trying to get some. This was around midnight that this man was seen. The other being around 2 a.m., a witness sees a man and Kelly exchange words. Kelly says, "All right." The man says, "You will be all right for what I have told you." I don't know what that can mean. And the two walk away together. This man has a pale complexion, slight upturned mustache, dark hair, dark eyes, bushy eyebrows, and is of Jewish appearance. The man wears a felt hat, a long dark coat, a white collar, and black necktie with a horseshoe pin. He carries a small package and kid gloves. He's around 5'6", 5'7" tall. He's around 35, 36 years old.
So could this be the xenophobia coming back in too?
That's
some case.
I do think that's like a lot of this, like the Jewish appearance thing.
Or it actually, the ejector was actually a Jewish person.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It seems like there's too many. There's a lot of like different sightings. It seems like nothing's reliable.
No. Yeah. It's like I know some of these people on the way to work, but I guess I'm assuming some of these people might have been in their own right drunk.
Right.
And be like,
that's another thing. It's nighttime, not in a city that's lit up very well.
Right. These are all it seems kind of unreliable sources. Not necessarily because of the people themselves, but like it's the fact that they're all very different.
And at this time, inspectors really don't have like the way inspectors work now, or like investigators work now, is there's a very fine, like, the way you question people. We know, like, through data, we know what people say when they're witnessing a crash. There's plenty of examples of like
they were very thorough. Like I was kind of the impression like they're just like, "Oh, what'd you see?" And like, "Okay, thank you, they're going on business." But like, no, they were very, very thorough. Like, 'cause Scotland Yard gets involved, not just the Whitechapel Police, but like
the way they ask people and like keep on asking, like the way they ask the questions of like the questions are reworded. Like, we do some research and stuff like that. The way you word a question, and so investigators do the same thing. The way they word stuff.
Yeah.
They word a question, they word it again, and they do it like, I can't remember the name of what they call that, but we do it in research. Whenever we do research, the way you word something so that you can, the questions are completely, or sound different, but they give you the same answer.
The same category. Yeah, right.
So we're like, but I know today, like in today's world, we've learned a lot about that type of stuff and how investigators work.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't have DNA evidence and stuff like.
But there is forensics, like the idea of like blood spatters and stuff like that, and like they are being thorough, but not maybe like their education of like criminal profiling or psychological profiling is clearly not a thing back then. But it's not that they're not
doing their due diligence, they're doing it the best they can at this point in history.
Yeah. Her body was found on November 9th at 10:45 a.m. by her landlord's assistant. Now, he couldn't get into the room because it was locked from the inside. Apparently, there is, according to Josh Barnett, there's a window next to the door that they would use, if they forgot a key, they would use to go in to unlock the latch to the door so they could go inside. But the landlord's assistant didn't go, and he goes and tells the landlord to contact the police. But he's going there to collect rent. So the police get there. They find that she was disemboweled. Several of her organs and both breasts were removed and placed under her body. Her throat was cut to her vertebrae. Her face was cut beyond recognition. And massive amounts of blood were everywhere. There's a photograph. Like, they had photography back there. So there's photographs of like Eliza victims' bodies. And like, this is like, even though it's like grainy and like, not HD or anything like 4K, but like, you can tell like,
the quality of images back then was, it was, when you say HD, like HD just, it was finer quality in some cases. Like the way photography works, especially back then.
For example, it's not in color, but like you can tell like it wasn't good.
It was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough to look at.
It took Joseph Barnett, this man that she was friends with, her boyfriend with, to identify her, and he's only able to do so because of her one eye that was left, based on her eye color and like small other things.
And in fact, the fact that she's in the room.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure, yeah.
That room specifically.
Yeah, duh, thank you. Yeah, of course. But already by this time, this is not only national news, but international news. Like, this is getting in the United States. The United States are like, newspapers are like writing stories about this. They're drawing cartoons about like the police, like trying to figure out who the suspect is and all this stuff. People and residents in this area, as well as people in London overall, are becoming very critical of the police, as well as newspapers. Newspapers are making these drawings of a police officer blinded, symbolizing they don't know what they're doing and stuff like that. They're just being all around critical. But
so
again,
like goofing on the police.
Yeah,
that
they're
like, hey,
like,
you can't solve this.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, this is like the vigilante committee is a result of all this. But the Whitechapel police, along with police from Scotland Yard, interviewed thousands of people, detained dozens, and offered $500 pound reward during this time. That equals around $80,000 today. When I did like one of those inflation calculator things. But he never got a definitive person. There were people that were detained, people that later came into the police department in the Whitechapel, like, oh, that was definitely one of the murderers, or or Jack the Ripper. But the police at the time didn't have any definitive evidence, be like, this is the killer.
The assumptions of
based on,
yeah,
okay. Yeah. And again, like I know they're not. Might not be to our today's standards, but like they kept files on these people. Like, we need to watch this person because, like, yeah, we don't have evidence on him, but there's something there possibly. The police believe that the suspect is probably a butcher, a slaughterer, a physician, or a surgeon, based on how precisely and quickly he was able to perform the killings.
I think the butcher is what I keep coming back to. Okay. Is that this guy has to be? I mean, a butcher would be make the most sense.
Yeah,
that he can remove things so cleanly.
Right.
That's his job. Surgeons back then, where they're chopping off a leg during war. Like, I mean, they're not like...
No, they're performing surgeries.
They're
like cutting open people and like...
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying they're like...
doing stuff like that.
At our level, I'm just talking strictly from what we have now.
Right.
Like the idea of like laparoscopic surgery and the ability to go in and do small... Like, these guys are like... Obviously, there are...
Yeah. But they would also have the tools
also,
in order to do something precise like that.
But I think like a butcher will be the one that could do it quickly.
So there you go, man.
Because a surgeon's like going to do it cleanly, precisely. A butcher's like, I got to do it quickly and precisely.
Yeah.
But again, we're not experts. I'm not an expert.
So the common theme here is the necks of the victims victims' throats were cut from left to right. The bodies were cut open in an efficient manner, organs were removed, and the bodies were often still somewhat warm when they were found. This is all done publicly. So the murderer would almost have to have some kind of anatomical knowledge to quickly do something like that. So that could be a butcher, a surgeon, slaughterer, physician. Queen Victoria herself weighed in on this, saying she believed the murderer could be a butcher or a cattle drover from cattle boats between London and Europe, due to the murder pattern in Whitechapel. So the regular docking of these boats came in on Thursdays and Fridays near the London docks. So a lot of these happened either at the first of the month, end of the month, or close to the weekend. So she's thinking like based on the shipping or like the ship schedules coming in and out by some of these like cattle or butchers meant that this person was coming in on the weekends, doing this stuff, and then leaving on these boats.
What if it was Queen Victoria? What if she was Jack the Ripper? She's like all bored in the castle. Yeah. I'm gonna go mess some stuff up in the streets. They catch her like coming in the window, like, oh crap, jig's up.
One of the suspects has something to do with Queen Victoria herself.
Nice. Wait, it has to do with her or is her? Thank you for being with us here today as we looked at the mystery of who was Jack the Ripper. Unfortunately, due to the length of this episode, we have decided to cut into 2 parts. The conclusion, part 2, will be released next week on YouTube and the podcast platform of your choice. If you're watching on YouTube and you enjoyed this episode, please subscribe. It really helps us out. If you're listening on a podcast feed, please give us a follow, leave us a comment, as it also helps us out. Again, thank you so much for being with us here today, and we look forward to seeing you next week in part 2 of Who Was Jack the Ripper? As always, stay mysterious. Or like in any outhouse, because he ran into an outhouse and changed his clothes.
Again, because like no one cared. Because
he
like,
had to have been covered in blood.
Yeah.
So
you had like,
who was the guy that was bloody? Look for that dude.
Yeah. Do you guys see anyone walk around just covered in blood?
Like literally covered in the most amount of blood ever. Looked like he dived into blood. Where's that dude? Did he walk by here? Oh, your outhouse is also covered in blood. Yeah. Can you please just show me who used it? Hello and welcome back to the Mysterious Pals Show. This is part 2 of Who Was Jack the Ripper, a story we started in part 1 on last week's episode. Thank you for being with us here, and we're going to jump right back into the story where we left off last week.
Queen Victoria herself weighed in on this, saying she believed the murder could be a butcher or a cattle drover from cattle boats between London and Europe due to the murder pattern in Whitechapel. So the regular docking, these boats came in on Thursdays and Fridays near the London docks. So a lot of these happened either at the first of the month, end of the month, or close to the weekend. So she's thinking like based on the shipping or like the ship schedules coming in and out by some of these like cattle or butchers meant that this person was coming in on the weekends doing this stuff and then leaving on these boats.
What if it was Queen Victoria? What if she was Jack the Ripper? She's like out bored in the castle. Yeah. I'm gonna go mess some stuff up in the streets. They catch her like coming in the window, like, oh crap, jig's up.
One of the suspects has something to do with Queen Victoria herself.
Nice. Wait, it is like has to do with her or is her?
Has to do with like her family.
Oh man,
very close though. So again, yeah, all these murders are at the end of the week or end of the month, but of course, except for Mary Jane Kelly's 9th of November. But murders continue to keep happening after this time. But like I said before, like a lot of the police investigators that were running this stuff, or even like some of the coroners or people who are doing autopsies, like, yes, these are very horrible things happening, but they're not quite fully in line with whatever else Jack the Ripper had done with those 5 other women.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to start naming off some people that were considered suspects, but they were considered suspects by people during the time, like contemporary people, like people that were actually working the case in newspapers.
Is this the common theories, the popular theories about this story?
There's like hundreds of people that were named, so it's very hard to narrow some of these down, but like it seems like these might be the most probable.
And this is like people like, oh, my brother-in-law did it to get him like away from the family. Like, my husband did it so that she could. There's like, yeah.
But these are like suspects that were actually suspects at the time that the police like sought out, and like some of these people actually were interrogated. One was named John Pizer. Pizer is a Polish Jew bootmaker who lived in Whitechapel. He's charged with assault on August 4th, 1888, but he's then released. So this is right not long before the very first murder. Pizer gained attention from the police and the media due to association with the local slaughterhouses and his reputation to be as a bully in the area, especially towards women.
Slaughterhouses, as in he's a butcher?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was a butcher.
So I saw he's a butcher, and then some people say he's a bootmaker. Most seem to say he's a bootmaker, but for some reason he had some kind of relationship with one of the local slaughterhouses.
Okay.
Or maybe he was a butcher on the side too.
Right. So he had 2 jobs.
Yeah. So he gets arrested on September 1888 by Police Sergeant Thick after the murders of Mary Ann Nichols and Annie Chapman on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper, primarily because of his nickname Leather Apron.
Nice.
And his alleged threats towards prostitutes.
So wait, is there any record that came the other way? Like, because this guy was Leather Apron, they put that in the story, kind of infected the stories?
I think it definitely seems possible, yeah.
Okay. All right.
But he was soon released afterwards due to lack of evidence committing him to the crimes. He had 2 alibi for the 2 of the murders. He was out of town with family for one of them, and was actually talking to the police constable during the second one. I guess there's a fire going on. He's like talking to the constable. The constable calls him, talking to him. He's like, so you couldn't Could have been one of the murders.
He's like wiping the blood off, like, oh, look at this fire. This is crazy.
But this
Look at
police
this fire.
sergeant Thick, like he was like a very prominent person during all these investigations during the time, like when this was all
He
happening.
seemed to be right around there every time. It's weird.
So it's kind of, I was like kind of surprised, like he has the alibis, but see, he's like later like cleared of like possibly even being a suspect. But this police sergeant was very adamant about this guy. Melvin McNaughton. He made a list of 3 possible suspects in 1894. This all ended in 1888. He became the assistant like police commissioner. So he didn't really have any direct involvement during the time of the Ripper cases, but he's still in charge and they're still like pursuing who Jack the Ripper was. But he came up with his 3 biggest possible people who he thinks were actual Jack the Ripper. Number 1 is Michael Ostrog. Michael Ostrog was sent to an asylum after trial for petty crime in 1887. So he had to go to asylum for petty crime. A lot of police during the time were like, why are we sending him to asylum if he's doing a petty crime? But he pretended like he was insane, apparently.
Oh, okay. This is whenever asylums were like actually
like
asylums.
lunatic asylums. Yeah, right. They kept saying lunatic, and I did feel right saying that, but like they can talk. They call them lunatic asylums. Like,
quote. You're quoting it. Yes.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
He gets released on March 10th, 1888, and just disappears.
Oh, wouldn't you? If he's coming out of an asylum, like, these people locked me up. This is crazy.
He was a Russian-born conman who may or may not have had medical knowledge. He claimed he was a surgeon in the the Russian Navy.
Of course he would say that. Like, of course, a person that's crazy, unless he was smart enough to, get out of prison.
Yeah, right. I mean, he was a con man. He gets later ruled out not until the 1990s by a historian named Philip Sugden. Sugden found records stating that Ostrog was actually in prison in France during the murders.
Okay. So he's in prison.
Yeah.
One prison to the other.
But this isn't found until the 1990s. Because what ended up happening was...
1990s or 1890s?
1990s.
Whoa.
So when I was trying to find a lot of the police reports, like actual like police documents, and apparently a lot of them got lost during the Blitz during World War II.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of these they're still out there, but like a lot of these weren't being discovered until like many years later. Like clearly, like this guy found it in 1990, like 100 something years later.
The Amber Room, and then these papers were all next to each other when they got blown up. Check out the Amber Room episode.
The second person that Melville mentions could be a possible suspect for Jack the Ripper is Aaron Kosminski. He was a Polish Jewish immigrant from Russia who lived in Whitechapel. He was a hairdresser by profession and suffered from mental health issues, reportedly exhibiting violent tendencies.
Do hairdressers this time learn about anatomy?
Yes, as they all do. But in the years following the Ripper murders, there were several mentions of Kosminski in police documents and testimonies. According to some of these sources, he was identified by witness, but the evidence against him was considered circumstantial. It's also stated that a witness who was also Jewish, but didn't want to go on record stating that Aaron was this man because he's a fellow Jewish person. Because again, during this time, there's all this anti-Semitism, so he's like, this will only aid into what's happening right now.
Okay, so
he didn't want to incriminate a fellow Jewish person. Melville mentions Kosminski has strong homicidal tendencies towards women, especially prostitutes. Kosminski was eventually committed to a mental institution in 1889, where he spent the rest of his life. He was committed in 1889. The murders stopped happening in 1888.
That's a pretty good one. Although he is a hairdresser,
right?
Unless he's studying anatomy on the side.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he would have some sharp objects, though.
You're right. Does he have time to practice
dissecting people?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the whole problem with this is,
again, these are all, and like this is the guy's, one of the guys, this assistant police chief this is one of his best theories is this man, and that's like it seems like pretty thin.
Yeah.
To like oh, he might be him.
But also, did all the victims have nicely like haircuts and then they're cut open? Like
they all had blowouts.
Yeah.
Nice perms.
Which have come back, by the way.
Perms have?
Yeah. High school kids get perms.
Really?
There was someone I know that said that before school began this year, they were like, in the last week, I've had so many boys come in for perms. It's ridiculous.
Boys too.
Oh, no, boys.
Oh,
no
boys.
Girls.
Okay,
This is just boys.
Huh.
like 30 in a week.
Hmm.
It's a very popular thing to have curly hair right now, apparently.
I wonder why that is.
At this point in time,
there's
whatever you're watching this video, the time we posted it, it's very popular. Now I'm like walking around like looking at like.
Is there some famous like artist or athlete who has like really curly hair? I feel like.
I mean, it's just the popular thing. Again, it just comes back around. I guess I don't know. It's just like
why aren't bowl cuts popular, man?
That's net. I mean, it's coming. You got to wait. Come back around. Actually, they were a couple years ago. The part down the middle with the bowl cut was popular.
What about rat tails? Do you think those will come back? I hope they do.
Of course they will. Male hair like the boys, male, like our hair, like trajectories are always, it's just like a very finely, it's a circle is very fine. Like it's a very small circle. Perm, rat tail, you know, part in the middle, bowl cut, like undercut, you know.
Circle of life.
Yeah.
So I will say this one thing is kind of interesting. In 2019, some researchers claimed to have identified Kaczynski as Jack the Ripper through DNA analysis. So allegedly, there's a shawl that was found at the murder scene of Catherine Eddowes. She was the fourth one that was murdered.
Okay.
There's DNA that apparently belonged to him on the shawl as well as her own DNA.
So there's a connection between us two.
Yeah. Which would mean that he would have been or possibly could have been been Jack the Ripper. But this has been met with skepticism because there's no mention of a shawl in any actual police records.
Okay. I mean, they just found a shawl and were like,
"This is it. This was there."
But both their DNAs are on it, which for that amount of time, I mean.
Yeah, but also like some people have denied that like that's either DNA would have been on there. But we're reading the police, like there are some like reports of what was found at the murder scene. This one website I kept going to is called Casebook. It's called www.casebook.org, and it's very thorough on there. And they had listings of what was on the possession of the murder victims, what was found around them. So I kept back and going, looking. I'm like, I didn't see anything mentioned of a shawl being found there. So, but I do think that's interesting that both DNA would be on this thing.
Yeah.
If it's actually real. The most likely suspect, he believed, this Melville assistant police chief, that was Montague John Druitt. He believed Druitt was a doctor, but in reality, he was actually the son of a doctor. He was actually a lawyer and a teacher. But I guess he could have, like, theoretically have some knowledge of human anatomy, maybe from his doctor, maybe if his doctor father, like maybe he might have heard some things or saw his dad work.
But I think practicing, like doing that for like the first victim was disemboweled, right? And
yeah.
so being able to find those things, cut them out so specifically. Mm-hmm. It's not like he was just hacking away and unless those things were all messed up and they're just kind of ripped out. Like,
he only had so much time to do this though, too. Like he had to do it really quickly.
Yeah, he had to know where that stuff was.
Exactly where it was, yeah.
And do it in a way that's not going to make a whole mess I mean, obviously it was a mess, but.
I think all three of these guys are pretty flimsy.
I mean, they have to find someone.
Yeah, one he thought the guy was a doctor, but he wasn't.
I bet you everybody in the world at this point, everybody in Whitechapel and London are just like, find someone.
Yeah.
I mean, we still see that today.
Yeah.
Find someone, pin it on someone. Yeah. So we can stop talking about this.
But here's the thing: Druitt's body was found in the Thames River on December 31st.
That year, 1888.
Yeah. So right before 1889. Again, killings are done at this point, at least of the canonical five. Some claim he drowned himself out of guilt for committing the murders.
Convenient.
He also says in this memorandum that he wrote about who he thought the three people were, he states that he has private information that Druitt's family believe him to be the Ripper. That this guy's own family believe him to be the Ripper. That's all that's really stated about that.
That's kind of strange that his family are saying that he's the Ripper.
Yeah.
Because they want to sell likeness.
But could never go on, but it was never done on record.
Right.
So again, like, who knows?
Like his seventh cousin removed twice, whatever, you know.
Who never liked him.
Yeah. He was like, that guy's the Ripper. He called me the Ripper sometimes. Yeah.
So that's it for the Melville's three suspects. Again, I think they all seem kind of flimsy. A Chief Inspector Frederick Alberine of Scotland Yard, who worked during the murder, believed the Ripper to be a Sarowyn Klasowski, but a.k.a. George Chapman.
Why a.k.a. George Chapman?
Because he moved around a lot. He wanted to have like a more common name to fit in.
Gotcha.
Blend in maybe. remember that guy that I said his name Philip Sugden that found the records of the one victim or suspect being in France during the murders. This guy, he's a modern day historian. He believes that this George Chapman to be the best suspect. George Chapman was a Polish-born, and he moved to London in 1887 or around 1888, shortly before the first murder. He worked as a barber.
Nice.
Coincidentally, he left shortly after the fifth murder. I think he came back to the United States. Because at one point he was in the United States as well. Chapman's name came up in the Ripper investigations due to the suspicious background and series of deaths linked to him. He was abusive and misogynist.
Abusive and misogynist. Wasn't that I imagine like most males at the time?
I think so, yeah.
Society was abusive and misogynist?
They smacked around their wives.
Yeah.
In 1903, Chapman was arrested and later convinced for poisoning his common-law wife, Maud Marsh. During the investigation, it was revealed that he had been previously married to two other women who both died under mysterious circumstances, poisoning.
Were they ripped open? Probably not. Probably not the guy.
He was hung later that same year. But again, poisoning is not like the modus operandi of the MO.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, yes, I'm sure there's lots of people running around doing the same crap at this time that never were caught.
1913, Chief Inspector John Littlechild names Francis Tumblety as a primary suspect.
What was that last name again?
Tumblety. John Littlechild, Chief Inspector.
No, the other one. Tumblety.
He names Francis Tumblety. I said Tumblety.
Frankie
maybe
T.
Tumblety. Tumblety was an Irish American who amassed wealth by posing as an Indian herb doctor in the United States and Canada. He was widely regarded as misogynistic and a fraud.
So the MO for a lot of these guys, is kind of it's all the same.
He was linked to a patient's death in Boston, but he evaded prosecution after a brief imprisonment. Tumblety openly despised women, especially prostitutes, claiming a bitter sentiment due to a failed marriage to a sex worker. He hosted a dinner party displaying women's reproductive organs, bragging that they came from various women, like races of women.
He had a party of that?
Yeah. So remember you're saying how like the people would like display the mummies. Maybe it's kind of along the same things. Like look at all these.
He's collecting this stuff.
Yeah, look at all this stuff I got, guys. Isn't that cool? Aren't I cool? I thought it was kind of interesting. It's 1865. He was briefly arrested in connection with Abraham Lincoln's assassination, but he was released without charges.
Okay.
Apparently,
I was gonna say
some of the John Wilkes Booth. He like something like that.
I thought you were going like Abe Lincoln was over there slashing people. He was ripping people open, coming back to that was a summer home over there.
He was arrested in England, 1888.
1888, the same year.
But he fled to France and then the United States. So, but I don't know. The whole thing seemed kind of goofy to me. But he was like a prime suspect for this chief inspector in 1913.
I think this chief inspector is a full baloney.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Thomas Neil Cream. Cream was born in Scotland in 1850. He moved to Canada and later the United States, where he obtained a medical degree. Huh?
He cut hairs. He was
a barber, a doctor, and a butcher.
Yeah.
He was convicted of poisoning his wife in 1879, but was released from prison in 1891.
There's a lot of poisoning going on.
Allegedly due to his wealthy family influence. In 1892, Cream moved to London, where he continued his criminal activities. He targeted women, particularly prostitutes, and lured them with offers of medical assistance.
Was he recorded as being in England in 1888?
Only in 1892. And again, his MO was he involved poisoning his victims.
Okay, so that's not him.
He apparently poisoned several women in London. He was eventually, so this is why I put this one in here, because I was like, this is not it. He was eventually arrested, tried, and found guilty of murder in 1892. He was sentenced to death by hanging. But apparently the last words were, "I am Jack," and then he died.
Nice.
So that's why I put that one in there. I was like,
of course you're going to say that. Yeah. I'm going to mess all this stuff up. It's just like the guy who comes over and kicks over the sandcastle, and the kid in in your sandbox when you're little. He comes over and he's like, "Hey, kid," pushes your face in sand, kicks over your sandcastle, takes your cookies, your crackers, calls you dumb, pulls down your pants, calls you a nerd. Like, that's the kind of guy this is.
All those crimes and execution occurred around the same time as Jack the Ripper. Records showed he was serving a 10-year prison sentence in Chicago during this time. So,
this guy's a doctor and he's just in jail. A rich doctor, right?
Yeah. Chief Inspector Frederick Aberline, who I think I mentioned earlier. He's the one that mentioned one of the other suspects, Pizer, I think. He thought that possibly the murderer could have been, in fact, a woman. Caroline Maxwell, witness following Mary Jane Kelly's murder, swears she saw Kelly after Kelly was supposed to already be dead. So he talked to this witness. She's like, no, I saw her at this time, but at the time, Kelly was actually dead. So he's like, well, maybe it was a woman.
Is there any records of them taking the handwriting of these people that they're trying and stacking it up against these letters?
I would imagine there would be.
Like someone had to have done that along the way.
Yeah, but because if they're sending him out, if they're getting this posted in the newspapers, it'd be like, hey, does anyone recognize this handwriting? I'd imagine he might be doing that. That would make sense.
Why don't they do that now? I mean, like, can't they go back through like history and like, I mean, I guess there's keeping records, like you said, after the Blitz and.
So there are people, modern day writers and historians, who do that with some of these things that I'll quickly go into a little bit later. But I would imagine they're doing the same thing back then. So he proposed that it could be a woman. Possibly this woman would be a midwife, because she might have the idea of the human anatomy. They see this woman walking down the street with blood on her, they'd be like, oh, she's just a midwife, even though like she might have committed all these crimes.
Right.
There's a woman that gets thrown out there.
But all the people that die were seen with a man before they died.
Right. So maybe she's dressing up as a man. I don't know.
Okay. Cool.
There's a Mary Eleanor Percy. She's executed in 1890 for the murder of Phoebe Hogg and her child. Percy's crime involved a gruesome murder in which she killed Phoebe Hogg and her 18-month-old daughter. The bodies were discovered in London with evidence suggesting that Percy had bludgeoned Phoebe Hogg to death and smothered the child, but she just claimed she was killing mice. She killed this woman because she was having an affair with the husband of this woman.
Okay.
But that woman was a midwife.
And she wasn't cutting those people open?
No.
Right.
So I'm going to quickly try to go into some of these modern day theories that were done by people of more modern times. First three are going to be just crazy. Lewis Carroll was considered Jack the Ripper.
Who's Lewis Carroll again?
He wrote Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Alice in Wonderland. Okay, Lewis Carroll, that's that person's name?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Mr. Disney.
Didn't Mickey Mouse write that one?
Yeah. I thought Minnie and Mickey wrote that one.
With the Mouseketeers?
Right. So you're telling me
Alice in Wonderland author.
That person, they thought that person was the killer. When was this?
1970.
This wasn't Charles Dickens. This wasn't this person.
It wasn't Charlie D.
Okay.
This person theorized that since he was bullied in school, Lewis Carroll, as a young age, he had like a psychotic break.
So Lewis Carroll's a boy?
Yeah.
I guess Lewis. Okay.
He supposedly wrote hidden dark messages in his work with anagrams.
Nice. So that sounds like definitely what's in there.
I was looking at it, I was just like, nope. Second one is Prince Albert, the son of Queen Victoria. Some believe that there's no way this murder should never have been caught.
Oh, so I see it.
So they must have been protected.
Right. That makes sense.
It was speculated it's syphilis, which made him go crazy. It also some people also believe that Mary Jane Kelly was pregnant with his child and was murdered either by him or someone else to cover up the fact that he was sleeping around with these prostitutes.
Syphilis, huh?
So this was a theory thrown out there. I can't remember, like in the 80s or 90s, but it ends up being written into a graphic novel and becoming a movie called From Hell. Johnny Depp was in it.
That makes sense.
Sweeney Todd.
Old Sweeney.
Yeah.
And wait, From Hell is about Jack the Ripper?
Yeah. But that movie they proposed, and this is a theory that's also thrown out there, is that it wasn't actually Prince Albert, it was the family physician who was doing this. Because he would have the medical knowledge. It's part of like this Masonic thing with all these like weird rituals, and like, so he's protecting the family from what Prince Albert was doing, but actually Prince Albert was actually in love with Mary Kelly, but it's also weird stuff.
So
some people say Prince Albert was a family physician that was doing things
family
like that.
physician.
Yeah.
Man, there's just, I think any
Illuminati kind of stuff or something
like
like that.
anybody with a podcast or YouTube channel can come up with these ideas and just put them out there
Yeah, right.
and just say whoever they want.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy who wrote, the chick falling down the well. Yeah, that guy probably did it. Like anybody at this time.
Chick falling down the well.
Yeah, with the blue dress.
Yeah.
It was a rabbit hole, wasn't it? Lewis Carroll.
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland.
She fall down the well?
It was a rabbit hole.
Yeah, rabbit hole. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's a mess.
Lewis
It's
Carroll,
a messed up movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the book's again. Don't read it. I never read it.
Yeah, there's a lot of psychological weird stuff going on there.
Like with the with the thing with
like
the
drug induced kind of stuff.
yes, the whole
visuals.
Again, I'm sure it's probably a lot weirder than the Disney movie, but again, never read it, never will.
Do you know who H.H. Holmes is? I think you and I have talked about it, not on here, but I think I brought it up at one other point.
H.H. Holmes. It sounds really familiar.
Bullshit with each other.
Yeah, go for it. Wait, who's H.H. Holmes?
So he was a man during the Chicago's World Fair in 1893.
Oh, the murder
castle.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
So he just murdered all these people. Apparently, at one point he was in London around the same time of the murders, trying to sell human skeletons to schools. Like
okay,
schools.
yeah, I remember that. And H.H. Holmes wasn't his actual real name. It was he had like a crazy name.
Yeah, and I guess he I don't know what his actual name was, but I guess he claims he murdered up to 27 people.
Yeah, the murder castle. Go, yeah,
and
nice.
But his own great grandson believes that he was Jack the Ripper, based on some handwriting analysis.
Okay, well, there's a handwriting come back up again.
There you go.
No, but
so at least someone's using it.
Because H.H. Holmes was a doctor, though. He went to school to be a doctor, I believe.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say he was a doctor.
But yeah, he built all like elaborate things, as like killing these people.
Because his doctor office turned into that, like
right. That's right.
Castle.
Yep.
A
right.
hotel. What was? Or did he own a hotel?
It was a hotel.
But was he a doctor?
I think he might have had
medical background.
Something. Yeah.
He went to school for PM. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get corrections.
One possible modern thing that was thrown out there was Joseph Barnett. The boyfriend or husband or friend of Mary Kelly. The theory is he loved Mary Kelly, didn't like her being a prostitute, so he decided to murder the other prostitutes to try and push her to get off the street. Like put that fear in her. Like she didn't know he was doing this, but he was like.
And Mary Kelly was the third person?
Fifth one, the one that had the terrible death.
Okay.
The one that like lived in the room. Yeah.
Was he a doctor?
No.
He's probably a barber.
He was some kind of something to do with fishermen. Like he.
Okay.
He like know how to like gut things and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. A fishmonger. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
What's a monger? Is that the one that just sells stuff?
Sells it. Yeah. That's such a great word, monger.
Joey Monger.
Joey Mongers.
Jordan Monger.
He was doing these murders in order for her to like get spooked and be like, maybe I shouldn't be a prostitute.
Yeah, okay. And then eventually he just boiled over.
I'm in love with you. And then she found out, murders her instead. He has a knowledge of how to get in the room, or he might have had a key to get in the room and then lock it as he left. Because remember, like, it was
the
locked
door was
inside,
locked. Right. That was a weird thing.
He would know how to like get in there, like not the fact that you're like, oh, maybe I'll put my hand in the window, see if I can lock the door that's right here. I could do that, but he would know the knowledge of that. Because
she was in there destroyed, and he left and locked. Whoever it was locked the door when they left from the inside.
Unless he had a key to unlock it from the outside, because he would have had a key to this place because he lived there at one point. His age, height, and size matched that of some witness accounts.
What about his handwriting?
No handwriting for this guy. He fits the FBI's psychological profile of this man.
Okay. It makes sense.
It goes back to like having some kind of knowledge, which he did something with like the fish.
Right. So he knew how to use a knife.
Yes. And the last one I got for you, this was proposed this year by Sarah Bax Horton. She was a descendant of a police officer who actually worked the Jack the Ripper case. She proposes Chaim Hyams.
That's a fake name. That's a name?
Hyams, Hyams.
Okay.
He's a cigar maker who had been in and out of asylums. He was homicidal. He attacked his wife at one point and his asylum staff and patients.
Man, women are like they're marrying like the craziest people.
Yeah, but they couldn't do anything about it.
I guess they had to marry them.
Like
Back in this day, like you had to get married.
But like there's a lot of women who like poison people. Oh, actually, there's one other thing. But yeah, like a lot of, like women end up poisoning their husbands because like no one really cared, or like
you couldn't divorce them and stuff like that.
You could, but like
it's
uncommon.
It's very looked down, looked upon.
But like they're also dependent on, like, a lot of them might not have been working too, so like they didn't really have a voice.
Yeah.
So this man also had epilepsy, which causes mental state to deteriorate. He became more violent. Apparently, he had like a really bad arm that he couldn't use. He had a weird gait to his walk, which a lot of people, what does it say? There was he had a weird
gait. Okay. Yeah. So this guy was, or like the people they saw? The people they saw with the other victims.
Yeah, with them said he some kind of weird gait to his walk, which this man had. Then he was in and out of institutions, and the murders. He ended up dying in his final institution. That's when the murders stopped happening. So this will be the last one. We're talking about handwriting. There's something called the Maybrick Diary. The Maybrick Diary is a purported journal allegedly written by James Maybrick, who's claimed to be Jack the Ripper. Who in it is claimed to be Jack the Ripper. It was brought to public attention in 1992 when a man named Michael Barrett came forward with a diary. According to Barrett, he had obtained the diary from a friend whose family had owned it for many years. The diary describes in graphic detail the infamous Whitechapel murders attributed to Jack the Ripper. It includes information about the killer's motives and mindset. The diary also mentions personal details about James Maybrick's life, connecting to the crimes. However, it doesn't actually say in the diary there's a James Maybrick writing this at any point. So this has intimate knowledge of the murders, but also has knowledge of this particular guy, James Maybrick's life.
And he doesn't do.
But at no point is like, this is James today talking about this.
James the Ripper.
They're like Jambone Ripper.
They call him James Ripper, so it wasn't him, obviously.
So going back to what you said, like with the handwritten thing, like people today were able to find James Maybrick's will. And they saw the writing in that, and the writing in the diary do not match. So it's going back to what you say, like, aren't people getting handwriting samples from this stuff?
Right. Okay.
At one point, though, Barrett, the guy who discovered this diary, or was given to him, in 1985, 3 years later after this comes out, this diary's here, Barrett and his wife, Anne, confessed that they forged the document. However, Anne later retracts that after they got divorced, saying that they did not forge the document.
Well, the document said what again?
The document ends in the diary.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
Also, Maybrick died by poisoning from his wife, I'm pretty sure.
Man, poison was just flowing in these streets.
Yeah.
You could just do whatever. You could poison anything. How would they know it was poison?
I mean, science was there to figure that stuff out.
Okay.
Like doctors are able to figure that stuff out.
They couldn't figure out how to put feces under the street that it would stop making people sick, but they figured out poison. Let's just poop in the street and
dump this buck
people
out the
keep
window.
getting cholera, but hey,
don't worry about plumbing.
Yeah, but hey, we have the greatest poisons ever, and we can figure out who gets poisoned, but we can't figure out why cholera is a thing.
God forbid we wash our hands, though.
Right.
So what gets me with this stuff is like, what is Jack the Ripper's motive, or Jill the Ripper's motive?
It seems that you're asking me.
Yeah, just like. That's when I was looking at all this stuff, like there has to be like, what's the reasoning behind this person doing this?
It seems that his motive is wanting to learn about the human, like wanting to tear apart the human body and understand it maybe, while also having a vengeful something against women. Like, why else would he tear apart a body like that? Like, why would you? I mean, obviously, he's
a lot of it was done. These women has to do with like their female anatomy too,
right?
And they were all mostly considered prostitutes. So is he doing this?
It's not like he's doing it to like women that are like not prostitutes though, too.
Right. So is it some kind of moral religious thing? He's like, I'm doing the right thing,
and they don't deserve these parts to carry child
or
and like
doing what they're doing. Like, is it moral? So, but most of them, 3 were English, or 3 of them were, sorry, 2 of them were English. 1 was Irish. 1 was Swedish. So it's not. You can really.
It wasn't all Jewish people.
Yeah.
It wasn't all British people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, probably wasn't fueled by a hate for xenophobia.
Right.
It was more of like the xenophobia came in by the people investigating it.
Yeah, there's general public, because at one of the crime scenes there was some kind of weird writing. I forgot to put it in here, but something about Jewish people was found like very close to one of the bodies, and the person that first detected the camera scene told him to like wipe it off the wall. But it had something very anti-Semitic about it.
Okay.
So is he murdering these prostitutes out of moral reasons or religious reasons, or is he murdering prostitutes because like he might think no one really cares about these people? They might not really have family attachments.
So he wants to just have fun with them.
Yeah, just because like
he's interested.
No one might really care about these people.
Is it more of like he wants to dissect people, or does he actually get some kind of thrill out of killing them?
Right.
And dissecting them?
Or is he like trying to hide shove an urge down? Like by doing this, he's like, and the way he's doing it, he's like silencing urge for a little bit. Some kind of mental.
Yeah. He's feeding an urge.
Yeah.
But he only does it 5 times.
Yeah.
Then does he get his fill? Does he die?
Does he move to another country and start doing this stuff?
But I guess you'd probably, but at this point in history, if you moved to a different country and the same type of things happened, they would have just said
sure, yeah,
about it. Unless it was like some other country, as far as like not European country, where they maybe don't have the records, or maybe don't have the connection, the ability to connect at this point in time. Like I'm not saying less civilized, I'm saying a society that at this point in history doesn't have the resources to research. Like someone dies, they don't have the resources to like follow up on it. They don't have the background knowing what's going on in England to connect the dots. But you'd figure someone at this point would have stumbled upon that in history.
Yeah. And it seems like once a year, someone's like, oh, I know Jack the Ripper is now. I know Jack the Ripper is now.
Yeah. It's in the news a lot.
Yeah.
More often than you would think it would be.
Also, like, he's doing this in like public places.
Yep.
So, and I think do you think it could be as in like a look at my work kind of thing? Like, look what I've done.
But the last one wasn't.
Right. But
he did leave it for people to find.
He would have, right. He didn't move the bodies anywhere. She didn't move the bodies anywhere. It was just for
they didn't hide it.
Yeah. It was just for the joy of killing them. Why would he feel the need to like leave them? Why wouldn't he take these other, like, find ways to bring these other women to another more remote place to do something like this?
It seems that there's so much going on while also not having the ability to do. They were only being able to investigate as much as they could based on resources, based on the technology of the time. I mean, there might have been tons of fingerprints everywhere. Like, did they have the technology to analyze fingerprints? I'd imagine they had something like that, but like there must have been something like DNA. If they had DNA at the time, this guy would have been caught.
Yeah.
But they didn't. And so was this type of stuff going around everywhere else in the world at this level?
Not like this, no.
Is it just because this is a Western view of these murders? They are so gruesome, but also you said people are getting poisoned every other day.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So why is it these murders boiled to the top?
Just because of
the letters?
The letters, no one was found. Like no suspect was captured. But I think the nature in which these women were murdered,
right,
is what is like the first thing I think, at least in the Western world, that anyone's seen anything like that.
Yeah, I guess there's like that theory of like, or not the theory, but like the idea of like, why was Vlad Dracula so romanticized? Is because he just was jamming people on spikes.
Yeah.
There's the gruesome way he was doing it.
Sure,
was what caught on in history.
Yeah,
it wasn't so much that he was. I mean, there's also stuff going on, but I'm saying in general, the reason why we really know about him, especially in the spooky seasons, is because of what he did.
Right.
To people at that time. But
have you ever heard of any other like suspects thrown out there? Because again, like there's tons of people that are thrown out there.
Besides Johnny Depp and Leo, besides like the common ones, I never heard very specifics on the people. So that's what I learned tonight, is about like specific people and how they were connected.
Okay.
Like that Barnett.
Barnett, yeah.
Like how he was
Just Barnett,
connected.
yeah.
Like you can't go through society, being interested in history, you're going to stumble upon videos about this and documentaries about this, and it's going to be probably talked about in school a little bit here and there. But Western civilizations is there's things in Western civilization that, like, if you're talking about crime and like the way, criminology, Jack Rivers is going to come up.
Of course. Yeah.
I think it's interesting that he was so successful, but also that it was so quick.
Yeah.
It was almost like Henry
efficient.
Avery.
Yeah.
In and out. He hit it and got out.
Yeah. So like, why would he stop or she stop?
He had to have died or been imprisoned or killed himself. If it was a prostitute, who was doing this, another sex worker, did they get murdered? Did they poisoned? Was it this guy's wife poisoned him?
I also remember too, like, I forget what I was watching, but like Syracuse, like they at some point or another, like they want to return the scene of the crime. A lot of times, like they like to want to help the police or act like they want to help the police because so like I wonder if like someone ever
ingratiate themselves with the police. Yeah, it could have been a police officer.
Yeah, I wonder if like anyone did anything like that, like,
and they didn't know to look for it.
Yeah, let me know if you guys need anything, like, especially what's going on here.
It's not so much
if you need help
at this point in time. I imagine because of the location, cops are like, we got the rich Victorian people. They need us right now. So hey, the new guy on the force, go take care of this. And to collect the data, to collect the crime scene.
Right.
What are they doing a good job, like going through each area and really looking for any other. I mean, there could have been 2 feet from each body. There could have been a very big clue that they never watched because it was dark.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good area. It didn't seem like they really wanted to be there. They didn't really care because this person was a prostitute. So why should we investigate that deeply? Yeah. They did look at the bodies, but did they go and look at, like, hey, there's a handprint on this wall. There could have been a bloody handprint on 7 different walls, like a block from there. No one really cared. Right. Or like in any outhouse, because he ran into an outhouse and changed his clothes.
Again, because like no one cared because
he had to be covered in blood.
Yeah.
So
you had
who was the guy that was bloody? Look for that dude.
Yeah. Do you guys see anyone walk around just covered in blood?
Like literally covered in the most amount of blood ever. Looked like he dived into blood. Where's that dude? Did he walk by here? Oh, your outhouse is also covered in blood. Yeah. Can you please just show me who used it? Like they were asking people, who'd you see this girl with? Yeah. Were they asking, was this dude covered in blood later?
Did he have a lot of blood on him?
Yeah.
How much blood does this guy have on him?
Yeah. Where was his clothes? Did he clean his clothes? How did you do laundry back then?
Right. That's why I do think it's the midwife thing is kind of interesting.
But did he just throw away his clothes every time he did this? He had to be covered.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he had a different hat on every time.
Yeah. Different hat, different mustache, fake mustache.
It's like Face Off.
Mustache off. Yeah, imagine if none of these people really.
They need to make a movie by Jack River, and Nicholas has to be Nick Cage. Nicholas Cage. He has to be Jack the Ripper. He'd be awesome at it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because he was just Dracula or something, right? In that,
Renfield.
Yeah,
I do want to see that. He'd be great at it, man, because he could do that like a crazy. He's so good at doing like a crazy face.
Yeah, he's good at most things, I would imagine. Losing a bunch of money, acting. I mean, I think there's
being famous, losing, being famous, and being famous again.
And
ironically,
just being just a rad dude. Yeah. Like he's just a cool guy, I guess. I mean, I don't know what he does in his personal life, but so I think are we establishing as the mysterious powers? Are we establishing any type? And this thing is running long. We may even cut this up into 2 episodes. I'm going to say that right now. We may cut, like, I'm saying that now because you may go part 1, part 2, and I'm not going to do it. It's just going to be a cut at some point. But not to like mystical magic of cinema. We may just cut it and then post it as part 1, part 2. So no lead in maybe. But
yeah, and these are only a few of the suspects. Like I didn't include all of them, so I might have missed.
Yeah, I mean, people. What were they called again? Ripperologists. people become ripperologists about one person murdering a bunch of people.
Yep.
All they had to do was say, hey, did some dude come through with those super bloody? Like, that's all someone wanted to say. Hey, everybody. Hey, come here. In the 2-block radius, who's the bloodiest?
Yeah.
That dude's it.
Look for some bloody clothes.
Give me a call.
Our guy is covered in blood.
Like blood
Here's
in
my
his
card.
like his eyes are bloody because there's so much blood. It's just crazy. I guess it's dark.
Yeah, I mean, he's
where's the bloody footprints go? Whose apartment are they going?
Yeah, right. Like
he had to be dripping blood.
Yeah. So, would he have like a carriage waiting for him to like jump in and like get carried away like they did in that From
The
Hell
inside of that
movie?
carriage would be jacked
Sure,
up.
yeah. But like how? Yeah, where's the bloody footprints? There's like
Is he just throwing everything in the river? In the waterfront and then just run home naked? Who's a naked dude that has hair, that blood in his hair right now?
Yeah, dude. I
Maybe that's why his hair
know.
was auburn or whatever. Or they said, sandy because it's blood from the previous person.
Maybe that's why the mustache was considered red because of the blood.
I mean, they could look at like people who is someone that had money to buy clothes and buy these tools. Like, it seems like you at this point in time, like in this area, you had to be someone's wealthy.
Yeah,
had of means. Had some money,
but maybe
to pull it off.
Maybe it could be a butcher. Like if you saw like a guy walking down the street with a little apron, like, oh, he's covered in blood. He's a butcher.
Yeah.
Maybe not his whole face, like,
he's wearing that lady's face, but it's not. It's not probably not him. Hey, have you seen a guy in a
wearing a lady's face?
Yeah. Well, Jordan, thank you for this information. This is a Jack the Ripper. I'm sure we could do 20 different stories on these people.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are probably other channels out there, YouTube or podcasts that do amazing background, very deep work on this. And I just don't think. Do you think it'll ever be definitively solved?
No.
Unless they can like go back in time.
Yeah.
And be like, who the hell did this? Which is a trope in a lot of things.
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper. I think there's like, isn't there like, don't there's like the other people around the world they call as, America's Jack the Ripper, or, China's Jack the
Ripper. Well, H.H. Holmes is considered America's Jack the Ripper, yeah.
So yeah, like there's other, again, even in the world, there's other Jack the Rippers.
Yeah. He's a Jack the Ripper of like he's the Michael Jordan of murdering people.
What's that new one that just found? Gilgo Beach murderer. That was just all in the news recently. They finally solved that one from like last 20 years. Yeah, you got to look it up. It's like the Gilgo Beach. It's over. He's a guy that basically murdered a bunch of women, and like
I missed all that.
He hid them like. The details are kind of weird, but he hid them like on the same road, and they're all just generally apart. A lot of them were prostitutes. He used different cell phones, and everybody should go look at this up, because when they actually found out what's going on with this guy, they found like a bunch of cell phones, burner phones. They tracked him via cell phones, like where he was going when he was calling these people that he then murdered. Like,
jeez,
it goes pretty deep. Yeah, you should look that up. I think it's Gilgo Beach murder, and they just recently, like this past.
Okay.
Date of this recording this past summer.
Wait, when did this all happen?
Like the murders?
Yeah.
I think they were all early 2000s.
Okay.
So it's like a new serial killer they recently solved.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I think it was pretty interesting how they took him down. It's a cold case for a while, and then they found it out. I think his wife and his kid were like, yeah, we knew something was weird with him, but blah, blah, blah. So I think you should look that up. That's pretty cool. Not pretty cool that these people died. And pretty cool, the interesting story of how they solved.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool, these murders. No, I think it's just like an interesting story. Again, guy murdered people, including a child, like a prostitute and her child murdered. I don't think they ever figured out who that person was. Like, it was pretty messed up. Like, male and female prostitutes or sex workers. Yeah.
Man.
Just some guy. Like
Jack the Ripper.
Yeah. He's still there.
Alive.
Yeah. So thank you to everybody listening or watching us, or however you're getting this information in this episode. We do have socials. We are on, Instagram,
Twitter,
Facebook. So on Instagram and Twitter, or Instagram and Facebook, we're at Mysterious Pals. At Twitter X, we're at mystery_pals.
Yes.
Someone stole a damn thing. And
we're on Threads. We got Threads going,
which is the same as that's at Mysterious Pals. Yeah. And obviously, if you're listening on podcasts, look us up on YouTube. You could also find us on, if you go to mysteriouspaths.com, it takes us to a link tree. Will link us to
all the social
stuff. If you're listening to us on a podcast feed, go watch us on YouTube. We would, if you liked us in either case, please follow or subscribe. It really would help us out as we're trying to build something here. That really helps us out. Those numbers gets us some type of connection to something.
Yeah.
Helps us out in some ways. So please do that. Either follow us if you're listening to podcasts, subscribe if you're on YouTube, or do both or vice versa, whatever. As long as you do something to help us out, that's great. If not, no big deal. Just stop back whenever you want. We don't care. We're just happy to be here. So Jordan, thank you again for this episode. And thank you to all the listeners out there again, or watchers, however. And we will see you next time with a mysterious episode.
Stay mysterious.
Stay mysterious, friends. Good night.
It's come across something like this before.
It's almost like it was like that's these kind of mummies were almost like like they were digging up coal. Like it was like a natural resource. They were just like mining for gold, and they're like
mining for mummies.
This is gold for us right now.
Do you think mummies are zombies, or zombies are mummies?
Is that like a internet thing?
I don't know.
Are mummies zombies?
Yeah, because they're like both undead. I don't know if they both eat
better
brains.
Clothes.
I mean, like, yeah.
I mean, I guess if you got to have one,
because I know the mummy was obviously before the zombie. Like the idea of a mummy coming back to life was before they had a zombie, but I feel like they're kind of the same thing. But I do think they are different, though.
It's like a poor man's mummy. Zombie's a poor man's mummy.
Or vice versa.
Over in America, we couldn't afford some wraps, drying out. We're just gonna throw them on the ground and let them go.
I do think zombies are different than mummies, but I've seen people make the argument that they're kind of the same thing.
Again, it seems like mummies were better cared for. Zombies were kind of just kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
Again, we just dump them in the
Also, I don't know how you kill a mummy. Zombies just like,
unwrap
headshot.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Mysterious Pals Show. My name is Chris, and I'm joined by my best pal. You call him Jordan.
Here we go.
His pals call him Joey.
Well,
his dad call him Spicy Toes.
Old Spicy Toes Joey.
And I want to thank him for being here today, for being with me and being my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me, pal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today we're going to be going over something that I think is really strange, also not really well known. But I want to ask you, Jordan, what is the craziest YouTube channel you've ever watched? Craziest channel you've ever followed, watched, continue to watch, seen?
Oh, man.
I'm going to tell you my answer.
Okay, all right. I'll stew it over while you
Yeah. Stew it in. Stir that stew up. Spice it up. Bow, bow, bow.
Spicy Toes.
Spicy Toes, that stew up. I would love if that's how you stew your. Is that how you stew it up?
Just like
It's just your big toe and you're like the next one, whatever that big one is. It's always weirder, longer than the big toe. King toe, whatever. I think that's a Seinfeld episode. But anyway, I'd like to tell you about this episode. I'm going to put it like on the screen somewhere. It looks like a cat when I did that. It's called Creason English. Okay, so Creason is, I guess, the YouTube channel, but English is the English version of it, because I guess they're from Ukraine or Russia or a combination of it.
So is it get dubbed or,
Yes.
or translated? Okay.
Yes. And the best part about this, so the translations are awesome because it's one guy doing all the voices of the people in the videos. And so there's Creason English, but then there's like his friend Super Seuss, who's the one who got me in. Super Seuss is this, I don't know how old he is. He's like a person who could be 10, could be 65. he just has like he has a look about him where you're like you're not sure of his like age. He could be
is it like the Andy? What was that one kid that
Benjamin Button? That's a movie.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt.
And he's Zilnakis, or that kid was. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay, no. So
okay,
Andy Milonakis.
Milonakis. Yeah. He just looks young. He's been doing.
Or the best example of this, Jonathan Taylor Thomas from Tool Time,
man.
or from Home Improvement. Sorry,
JTT. Baby.
What a king of my middle school years. Home Improvement, amazing show. Who's someone who never grew up apparently. Yeah. Anyway, this person, so Super Seuss.
How'd you come across this in the first place?
I got a lot of time to do nothing.
Was it just like something that like you were watching someone else and then you went to something else?
Yes, of course. Yes. So
I've
meant this before. Like I watch a lot of weird stuff on YouTube, and for some reason it always goes back to like these very specific channels I watch that are like
abandoned mines and like towns and people are like
ghost town living. Yeah. So this group, yes, they sneak into Chernobyl, but I don't know how the hell they do it because they seem to get caught a lot. They like have an apartment in Chernobyl. Apparently, they're from Ukraine.
Okay.
I guess some of them may be from Russia. I'm not sure their lineage, but in any case, Kriya's shown is one guy. There's others. Friends are always involved in the videos, so it's lots of people. There's a girl named Paulina who apparently lives in America now. I want to say, but I'm not positive. But anyway, and I'm not even sure when these videos are gonna. But they go anyway. When you look it up, all the videos are like, we went to Pripyat. We're remaking our apartment in Pripyat. They like made our own apartment. They have electricity running to it. They have it hidden. It gets destroyed at one point. Someone goes in and smashes it. They are like caught sometimes. They build a like an actual thing that goes on the train tracks that's like battery operated, and they ride that in. It's real small. Yeah, they ride it into the city. If you look them up, the one video that pops up a lot is Super Seuss going swimming in the water underneath Pripyat, like in one of the reactors. Like he's like going swimming in it.
Is he wearing like gear?
No.
Like protective gear?
No. And then another episode, they go and like they get checked to see if they're irradiated. They're fine, apparently. Now, whether this is all fake.
So they're just like, we're going in no matter the consequences?
They go eat in like the cafeteria in Chernobyl because they have people that work there. And they go to like the cafeteria and eat as if they work there. Because sometimes they dress up as if they're workers.
Where are they getting food from?
Well, first off, they say that they have like delivery services.
Okay.
They break a car into it one time. They're driving a car in there.
It's nuts, man.
But anyway, they like stay there a lot and they like go on these adventures. They find like this. It's crazy. But anyway, there's like workers that work there at the plant. Still.
Yeah. Okay.
And so they have they have like a whole thing there. They have like a cafeteria and stuff.
Okay.
So like they go to the cafeteria and eat, and there's just like lunch ladies that work there.
Are they just pretending like they work there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes they do.
Man, the balls on these people.
But they're called stalkers. Apparently there's this huge group of them. Some of them like go. I've watched videos about like they go there and like I watched this one, Kyle Hill, he does a lot of like educational type of stuff, but he's awesome. He goes and like talks about how there's stalkers that like will go there and fix stuff to make it, because there's so much, ever since that HBO show, there's so much like tourism there. Mm-hmm. Like they'll go, like there's stalkers that'll go specifically break stuff up so people stop going there. There's stalkers will go there and restore it back to its normal thing after it gets broken up. It's like this whole secondary world type of thing. They're called stalkers. Stalkers from that game, video game Stalker.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But so Kreesan, great channel. So many videos that are so insane. They're just doing like a lot of them are going to Pripyat. They have a lot of people in them, a lot of different characters. Super Seuss, amazing channel. It's unbelievable. So the great part about it is the guy that does the dubs. A lot of times he's like this one person doing all the voices, and like I don't know what the translation method is. I don't know if it's like he's not. But anyway, they pay or whatever, pay this person or whatever. But anyway, there was one video that was dubbed by a couple of different people, and people in the comments were like, "Hell no, go back to the old guy." And the old guy's a lot better. But anyway, it's so awesome because sometimes he says whenever they said "holy moly," he says "holy molly" every time. Whether they actually say "holy moly" or they saying something different, he always says "holy moly." In any case, it's awesome. Just to
show like languages.
It seems like this guy's like not too fluent, but like he he obviously does these entire videos. It's awesome. Anyway, that's one of my new stumbling blocks that I've gotten lost to.
Stalkers.
I've gotten lost in this Krishon Super Seuss. They have, I guess Russia has their own like Facebook called VK or something. I don't know what the hell, I don't know what it is. I stumbled into that, which I couldn't read anything obviously, but I got a lot of weird stuff going on in my life.
Mine. The only thing that came to mind, it's nothing like that. Just I've been watching it a while, but I was really into the bad lip reading for a long time.
Oh yeah. That's a great show.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. It's
sports, the movies.
Yeah. The best one is the NFL ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like Hambone. All right, so
Hambone.
All right, so this week we're gonna get into something that is one of those mysteries that's kind of not really well documented or not well researched. Not a lot of information out there about it. There are some books. Some of them are different. Like some of them are in German, I believe, and or different parts of Europe, like different countries have some like. People have done some pretty significant work on this subject, but we're going to be talking about a mummy that
you got me already.
A mummy from an Egyptian mummy that was discovered to have been wrapped in a book that was written in the Etruscan language. And we're going to go over what the Etruscans were.
All right, so a mummy was wrapped, Egyptian mummy was wrapped in a book from the Etruscan language.
Right. So it's called the Liber Linteus.
Okay.
And it was...
Do you think it was more of a scroll, maybe? Like how big of a book was this?
It was a linen book. It was quite lengthy. We're going to get into what it actually is because it's difficult to translate the Etruscan language because there's not a lot of records of it. And we're going to go over who they were and stuff like that. But in any case, it's called the Liber Linteus, also known as the Linen Book of Zagreb. It's an ancient text that was wrapped around an Egyptian mummy.
Okay.
And if we know
the
Etruscans, if we understand the Etruscans were from modern day Italy before the Romans.
They're Iron Age.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the ancient Egyptian.
Classical. Later. Yeah.
So this is two groups that
never probably
proof
ever.
that they never really interacted.
Yeah.
Or that had any overlap, especially at this level. Yeah, it's when I stumbled onto this somehow, I was writing this episode and I was like, I really want to do something about ancient Egypt because I think it's such a cool.
Yeah.
Obviously, ancient Egypt in the historical sense is like one of those like top tier. If you're gonna go to the tiers of like history, it's like Rome, Egypt,
Greece. Yeah. The classical period.
Yes.
Plus, I think it's cool that like we're trying to branch out of just the Western world. Yeah. With certain stuff. It's hard. It's like
it is.
I've been trying. It's hard.
It's hard just finding a topic.
Because I'm sure like this, I know this Etruscan language is like, it's not fully been deciphered.
No. And so to this day, it's something that's, and we'll get into it, like what the Etruscans were and who they were. And I think I like the Etruscan art that has been survived for them. There's sculptures and stuff like that are really cool. So this is known as one of the oldest surviving examples of the Etruscan language. So this is not only is it crazy that it ended up finding its way to modern history, modern times in this way. It's traveled through time in some cases, but it traveled there in an unlikely way, being that it came through on a mummy.
Yeah, and all that, but it was like like you said, they're in modern day Italy, and ends up in Egypt, and
then it ends up wrapped in a mummy.
How does that? Yeah, that's crazy.
You being used to wrap a mummy, and then somehow gets to modern day Croatia.
Modern day Croatia.
That's how it ends up. Yeah.
Jeez.
And it's either Hungary or Croatia. I may be mixing it up. It might be a Croatian man who's from Hungary, who lived in Hungary, but we'll get to it. So the Etruscan civilization thrived in ancient Italy from the 8th century BCE to the 3rd century BCE. So a long time ago, before Rome.
Yep.
And it was kind of the precursor, maybe in some cases. Before we get into the Liber Linteus, what it was, we want to talk again, because it was so long ago, the Etruscans, who they were. Mm-hmm. And ancient Egypt was also a long time ago, but
I mean, that lasted for like thousands and thousands of years.
Ancient Egypt was a big, long time frame. So it's kind of like the Etruscans. I'm not sure how their time frame ranked or like kind of compared, but in any case, we know that from the 8th century to 3rd century BCE was generally, from what we know, I know there's been a lot of tombs found, Etruscan tombs.
Okay.
But like a lot of the writing and stuff is kind of hard to find.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Imagine like Egypt is being old as it is, like there had to been some kind of overlap between those two civilizations. Not necessarily that they interact with each other, but like time wise, I feel like there had to been.
The Etruscans actually were, and I said 8th century, I meant, but I misspoke. They were from the 900s, so it had been 10th century. Yeah, up until
BCE.
The 3rd century, they say, but I think their downfall started around then, and they actually, in 90 BCE, they started getting kind of accepted or granted citizenship into the Roman Empire.
Roman Empire, okay.
And so the Egyptians were from 4300 BCE.
Okay.
And they started their downfall was around, I think, the kind of like end of that was like 300s BC.
So they were around for yeah.
So there was an overlap.
There was an overlap, yeah. Okay.
But at the same time, this
doesn't mean that
they actually were hanging out.
Yeah, they're not necessarily communicating with one another or trading with one another.
So that again, the Etruscans, and this will go into just the short backstory of the Etruscans, who were an ancient civilization. They were around in modern day Italy, and you said they were Bronze Age, Iron Age.
Yeah.
Okay, Iron Age group. They were said to. It's said that they had influence over the what became the Roman Empire.
Okay.
In certain ways, but I don't think totally. Like
I mean,
they weren't exactly Romans.
That kind of makes sense considering they're in the same region.
Right. It seems like the Romans came and took them over.
Yeah.
Granted them citizenship. And actually, there is something called the Roman Etruscan Wars.
Oh.
So that happened in the late 4th century.
Okay.
Well, specifically, is known is that around 265, there was the conquest of Etruria, which had been the Etruscans from the Romans taking over the Etruscans.
Okay.
And that would have been in 264, 265.
All right.
So anyway, it's really a debate among scholars of the exact origins, who the Etruscans were, where they came from. It seems that there's a lot of there's just this culture that kind of came together in the region of Etruria, where the name Etruscans comes from, and it's roughly, they say, came from modern day Tuscany, which also includes Western Umbria and Northern Lazio.
Okay.
So all these kind of came together to create the Etruscans.
Is that Northern Italy?
Tuscany, yeah. I think it's like Western Northern.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It seems like it's modern, it's western side of the country.
Okay.
It kind of near Corsica, I believe. Some theories suggest that they may have also migrated from another area, from another region, northern, maybe from the French area, came down over the mountains. It seems back then there was just people everywhere.
Yeah,
like people
lots of migration.
Yeah. So depending on the weather.
Yeah, changing of the weather, food. Yeah.
Especially coming over the Alps, maybe that was an issue. Weather. They were known to have their own language. And it's only partially deciphered.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's not Latin.
Right.
And
it doesn't seem to have because it's not Latin, it doesn't seem to have a lot of connections to any other known languages.
So it's kind of its own distinct thing.
Yeah, which is crazy.
The only way that we really know about the language and how we can kind of start, I guess the way scholars have kind of started to break it apart, is by script that was used on tombs and art and various other things that they found, like pottery.
Okay.
There isn't like the Rosetta Stone of Etruscan language. But I think they've kind of really done over history. They've kind of gotten it down, but there's still a lot of it they don't know. Parts of it they don't understand. Their cities were fortified. They were a real civilization, as far as they weren't just an indigenous people that didn't really interact, because obviously they were involved, because Egypt was far from them, but it wasn't on the other side of the world.
I'd imagine, since they don't really have a shared or common language with any of these other places that came out of Europe, they might have been like isolationists, maybe.
Maybe, and it seems like they were at least involved in the Mediterranean.
Okay.
Because of Egypt.
Right.
But there's not other records of other civilizations around that area interacting with them very much.
Okay.
At least if there is, like not having their pottery or like having their stuff around. The religion, or the Etruscan people did have a religion that played a significant role in their society. They believed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses, and their religious practices include divination, sacrifices, and elaborate burial rituals. So their tombs, the Etruscan tombs, are kind of like well known by like, it's like very specific to them.
And those rituals are a common thing during this time period too. Like many of their societies are going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also, there's a kind of, I don't know how they really found this out, but there are scholars that say that they used the flight paths of birds for divination. Like they would read the flight paths and be like, it's kind of how they would talk to the gods, I guess, or kind of get messages from the gods.
This bird's flying this way. That means we can eat today.
Right. Yeah. And so the art has a distinctive style. They have noted for intricate metalwork and pottery. Tomb paintings are very prominent for them. Bronze sculptures, there's a couple, like Apollo Vale, which is a well-known Etruscan sculpture. It started their decline in the 4th century due to the combination of factors including internal conflicts, external invasions by future Roman people, people from the north, and then the Roman Republic. The expansion of that republic took them over. But it eventually disappeared by being absorbed into Rome. It's kind of like it just like their culture just disappeared, including their languages.
Right.
How did they? I guess because it was just the Roman Empire was so powerful.
Right. But I'm sure over it's something that happens over time, not immediately happens that your whole like identity of the civilizations gets completely wiped out.
I mean, we've probably seen that in South America.
Yeah.
With
other
Incas and things like that. Okay, so back to Liber Lentius. So our story kind of takes place in 1848 when a Croatian official in the Hungarian royal chancellery named Mihailo Beric, he left his position and he embarked on a travel to Egypt. So it's like a world tour. And he went to Egypt for a vacation, or just a kind of back in the day, at this time, especially 1800s, going to like these ancient places was kind of like, Egypt was still not really understood by Western cultures. So they went there, and when he was in Alexandria, Beric acquired a sarcophagus containing a female mummy as a souvenir. So I guess
you could just buy a sarcophagus.
I guess in Egypt at this time, you could just buy, because they bought it. I guess there was this weird law where like if you bought it, it's okay.
Okay.
You're taking
it's better that's better than what the English did.
Stealing it.
Yeah, just like, hey, this is ours now. We're putting in our museums. Like,
yeah. So he did buy it, but, and this jumping ahead, but this wasn't like a king or queen.
Yeah.
It was just a person, like a normal everyday Egyptian. It wasn't a royalty. So that's probably why he was able to buy it. He took it back to Vienna. He displayed the mummy in his sitting room and later removed the linen wrappings.
Buy someone's dead body.
Right. And not only that, he displayed it as like in the middle of his room.
Yeah.
His sitting room. So he like looked at it like as if we were watching TV. He was watching this mummy like,
look what I got.
Yeah. Like, could you imagine just sitting there instead of like watching some dumb TV show, you're like just looking at a mummy?
A mummy, a dead body.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, especially in the West, bringing something like that back is kind of crazy.
You
can invite people over and be like, hey, check out this mummy.
Yeah, it's a focal point. Let's talk about this.
Let's have a party around my mummy. And jumping back to the last couple episodes, we talked about what we want to do when we die.
Yeah.
And I said,
you want to be put on a wall?
You remember what I said?
You want your head or brain to be put in a cyborg or something like that?
That's number one. Number two, I want to be stuffed.
Yeah.
And hold toilet paper for my grandchildren.
That's right.
Great grandchildren. This guy's doing it. I mean, this happened years ago.
Living your dream.
Yeah. This person stole it. But anyway.
Did he just leave it on the wall? Like, did he do anything with it? This guy?
We're going to get to that. So he did just leave it there. I mean, but he noticed that there was like wrappings. I guess, hey, you take this mummy out and it's going to probably start to fall apart.
Yeah.
Right. So it's going to decay. You figure it was underground or for how long in a sarcophagus.
Right. Air's getting to it now.
All right. So He displayed the mummy in his sitting room, standing upright too. It wasn't like it was like laying down. Apparently, this is whether that's exactly true. That's what was reported. So he died. First he took these linen wrappings from the body.
He took them off.
He took them off and he displayed them in a separate case.
Jeez.
He had a glass case, kind of a shadow box, and he displayed them in there. He didn't know there was stuff written on them. He didn't really notice it. I think he may have noticed it. In some cases, there's reporting that he may noticed it and just didn't know what the hell it was and just was like, whatever.
He probably didn't know. I mean, if he did, he probably was like, I don't know.
He probably thought it was Egyptian.
Yeah.
Some ancient Egyptian. Right? He probably thought it was even cool. That's probably why he displayed it.
Right.
And I want to say that Egypt, the mummies they bandaged their mummies for different reasons. Like this is just jumping to like why Egyptians, why would they even why was this mummy wrapped in something? Mm-hmm. So first, bandages kept moisture away from the body so it would not decompose.
Yeah.
The wrappings will let the embalmers build up the shape of the mummy to give it more of a lifelike form, which I don't know how that worked, if that actually worked. Third, the wrappings kept everything together. Without the binding system, the fragile dissected mummy would fall apart.
Explode, yeah. Apparently that might have happened to King Tut
when they opened him up or something.
Like apparently they didn't wrap him properly. There's a theory saying he might have spontaneously combusted.
Oh,
because they might have wrapped him properly, might have embalmed him properly. Like some chemical reaction happened, where his embalming didn't go very well, and the wrapping was like not tight, like airtight, not just airtight, but like not tight enough to keep it from exploding.
And that's crazy that they're linen, especially linen books. Like, I guess like back in ancient Egypt and like even into like the fall of that, the kind of end of what they call the end of ancient Egypt. Mm-hmm. I mean, this was like an industry of like mummies were an industry.
Yeah.
Like their entire, not factories, but there's entire things set up almost like factories to take the body, prepare it for death. And mummies, if you could afford it.
Yeah. It was a ritual. Like, it's part of like your
just like how we have now today.
Yeah.
Depending on your religion and stuff like that, and me being stuffed, that type of thing. So there was a point of mummies being wrapped. There's three different specific reasons that we just went over. So he bought this mummy. He dies in 1859.
Yeah.
His brother, who's a priest in Slovenia, takes the mummy because he comes in possession of it, which he's a priest. He has no interest in the mummy. Mm-hmm. And so he donates it in 1867, which 1859, this guy dies. His brother gets it and hangs on until 1867. Then he donates it to the State Institute of Croatia, Slovenia, and Dalmatia in Zagreb. Now it's called the Architectural Museum in Zagreb. So that's where the name, the linen book of Zagreb comes from.
Why did you hold on to it that long?
That's another thing. Maybe it took him that long to get it.
Yeah.
I don't know how far away he was, but it seems like he hung on to it for a while. For someone that didn't want it, he wasn't interested in it. Yeah. Plus, again, he didn't really know what he had in the wrappings. I'm surprised that he kept them together.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because they were separated.
Right.
The original guy, Miho Barrick, took them apart. So once it's donated, the wrappings were examined by an Egyptologist. He mistook the inscriptions for Egyptian hieroglyphs. So this German Egyptologist, he kind of looked at the wrappings. Once it was donated to the museum, he looked at the wrappings, but he like misidentified them. It wasn't until 1877 that a guy, so this guy Heinrich Brugisch, he was the German guy. Mm. He was talking to someone, Richard Burton, about ruins, and realized the writing on the was not Egyptian. So it wasn't until 1877.
Like 10 years later after he...
So he originally said, this is what it is. No one questioned him. It was still on display. And then he was talking to another guy, another Egyptologist, about ruins. And he realized that this wasn't actually...
Hieroglyphs. Yeah.
So I don't know who really noticed that, but he incorrectly concluded that the translation of the Egyptian Book of the Dead in Arabic script. That's what they thought it was. Those two kind of come to they incorrectly thought that at the time, that it was like, oh, this is actually an Arabic translation.
They sound like terrible Egyptologists.
I mean, it's the 1800s. what's Egyptology at that point, right?
Yeah.
It's not like who's that guy? Zawahiri.
Yeah, my reason I was on the History Channel.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's like on tour in America.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is right now, but I heard there was a tour of him in America. He tours around and talks, and it'd be awesome to go talk, just to listen to him. But like, he's the big
Egyptologist.
guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure there's tons of other. I'm sure he had people underneath him, but he's like the one guy you want to listen to.
Yeah.
I think his name is Zawahiri or something like that. So in 1891, the wrappings were transported to Vienna and subjected to thorough examination by Jacob Krall, an expert in Coptic language, who expected the writing to be Coptic, Libyan, or Carian. I don't know what Carian is.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to look that up, but
I don't really know those either.
Coptic, Libyan, or Carian. In 1892, Krall became the first to identify the language as Etruscan and successfully reassembled the strips, establishing that the linen...
So you said 1892?
Right.
Oh, man.
So we're going from this guy bought
Quite
it.
the jump.
Yeah, this guy bought it. It's just
40
sitting
years
around.
or something like that?
So he died in 1859. He bought it in 1848. He brought it back in 1848. And finally in 1892...
Oh, geez.
Because like, even it's crazy thing is this guy sold it in Alexandria. And even though people from Egypt who were selling it.
Didn't even know.
I think it's crazy that one, they had a body to sell. Someone had a store. Could you imagine walking into the store and be like, and there's this guy and there's this sarcophagus, and like you're just like,
so was this body?
I don't like this one.
Did the body keep getting sold off too, along with these linens?
Well, at this point, when his brother donated it, so it just kind of stayed in this. Eventually, it stayed in that one museum, but then it made its way to Vienna.
Okay.
So it was then transported to Vienna. I don't know if it was like on loan, that type of thing.
But wait, are the linens and bodies still together?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So they still know that it's from it. That's like, it didn't get separated.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's still part of that whole thing. And I imagine when you someone that's in a museum gets something, they're gonna like keep good records of it. You'd hope. Although they didn't know it was not hieroglyphs until. So once he became this Krall guy, Jacob Krall. He finds out, he identifies it as Etruscan language. He kind of like puts it back together, reassembles it. He initially he was uncertain of where it came from, like where the mummy came from. So he wasn't sure what actually happened. Like he had to like kind of go back and do research on where did this thing even come from. Going back, luckily he had that chain.
Like the money trail.
Going back to the guy who donated, said his brother bought it from Egypt. So they knew it came from Egypt. But when he traced it back, he found that there was papyrus with the burial that actually confirmed the Egyptian identity of the person. And it was a tailor from it was a wife of a tailor from Thebes. She was 30 to 40 years old at the time of her death and had a necklace, traces of flowers and gold in her hair whenever they found her originally, the body.
So the body was Egyptian.
Yes. So they were able to trace it back that it actually wasn't some kind of fake.
Yeah. But the linen that was wrapped in was Etruscan.
Right. This guy was trying to establish like a chain of where it came from. Jacob Krall, he's like, did it actually come from Egypt? Is it a forgery? Did they take it out of Egypt and then, because it was separated from the body, was it something he had separate? But they were able to trace it back and be like, no, this actually came from this body. This is 1800s, late 1800s at this point. Who knows? I would think generally the amount of research done with this subject, not a ton, especially in our country, as far as like records of it, of happening. But from historical things go, it seems like he was pretty confident. Jacob Krall was confident that it came from Egypt. He was able to go back and find out who sold it, what was in it whenever they found the actual body or found the sarcophagus.
It sounds like he's thorough.
Right. There also were fragments of a reef and a cat skull with the body whenever they found it originally. So it looks like they kind of cleaned, maybe they cleaned all that out. I don't know.
Cats have some kind of significance in
Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe the cat just got in there and died. Who knows?
It'd be a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
There was no other bones, just the cat skull.
Cat skull.
So I imagine it's all part of that system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess you would think like it wasn't actually buried with any gold. Like it wasn't like this was like a king or a queen. It was a tailor from Thebes. Right. They were traced back to a tailor from Thebes who died between 30 and 40 years.
But had enough money to actually do the
right.
whole
So because he was a
process.
tailor, he probably had enough money to actually bury his wife. So back to the content of the book. We're going to go over to that now. So that's the story. We have the lineage of where it went, how it got there. We don't know much more than like came from Egypt. They have proof of what it came from, but this all may be a forgery.
Okay.
Still, that's kind of like some people say like, no, it's been a forgery from the beginning. This Barrack guy did it. This Egyptian seller did that to like make it more interesting. But you would think
more exotic.
Right, but if you would think, why wouldn't they say that when they sold it? It probably would be worth a lot more. He probably would have known when people. So there's also like records of people coming over to his house and like looking at this thing, but not saying, "Hey, this is Etruscan."
Right, but who would even have the knowledge to like write it in Etruscan in the first place?
Right,
and
especially in
like
Egypt. Someone's selling bodies in Egypt.
At that time, it's like people don't understand the language. People probably think it's a dead language.
Right. Even at that time, you would think like the hieroglyphs, like ancient Egyptian language, would have been not really well known, understood.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't until like what the Rosetta Stone was the thing that they used to figure out that. Right.
The Rosetta Stone was the basis of how people for the first time were able to translate the Egyptian language.
So it was 3 different languages.
3 different languages. There's hieroglyphs on there. Greek was on there.
And some other form of
Egyptian like hieroglyphs, but like written in a different way.
Okay. So yeah, I think I remember that now. So it seems that the way that they used it, so this kind of, they don't have the Rosetta Stone for the Etruscans. There's no way to like translate to like Latin or anything like that.
Yeah.
So the Liber Lentius itself is a book made of linen cloth, which is part of its name. It is covered in writing. It consists of multiple strips of linen that are stitched together to form a 3.5 meter long roll. It's written in Etruscan.
So it was a roll.
Yeah. It was written in Etruscan, but here's a little wrinkle. It uses a script slightly different from one found in other Etruscans inscriptions. So it is Etruscan mostly, but it uses a different script. Like it's slightly different, which is part of the problem, I guess, in translating it.
Okay.
Though there are scholars and scientists and historians can't really they don't really understand the Etruscan written language or the language in general. They are able to decipher certain words and phrases, and so they can kind of work on the subject matter of the Liber Lentius. So there's a couple of different theories of what it actually is.
Taking like context clues.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, again, that's how they also can slightly decipher the Etruscan language. There's probably a lot of kind of those words may have like crept into the Roman written word, which I think was Latin, if I'm right.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you think that the fact that that one part was not typical means it possibly could be a forgery?
I mean, yeah, it definitely too. But they were able to decipher enough of it. So yes, it could be a forgery, but they were able to decipher enough of it in 1800s and even into the 1900s and into modern day that they can kind of get an idea of what it says generally. So if it was forgery, it was a pretty good forgery for someone in Egypt to forge it, because they were able to at least identify that the kind of wrappings, the linen, was old. It wasn't like someone just took this linen.
Yeah.
They knew it was an old thing.
Yeah, I wonder if they had like the dating. I don't think they had
carbon dating, whatever.
Probably not back then.
I don't know. I have no idea. But I know that they were able to at least say this definitely came off this mummy, or for whatever reason. I'm sure it wasn't all taken off very cleanly. I'm sure some was stuck to it still. And so he took off some of the wrappings. I'm sure there was enough here that they could say
this is old.
Yeah. And it came from this mummy.
Yeah. Have you ever tried like doing a decoding kind of thing, like ciphering?
We talked about that in the last episode.
Yeah, like
cipher and
cryptology, not cartography, but cryptology.
The map making.
But I remember like for example, the Zodiac Killer.
Oh yeah.
He always sent like these cryptographs. I don't know if that's using this the right way, but he put it and they got printed in the newspaper, and like all these people would write in
what they thought it meant.
Yeah, like really
but no
good,
one had the key to break the cipher.
I would be terrible at those, but I think they're so cool.
Yeah,
trying to do something like that.
I think it's I think it's awesome.
Obviously, not if people get murdered to figure this out.
The Zodiac Killer wasn't awesome, but I think the idea of this kind of challenge, like a brain teaser, thing, but you have to have that key, or it doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah,
so it can't be done in such a jackass way that you don't have.
Right, but you can also there are usually, and it seems like what the problem is with this, at least the Etruscan languages, there's nothing in there that resembles anything else. So say with the Zodiac Killer, there's other puzzles that or things like that have already been published that you can research and find in a library. Oh, this kind of looks like this. Yeah. This symbol kind of looks like this. I can kind of deduce or do context clues about what this means. But this seems like they're just kind of on their own.
I think they were able to use other things from the Etruscan language. Again, on their, tombs and stuff like that, they can kind of use that. That's kind of the basis of a lot of what I guess the research was. But they did go into, think about the, Enigma code.
Right. Yeah.
What's his name? The guy that solved it. The Imitation Game, great movie about that. And I think that was a huge. They needed the key, and the way they got it was a couple soldiers were able to get on a submarine, I believe, and steal it before, because the original thing they did was the cipher. The thing that they used for the Enigma code was destroyed as soon as anybody even came close to destroying this. They're attacking their ship. Yeah, and so the Nazis would destroy it really quick. But then it so happened that these soldiers were able to sneak aboard and get it, and that's how they kind of deciphered it. And what's his name? Alan Turing.
Yeah. He had horrible, his the way his life ended was terrible. But he did a great thing.
He's
an amazing thing.
One of the reasons why he was so good at it that they allowed ships to be destroyed because they didn't want the Nazis to even think. But he was a hero. Back then, they didn't think it was a hero because of very specific reasons. Yeah. But now, thankfully, they kind of turned around and recognized him as a national hero, international hero for doing such amazing work.
I think, didn't the U.S. use...
He's known as the father of cryptography, the father of computer science.
Yeah. I think Steve Jobs was obsessed with him. Yeah.
I mean, for anybody
that's based on a movie I saw about Steve Jobs, so I'm not sure if that's true, but yeah. Anyways.
I mean, anybody in the computer science field, he's known as the father of computer science.
Okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Computer science, cybersecurity, that type of thing.
Okay.
So, back to the Liber Lintius. There are things on this text that give the idea or give the kind of impression that it's maybe a religious calendar. It could be, it has names of God. There's a lot of different things that they can say that this might be a calendar, this might be prayer, that type of thing. And we're going to go into that. There's a couple of different theories on a lot of this story. Some say it's something about ceremonies and processions that you would do for the dead. Okay. So we're going to go into that, but.
Sorry, did you say how big this thing was?
3.5 meters long.
Okay.
When it's reconstructed.
Oh.
So one thing that this does, the reason why this is kind of important, why we're kind of talking about it, or why we know about it, why scholars even look into it, is because it sheds lights on the religious beliefs, the rituals, and the practices of the Etruscans. So it kind of is this one sample, this one thing, this book is basically the one thing they have to try to figure out more history of the Etruscans, because there really was nothing else there.
But the body was an Egyptian,
right?
All right.
That's kind of one of the theories we're going to get into, and that's the next thing I was going to say. That the fact that this was found in Egypt raises questions about ancient civilizations traveling and interacting with one another when they thought they didn't. Especially the Etruscans interacting with ancient Egyptians. Could there have been further other things the Etruscans were involved in we just
don't know about? Yeah.
So that's another thing of human history, that type of figuring out who's where, what's going on when, and that type of stuff. So here's some of the theories. There's two categories of what's going on. And I'm going to break these theories down. So there's two categories. There's one, the first category is what the text says and or its significance to us, humans, to human nature or human history. The second is second category is why the mummy was wrapped in the text, why the text was even in Egypt.
Yeah.
Which there's less theories about that, because how do you even come to, it's so, one, as I mentioned, this text being found in Egypt raises the question on if or how and why and when and if ancient civilizations like the Etruscans, this before BCE, the Egyptians, were the Egyptians trading with other people around the world?
Yeah.
Were the Etruscans trading with other people? Does it raise a question of who came to what country first?
Right.
If they were actually traveling the places.
And if this whole thing is like real, then that proves that point, right? Like,
yeah, that there was trade in a time when they thought no trade was possible.
I mean, that could be a massive breakthrough.
Like trading at this time in human history from Italy to Egypt today seems insane that, yeah, of course they traded. But when you look back and think about, were they making boats? I mean, we know that the Egyptians were making boats.
Yeah,
like they were actually traveling around the Mediterranean.
Right.
Were they going further? Were they going up to the northern part of Europe and over to different, the east?
Yeah, they're definitely using the Nile, but yeah, who knows I'm sure somebody knows, but who knows how far they're actually venturing out.
Right.
If the ships have the capability to do that.
And why did all that trade break down?
Yeah. And why is there no record of it?
Right. Why is there no stronger record of it? Why do we not find more Etruscan stuff in other countries?
Right.
Why don't we find more in Egypt? Why does it take this? Why is this the only thing they found?
This is the only thing they found?
I mean, that we know of, that was found and translated. I mean, there may be some other crap underground still that no one ever found. But, so, first category, what it says, what it could say. First is some people think that it's a funerary ritual, and it was used for burial ceremonies.
I mean, it seems most logical since this person wrapped in it, yeah.
Since it was, again, that's exactly what, since it was found in a mummy, supports that theory. Was it instructions left for future people in that region? Why was it there? But we'll get into that. Another one is it is a religious or sacred text, like a Bible, like our, the Christian Bible, because it mentions deities and ceremonies in a religious context. Another, it's a calendar or almanac that could possibly detail important dates, festivals, astronomy, like events, and
astronomical.
Thank you, God. Dang it. Astronomical events.
Right? That's the right word for it, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I'm a doctor.
Don't correct me. Don't correct me while we're recording. I'm a doctor.
You don't know what the hell I'm doing here. This is all garbage. No. The theory is based on, that theory.
No, but this is interesting though, because these are what societies were doing back then. Like we're like following astronomical events. They were using the astronomical events as a calendar. They were in some form or another creating rituals. Obviously, they're different religions. They have different deities, like different thoughts of the afterlife. But I do think this is interesting because there's a common thing thread between these.
Right, it makes sense. Yeah. But
we don't really know anything about the Etruscans, really.
Why was it in Egypt?
Like, were they mummifying people?
They found their tombs. They found Etruscan tombs.
Right.
But like they weren't mummified like the Egyptians.
That's what I'm saying. This makes an interesting fact.
Plus different, like Egyptians' mummies work because of the dry climate.
Right. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't really think of that.
Etruscans were in Egypt.
Damn it, science. But
damn
you, science.
Water and worlds.
But I was just thinking, like, you would think if there's this Egyptian woman who's buried, mummified, wrapped in this Etruscan linen that either has like or a ritualistic meaning to it, astronomic reason for it, that somewhere in the Etruscan world you would have found maybe a mummified person with Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Maybe even in one of the tombs, some Egypt stuff.
Yeah, it seems like just based on this. I know I'm basing solely on the fact that there's Egyptian a mummy wrapped in an Etruscan written linen, that there's some kind of overlap. Like there things where they were trading things with each other, knowledge, stuff like that.
And also, we talked about the Etruscans when they rose 900. 10th
century, yeah.
Okay, 900 to the Roman Empire, right? And the Egyptians are around. The Etruscans had to kind of build their culture and have the ability to create a linen book that has like this entire a very well thought out background of their religion and everything,
Right.
record that, somehow then travel to Egypt, that they were so well established that they were able to travel, trade, have this entire history, like their own culture at a time whenever the Egyptians were, they were around.
Yeah.
I don't know, towards the end of their reign, but still.
Yeah.
And then somehow with such the Egyptian culture being so focused on their thing, being buried within another culture's.
Yeah, that's odd.
Another theory is that it's educational material, kind of used to teach the language to future generations, or in the afterlife, so that this mummy could go to the afterlife and be able to teach. Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
This mummy was able to go to the afterlife and teach that language to the afterlife, which is kind of a reach whenever you think of also their culture.
Would that mean they share the same afterlife then?
Right. It's kind of a reach given their religious culture backgrounds, what they thought the afterlife was. Maybe there was overlap.
Yeah. Which is not crazy because like the Romans basically assimilated the Greek gods.
Right.
They just changed the names. And that's happened before. Like, okay, yes, sir.
You're right. I mean, it happens. It has happened, and it continues to happen.
But the fact that these people like thought it had no interaction whatsoever makes it kind of a reach.
Yeah. Some people. Here's another one. Some researchers think that the text is a Rosetta Stone type thing to link Latin and Etruscan language. It may represent this merging of Roman and Etruscan cultures, trying to influence other cultures to their thoughts, the Roman expansion.
Okay.
Kind of to bring in, they're trying to.
So this might have been during the period when like they already might have been being assimilated in the Roman culture. Okay.
And they were trying to, they were combined because they had the same kind of deities, styling as Greek.
So the Romans would have had interactions with the Egyptians at this point, right? Because this is on the downfall of the Egyptian,
which is 300 BC.
Yeah. You had Mark Antony and
Cleopatra
having interactions, Julius Caesar having interactions with Cleopatra. So, yeah, there could be a bridge there between the Romans and Egyptians. How the Etruscan language or some kind of part of the Etruscan heritage could get over to Egypt.
Would this have been more widespread then? Would we find more mummies with the Etruscan language?
Yeah,
but again,
you think it would have been?
Know.
Yeah, you think it would have been.
It's actually just a common person. This is just a commoner.
That's the thing. I wonder how many times people came across a mummy or were able to buy one.
Yep.
That was wrapped in one of these linens that they just assumed was hieroglyphics. Because maybe you say for like a decade or two, like they thought it was Egyptographer thought it was hieroglyphics.
Yeah,
so
Egyptologists even thought that.
So they're just like, oh, it's hieroglyphics. Has some kind of Egyptian language on it. That's that. End of story. Like, you could be more of that stuff, like these mummies out there.
Yeah. And I think that's, again, a comment. We talked about this in the King Alaric episode about how Christianity was thought of as the kind of the poor people's religion.
Yeah.
Until it was this kind of that where like the common people believed in this Etruscan. Like it could have been something as simple as like the common people idolized this unknown, this other, kind of how Western cultures idolize the East at certain times in history as like this ancient knowledge type of people.
Yeah.
The Egyptians at that time, was it this group? Was it, another theory is like, was it this common group kind of idolizing this Etruscan world?
Oh.
So a couple other, the first category type of things. Again, what does a Liber Lentius mean? Some say that there's missing parts, which is kind of easy to say because it's like you'll never know. Like there's a key to this where it actually connects all together, but we'll never find it. That type of thing. Some of the final theories they are trying to, again, as I said, this is like a thing that is proving connection between these two cultures. That maybe the Egyptians or the Etruscans are the same people. That the Etruscans ran away when the Romans came in and made ancient Egypt, but it doesn't make sense. But did ancient Egypt expand into the Etruscan world at a time before the Romans came in and they were already established. Those people from Egypt left Egypt and expanded and created their own thing. Their own. In Italy, because they were around for till 4300 BCE. Could they have kind of expanded on their own across the Mediterranean?
For various reasons, like and there might have been a drought or like
because it happened so long ago. Maybe there's such a gap that they kind of had their own. They kind of turned into the Etruscans,
right? Yeah. Like so, that's what exactly. So like when the Roman Empire split, which I think we talked about,
King Alaric.
Those people who went to Constantinople, they were for years, like centuries, they still thought themselves as Romans, but in time, because time passed, they eventually started seeing themselves as Greeks.
Right.
Because that very same thing could possibly going to happen.
Right. That's one of the theories that. That's one of the theories of our category 2, that this is actually a break-off group from.
But there's no record of it. That's a thing.
Right. There's no other record of it.
Right.
Because I imagine there'd be a lot more record. But anyway, another category 2. So category 2, again, is category 1 was what the text says and its significance, why it was there. And the second is what and why the mummy was wrapped in it. So one was it was a break-off group from the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the text was deliberately written in a script that was not easily readable to protect its message, which obviously always happens with these type of things. So it's like, oh no, we're not worthy to understand it yet. Until the people in the spaceships come back.
Until Zunu comes down in the spaceship and we have to put our Nikes on and drink the Kool-Aid.
So that's the second theory. And then the third theory of category 2 is it is a sacrificial rite, a ritual associated with mummified individual. Says this is kind of like a defense on why we mummified this person. They were Etruscan and we mummified them. But there's record of them being Egyptian, being this person, a wife of a tailor.
Maybe, oh shoot, man. Maybe there wasn't maybe I don't know. This would be a stretch, but maybe.
So that's all the theories.
Okay.
What do you think happened? Why is this mummy from Egypt wrapped in this linen book from the Etruscans, which is Italy at this, but pre-Italy, pre-Rome?
Sorry, what year was it bought?
1848. 1848 in Alexandria.
Okay. Man.
And you could buy, what's the crazy thing is you can buy bodies in Egypt. I guess it was because it was.
Yeah. I don't know if at this time, but it might have been around this time. At one point, it wasn't a colony of England, but England basically controlled it. So this is when people were over, like you said, going over there, digging up stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I feel like, I don't know if it's true, but I feel like they might have been respecting what they were doing, because sometimes they use like dynamite to blow up some of these tombs that they found. So it would make sense that it'd be viable for you to just go over there like, I'm going to buy this body.
Yeah. I think it was some kind of, again, I'm going to look it up because I know I read this, that it was okay based on very specific reasons. But in any case, why? Mummy was found in Egypt. Now, we don't know where it was found. That's the other thing. But then if it was not found in Egypt,
Egypt's big.
How would they get a book written in Etruscan? And even if it was a fake, how would they get someone who knew Etruscan well enough to write a book that even scholars can partially translate? Being very specific on the content matter was very specific to other things that they've translated with Etruscan languages on deities, their calendar, their kind of beliefs and things.
But couldn't someone just be like, write it and be like, oh, this is Etruscan?
But it matched up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So how could someone just fake it, forge it?
Yeah.
I mean, they could.
Unless someone who knew Etruscan was in on the whole thing and was like, I'm going to write this and sell it off. But you said, like, you even made a point, though.
At the 1800s.
You made the point, though, like, why wouldn't you try and upsell it? Because, like, this is language.
And I think that's why they point out in the story that this guy who bought it was not a rich person. He was not. I mean, he was well off. He was able to travel to Egypt and stuff. But
also, how would he even know? Like, you not even have known the Etruscans were even a thing. Because would you say he came from Croatia?
Croatia.
Sorry. But I would imagine people from where this gentleman's from might not know, not because of where he's from, but I'm saying like the fact that Etruscans weren't well known enough about that he probably didn't even know what he got. Obviously, he didn't.
He didn't know until
he probably didn't go in there knowing to look for something like that.
He just bought it.
Yeah.
It could have been the next guy. I mean, like I said, it was. I'd imagine like a car lot where you walk in, like there's all these sarcophagus just piled up, and like I want that one.
Yeah,
and he just got lucky that he got. Now there may have been other ones
like
there.
Someone buys a state and like they found out you had like a Honus Wagner card, and like, oh, look at this, look at what I have here, like all this expensive baseball card.
No idea who the hell that is.
This is one of the, I don't know, play for the Pirates. It's one of the most expensive baseball cards, I think. Anyways,
listen.
So he probably didn't go here seeking out the Etruscans. It's anything to do with the Etruscans.
No, I don't think he did at all. I think he had no idea what he got.
He probably just like, oh, I could get this
because
mummy.
they thought even Egyptologists thought it was hieroglyphics.
Yeah, right.
For 40, 50 years.
So I don't think this man who bought this has any kind of ulterior motive.
Nope. So why would this guy who had no idea what the hell he was doing? It's not like they forged it and ripped him off.
Right.
Because he has no idea what the hell he's looking at. Why would he even know? They didn't even tell him it was Etruscan because he never said it to his brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. And his brother didn't know what he's had.
Right.
And he held on to it for what, like a decade or something like that?
Yep. It just seems like it's the original origin story is pretty convincing that no idea what the hell. No one had an idea what the hell was going on, even the people who sold it. Because if they would have known what it was, they probably would have sold it. Like, it would have been a big deal.
Yeah.
Unless it was like some guy in an alley, like, hey, you should buy this thing. I stole it.
I do want to go back to the fact that there's that theory of maybe these people were Egyptians. They just, over time, they moved to the this region in Italy. I'm trying to think what would cause them to do something like that.
Why would they
leave Egypt?
Yeah. I mean, we don't know.
I know, like, biblically and, like, historically, Jewish people left Egypt. But, like, but why would what else would cause something like that? I can't really think of anything. Like, obviously, there could be, like, a drought, but, like, or famine or
beliefs.
Beliefs, sure, yeah, beliefs.
Like, maybe they were just an offshoot of a certain religion.
Yeah.
But they didn't have hieroglyphics on this thing.
But even throughout Egypt, like, the gods and goddesses were constantly changing. So it kind of seems weird to me that they would leave because of religious regions, because, like, unless there's that much more, that much of a big drastic change, that's definitely possible. Like, it's happened before. Part of me was thinking, like, when near the end of this, when we're talking about how the Egyptian woman's body, the mummy, was wrapped in this linen made by the Etruscans with the Etruscan writing on it, maybe, I think you'd mentioned something like the person that died, clearly was Egyptian, but maybe the Etruscans wrapped her in this as like a, I forget how you put it, like
a funerary rite or something.
Funeral rite, but it was done in Etruscan because maybe, and this is, I'm going on the basis that they did have interactions with each other. They were in contact with each other
to kind of save this.
And maybe, like, something happened with this woman, they were killed by an Etruscan, and maybe, like, this was their way of saying, like, sorry, we honor your right of her burial rights of being mummified. And we also want to pay our own respects by putting this ritualistic wrapping around.
It was like
her.
A donation.
That, or just like a
but it was a
peace offering kind of thing.
But she was a wife of a tailor who had linen.
Oh, right. Damn it!
So why would he even bother? He'd be like, "I'm going to use my own linen."
But maybe like whoever the Etruscan was that killed her, or however she died, like I don't know, man.
Etruscan too. I mean, that would have to be a person that, again, you'd have to expect them to be out. Why is this the only one? If this is so. I don't. It just seems like there should have been other records of other Etruscan things.
Yeah, that's
copies of books or whatever.
That's what I keep going back to in this area.
Jars, anything.
Yeah,
any of their artwork was never found. I mean, on record, I didn't really do the research on that level, but why is this? Even in the research that's done for this episode, but the research on this specific subject,
Imagine it's very minimal, just because of the fact that no one really knows the language.
This is known as this is a Linen Book of Zagreb, comment on the longest Egyptian text by Louvier and Dudley. Another one by Vandermeer is the Linen Book of Zagreb. A comment, so again, it seems that this is like known as the longest. This is the most survivable text they found.
Mm.
It just seems crazy that it was found on a mummy in Egypt.
Yeah.
It wasn't found anywhere in Italy.
Yeah.
The Romans, did they destroy all the... If they had a book that was linen, that was written, that made it to Egypt, and they didn't find anything in Rome, or like in that area,
yeah,
and any of the records of Rome, that's kind of a weird thing. Now, there may have been... Now, again, the research I did didn't go back that far or go in that direction of like, was there other Etruscan books written? But it seems like people say that this is the longest linen book. And there must have been others. If it's the longest, there must have been others.
Oh, right, yeah.
But not enough that it makes this much of a significant jump or mark, I should say.
I think it'd be like really fascinating if this was like the starting point where people start like figuring out or finding and discovering that the fact that the Etruscans were in fact not this isolated and were interacting with all these other people in like the antiquity or near the antiquity, but we're not there yet. If that is the case, and that's frustrating.
And if you look at like some of the art, the Etruscan art, it is very like
similar.
No, it's similar to like Roman art. You can see where like the lineage of like Etruscan art to Roman art, like just the way they sculpt and the kind of way that they're
pottery too. You said, right?
Yeah. And they still have sculptures of humans that look in the same direction as like if you look at further Roman sculptures.
Okay.
The use of contrapposto wasn't there yet, which is like the ability of to stand on its own sculpting.
Okay.
There wasn't that, but they have a lot of their.
What'd you say it's called? Contrapposto?
Contrapposto is like it's like
it could stand on its own.
Stand on its own without having like a lot of like Greek
I didn't know that.
sculptures. They have like them standing next to a pillar.
Yeah.
Or standing on a tree.
Right.
It's because they can't stand up by themselves.
Couldn't figure out the balance.
Right. So Rome and after the especially this really came in after the Renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
That became a big thing. Is like,
Okay.
But I think Rome started that
Cool.
process. I think.
All right.
Like there's lineage there that, but
I never realized that. I didn't know that was had a name for that. That's neat.
they have a lot of the Etruscans really had a lot of like painted terracotta sarcophagus, and so there was kind of that lineage. You could see like Roman sarcophagus and kind of like
the similarities.
Yeah, but you don't see that in Egypt,
right? But are these similarities more so because they were slowly being absorbed by Rome? The things that they're founding, the art, like, is that art looks similar because this is a point where they're starting to have interactions with Rome, and they're starting to slowly be absorbed by Rome. I'd be curious to see if like that's what their art looked like the whole time.
right?
Like,
I think
time,
someone said that it was. I think some of the records that it was like it could have been more. That there was kind of like a Greek
influence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. A Greek influence in some ways.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
But all we know, and I'm just looking at this right now, kind of more of a expansionist view of the Etruscan. They did spread out around the Mediterranean, but it doesn't look like they made it all. Like, it doesn't look like they made it. They made it to Spain, like parts of Spain.
Etruscans did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They founded colonies along the coast of Sardinia, Spain, and Corsica.
Okay.
They allied with Carthage.
Yeah.
They also,
which is a big enemy of Rome.
Who?
Rome.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like they did kind of spread out around the Mediterranean, but not. Their kind of central location was northern Italy.
Is Carthage Africa or near Africa?
It is.
Could be. I don't know. I think that because if it is, like, that's getting, in the ballpark of Egypt.
It looks like it's northern Africa.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, if they're getting out that way, it's definitely possible they're getting to Egypt because Egypt, obviously in Africa.
It looks like they were over by Spain.
Okay.
Because they kind of went up north and over.
Right.
And then they kind of went the other way a little bit, but I guess they had to have made it over to Egypt.
I want to think. I really do want to think that they made it to Egypt.
They had to have.
There's some kind of like understanding or camaraderie or like peaceful thing between them. Even if it's just trade. Not necessarily peaceful. I'm just saying like there had to. I want to believe there had to have been some kind of interaction between these two people.
It seems like they really, there was trade around the Mediterranean as far back as, ancient Egypt and things. We see that there's a lot of stuff going on. It does say here that the Etruscans did travel around and trade.
Okay. But not necessarily in Egypt, though. Right. I don't feel like, as far as everyone's concerned, like all the people that are involved with this whole thing, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of weird, shady.
Well, it does say that they were at the crossroads of Greek and Egypt.
Okay.
So maybe they were just like good pathway. But again, why was this lady wrapped in a book that was from, and there was no other ones? It's not like there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, right.
Because like the person next to her, first of all, how does this person get these things?
So that's what I was trying to get at. So like, it seems like everyone involved in this, like there's no like sinister thing going on from the person who bought it and everyone's gone to since then. But like, how did this person who sold it to this gentleman
get it
in the first place? And then no one else has come across something like this before.
It's almost like it was like that's these kind of mummies were almost like like they were digging up coal. Like it was like a natural resource. They were just like mining for gold, and they're like
mining for mummies.
This is gold for us right now.
Do you think mummies are zombies, or zombies are mummies?
Is that like a internet thing?
I don't know.
Are mummies zombies?
Yeah, because they're like both undead. They both. I don't know if they both eat
better
brains.
Clothes.
I mean, like yeah.
I mean, I guess if you got to have one,
because I know the mummy was obviously before the zombie. Like the idea of a mummy coming back to life was before they had a zombie, but I feel like they're kind of the same thing. But I do think they are different, though.
It's like a poor man's mummy. Zombie's a poor man's mummy.
Or vice
Over
versa.
in America, we couldn't afford some wraps, drying out. We're just gonna throw them on the ground and let them go.
I do think zombies are different mummies, but I've seen people make the argument that they're kind of the same thing.
Again, it seems like mummies were better cared for. Zombies are kind of just kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
Again, we just dump them in the river.
Also, I don't know how you kill a mummy. Zombies just like
unwrap
headshot, unwrap.
Based on the movies I've saw, Transylvania 1, 2, and 3, Adam Sandler's best role. You can't really kill them. You just kind of unwrap them, and then there's kind of nothing.
We have like all those old movies like The Wolfman, Invisible Man, Dracula, Mummy, but we haven't watched The Mummy yet. I want to watch that because I'm just curious to see like.
Wait, is it like the Tom Cruise Mummy?
No, these are ones from like the 30s and like
the one that ruined like
I do want to
monster universe.
Yeah, you're supposed to do the whole Universal thing. Yeah, I do want to see that just because it did kill the whole thing.
Because like the first one was like Dracula, whatever it was, or Orlando Bloom was Dracula.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like the first one in that series was Dracula Untold or whatever, and it was like Orlando Bloom was Dracula, and then it was supposed to be the Mummy.
Okay. And
then it was whatever's next.
Yeah, they do Jekyll and Hyde. I remember.
Yeah.
Invisible Man. They were gonna do.
But I guess Mummy was so bad. Like Dracula Untold came out, but Mummy was so bad.
Dracula Untold, was that Orlando Bloom?
Yeah,
I thought it was like Carl Urban. No, was it? No, it wasn't Carl Urban.
Dracula. We're really.
But yeah, I do want to watch because I'm just curious of like how do you kill a mummy? Do you really? Does he do?
Luke Evans. I'm sorry.
Luke Evans. That's what it was.
Not Orlando Bloom.
I saw that movie. The movie was all right. The dad from Game of Thrones was in that.
The dad from Game of Thrones?
Not Targaryen. Lannister.
There's so many people.
The Lannister, like the dad, the one that gets shot on the toilet with a crossbow.
Oh, that dude. Yeah. Okay. That was Lannister.
Lannister, yeah. I said Targaryen originally. But yeah, he's
Charles Dance.
Yeah, he's in that movie.
He's the master vampire.
Yep. There's some cool stuff in there. I didn't know that was part of the whole kicking off that thing.
It's supposed to be, I think, is how that was. I could be totally wrong, but I'm almost positive that was Universal. Universal made it. And that was when they were trying to make. Man.
Those old Mummy movies were good though, like the first two with
Brendan Fraser.
Oh, they were great.
Scorpion King. That was a third one.
I didn't see that one.
With The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never seen either of them. Mummy 2. I mean, that's top of Brendan Fraser's game.
Yeah. Right before it did, was it Dudley?
Do Right.
Do Right.
Yeah, Dudley Do Right. Well, back to the
the
mystery
right
at hand.
there.
It seems like
It was Dudley Do Right all along.
Dudley Do Right was the one who wrapped the Egyptian lady.
Yeah. And then
So-
Tom Cruise ruined it.
Well, as he does most things. We have a lady wrapped in an Etruscan linen book,
Yeah.
buried in Egypt.
Scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Found again. And here we are. We have no idea how she got there. We know who she was, technically. We don't know how she got there. Not only that, I think one thing, jump back, her name, her information they found about her was on papyrus. That was in the tomb with her,
Right.
whatever. So they were going to go back and find out. But that's the
Egyptian.
paper. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why was the Etruscan book there? Why didn't they just write it on linen?
Oh, what the hell, man?
And he was a tailor too. Her husband was a
that
tailor.
changes things. No, oh, wow.
Why was that written on a papyrus and she had wrappings that were linen cloth?
Maybe her husband was Etruscan.
He was a tailor.
Yeah. The uniting of two worlds.
The original Romeo and Juliet.
There you go. Back to Leonardo DiCaprio.
Full circle. Those blue eyes just bring me down. Bring my knees to the ground. Well, I think that's all we have for this episode because, again,
Yeah, that was cool, man. I never heard of this, so I think it's really.
it's
neat
not
that
really
you
well
came
done.
Up with this.
Yeah, like I said, I just searched around, found something that was ancient Egypt. There's not a lot of information on this story, but there's a lot of information on theories.
But that's what makes it cool. Like it opens up the world of possibilities.
What
And
it could actually be.
Yeah.
It's just two things. It's just something not in the right spot.
Right.
But again, we don't really know if there are other mummies floating around out there to this day. I mean, they could have been. They could have been destroyed.
Yeah. Or they get someone, like I said earlier, could had one of these in their house, and not realize they had the Etruscan linen.
And it
on
just rotted away.
Yeah.
It's stuck in a basin somewhere or something. Well, that is all we have for you this episode. Thank you all for joining us. Jordan, thank you for being here and listening to me
Thank you.
talk about this. We do have social media, Facebook, Instagram,
Trying.
Twitter, still going, hopefully.
It's tough.
Stuff, please
Getting old.
take a look at that. YouTube, if you're listening on a podcast feed, like we're on every podcast platform currently. Please subscribe to either the podcast feed or go onto YouTube. We do have YouTube. We have live videos if you want to see our faces, and who wouldn't? Please check out the other episodes we have. If you're watching us on YouTube, know that you can also listen to us as a podcast. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say you should go to other places because of monetization or whatever YouTube does. I don't really know how this all works yet. We're still figuring that stuff out. But you can go ahead and subscribe to us if you'd like. If you liked us,
listen on podcast and then watch it again on YouTube.
yeah, hey, just hit that button and walk away. Whatever. Don't even listen. Just as long as you hit play, I don't care. But if you liked us, like our stuff, if you could help us out by subscribing to us in any way you can. And we would love to hear from you via email or on social media. If you have any ideas for episodes, stories like this,
that'd be great.
we would love to research them, figure out more, find out more. If you have maybe from your hometown, wherever you're from, small, like this Labyrinthus thing, it's not really well known, but it's a mystery. All right, next week we're back again, hopefully. Jordan's up next.
Yep.
And he's going to be talking about a mystery.
That's how it goes.
Weird.
Couple
Weird how they do
guys
that.
talking about mysteries. Who would have thought?
Couple guys and a
Who would've thought?
mystery.
Based on the title.
Couple pals and a mystery.
Couple pals and a mystery.
Well, we
And
thank you
mystery.
all. We love you all. Jordan, you're the best. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks.
Thank you. And we will see you or hear from you or listen to you. We won't do any of that.
But watch you while you sleep.
We will be back next week. You will listen to us or see us or
Yes,
yeah, that
you
or
will.
see us. Yeah, you'll do that. We won't be doing that because that's not how the internet works.
Yeah, we don't know you. We don't know you. Except
Right.
for mom. Hi, mom.
Yeah. Hi, family people.
Because that's it.
All right, thank
Anyways.
you and good night.
Stay mysterious.
Stay mysterious.